Varda Walk, Psychological Adventure Fantasy Slowburn LitRPG, complete. By Trathnonen. Chapter 161, Feeling the Weight. Ulrich sat recovering on a stone next to the nook from which he'd hidden before his assault on what had been Port Edenshire, sea breeze cooling the sweat on his face. Sweat mixed with no little blood, actually. Idris had said once that he was not greatly impressed by the combat art of Prespang. Ulrich knew why now. They fought like the battle existed only from the waist up. Ulrich was no master. He'd seen them in action, and knew well the long leagues between himself and that level of skill. But the subhuman bastards that had been posted here must have been even lower than the low, chosen for sadism rather than any other characteristic, if the huddled, maimed, and savaged Asa in front of him were any indication they were overachievers in that respect. When no more Valin walked the city except for himself, Ulrich had gone to each and every building and freed its captives. What was left of them, anyway? At some point, the men left in the city had decided to start slaughtering their slaves. They hadn't got very far with that before Ulrich found them and pulled their guts out from their still screaming bodies. He wasn't being metaphorical there. With his gauntlets on, he could easily punch his fist into a human's body, one that wasn't being reinforced by mana, at least. Even so, he had not saved everyone, and of those he had, the mass of traumatized Celestine was in shock. Some of them had been here for weeks, what little Ulrich could get out of the survivors. The slave collars were no trouble, they'd been linked to the mage overseer. When he died, they were rendered inert. It was common knowledge, amongst the slavers that is, and that was why the first order given a slave was to never harm a master. So it was that Ulrich had been able to break the collars loose of the elves and set them free. 3 then immediately threw themselves off the cliff, a sight which would never leave him. Not to his dying day. Gaping in stunned silence for a moment, he'd cried out in horror, "Why?" when he recovered. None answered. Nobody else jumped, but they didn't answer either. He guessed it was a stupid question, really. Nothing had prepared him for what he'd found in those huts. Even when he'd thought he understood what it meant to create the bane, he hadn't. Not until he saw the attempts. Not until he saw the failed products, stacked in a mass grave outside the city awaiting burning. God's blood. Sometimes you need to turn to something greater than yourself. Ulrich had few illusions about justice in the world, but he wished hard that there existed some punishment that found men this evil and inflicted some sort of balance to the scales of the world. There was magic and even godlike beings and all that shit. Maybe something was out there that could repay the pain reaped by those mad men. Clouds were moving in, again. It was only Sunscrest and his soul had taken a pounding this day. Now he had to find some way to keep over 100 or so naked, tortured, and half-starved elves from dying to exposure. His hand was stroking his knife hilt automatically, and Ulrich forced himself to stop. He decided his first move. He needed to keep these battered folk out of the rain. Concentrating, Ulrich envisioned a set of 8 domes of hardened air. It took more effort than he liked to admit to force the spell into place, but the sky shields came, forming a set of shelters over the assembled mass. Next, they would need heat. That was a more mundane task. Ulrich cut down parts of the palisade wall and gathered thatch to use as kindling. He built log cabin-style fires that would burn for a long while near each little cluster of freed slaves. Nice. On to the next thing. Food wasn't hard, since the bestial bane crafters apparently felt like they worked up an appetite, inflicting suffering unmentionable on innocents. The grain bins were full, the larders well stocked. Ulrich ended up putting kettles over each of the fires, held up by more pieces of the palisade and cooked stews with meat, tubers, rice, vegetables and fruit just thrown together. He was slightly ashamed by the lack of subtlety, but these people needed nutrients, not a fancy feast. That brought him to the next trial. Some might take illness. Normally that wasn't a concern, but they were just so weak, so hurt, and covered in wounds. Ulrich's first aid kit was gone now. He'd done his best to triage and treat, but there were too many. 5 more succumbed to wounds in the following hour. One was the female who'd been put on the wedge with weights. She'd bled out. Ulrich was sick, and then numb. There's only so much a mind can take before it starts hitting off switches to stop from coming apart. For the rest of the day he sat in his nook, his helmet thrown aside and his head buried in his hands. He really wished he could see Taipan right about now. Orlathram Crown Command Post, Zealous in territory. Taipan found herself wishing for her mate's presence. He was alien, even for Valin, but, despite a cool exterior, gave her whatever warmth he possessed freely. She could use the comfort. Limitzite, along with the chiefs of the other tribes, with notable exception of the Zealosin, were assembled around a round table. They were silent and brooding, still digesting the most recent news. Betrayal. The once princess's message to her brother had included the possibility that Lord Samsav Morian was a traitor to the Orlithrum, a seller of Issa blood, and had conspired with Prosper to provide gaps in the blockade of the Zealous. Lamitzit, as was proper as Crown and acting chief of Iriel, had sent hunters to investigate the truth of this matter. 3 of the 8 were slain, and Morian had fled, but not before also murdering the chief of the Zealosin to slow the response to his crimes. A triad had been involved in the escape, though, fortunately, they were caught alive. It was not long before enough information was extracted that could corroborate Taipan's report that the traitor had been feeding Prosper information and padding its coffers through slave trade. The Zealosin were still appalled by the situation, and none of them would meet eyes with their cousins for shame. They were not to blame, but still held close this great stain on their tribe. A representative for the new chief of the Legranel, recently chosen at their moot, had arrived 10 days after Taipan's run, along with 3,000 herd riders who would act as light cavalry units and flankers. They had mangled the auxiliaries sent against them, had pinned the Federated Defense Corps, preventing them from spreading their numbers wide to encircle the lines of the fewer in number elves, turning what should have been an overwhelming victory into a bloodbath for the invaders, for they had been forced to fight into the elves, without leverage of position. As of this morning, the last of the havens was empty, their secrecy that had shielded them destroyed by the artifact somehow gained by their enemy. Iriel's people were safe, as were the Melondi, the Celestine, and the Zealosin non-combatants. Ironically enough, it was decided that the havens should send their peoples to the Plateau of Enchon, that place considered a no-man's land for over 1,000 years, thanks to the fell guardian that killed any who dared approach. If all else failed, the kilometres-high cliffs would make assault all but impossible, and the Ancient's Gate could be held for as long as necessary. The Actinian, within a week of receiving word, were ready to take to the seas if need arose, carrying their civilization on their fleets, and the Legranel would be incredibly difficult to pin down, vanishing into the plains like dust motes on the winds. None of those contingencies had been necessary. What remained of Pressbang's army was currently licking its wounds, trying to find its way out from Elven territory. 2 months and more of manoeuvre, stalling, running battles, and almost constant fighting at night had left the so-called Federated Defense Corps a mangled remnant of itself. They had lost 7 in every 8 generals. Infantry officers were, as Her Honour liked to say, rarer than frog fur. The Esther had done as the Esser always do, turn Orlithrum into a verdant crypt for invaders. The difference this time was that they had suffered more grievous casualties in the doing, and that they did not consider themselves done when the enemy withdrew its shattered remnants from Orlithrum's borders. Bright Eyes. Lumitzite. Taipan found herself correcting her husband's aggravating habit of misnaming everything. She grew vaguely irritated that his mannerisms were brushing off on her, but concentrated on her brother, who had finally raised his namesake emerald and gold eyes from the status reports to hold those of the attending chiefs. We have blunted the advance and broken the forces sent to invade. The S-people are defended now, upon the Plateau of Enchon, with enough forces to hold the way up for as long as necessary. I believe the battle is not done, the young Golden Crown told the council gravely. He glanced towards the corner of the room where his father, Baldert Iriel, lay in a bed sleeping, still recovering from his poisoning and from the efforts of preventing Pressbang's armies from ever being able to marshal their numbers effectively. Our enemy has used the Bane once, and I believe that they will attempt to do so again. They will wait until they can inflict maximum harm, regardless of strategic impact. I have a glimpse into the mind of our enemies. They hate the Orlithrum, hate them completely. This war is not one of conquest or to expand their influence by weakening a rival. They want our extinction as a people, Lemitzate told his peers. They shared considering gazes before they agreed with the assessment. Each had come to similar conclusions also. No other reason for such mindless aggression, absent cause or provocation could be found. The elves of Orlithrum had always been fair in their dealings with the otherkin, hard, especially amongst the Irielan, but always fair. Bargains struck and treaties signed were inviolate. None of the Issa would tolerate an oathbreaker amongst them. That so much of Prispang's mage power should be expended to murder a lord of the elves that so much of the army Prosper normally hoarded conservatively would be wasted on an attempt to murder the children, crafters, gardeners, and non-combatants was unthinkable, unless they intended to exterminate the Orlethrum. Bright Eyes, seeing that this was not a point for discussion, presented his strategy. First and foremost, we must seal the Zealous to Prosper. They must not have access between the Southern Ocean and Vatin, or they will, inevitably, move supplies and likely mercenary armies against us. Immediately he turned his singular gaze on the representative for the Zealocin, telling that woman with a gentle tone, "This task is, and has always been, yours of the Zealocin. It is still yours, if your kin want it. Morion's seized coffers will pay for the expense." The middle-aged Zealocin woman shelved her surprise and nodded firmly without speaking. Iron in her expression said that the Zealous might as well have stopped flowing for all that Prosper would get a ship down it. Taipan sat back and listened as her younger sibling, her only living brother, set a strategy of strangling Prosper, similar to his previous initiative, but with the main difference being that they should triple their internal security and be especially vigilant against espionage or attempts to use Bane as a depopulation threat. Too many of the Orlethrum had already given their lives. "And then," Crown Lomitsite said with an angry glint in his eyes, "we will kill this invading army to a one. None are allowed to leave Orlethrum who have carried a weapon into it. Are we agreed?" A round of aye circled the table. There were formalities which didn't interest her, and then the council dissolved and she was left with only her family in the meeting room. From the corner of the room came a loud exclamation. "Who? By the roots below and the leaves above do they ever drone on? Are you sure you will not keep the crown after I am hale again?" Baldred Iriel, once and future king of Iriel, had been pretending sleep in the corner to avoid partaking of the meeting, and now stood to stretch. His heir smiled up at the father's antics, glad that his sire was regaining his energy and his humour. Dour and desperate had been times of late. Prosper's venom dripped thick from the knife they had tried to drive into the heart of the Orlethrum. His people and the clans of the Orlethrum had survived, as always at cost too great, with too many widows and widowers, and not a few orphaned. Seeing the Lord of the Deep Wood reclaiming his former glory dispelled much of the young lord's gloom. The sooner Baldert reclaimed his mantle, the better. "I would rather not, father. I'm a child yet, and there is much I would rather learn to do first, before I make a life of jostling the elbows of ones who already know what their duty tells them to do." Lumithside of Iriel said quietly. The older elf, still thin and wan for one of his brown-skinned clan, ruffled his child's golden hair lovingly. "You jostle them so gently and with such care that they believe it is their own thoughts that drive them to move. I am proud," announced the father to his son, and they both smiled. 3 women, jewels of their clans, entered from the side room where they had been holding their own meeting. Baldert's wives were scarcely better off than he after his initial poisoning, having burned their own vitality to hold the bane at bay, but they had recovered far more swiftly and had nearly returned to the picturesque appearance that was held by their clans as the standard for beauty. They had just decided how they would each best utilize themselves in the upcoming battles, and made the final arrangements for enacting an embargo upon Prosper. Messages would soon be delivered to the respective tribes to be themselves passed to every port of call that any merchant vessel trading to or carrying goods from Prosper would be considered aiding the enemy of Orlethrum in its war. The trio beheld their husband and children, the eldest and youngest of their brood. Shaw's daughters, along with their husbands, had gone ahead, coordinating the fleeing peoples, keeping order, and leading the warriors escorting those masses in their flight. They continued to help the other great houses organize the populace hidden upon the plateau. Lady Vedder stepped forward with a determined expression levelled at her husband. "If you are well enough for staying awake through the entire meeting, you are well enough to give me a child, Baldert, son of Joldir," declared the elf whose skin matched her husband's, her eyes holding heat. Taipan's mother, Vedder, had been awaiting her coming season with intentional anticipation. The near parting had motivated her to bear her husband another child. Both of Vedder's offspring were, in a way, dead to the world. Her eldest lost to assassins, and her youngest had chosen to leave her name behind, to join her twice-born husband's household. This third child's life would be charmed. Baldert shied away from his first wife and hid behind the other 2. "Stop her! You don't know what she'll do to me. I'm too young and too pretty to become a brood stallion, useful only for its remarkably potent seed." He japed. Baithiriel, his third wife and mother of Lumitsate, calmly took her husband by the collar and threw him bodily towards his first wife. Shaw, the second wife, looked on in amusement. Shaw had had 7 daughters by her uncanny husband, and knew exactly what Veda was going to be doing to the man. Later on, when Veda had sated herself, she might join them. Veda caught the weakened king of Iriel and lifted him over her shoulder like a sack of grain, turning to haul him towards their temporary bedchamber. Now that her season was upon her, she was having none of his nonsense. He struggled feebly, honestly too tired and weak, unable to resist her. "Perfidy most foul! You will not have heard the last of me. Baldert will return!" came the shrill cries of the Lord of the Deep Wood, cut off when the door to the room slammed shut, driven by Lady Veda's foot. Taipan could only stand in awe of the shambles that Iriel's reputation would be in if the behaviour of its lord in private were common knowledge. Utterly shameless. Disregarding her father's lack of dignity, she turned her thoughts again to her mate, many leagues distant. After delivering her message and recovering 3 days from the utter exhaustion, she had activated her hunter's mark ritual, using one of the 4 vials. Her honour was far, far to the north at that time, but not in the right direction. She didn't know why he had deviated from the course they agreed on, but assumed it was for good cause. Their plans had come undone, almost from the start. Taipan of the Glade had carried word to her kin. Instead of returning, however, she had become part of the effort to repel the attack. Her strength was needed by her brethren, and her honour would have joined to their defence, she knew. She carried his honour into the battle, ravaging them in his stead. It was not an easy decision, to stay and join the fighting to oppose Prosper's attack over going to her partner. She was his shadow, in addition to his wife, and that duty she took as seriously as the other. In the end, she felt it was what he would have done, had he been here himself. 2.5 moons of endless hunting of invaders had it taken to break their wills. It had been a close thing, that first critical call to arms to stop Pressbang's secret advance forces, funneled through the blockade courtesy of a blood traitor who was still alive. For now. Taipan joined her kin in merciless savaging of those enemies en route to the havens. Then they had turned to repel the advance from the northern borders, driving along the eastern coasts of Vatin amongst the hilly highlands of the Melondi, the wooded forests of Celestin, and the persistent attempts to claw down the Zealous. Now, though, the expedition into Orlathrem was stalled, defeated, and retreating in shambles, which meant it was dead, though they did not know it yet. All the while, the combined arms of the Actinian, the Melondi, the Celestin, and the Zelusin had held the line of advance. Most of the Irielen not mage hunting and destroying command structures were circling behind the priest-bangers. Scouting reports and orders had not come through one way or the other between Prosper and her generals for weeks now. Nor had supply wagons, or healers. The few stragglers that might manage to escape Orlathrem would discover that most of the settlements along the border, careful encroachments of decades, would be empty. The livestock killed, the wells poisoned, and the people driven away to find new homes much farther to the north. Iriel's patience was ended. Lumitsate, son of Baldert, had commanded the border cleared for 7 leagues, and the hunters saw it done. No succour would the retreating armies of Pressbang find when they left Elf country. Only the lurking hunters, who would see the defeat completed utterly. Today's meeting had established most of the details for how that execution would be done, and how they would handle the treason of one of their own. That meant that Taipan was not needed here any longer, and she burned to be gone, to find her Glade chief before he managed to upset the order of the world a second time. It would be years before the greater beasts reshuffled their territories, the hierarchies resettled, and the wilds would not be safe to travel until then. Iriel would be years returning order to the wilderness of Orlathrem. Orlathrem would be a century recovering the lives lost in the defence. In spite of it all, the violent attack, the treason, those returned to the forest, Taipan knew that the Isa were victorious. Brother Lumitsate, Mother Shaw, Mother Bathe, it is time that I return to my honour's side. Our people are defended, and so I must go. She informed her family without preamble. They each gestured the hand signs for "it is so," before also signing "fare thee well." They did not speak further, there was no need. In the month spent fighting, many a silent meal had been shared, and many a conference held. Things were not as before. She was not any longer a daughter of the House of Iriel. Taipan belonged with her honour and mate. She turned immediately and left the meeting place, stopping only long enough to stock her travel pack for the long, long run, and to retrieve the vial which would prime her, hunter's mark, to locate the quirksome creature that she had, once full of loathing, and later gladly bound herself to. For both their sakes, outside the Port Edinshire. In the end, Ulrich had had to burn the small town to the ground. None of the elves would enter again its walls, not even to escape the elements or retrieve supplies. That had been entirely left up to Ulrich, who was thankful that he had only to haul the stores of food and water a short ways downhill to where the milling, weeping lot of them had settled. Clothes, medical supplies, anything that might be useful he packed into barrels and stored in cargo wagons, hitched to stout cloven-hoofed beasts remarkably similar to horses that would have been tough to handle before his time spent driving TMF1 and TMF2. Compared to Darhorn oxen, the mules were easy. He had the wagons just down the hill to where the Orlathrum huddled inside a few hours of daybreak, and the smoke of the burning Porta Dunshire rose up, would be visible for kilometres from the sea. He didn't worry over much about that. He'd left plenty of smoke pillars rising in his wake. One more wouldn't hurt. The barren, stony highlands were not conducive to leading a bunch of naked, abused victims of absurd cruelty with any degree of success, so Ulrich had to compromise by creating crude longhouses using stone walls and sky shields, once he'd recovered the mana to do so, that is. The stone walls would remain in place for weeks before the binding magic fell away from them. Terror was amongst the most stable and long-lived mana forms. But Calum, that one rejected stasis fundamentally and would unravel within a day, in spite of all that Ulrich might do to keep it held in place. However, the wards and barriers around Irielhos were designed to protect the citadel. Ulrich couldn't even come close to replicating it. A sneaking suspicion said that it wasn't the construction of any living mind as he knew it, but a working of the living demigod into which and from which the fortress was built, Irielhos itself. Ulrich had seen the core of that entity once, like a beating sun, deep, deep within its subterranean roots. The tree was sentient and powerful in the extreme. It just didn't have the same thoughts and needs as anything Ulrich had ever interacted with. So far as he could tell, though, it did everything in its purview to shield the Irielen. Whatever the case, Ulrich couldn't fathom how to produce air barriers that didn't unravel swiftly, and thus spent every morning recasting the roofs of the longhouses. It wasn't a huge mana expenditure, it was merely annoying. Similarly annoying was that he was now playing nursemaid to a bunch of elves that had lost about 70% of their will to live. In the 2 days since he'd slaughtered the tormentors and guards, they'd shown little motivation to do anything but huddle in clusters and weep. The raw agony and grief that enshrouded them was a nearly physical thing, and it was starting to get to him. His nightmares, freshened by recent experience, weren't helping anything. His nerves were on the ragged edge. It was coming to the point that he was hoping some magister from Prosper would wander by, so he could murder death kill them to release some of the pressure. It did not escape his notice that hoping a living creature with a conscious mind and feelings would stumble through for the express purpose of slaughtering them was not exactly a healthy mindset. Grey eyes surveyed the hillside, its fire pits lit and smoking, and the forms clustered into the warmth but refusing to do much other than occasionally eat and drink. His already sour expression tightened. On the other hand, perhaps wanting to murder the people responsible for this atrocity was a healthy mindset after all. What Ulrich had witnessed in these past days went beyond barbaric. At least no one else had jumped off the cliff. A few more had gone off the edge yesterday, a group of 5, and it was purely awful to know that they probably had good reason. Probably the worst of it, though, was the stillness. He wasn't moving, neither advancing nor retreating, waiting here for some sign that the former captives could do something, anything, to take control of their lives and ease the burden off of him. So far, nothing. Worse than nothing, really. He was having to actively clean up after them all. He'd had to dig the latrines for them, for fuck's sake. They were just aimlessly wandering over to some rock that took their fancy, seemingly at random to defecate or void their bladders. No attempts to clean themselves or wash. That at least they would do once he provided buckets of water from the now ruined city. His chores to keep the elves alive, though tedious and aggravating for its necessity, didn't occupy him long. That meant that he was left to brood and to worry, 2 things which were not conducive to a happy Ulrich, or a stable one. Muttering to himself, the former scientist sat on a rock counting his fingers to try to figure out how long it had been since he'd set out from the moot. 60 and change days of being lost on the plains, 7 days sidetrack with the Mirakur. Then there were the first 2 days in Bartala, Varric got murdered, and then an unknown span not less than 4 days and probably more like 10 days after that before I bombed the port and left. Then 12 days being a pirate along the Vatin's coasts. Next was this hellhole, and I've been here for 3 days? Yeah, 3 days. Then that's 63 plus 7 plus 12 for 82. Add 12 more and 3 gives us 15 plus the big chunk and 95. It's been a little over 3 Varden months. Ulrich sat back and let that sink in. 2 entire months and some change since the lunar cycles on this world were 30 days on the nose, and that's how they judged months. And in that time, he'd probably killed close to 50, maybe upwards of 70 men, depending on how many were patrolling those docks. Holy fuck. His eyes searched the for once cloudless blue sky for answers. There weren't any, probably because it was the wrong question drifting around in his brain. The question wasn't, did they deserve to die? It was, would I do it again? Repeatability is the heart of science, after all. He scanned the hillside again, the squat, magically raised walls of the structures dotting the land, the shattered people still not free of what had been done to them, even if the collars were gone. He thought about Varrock. Yeah, Ulrich decided. Yeah, he'd do it all again. Someone had to. None of these people deserved what had been done to them. Not the elves here, not Varrock's kin, who were facing exile from civilized lands back to their remote holes because they demanded justice for a murder. Not all those downtrodden hunkering in Bartola's slums because they couldn't beg, steal, or buy a magister's grace to own or partake in legitimate business within the city. They were all made criminals for not being born into connections and not willing to sell their integrity to get them. All these people needed someone to destroy the corruption that seeped into the bones of the city-states. It's sort of like radiation therapy, Ulrich rationalized. You have the cancer, it's going to only get worse and kill you, so you go to a professional who's only going to kill you a little bit. Very carefully, very precisely kill you, and only enough that you'll recover completely in a short while. It's the only way to reach the cancer hiding inside. He snorted to himself, then, because radiation therapy hadn't been used in almost 200 years, gene therapy was, without exclusion, the superior treatment with none of the risks and side effects. Might as well cure headaches with trepanation. Well, Ulrich couldn't change Pressbang's genes and overwrite its society. The work of the Nemesis was too complete, and Ulrich was just some guy who woke up in a forest in his birthday suit. What he could do, though, is keep cutting the heads off this Hydra, and maybe buy the people here space to break loose like the Wolfkin clans did. Big ass may be there, Glade Chief. What else was he to do? And while he sat here on his dead ass mulling it over, armies were being gathered and marched against the Orlethrem for the sake of conducting a genocide. His armoured fingers tapped against the bone plate on his thigh, unable to really snap within the confines of the gauntlets. A steady clicking of bone against bone would have driven any nearby who wasn't already batty off the deep end. Something's got to give here. He owed these people. The generosity of the elves had probably saved him dying on the plateau over the hard winter. He knew that now. But he couldn't do this anymore. He couldn't go, but he couldn't stay, and he couldn't leave them behind. What do you do when there are no good choices? Make the ones you can live with, no matter how much you hate them, no matter what anybody else might think about them. Ulrich Einar, Lord of the Ancient Glade, would not be weak here. Not when weakness might doom more than just these few tattered souls on this stony hillside. He would not permit all the killing done so far to be rendered null and void because he shied away from the right thing when it was also the most painful thing. Ulrich's voice rose, loud and deep, and channeling the total absence of tolerance for anyone's shit that was his maternal grandmother's legacy. "I'm done babysitting you, bark weasels, you hear me?" he bellowed at the hillside, turning heads at the unexpected tirade. 3 days now you sit wallowing in your own misery, doing nothing to help yourselves, doing nothing to prove that you're anything more than meat for some prosper dog's dinner. Done is done. You were enslaved. You were abused. You could not stop it and did not, and nothing you ever do from this day on will ever change that past, Ulrich raved. He pointed at that hateful cliff and screamed, "At least some of you had the will to make an end of it, for all that it pains me that they did. For all that I grieve for your hurts and theirs, I say that this sight before me is disgusting. You're Issa, you're children of the forest. Yours is a people ancient and powerful, but you let yourselves be broken this easily, and worse. You will hand yourselves back over to the first magister with a collar in their hand, and eventually one of you will succumb. One of you will resist just that fraction long enough to become twisted, your core rendered into Issa Bane and then used against your kin." Voice lowering threateningly, Ulrich shouted with conviction exactly what he thought about that. "I tell you this, I will kill everyone on this hillside before I let you become the fuel for your people's extinction. Had I known that this was all the strength in the hearts of Celestine, I would have just burned the city down to start with and saved myself the days to head towards Prosper, that I can get my hands around their necks faster. The thoroughly fed up, stressed out, partially combat-fatigued bastard that was Ulrich Einar pointed up at the twins and prophesied, "When next those twins rise, I will leave this place. If you haven't found your courage by that time to come with me, then I will cleanse this wasteland of your shame and speak of it to no one. None will know you failed. None will know your spirits withered. It will end forever. But none of you weaklings will I leave behind me to maybe become the bane." Glazed eyes cleared somewhat in the face of his tirade. When he delivered his ultimatum, some even grew angry. Good. Let them be angry. They deserved to be angry. They deserved a lot of things, but what they didn't deserve was to be left here on this fucking rocky shit heap to be tortured to death when he was gone. It pained him greatly, but he couldn't stay. He couldn't keep watching over them forever. Every minute here was one he wasn't finding his way to put an end to this travesty. Every day let the merchant lords guide this land called Prispang further into darkness, and stack the odds harder against the Orlithrum. Eventually numbers would add up. It might take a long time, but it would come. Unless somebody managed to put an end to the ones pulling the strings, it would come. More gently now, still furious, but more gently, Ulrich told them what they needed to do, even though they already knew what they needed to do, and had simply chosen to do nothing instead. Go up the hill, take what clothes and arms as you may from the dead there. Use whatever supplies in that accursed place you need to create litters, to bear those too wounded to travel under their own power. Clothe yourselves, feed yourselves, and rest tonight. Tomorrow the decision comes, and either you follow me to the next port town where I will obtain ships for you to sail back towards your homes, or I will judge you undeserving of the mercy that compelled me to not simply end you all where I found you. Ulrich hated this place. He hated this choice. But it was the only one he had. He wondered for only a moment what Taipan would do. She would have cut their throats one by one while they watched without hesitation. He'd only had glimpses of it, but Baldurt Iriel, that joking, silly elf bastard, would have turned that hillside to dust before he allowed his people to come to harm for what, to the Irielan, were dead men and women who had merely not yet realized it. Hard was the heartwood, but it needed to be to support the heavy crown of the forests. He turned away from them then and returned to his boulder nook. Whatever they decided, it was their choice now. At least, at this last bit they would be given a choice. In the shadow of the boulder lay his helmet and his pauldrons. The right shoulder pauldron itself was undamaged, but one of the critical straps and buckles that secured it was ruined. Hanging awkwardly as it did, it would impede his fighting, blocking his sword arm or vision as it flailed about. Doubtless the armour had saved his life probably a dozen or more times, especially against the spell that had destroyed the strap. If he'd taken a hit like that without it, it was likely his entire shoulder would be gone. As it was, the entire upper right part of his chest and arm were incredibly sore, though the shock of that impact had been distributed expertly through Galdaldin's craft. Well, would Ulrich remember the lessons of that fight against the mage? Maintain contact. Do not let them gain space to whomp up something nasty out of sight. Use ectility to destroy their barriers, or continual workings where possible. Drain their resources and steal their initiative while they restore their defences. Most importantly, they aren't dead until you see the corpse. Gotha's training was the difference between living and dying. The precision and mastery of his workings, the tightness of the will and weave of the mana, and the exposure to rapid, continued assaults from afar were critical to his being able to respond effectively. An adept focused on one mana form was incredibly potent with it, but they were also limited by it. Tenderly rolling his shoulder, he winced. Part of his armour compromised, and a thrashed arm were probably a small price to pay to gain the experience of a life-and-death fight with one of Prosper's combat mages. Without being burned nearly to a crisp, that is. Ulrich set to trying to see if he could, perhaps, rebind the broken strap with some of the rope in his pack. He didn't have much, and it wouldn't be anywhere as good as the strap had been, but it might let him wear the pauldrons without compromising himself. It had been surprising how effectively he'd been able to push into opponents, using his shoulder armour to turtle through their strikes and render their weapons ineffective. When he had Christ's level of mastery, he wouldn't need to do such things. He'd be able to, as far as Ulrich could see, walk through the attacks unharmed. Ulrich was tying a square knot to join the two pieces of remaining strap into one, fiddling with the lengths to try to mimic the previous fit, when a hand took his shoulder roughly, approaching footsteps completely soundless. "Gag! Aura!" he yelled, starting, his entire body flushing with instant aggression. The grip pulled him half up from his seat, and he was almost shocked at the easy strength. This assassin was a cut above any of the enemies he'd come across in the last weeks, and he dropped the pauldrons, adrenaline pulsing, core lighting with power. In the grip of his foe, caught unawares and nearly defenceless, Ulrich was drawing his knife and readying a desperate magical onslaught when his cheek was turned by a second hand with incredible tenderness, and he was kissed extremely thoroughly. The smell of a familiar elf woman filling his nostrils, her taste on his tongue a thing of dreams. Taipan, Chapter 162, Reunion in the Highlands. Softness, heat, sweet smell, and sweeter taste assaulted him without pause. The knife he'd drawn to tear out his attacker's innards dropped to the stones below, forgotten, that hand far better occupied pulling his assailant down to grope, squeeze, rub, and generally get handsy with his long-lost wife. Taipan was returned, and how? Breath stolen between bouts of passion took on a slightly frantic tempo. He'd never missed anything like he'd missed this touch. The elf woman, by her determined efforts against his armour's straps, felt the same way. Cracked open like a turtle, the cuirass was pulled away and he took the chance to let the sight of the dusky Persian hide, flashing emerald and bronze-flecked eyes, and black silken hair, cut short, soak into him. And what a sight! Flared hips hidden behind thick pants, made of a sort of fine canvas or tough denim and leather boots that rode all the way to mid-thigh, laced tightly to reveal the lithe form of those legs they covered. A pouch-laden belt held those pants, along with a separate knife belt with its sheath, and a variety of vials, many of which were poisons or antidotes to those poisons. The robust coat extended just past the belt and buttoned to a high neck, guarding the delicate slope of her neck from thorns, branches, or sometimes claws and fangs of the beasts or blades of enemies. Even the thick material of the coat couldn't hide her full chest, or the sculpture of her shoulders and arms, strong despite their efficient breadth. His Irialan wife was a marvel of athleticism. Best of all, her lovely face was canted in that familiar tilt, with a small upturn of her lips that said she was well pleased. Damned right she was. Ulrich only wore his Irialan warrior blacks beneath his armour, the fine, silken threads form-fitting his frame. If Taipan was an Olympic volleyball player, then Ulrich was a gold medalist powerlifter. Broad across the back and sturdy shoulders, combined with his thighs and calves, made clothing something that required specific tailoring for one of his height. Thus paused in their consideration of one another, Ulrich attempted to greet his wife, only to have her toss aside his priceless armour, crafted by her godfather, like trash. And she covered his mouth softly with her hand with a mild shake of her head. "No, Ulrich, do not speak. This is a time for staying silent," his shadow advised, her lilting voice slightly breathless. Smart lass was Taipan. She further demonstrated her wisdom by putting his hands to use, undoing the many small loops that held her coat closed. It was a task he relished. Off came the coat and then the undershirt, drenched by the effort of her travel. He noted then as he drank her in that she was thinner than he'd last seen her, and showed faint signs of hard travel. The cuts from her fight with the Lior assassin had left faint, pale scars tracing her body and face. Those did not diminish her in the slightest with their contrast to the satin skin they crossed. His lady had lost weight, had gone through hard times. Ulrich decided that the rest of Varda was going to God's damned well wait. Just right now, this lad was going to see his lass bedded, wrapped in a blanket, and then fed until she had not the strength nor inclination to move until morning. The faint wrinkle of what happened in the morning twitched, and then disappeared, wadded up and thrown into a lockbox in his brain. Just for safe measure, he wrapped mental chains around it and threw it down a well. Today and tonight, there was only Taipan. Now he had to finish getting out of this damned armour. It was an enthusiastic helper he had in his lovely wife. Wordlessly they did those things that lovers do, including the ones normally reserved for special occasions, or in this case, when they had been too long apart. It wasn't until much later that they said those things that lovers said when they were too long apart. The pair of them currently sat naked under a blanket, ladling stew from a kettle he'd drug into the nook. It was cramped with two bodies, the large travel packs, and the heavy kettle, but neither wanted to separate just yet. not even for a little leg room. Taipan's satisfied exhalation through her nostrils announced the end of her eating. Her bowl filled 3 times and emptied 3 times. "I had almost forgotten how gifted you are with a few spices and a humble pot, Ulrich. From here I will not move for some time, I think," purred the elf contentedly. All according to Keikaku, Ulrich mohahaed to himself evilly. Show her a good time, properly, within her boundaries, and then feed her well, and you were past halfway to captivating a likely lass. Advice from his father, who insisted on starting Ulrich down the path of the house husband early, in spite of a younger Ulrich's rough edges and slight misanthropy. Theirs was a happy marriage, his folks from in the before. Granted, he and Taipan were already joined by the decree of Baldurt that had made Taipan his shadow, more an extension of his person than not, and she herself had later tied him back in return through an old Iriellan wedding rite without asking him. Win some, lose some, break even on the house. Nevertheless, Ulrich liked a good hearty meal with some pizzazz and heat to it, and the Iriellan lady warming his hips suited him in this. Varda had a plethora of herbs, roots and seeds, and other assorted botanical supplements to food. The trick was figuring out which ones would poison you and how to prepare them to neutralize the toxins. He'd learned that some of the better-tasting spices had to be paired specifically to another and served together to completely prevent all the adverse effects. Sort of added a new angle on preparing a meal that if you flubbed your seasoning, you suffered debilitating cramps and heart palpitations. This was the first time he'd been able to relax, completely relax since the Legranel moot. Even getting half wild with Varrock, he'd had to keep half an eye towards anyone trying something stupid, whether they knew who he was or just wanted to stir up trouble with the visitor from afar. Not now, though. Just right now. All was well on Varda. "Until tomorrow," whispered his traitor brain, and he immediately strangled the thought in its infancy. "All's well on Varda," he said, daring his brain to try again and force him to Voltic grip himself in retribution. "That'll teach the son of a bitch," he muttered internally. "Ulrich, I can hear that worm-ridden thing grinding away from next to me. What knots tie you?" Taipan asked him, breaking him from his thoughts. Damn, she really did have a bead on him. Reluctantly, he allowed her to draw him from hiding. "I might have to kill all those Celestine outside tomorrow," he told the elf woman sadly. His shadow knew he wasn't joking and took his hand to give it a squeeze, saying calmly, "They will deserve it then." Surprise lit his features and he stared at the woman. "Really?" he asked, needing to verify his hearing wasn't busted. She began poking him repeatedly in the side, her stiffened finger prodding the space between his ribs until he managed to fish around and pin the offending digit, and her hand to his side. "You overthink every single thing, Glade Chief, even the things that go without saying," Taipan informed him without sarcasm. "I heard you as I approached. You can be quite loud when you are angry. If this place was one of those where Prosper was attempting to create the Bane, and those people were intended as its fuel, then they cannot be allowed to stay here, no matter what." The jabbing finger had stopped attempting to extract itself to prod him, and he released it as she continued her thought. "If you have thought on this fact and decided that the only thing to be done is to slay the broken elves, then that is what must happen. Prosper must not have them," concluded Taipan definitively. A little milder, echoing his own hesitation on the matter but much less than himself, she said simply, "If they cannot even find the will to live for themselves, then their death is already a thing done in truth. It is cowardice that they make another finish it." "Some didn't," Ulrich said woodenly, remembering the cliff. Her hand gently scrubbed through his hair, comforting. "Ah, my dear Valin," she crooned softly. "You tried so hard to save them all, I know, but it was not in your or any power but those who chose these deeds. They carry the weight of the wrongness here." Ulrich found he could only nod. He didn't trust his voice. It was true, but it still hurt. They stayed silent for a time. Eventually his shadow said, without sadness, "I will kill my cousins tomorrow in your place, if they cannot find it in themselves to live, but only if you wish." Immediately Ulrich was denying her without thinking. No, it is my task," he told her, too harshly at first but mellowing immediately. None of it was her fault and she was offering him a kindness, one he couldn't accept. Firmly Ulrich made clear the commitment that made her proud of him. "I have given them my word and I will see it through to the end, whichever end they choose." They remained in sombre silence, with Taipan petting his head gently and holding him to her chest. at least until a wayward nipple slipped too close to his nose and he bit it, drawing a yowl from her, and then they were off to the races again. It had been a long couple of months for both of them, and tomorrow would come no matter how they spent tonight. When the twins rose over those craggy hills and fog-laden highlands, 67 Celestins stood under the red skies of what was once Port Edinshire, ready to travel. 38 of the most broken, cruelest flayed, inside and out, had gone to the cliff in the night and found their peace. Ulrich did not have to wet his knife in an innocent's blood, and he would beg the favour of any god that roamed this land that it would shelter the souls of those brave elves. They had suffered more than any 3 lives put together. In his book, the universe owed them one. He owed them one for not having to bear that weight on himself. It still sucked. Yep, he summarised, looking out over the grey rocks, the mossy greens interspersed, and the 67 elves that had decided that they would try to live. Ulrich, old boy, this is still a turd sandwich. You just didn't need to add the dysentery mustard. Tai-Pan, in her own way, tried to make him feel better by rubbing his bottom. After he had swatted her hand away, with a squinting glare to convey how deeply inappropriate that was, he continued to review the troops. They were battered. Most of them had scars. Some lay upon crude litters, their bones broken. Others had the desire to live but not the strength. So badly had they been beaten, raped, starved, or any combination thereof. Ulrich was not an overly emotional man. Some might even say he was a frigid asshole. He would disagree, offering evidence that he could also be an unrepentant horn dog, a raging homicidal berserker, and occasionally merely an irritable prick. But the scene that greeted him this morning was one to pluck even the heartstrings of the most cynical and jaded of persons. And nobody with a functional conscience could not look out over the hillside and not know courage when they saw it. These folk deserved to be given a chance to live, and he would see they got that chance. No matter how many of Presspang's civil servants or guardsmen he had to tear apart to make that happen, Port Edinshire had very simply done away with the remaining compunctions Ulrich had about his chosen course of action. Was Presspang to blame for the ills facing this continent? Not really, no. They were in fact victims as much as anyone else, however. They were wearing the jerseys of Team Atrocity, and Ulrich was going to take that personally. The bodies lying broken upon the rocks at the bottom of this cliff, the ones floating in the surf of Vartin, drifting in its currents, and the huge pit nearly filled with their predecessors sort of changed the game for him. There was a war, way back when, that his ancestors had fought in, where they had been the ones following orders to participate in horrors against the innocent. Many of those had been, at least in their own eyes, fundamentally decent people who thought that they served their country and society by taking the orders of evil fuckers. Only problem is, taking the orders of evil fuckers, indeed not actively attempting to destroy the evil fuckers, made you one yourself. There are no bystanders. Every choice is one of consequence, even the choice to stand aside. That was the lesson learned by those who came after, once they'd rebuilt their society after the war. Every man or woman bears the burden to do what is right and to resist those who would do what is wrong. Neutrality is a lie. And so, it was with a heavy heart that Ulrich Einar was going to be forced to war with any and every individual he came across that stood in the way between himself and the merchant lords, or who attempted to stop him from sending these poor Celestine home. Everybody was going to be given a choice in the matter: step away from Prosper, shed the chains they had wrapped around your throats, or face the Lord of the Ancient Glade in his wrath. He hadn't signed up for this shit. Dour expression locked in place, he noticed a gentle breeze behind him. It passed across his back plate and the armoured skirt that covered his legs to the side. Then it went under. The searching hand had returned to finagle his rump, and he turned to scold her. "By the dancing twins above woman, can't you see I'm being sad over here?" His mate simply levelled her slightly tilted almond-shaped eyes, glittering in the light at him, and pointed out, "And? You'll be less sad if I play with your bottom?" Turning, she made to raise her coat over her hips, and her knees did something to make her stunning rump roll at him threateningly. "Or perhaps you might play with mine," his Tai-Pan teased. Utterly shameless. Her Boulder-T genes were awakened fully. It would take days before she settled down. They would be good days, but wholly inappropriate for the sight arrayed before him. Even so, he couldn't look at her without being distracted, and she knew it, by her quiet chuckle when he deliberately turned away from her. She was just teasing him to help him keep from stewing over this tragedy. Straightening himself to regain some semblance of dignity, Ulrich addressed the survivors of Port Edinshire. "You're ready to live then?" he called out over the hill, hoping the answer would be yes and that he wasn't going to have to kill anybody. The now clothed, crudely bathed, bandaged, and reasonably fed crowd returned a muted but firm, "We wish to go home," to him. Good enough. He wanted to go home too, but not yet. Not until the doing was done. "Then that's what we shall do. March behind me. Care for yourselves and your kin next to you. I will not go fast, but you may still have to hurry to keep up," Ulrich ordered in Elvish. "And you?" he said towards his imminently unhelpful shadow. "And me?" she replied lightly, her expression one of complete innocence, hiding pure darkness. Ulrich dropped it and the finger he'd been raising. There was little point trying to fight back. He might as well throw rocks at smoke. He'd hit nothing but still be covered by it. Deflated somewhat, he hefted his pack into place and began the slow walk down from the hill that would remain burned into his memories for the rest of his life, along the coast to find boats for the lowlands forest folk limping behind him. He was joined by his shadow, and she strolled easily along beside him, apparently unencumbered by the weight of what had happened here. It wasn't that the huntress did not care, only that she had done what she was able to, and would not fixate on what could not be changed. It was an elf thing. They didn't really live in the past, only the now and the future. Sometimes it made for jarring interactions. Two Irielen might duel each other for an intentional slight, coming at each other with extreme ferocity, and immediately become friendly following the outcome. The matter settled completely in their minds. Done was done with the Isa. Ulrich wished he could play that particular card from their deck all the time, and emulated the mindset whenever he could. The ones that had chosen the cliff were those that were unable to leave behind what had happened to them, had faced an entire future where that hell would follow them in every waking moment. To be an elf, with centuries ahead, and be caught by the past was suffering, a half-life. He did not blame them their decision. Even now the survivors were struggling against their hurts and injuries now, but their thoughts were turned towards a future where they once more lived freely in their forest homes. Joy was ahead of them, even if it was far away. "Have I ever told you that elves are sort of weird?" he asked his wife, as he picked his steps between loose stones and those made slick by the damp misting air of the highlands. She raised a thin eyebrow at him, and her lovely lilting voice was low as she set her trap. "Do tell." "Well, first of all, you all have either the most fatalistic or the least encumbered by the past psychology that I have ever seen. You don't seem to forget anything, but you just keep those memories in a little bin and they stay there, never coming out to bother you," he told her. "And?" she prompted, smooth gait almost seeming to make her hover over the difficult terrain. "And it's damned near unnatural," Ulrich told her seriously, recalling all the ways that his own recollections seemed to find their way to the fore, drifting like bubbles through hot tar before emerging to the surface of his conscious mind. Tilting his chin to examine her marvellous form's motion, and the beauty that still had an almost physical impact on him, he informed his wife in a matter-of-fact tone that, "I can be sitting at dinner and will suddenly relive an excruciatingly awkward conversation with a schoolmate 23 years before, who I have not spoken to, seen or heard from for 2 decades, and still be mortified by it." Sweet bell chimes of laughter carried in the ocean breeze for a moment before she controlled herself. "Ah, Glade Chief, that sounds very much like you, but let me be so bold as to suggest that it is you, Valin, and you more than most by far that are weird for being so unable to control your own minds." His taipan rebutted. It's like the woman had never even heard of an intrusive thought. No wonder she thought he had worms in the head, little burrowers digging up the past to come haunt the present. Here it comes, she's going to say it. "This is why you were worms in the head," she said it. "Unsin!" he retorted in his grandmother's tongue. Perhaps she was correct. He had to leave some room for doubt. But how under the dancing twins do you simply never have stray thoughts creep their way through the cracks? Perhaps there was a fundamental difference in neuronal function. Human brains might as well be a collection of cobwebs being laid by 100 spiders simultaneously, each talking to their immediate neighbours, but no one else. The resulting tangle was comprehensive but, shall we say, not entirely well organised or tidy as it might have been. Those loose ends of electrochemical signalling and evolutionary drive to consider and avoid negative outcomes created the conditions for adverse experiences to somewhat inevitably skip to the fore, over top of, say, remembering Taipan's expression when he went down on her. It was a damned good expression. And what else does my twisty Valin find strange in his Asser friends? Taipan urged, enjoying the game. "The lot of you are too emotionally stable." He told her plainly, his eyes growing distant as he contemplated the Irialan response to death and grief from the attack on their home, and now the Celestan to the brutality inflicted on them. "It's probably related to the first thing, but you elves are relatively robust towards trauma. You feel and emote dynamically, but spring back to stable set points, perhaps different than before the trauma, as a result of internalizing the experiences so completely, but stable. Like a willow tree bending in a high wind just to snap back to upright when it passes." Ulrich punctuated that by waving a hand, as if it were bent over, before returning upright. Thumbing toward the milling elves that were putting themselves together, he said more seriously, "Like these Celestini behind us. I know some of them didn't, but most of them did, and all they needed was a boot in the ass to get them there, one way or the other. It's a kind of emotional durability I don't think many Valen of my old world come close to possessing, though I read some horror stories that suggest otherwise." "I know I don't," Ulrich confided, still coming to realizations about these pointy-eared not-humans. In point of fact, Taipan had been one of those slightly deviant cases. Before she'd put it behind her, she'd allowed a tragedy early in her life to carry forward with her. Not in the form of her vendetta, elves held a grudge like nobody's business, but in her emotional closed-offness and persistent defensiveness. That was not the way of the Isa, to reject the new because of the old, to bias so intensely and hate. Healthy suspicion and skepticism, sure, but not hate, not normally. Part of the hard reset in her attitudes was related to her having let go of some of that prior trauma. In a way, she'd committed suicide, allowing the person of the past to die so that she could grow into the future. Cutting her braid and abandoning her old name were the outward expressions of that internal realignment. He'd heard of similar things in human psychology, but he wasn't sure it was as decisive and hard a transition as what Taipan had showed him. "Perhaps you're right, Ulrich, but is that a bad thing?" she inquired. He looked up from his examination of his path to meet her Viridian stare and immediately denied that. "Hell no, it's just weird, like I said." Ulrich explained, sharing his rumination on Varda being a garden, of sorts. "It makes me think that the Watcher's tending of the people in this world didn't just play a role in optimizing the physical bodies, but also the minds of the creatures of Varda. Makes sense. Polar weasels are kind of like a big version of an extinct mammal called a wolverine from my old world. But even though they both ambushed prey, the polar weasels were way smarter about it, more cunning in their positioning and attack." She came out of left field and hit him with an observation he hadn't made yet. "Have you ever considered, Ulrich," Taipan's melodic voice suggested, "that you are also a product of the Eternal Gaze's workings, and that your own legacy weaknesses are a matter of conditioning? You seem to be robust until you brood. Could it be that the contamination from the experience and memory of your past life, and not a product of whatever in the hells you mean when you say your hardware, is what makes you any different?" He almost stopped walking for his confusion. It was an interesting concept. The more he rolled it around, the more validity it held. Mental patterns are incredibly potent and can generate neural patterns all their own, not the other way round. It was very possible that Ulrich's brain was, by its nature of having been created by the Watcher, along with the rest of him, substantially different in its construction than his old Earth body, with its long-dead planet-tending god creature unable to guide that world. Then his mindscape was more a function of his routines and memories, more flexible than he'd given himself credit. Perhaps that was why he'd found himself changing somewhat rapidly since his reforging. Fascinating conjecture. His lady wife threw another hot take at him, smiling as she did. "Have you perhaps not noticed, oh, Lord of the Ancient Glade, that you are more like the Isa now than when you arrived in our lands? For a man ripped from one life and thrown naked into another, you have demonstrated rather exceptional strength of purpose and a sound heart." Perhaps she was onto something. He did tend to fixate less, did release the past with more ease, came back to level more quickly, in spite of the massively, aggressively bewildering circumstances in which he'd found himself this half-Varden year, and more now, gone. "Which one of your parents did you get that big, luscious brain from, Taipan? Your da or your mum?" he asked her. She ruffled his recently shorn hair playfully and whispered into his ear, "Oh, wouldn't you like to know? But that would be telling. Friggin' Taipan." But she'd helped break him out from the looming depression and the incredible rawness of her cousin's pain, and that was worth something. Worth a lot, really. The lands between Bartala and their next pocket of civilization in Prespang, another city-state called Kistalfa, was almost exclusively that same sort of sparsely treed highlands rises, frequently interrupted by deep fjords, and the lows all inevitably led to vast marshes and peat bogs, which eventually rose slightly to the vast plains of the Legranel. There was good reason why most trade was conducted by boat in Prespang. Ulrich's route had, by some grace of fortune, and probably a fair amount of foresight by Taipan, gone the western end of Prespang where the land tended to become more gently rolling forested foothills, before breaking up into still volcanically active basalt plateaus and deep glacier-carved canyons, referred to as the outer reaches. North of these was the coniferous taiga of the endless pines, also known as the northern wastes. Overland travel through Prespang was rough going, and didn't let up until one reached prairie land staked out by the Orlethrum's plains elves. It was a source of historical tension between the peoples that predated the current troubles. As they were now saddled with a number of near invalids, Ulrich and Taipan kept to the highlands and high ridges, not wanting to subject fresh wounds and weak systems to the damp and insect-ridden marshes. It meant a great deal of sideways progress as they followed the coast, having to go around the steep fjords, and frequently being forced to descend a slope only to immediately climb the next one. Needless to say, the hours of foot travel were not ones which made rapid progress. Even so, slow going was still going. When he and Taipan weren't teasing one another, they were mostly silent, the one basking in the presence of the other. And there was great teasing. Particularly, he had let slip that he'd missed the border town and, in a major snafu well on its way to a fuck-up, gone completely across the huge open plains between Legranel lands and the coast of the Vatten, crossing some 1,000 kilometres of outback Prespang without being able to correct his mistake, spending months in the wild. Taipan chewed that mistake like a dog the finest thigh bone. "Where are we now, Glade Chief? Perhaps you will lead us all the way to the Coven before we reach our goal? She mocked him, the Coven being one of the ways to refer to the cluster of moons that orbited Varda in tandem. He made the Iriel and gesture that implied one was of ignoble birth and riddled with defects towards her, which made her throw a rock at him, bouncing the projectile off of his chest plate harmlessly. Behind them, one of the Celestian men made sound like they were being sick, and another, a woman this time, suggested they all stop and, in her words, let these two shameless, fire-plume wrens fuck each other into silence already and spare us their flirting. Ulrich suspected that one of being a mind reader because that was exactly what he'd intended, only to come a bit later that evening. How did she know? His winsome wife of noble bearing and dignified manner lowered her pants to show them her rump, yelling, "If you sad, rootless cripples had one of these waiting for you, you'd maybe walk a little faster so that I could." It was a sound strategy. She did have a nice rump, among other things. He was just slightly amazed that she would mock recently tortured refugees with it. Taipan was a Taipan, she bit when provoked. The exchange did increase spirits somewhat. The Celestins were starting to come back to themselves as the immediacy of their experience faded away. Simply walking on their own 2 feet towards a destination that led towards home did wonders for their wounded souls. A stand of scraggly, wind-twisted trees marked the place where they would make camp. It wasn't much, but between the trees and the scattered boulders, there would be a break in the sea winds and cover from a gathering of cumulonimbus clouds closing in on them from the Vatten. The twins had just passed mid-sun's fall, and the lengthening days meant several hours of daylight in which to get folk comfortably ensconced. There was light to go on, but the wounded were done, their litters heavy, and their limbs shaking. He called a stop and cast his eyes around for the best place to bed down. A circular formation of boulders around a hollow where a once larger boulder had migrated its way down the hillside made for a welcome easy shelter site. Ulrich only needed to create a set of 4 sky shield diamond shapes fitted to create a peaked ceiling over the formation to complete the improvised shelter. The rain would shed easily off the kaolin barrier, and they would not need to cut boughs or make lean-tos to stay dry. Admiringly, his shadow observed, "You're becoming more proficient with your magics, Glade Chief. Have you been practicing? Do endless mental simulations and repetitive casts for near enough to 2 months, while guiding a pair of jumped-up water buffalo through the savannas count." Evidently it did for something. He actually was getting better with his spells, especially since he'd figured out how to more easily revert his magic to baseline. Doing it Shaw and Gotha's way worked, but his way was, for him specifically, faster. "I have, dearest wife. Thank you for noticing," Ulrich preened. "Is that why you were repairing Uncle Aldin's armour?" she asked innocently. He deflated a bit at that, as he'd taken an unnecessary wound in that encounter. The armour had probably saved his life, or at the very least, prevented a catastrophic injury that almost certainly would have left him without use of his right arm. It was an unforced error. Hedging a bit, he grumbled, "Well, I wouldn't say that precisely. I wasn't really practicing at the time, more like executing. Fighting mages is hard." He complained without irony. "Oh, is it? Tell me more, dearest husband," urged the incisive Amazon sardonically. So, Ulrich told her about it. The whole thing, starting with the bandits, the Marakur, the doings in Bartala Varrock bombing the port, raising the docks along the Vatin, and cleansing Port Edunshire. When he was done, Taipan wore sympathy on her features. It was sort of a hell of a story. Ulrich had to wonder if he drew trouble like a magnet drew iron filings, or, more likely, all these evils would have merely continued on with no one there to bring them to a halt. The reagents for the reaction were there. It merely required the presence of a catalyst to bring them forwards to completion. Ulrich was that catalyst. He brought change wherever he went, and rarely peacefully. It was difficult to rationalize that reality with his ultimate objective of living a peaceful life. "Well, that's my story," Ulrich concluded dryly. "How'd you keep busy, Taipan?" And now his predatory shadow did smile, and it was all the Shadow Panther in her. "Much as I did before ever I met you, Ulrich. I hunted Valin in the forest like rabid heckler monkeys, and wrought terror upon them," she told him, satisfaction dripping from her sultry voice. He should have known. "I should have known," Ulrich admitted before applying a needle. "I'm out here saving elves and freeing beastkin, and you're killing every human you can get your hands on." The tinkling peals of her lovely murderess's giggle rang out. "I had to make up for lost time, Ulrich," his Taipan told him seriously. "I feared that I might have grown dull spending my days in service to you. But I found that the old habits die hard, and it came back to me faster than I'd expected. Prosper's invaders have learned to fear a Taipan's bite." He was pretty sure she was joking. At least a little. Or, no, probably not. At the end of the day, his lovely lass was, in fact, a Taipan. Ulrich had long since accepted that part of her. It was sort of cute in an "I keep horrifically venomous pets in my basement, you want to see?" kind of way. Ulrich dismissed a mental image of her wearing too many bracelets over black clothes with fishnet stocking, and an eyebrow piercing chained to a nose piercing, chained to a nose piercing, with black mascara around her eyes. Goth girl elf was a good look on her. "Down, Simba!" So it was that he was able to tell his shadow without sarcasm, "Well, love, so long as you're having fun, I'm happy for you." Truly, his life was a bear on a unicycle away from a three-ring circus. Watcher, are you not entertained? Chapter 163. Here we go again. The reward for good work is frequently more work. After the circle of boulders was properly sheltered, the Celestin formed groups and made their own campfires, but Ulrich still needed to assist them. All were injured, and many had taxed what little strength they had making the numerous climbs throughout the day. Some were already asleep, having laid down on the dirt as soon as the camp was set. Ulrich couldn't blame any of them, which was why he was manning another set of kettles, preparing food for the ad hoc refugee camp. Playing Iron Chef was fun in its own way, and it would prove beneficial for the lowlands folk to get proper nutrition. There would be another long trek tomorrow. While he gathered water from a bitterly cold but fresh water spring, Taipan vanished. She returned half an hour later with a wild boar that had skin with what looked like green trefoil leaves growing from it. Its hooves were of wood instead of keratin, and the same was true of a gnarly set of tusks. Ulrich was relieved when the tough, bark-like hide peeled away to reveal soft flesh. The Bao boar, cute name he thought, added a solid 60 kilos of meat to their disappearing stores. Feeding a small village of half-starved elves was proving a growing concern, and he was ecstatic that Taipan was there to offer her skills. Meat wasn't the only thing that went into the cookpots, however. Damned near the entire animal ended up there, bones cracked open for their marrow to dissolve, liver, heart, kidneys, brain, even the blood was drained into the pots. Ulrich didn't shy away from such a minor detail. He'd eaten worse while surviving alone on the plateau. In fact, these additional tidbits, combined with some camp bread baked, while the soup came to a rolling boil, made for a fantastically rich broth. Ulrich helped Taipan gather some of the known edibles from this region. This highlands forest wasn't her usual stomping grounds, but she knew enough to find the sure bets. Starchy tubers of a radish-like plant and something very similar to a carrot. These two went into the pot, finely diced. He waited until the hard boil was done to add the seasonings, so that the high heat didn't overly damage the spice's flavours and nutrients. Overcooking was a good way to cut the nutritional content of a meal by some 20 to 30%, perhaps more. Many vitamins were thermal sensitive. It wouldn't really matter here, of course. Every drop of broth was going to be drank. Still, it was the principle of the thing. The twins snuck behind a nearby fjord shortly after supper was consumed, leaving pockets of elves huddling for comfort and a few flickering campfires, though most had burned down to coals. Heat wasn't a huge problem. Spring was on in full and most nights had lost the chill that its early months possessed. Instead of settling in within the rock formation, Ulrich and Taipan retreated a healthy distance away and set up their travelling shelter for some private time. Ulrich put the sarcastic female Celestine's suggestion to put his wife into a sex coma to work. She fought back like a demon, and they declared a truce when it became clear that Pyrrhic victory was the only one to be found. Boneless sleep claimed them several hours after dark. By the time the twins next made their appearance, with the moons falling low on the opposite horizon, Ulrich and Taipan had already stowed the shelter and made themselves ready for travel. Their refugees, many of whom appeared to agree that the best medicine for broken hearts was another's warmth, were still mostly abed. Ulrich wasn't worried about it. Laying in his lover's arms, he had the good news that the strike force that managed to break the blockade was halted, surrounded, and soon to be doomed, and the havens were emptied. It was a heavy sigh of relief from him at that revelation. Even better, the evacuated Essa were now safe upon the plateau of Anchon, which meant that some of the time pressure was off him. The once holy land of the forest folk was now the elves' sanctuary, something that struck him as incredibly appropriate. He'd lain there, just before sleep claimed him, idly wondering if they would march all the way to the glade to find safety. He hoped so. The canopy still housed fearsome monsters, and some of the beasts were finding their way down to the once only scarcely occupied forest floor. Without the forest lord sniffing about at the feet of the giant arbours, those 1 and 2 kilometre high trees, living monuments to the ancients, the forest of the forgotten, would come alive again. It was probably fine, though. The Ariellen were there, and they knew how to survive in the old dark places of the wood. Another piece of news that brought a smile to the beleaguered man was that Lord Savris Morion of the Zealous Elves was declared a traitor to Orlathrem for his crimes of slaving, attempted murder of a friend of the elves, and aiding the enemy in war against his own people. The asshole had been behind the triad sent to murder him and Taipan after all, and had also been the one behind the scenes, running the Trachnir-centred slaving ring that he and his wife had tripped across while moving through the lands of the lowland forest. Baldurt was reportedly burning cold on that matter, as he'd deliberately chosen not to kill both the lord and his lordling when they had offered rudeness at his hall's Festival of the Lost. Ulrich's rightful claim to the glade was challenged by lordling Samsav Morion in a naked gambit to murder him and take the glade, and Taipan, who was Ulrich's technical property, as his own. Baldurt let Ulrich handle it, a show of confidence in him, and which sent a message to the rest that the fledgling lord of the ancient glade was both not to be trifled with and had the respect of the Ariellen, that Samsav was a coddled, mewling putz, who the reforged man, under the insistent urging of the lord instinct whispering sweet, sweet ultra-violence, crushed, did little to undermine the lord of the Deepwoods' position. All told, the defection of Morion had nearly spelled the end of the havens, but Taipan's run, as it was called, saved the day. Which was why his wife was a little slim in the thigh, ribs just a bit too proud, and cheeks ever so slightly withdrawn. She'd made that frankly astonishing trek, not once, but twice. First to take word to save her people's hidden kin, and then, after fighting relentlessly against the invading forces, she'd done it again to rejoin him. But a bit slower, and since she had to stop to track him down while he moved. If that didn't warm the cockles in your jaded, bitter heart, nothing ever would. Since the secondary objective to throttling whoever was behind all this nonsense was to send the Celestine freed slaves home, they needed to get some ships. They would find those ships in Kistalfa, ideally something not too big, a frigate or galleon or even the intermediate-sized vessels like Clan Bitsness's Carrack, the Shorbegon, were too large to operate without a trained crew. Ulrich could hire a crew, it was true, but things may not work out that way. He was a passable sailor. If the first mate knew his business and told him what to do and when to do it, the rest of his refugees, they probably couldn't muster the strength to man the sails or even less to pull oar. Then their best bet would be a small schooner and they'd just be travelling nice and cosy like. Once they secured a ship, Ulrich would set course directly to Prosper. He and Taipan would go forth to enact justice on the merchant lords, the only way you were ever going to find that rare affliction levied on them. The boat and its passengers would sail on up the Zealous towards the lands of the Orlathrem who would see them taken care of. And Varda did just love it when Ulrich Einar sat down and made such pretty plans. From another long detour around a fjord, Taipan had spotted something unusual down the long stony slope. A town built upon the marsh on huge stone pilings. They'd immediately got the lowlands forestkin down, and still, while the two of them scanned the small village for signs of life and anything that struck them as suspicious, there were a couple of things that stood out immediately. The first was, who builds a village in the middle of a huge fucking bog in the first place? The second was, who then also builds a big stone wall around said village in the middle of a huge fucking bog? When he directed a questioning lift of the eyebrow to his wife, she shrugged and mouthed, "Beats me," in Elvish. She enjoyed many of his idioms, legacy of old Earth. He was coming up at a loss. The wall was almost normal, Varda liked her monsters, and he didn't even want to think about what heinous critters called that gigantic bog home. But why a village in the middle of nowhere, with no road or marked path? Unless there was one and he just hadn't seen it, that was also an option. The twins were just past the apex of their paired trajectory. Even with all the boulders, scrub thickets and deep watersheds running through the highlands down to those soggy flats, there was little chance that they'd be able to approach completely undiscovered with this group. That meant the Celestin would have to hunker down and stay quietly out of sight. Ulrich might be able to get close. He was getting pretty damn good at moving rapidly from cover to cover. That too was an unnecessary risk, for with them was Taipan, who was one of the best stalkers of a people who comprised the best stalkers of the Eela. Under the circumstances, he did what any good man does, and sent his wife to do the errands while he took care of the house. When he said that out loud to his wife, he had to fend her off briefly as she tried to jam her thumbs into a very painful place on his elbows, and only subsided when he was bleeding freely from a small bite wound on his hand. Damn it, her teeth were sharp. Satisfied that her husband and Honor understood his place in the world, Taipan stealthed down the challenging, boulder-strewn slope towards the town that should not be where it was. She knew her maps, had studied the positions of her enemies for years. This place wasn't on any of them. As she picked her way, carefully keeping her senses sharpened to catch even the slightest of motions, she started to make out sounds from the mysterious walled village in a place where no one would want to get in. Closer she crept and the sounds resolved. She now understood the walls. They were to keep people in, not out. The village was arranged in a uniform arrangement of 15 longhouses. Perpendicular to those and spaced across a large open square at the centre of the village was smaller bunkhouses. The square was empty. The walls were not. A guard walkway circled the perimeter of the stone-mortared wall, which was all of 7 body lengths high. It was not made by magic. This wall had been built using the stones up the slope and mortared from the clay and sand of this bog. The sounds were shrieks, moans, agony turned loose into the air to poison it with suffering. One of the wails took on a fever pitch, its very note painful to Taipan's senses. She felt, more than saw, the pulse of corruption that accompanied that cry's end. It felt like a dull steel-lined blanket was thrown over the twins for a moment, the skies darkening with a profound evil. Her core rang a discordant note as she watched. The sensation fled, the light returned, and the misery song resumed its chorus down below. But Taipan knew she had just witnessed, first-hand, a soul broken, an elf's core weaponized to destroy itself and all other things like it. In the den of sickness below, the Bane core had just been formed. It would be ready to be refined now, alchemically dissolved to create a fine powder that would destroy any of the Issa if even the smallest mote of it came into contact with them directly. Taipan noted the man who ran joyously from one of the longhouses, his hands covered in blood, holding the fruit of his vile labours, a soul-killed elf's core. She would recall the fervent smile on his face, the sheer satisfaction that he had succeeded in atrocity when she needed reminder of what hate leads to. Hate blinds the eyes and leads the feet astray. Hate is how the hunter loses the way. It was a saying of her mother Vedder directed often towards her wayward daughter. Taipan hadn't understood its meaning for the longest of times. She did now, and what she'd seen unfolding below was the end of that insane path. Hate led a sane creature to embrace carnage like a lover's touch, led men to become worse than any beast, for they came to relish in the pain they caused. The hurting became an end unto itself. It became clear to her now why her honour had held such bitterness in his expression, before she'd put her hand to his shoulder, when first they were reunited. He had witnessed the cruelties being perpetrated, and it had wounded him inside, had left a scar of hate against those that had done this thing. That was a wrong her mate should not hate, should only seek to erase the wrong, not to cause pain. She would be diligent in seeing him instructed properly, and his heart's wound soothed. The twice-born Valin sometimes seemed to drink in Varda's pain, as if that would lessen it for all. She would be diligent, Taipan promised herself. Ulrich waited patiently as his mate came back up the hill. Even knowing exactly what to look for, even watching her every movement as she left his side, it was like watching a mirage that seemed to fade and reappear elsewhere. No one below would have a snowball's chance in hell of spotting her. When she came back to his hiding place and lifted her obscuring hood, Ulrich didn't even need her to say what she'd found. He'd worn a similar expression, he was sure, a mere 4 days past. "They're making the bane down there, aren't they, lass?" he asked anyway softly. Taipan nodded, and he took her into a gentle embrace, holding her tightly against the tide of memory. They both needed a hug at that. Eventually his mate seemed to achieve her usual alert calm, absent the slight quivers of fresh horror. She leaned her forehead against his chest, and he heard her whisper, "It is not making, Ulrich. It is made. I watched a twisted bane core fetched out from one of the torturer's chambers before I returned. I do not know if the rest of the process is completed here, or if they transport the cores somewhere else for completion. Made. Success. A weapon of mass destruction, of targeted genocide. Men made such things in the world of my birth once, Taipan," Ulrich confided in his wife. This was not a thing he had ever spoken of to her, not at any length. He had only told her that his world was crippled by wars on a scale unimagined on Varda. They used them too. The entire world burned for their crimes, her skies and seas and lands scalded by radiation for generations, he went on, tone rigid from controlled anger. Taipan huddled close. "What became of those men? The ones that used the weapons?" came her hushed question. Ulrich patted her head gently. They were all killed, every one of them. Their family lines were sterilized, where they weren't eradicated. I don't say that I condone that part, but it is what happened. I can't tell you their names because we scrubbed them from history. Those men do not exist anymore. Entropy has them now. His wife brushed her hand across his cheek and smiled her predator's smile up at him. "And we are going to bring this entropy as well?" she demanded in the form of a question. "But of course," Ulrich answered instantly. "As soon as the twins have ceased to shed their light on this part of Varda, you and I are going to go down there and kill every single one of them, as quickly and quietly as possible. I will then try to figure out some way to prevent the bane cores, if there is more than one, from being used. Already I have an idea, but it will need some testing to confirm." That last part was true. Ulrich had had a great deal of time to think on his wagon ride through the vast savannas. He had arrived at a somewhat reasonable proposition for how to eliminate the potent magical effects of the bane, without requiring being a genius like Shaw, or having access to the alchemical apparatus she'd used to produce the neutralizing agent. He would use a Deathstone pulse. Chapter 1, 164, Evil Repaid. His arguably most impressive achievement to date was the synthesis of an almost pure crystal of solid unaspected mana, a white magic crystal that was resonant to any mana form. Unlike other species of gemstone that carried certain affinities for only a single mana form, such as ruby for Incendaire, sapphire for Aquae, emeralds for German, or onyx for Iskios, to name a few, Ulrich had managed to create what was known as a philosopher's stone. Once created, the stable white magic gem would utilize and then amplify any mana sent into it, boosting the output of the mage significantly. There was one small problem with Ulrich's achievement. His wonderful little Arcanite diamonds did not leak mana. Traces of imperfect casting built up inside them, and eventually they would reach a supercritical point at which the philosopher's stone would, spontaneously, transmute into a sinister black crystal that consumed magic with incredible violence, create a large Arcanite diamond, saturate it with mana, and it would convert itself into a sort of anti-magic crystal that for some reason was inherently unstable. Perhaps because Varda itself was saturated with magic, a thought to follow up on later. Anyway, the anti-magic crystal. The Death Stone always exploded, and when it did, it released an incredibly potent blast of anti-magic. The pulse tore apart active mage workings, disrupted core manipulation, and diminished or neutralized entirely the mana within nearby objects, rendering them magically inert for a time. Ulrich was pretty sure a large Deathstone pulse would eradicate or disrupt the Bane Core's unique mana signature, possibly destroying it altogether. That should render the corrupt core harmless, should being the operative word. It had to be tested to be sure. If it worked on the core that would produce the final product, it would also work on that product as well. The mana signature to corrupt Acer mana and flesh was a profoundly specific one, and some part of him insisted unnatural. Those reservations didn't matter. Best to focus on the problem at hand, which was another town full of psychopaths breathing his air, and their victims. Gods, another group of elves to take care of. Can't be helped. You must do what you can do while moving forwards. Ulrich mumbled to himself. Are you chewing on yourself again? Checked his shadow. Ulrich rubbed his hands over his face before admitting, a little, but no more. What are your thoughts on how to handle this? Taipan regarded the walled facility far down below with no little contempt for a long minute while she turned it over for herself. Eventually she seemed ready to give him her assessment. Kill them all? She asked sarcastically. Sighing, Ulrich flicked her forehead, drawing a slight yelp from the troublesome elf. Be more specific, lass. I know we kill them all. We already agreed that we kill them all. What I'm asking is how we do that, and prevent them from turning on the captives, as happened while I was hunting down the last survivors of Port Edinshire, after I'd finished the Overseer mage and broken the collar's hold, Ulrich specified. Rubbing her forehead, she glared at him a moment before she answered succinctly. We prioritize stealth and silence. I will take the guards from their posts, almost certainly without raising alarm. I could open the gate for you to enter. The wall is too high to jump, but you should easily climb it. Once inside, we split up to maximize speed. His partner raised the point that had occurred to Ulrich already, ever since she'd reported what they were dealing with. There will likely be another of Prosper's combat mages in command, she informed him without outward concern. Ulrich mulled it over for just a few seconds before he told her, Then that one is yours. You should be able to find him easily enough. They like to wear these big black pedophile coats. End them before they know anything is amiss and we'll have an easy enough time of things. I'll focus on cutting through the mooks. Sissing Taipan on the mage was the most likely way to keep him from causing trouble. And no playing with your food, he told her, which earned him a scowl. Says the one who's repairing my godfather's armour because he let his prey bite back, she returned. Touché! She got him there. Yeah, well, I'm still learning, he defended himself. You're an ancient murderer steeped in the ways of hunting men like beasts. She snorted before responding teasingly. Who are you calling ancient? Look at mine features, so youthful, my skin satin smooth, and my breasts that do not know the touch of Varda's pull to its floor. You wrinkle as a dried apple before my eyes, Glade Chief. Brightest stars burn quickest, Taipan. My glory brightens all the world more greatly for its short duration. I cannot help it that you smoulder so fitfully for the long centuries, he returned. Ass, she retorted. Strumpet. He countered. Not if you go on like that, I won't be. She threatened. Damn, she had him there. He greatly enjoyed her lascivious tendencies when she had the mood to share them. Fine, so I enjoy your harlot ways, conceded Ulrich before addressing the technicalities. Then I amend my insult with the consideration that it is permissible and encouraged, but only in circumstances when I am directly involved and move to refer to you, formally, as a situational Jezebel, he lawyered. She giggled then, as she always did when he turned their snipping into contract law. Acceptable, my Yaltin Valin, she chimed. Yaltin, the elvish word for salty. It was one of her favourite bits of idiom from his old earth. Her smile faded then, and Ulrich knew she was thinking again about the sight down there and what was happening within. It was bad in there, wasn't it? He prompted. Sometimes talking about it made it slightly better. Very slightly. She signed, very, without speaking. Fair enough, he wouldn't push her. After a minute of picking at the sparse grass beneath his feet absently, he told his shadow slowly, We'll take them tonight and set the Orlethrum free. Hopefully the ones we've already liberated can help take care of them. I begin to worry about supplies, Ulrich confided. His wife showed the wisdom of her years. Worry about tomorrow when it has come. For now, think only on what we may do for those under your wings. Sound advice. They were silent a few more minutes, each leaving the other to their thoughts. They both began at the same time and paused before he waved her on, deferring. Did you really destroy the ports of Ignos, Faraway Ruis and Trondur with a single spell? His shadow inquired, slightly sceptical. Ulrich gave her the Irielen hand sign, 2 fingers tapping each eye before squeezing a fist for, "It is so," in a very strongly affirmative. In spoken words, the gesture meant literally, "On my eyes and heart." She tossed her silken mane of short hair before regarding him with those intense metallic bronze-flecked green eyes. "You have come far, Glade Chief. Farther than I would have thought possible in such short span. It seems Lamitseit's instincts about you were right. You are slipping whatever bonds held back your strength. I wonder if Gotha Seneret knew entirely what he was unleashing when he taught you to wield your power as a weapon." His shadow mused. Ulrich shrugged. Power was a tool, so were weapons. So long as you respected them, there was nothing to be afraid of, unless you didn't know the full extent of those weapons. Magic was a strange thing. Unintended consequences dogged its use. All things are connected. To touch the web in one place had effects elsewhere. He was only just now starting to appreciate that fact. Seraun, the great prime elemental, would be proud that he was learning this lesson. There is in you, I think, an impulse to destroy that is nothing to do with the Lord Instinct. Taipan continued, and his eyes widened a bit at her assessment, but he didn't interrupt her as she spoke. He couldn't, really. She wasn't wrong. All it took was losing one old beastkin friend he'd had for one day, and he spent half a week making high, explosive-shaped charges to destroy a couple of city blocks worth of infrastructure and butchered a baron and his guards. Nobody was that easy to tip over the edge. It had to be there to start with, to some extent. Just buried, nice and deep-like. This is good. Ones like you are not allowed to be weak. I will stay by your side and guide you, Ulrich, so what I want for you to do is to stop holding back. Measure your blows, as Idras taught you. Use your strength as you would in the dance, but use it fully, without restraint. Your enemies must know fear when they move against you. They must know that they play games against a dragon. The huntress told him grimly. Oh, that wasn't where he thought she was going with that. He'd been sure she was going to warn him about excess, not tell him to just push the throttle forward and forget about the brakes. Curious, he couldn't help but wonder aloud at her. "You're not afraid that I will become something monstrous?" Taipan grinned towards him and checked him with the observation. "Whose daughter do you think I am, Ulrich?" Right. Taipan was the daughter of Iriel's blood moon. Baldat Iriel, when his son was murdered by Prosper's agents, went out and levelled the city, killed every living person in the place. That same jesting, prodding, teasing elf was an implacable force of nature when roused to it. He supposed that he was being too black and white in his mindset. Sometimes decent people had to do awful things. The alternative was to do nothing. Ulrich knew what came of doing nothing. History was rife with examples of what allowing those who should be stopped to continue would bring. "If you try to do something beyond the pale, I will stop you, Glade Chief. That is my duty as your shadow and your wife. But I do not think you will. You have an impulse to destroy, but it always seems to be aimed towards something that needed to be destroyed in the first place," his partner declared with confidence. That was nice, that kind of trust. It helped, given that he wasn't always sure if he was exactly trustworthy. Oh, he tried, certainly, but he had to try, and that was the part that concerned him. "Don't overthink it, Einar," he warned himself. "Taipan's a good judge. If she thinks you've got it under control, then have a little faith." He ruffled her hair, ignoring her indignant squawk and batting hands, saying, "My gratitude, Taipan. I'll leave my back to you then, and concentrate on everything in the front." Self-imposed burdens are the hard ones. They weigh down on you, but in a way that makes them hard to see yourself. Eventually you forget they're there and start adding new ones. Then, one day, you wake up and find the pressure is crushing you. Glad indeed he had someone to point out when he was doing it to himself. He would do the same for her. They could make life lighter for each other, in spite of all its challenges. Was this what he had been missing all those years in the before? Probably a big part of it. But then, it was unlikely that anyone in that world would have been willing to accept the latent, for lack of a better word, predator in him. All that time he just thought he was sick in the head. Which, of course, he was. Just not in the way that he'd suspected. A warrior born in times of peace was doomed to find dissatisfaction. They subsided then and awaited the fall of night, so that they could descend on Prosper's suffering factory like the old Christ cult's angel of death, Uriel. Nobody had ever thought to tell these sinners about the lamb's blood on the doorway. The time arrived. Down from their hiding place they went, Taipan leading, Ulrich behind. Moonlight from the largest of the moons being full, and the other two at a waxing gibbous bathed the hillside in ghostly light. Ulrich stepped carefully along his shadow's trail, balancing on his toes and feeling the terrain beneath his boots, before resting his weight to avoid moving loose till or slipping on a smooth piece of granite substrate. Slowly, methodically, he made his way, avoiding mistakes in the silver light. Through it all, his heart beat in his ears, and he felt like a drawn bowstring. A mistake would set the entire encampment to alert, and there was no telling what would happen to the prisoners inside. Not to mention, if they roused the mage inside, they would be subjected to their powers, which were unknown. As he came closer, he began to hear, once again, the sorrow song of tortured victims. It was no less heart-rending now than it had been before, and a small bit of him was gladdened that he had not inured himself to the suffering. It would cost him a good bit of his remaining humanity to not feel anything in the presence of this. This time, however, he had a secret weapon, Taipan. Quick and quiet as her namesake, she slipped up and over the wall. A moment later, the figure of one of the watchmen, faces indistinguishable in the dark, jerked and stilled. He couldn't decipher the form of the elf that had to have been responsible from the shifting torchlights on the tower's frontage. A handful of breaths later, another of the vigilant forms became still, and on until the entire perimeter lay exposed. Taipan had cleared 12 sentries inside of 3 minutes, circling the entire town. She must have been sprinting to do it, but made not a single whisper of sound. Watcher's tits. That lady is spooky sometimes, Ulrich remarked to himself as he came to the base of the wall. Carefully he found handholds, more like fingerholds really, and pulled himself up the mortared stone. Slowly, very slowly, so as not to accidentally click some piece of bone armour against the wall, Ulrich climbed. It took a couple of minutes, all the while being inundated with the cries of the prisoners. Night was no repast from their punishment, and it spurred him on. At last he made the top of the wall and pulled himself over, dropping down to the damp ground below. Or so he'd been expecting. Instead, he felt the distinctly elastic hardness of wood beneath his feet when he alighted. God's blood, this place was built to float on top of the marsh, not merely to rest on stone piles. What did that say of the soundness of the soil that it could not be built upon without relying on buoyant force? Drawing a slow, steady breath in through his nose, the rich, dank smell of the swamp around assailed him, along with the distinct metallic bitterness of blood. Lots of blood. That's why you're here, Ulrich. Now get your ass in there and put a stop to it. Chronoperception. Instantly he surveyed the interior of the longhouse, and regretted it immediately. Exactly as bad as Port Edenshire. Zeftocht came free of its sheath, and Ulrich went to the door. He'd thought carefully on his previous experience. No professional infiltrator was he. He'd relied on Zeftocht's incredible sharpness to cut open the door. It did it well, but a man still needed a good full swing to make it work, and there was still some slight sound, even for so clean a cut as his blade could make. He had a better plan, and it came from inspiration from something he'd done long, long ago while bringing Bright Eyes home. He'd chopped up some incredibly tough firewood by using absolute zero to make workable rounds. He could create far, far more fine workings now. A thin disk of zero temperature would cause that lock and latch to come apart at a molecular level. He would be able to simply pull the door open. First, though, a gentle tug to test if it was locked in the first place. The door gave to his slight pull. Unlocked. Unlatched. The utter arrogance of these people. They'd spoiled themselves on slaves unable to resist them in any way. A mistake. Varda punishes mistakes. Ulrich pulled the door open and slipped inside, pulling it closed behind him silently. Each of the torturers was having his or her, Ulrich noted, way with a prisoner, completely unaware. 3 lamps hung from a central support beam to light the interior poorly. The matte finish on his armour rendered him nearly invisible from inside the shadow of the entryway. He knew how he was going to handle this. Fast. Surge. Tyrone condensed into his flesh, and he became more than simply human, lightning magic heightening his muscles' speed, nerve precision and reaction time. Around the corner he went, graceful death. One stroke to decapitate, another 3 muffled steps and a thrust through heart avoiding the victim being abused, 5 steps and a downward slice to open a throat to the vertebrae, another step and he lunged to sweep the vorpal blade through the skulls of 2 attacking a single woman, and onto the last at the end of the hall, his sword's point stuffed into the back of the head to avoid the prisoners on either side, hanging from chained manacles attached to the ceiling rafters. Done. He let the enhanced physicality fade and surveyed his work. 6 men and women who had long since abandoned humanity to become Prosper's tools of murder. Elves looked at him, and, to their credit, not a one had raised a single sound. He didn't even have to raise a finger to his lips. Whether they knew their liberation was at hand, or they had simply stopped caring about anything that happened, he didn't know. Soon enough, they would know that their ordeal was at its end. He exited the long house and went into the next, stepping past the unlocked door. There were only 3 in this one, and he made his way through them without surge. Only a single one managed to raise a sound, a gurgle as his lungs filled with blood, the major arteries in his chest severed by Zeftocht's hidden reverse edge. And on to the next. This one would be harder. Inside he felt 8 forms moving freely without collars. By the sensation of chronoperception, this lot had gotten creative. They were forcing some of the prisoners to torture their fellows and watching. That meant they would be more likely to spot him, even if he was moving with enhanced speed. He needed to take them all more or less at the same time. He considered it for a moment before deciding that this was what his wind blade was designed for. Ulrich reverted a portion of his lightning magic back towards unaspected mana, and then tuned Calum. 8, almost transparent crescents of cyan, hardened air, hovered above his head. Ulrich readied threads of wind magic, the vacuum channels that would guide the knives of wind magic along their flights, and pushed the door open. Windblade. In a fraction of a second, he attached the guide wires to their targets and launched the attack. 8 crescents whistled through the long house around the victims being forced to victimize their kin, and hit their targets within a half a second of each other. Varda got better by another 8 disgusting souls leaving her. Magic was cheating. He'd long since embraced that fundamental unfairness. Each of these slaughtered men and women had cause, could utilize their Akashic connections to manifest abilities beyond the normal, but only if they had the chance to do so. Well, if they weren't expending their attention on these grotesque burlesque shows, they'd have a little left for their own survival. Not his fault if they were incompetent, in addition to evil. From the opposite side of the village, a metallic screech rose up and a desperate cry. A red-orange glow flared, casting that area in a flickering panoply, like a bonfire had been lit. The voice was male and not at all happy. In fact, if Ulrich wasn't mistaken, they sounded pants-shitting terrified. More metallic clangs, more flashes of light, and a splash of fire bathed the side of one of the long houses, smouldering against the damp night air as it dissipated. A flicker betrayed his mate, who was blinking backwards before flashing an arrow to her bow. The 30-centimetre long blade that consisted of the arrowhead, more aptly a small spearhead, disappeared when she loosed. The rippling shadow that had coated along with the dense blue infusion of mana in its shaft told Ulrich that his taipan was using more weapons than just her bow. That black film that flickered like fire across the arrowhead was her twilight flame, corroding mana and flesh, almost like a piranha solution. The blue glow was her infused arrow, which magnified the piercing capability of the projectile. Flame billowed upwards, intercepting the arrow's trajectory, or at least he supposed that had been the idea. Ulrich heard the soft chuck of flesh being struck by the arrow, and a keening yell rose up. Taipan's form vanished in burst of shadow. A moment later there were several more similar sounds, and the yell cut off, choking before silencing abruptly. Ulrich had a feeling the mage, which is likely what was causing the fire, was now inert. He was unable to pay the goings on more attention because the door he was standing beside opened, and a man with a crossbow came out of the entrance. Ulrich palmed the side of his head and loosed a fine flow of Siron. Voltaic riot. The violet arc ripped a sizable hole through the temple beneath his palm, and out the other side, and the corpse dropped. The grey matter in its skull flash boiled. A figure pushed past the falling body, and Ulrich took in the form of a woman with a battle-axe, her muscles corded along arms and shoulders. She reacted quickly enough to Ulrich's sweep of Zeftocht, catching the blade with the flat of the axe head. Sparks rained down as Ulrich sheared off half the metal blade, her parry having cost her most of her weapon's lethality, and he stepped into a kick with all his strength behind it that caught her just beneath her sternum, blasting breath out of her and launching her back through the door into a man coming out. Both of them went down, and Ulrich ran his sword through the woman's chest and through the man beneath her, impaling both. He ripped the blade free and drove it again to be sure. Creatures were tougher here than on old Earth, and he wanted to be sure. More of Prosper's thugs came out from the longhouses into the night. They died within seconds, mostly. Taipan was on a nearby roof, shooting down into them from behind as they exited. Ulrich was sweeping through the ones that got to cover, using his sword mostly, and some tactical applications of surge to finish them before they could put up any organised resistance. Within 7 minutes of Ulrich's feet hitting the floorboards, all the guards were dead. Ulrich climbed the wall, leaving Taipan to begin rounding up the survivors, and went to retrieve the Celestine still hiding on the hillside. It took him almost 15 minutes to get back up the hill and to bring the elves down, by which time the square of the village was full of elves, these of no particular clan but an assortment of all of them, with the exception of there being only a bare 3 Irialan. Into the open gate they walked, and Ulrich was heartened to see the former Celestine slaves go to their cousins immediately and begin consoling and aiding them. It was the same story as Porta Dunsha. All of the captured Isa were injured. Most would carry scars the rest of their lives, and some would not be able to survive the toll of what had been done to them. Ulrich took his Taipan's hand and squeezed it as they watched the Orlethrem come together to comfort and treat one another. She returned his squeeze with her own, and they stayed out of the way as the food stores were broken into and an impromptu meal assembled for the wretches clinging bravely to life through unspeakable horror. Their role was to keep watch and make sure nothing else came to add to the suffering. In total, when the twins rose once more over this corner of Varda, there were 148 Orlethrem freed from their captivity. 27 had left in the night to find their ending. More lives added to Prosper's tab. From up close, Ulrich could see that a road of sorts had been made through the swamps and bogs around them, using the stone pylon and wood decking style of the Bane town, floating it above the surface of the soft, eternally soggy ground. It was a huge investment, that road. It also meant that this location, unlike the one in Port Edenshire, was not new. Where Port Edenshire was once a rocky hamlet of little matter, only really important for being a place to signal ships that they were on course towards Prosper, and retrofitted for the purpose of turning people into an arcane weapon, this place had been built long ago and kept hidden by being off any map. Only that one small road, through an almost impassable swamp, was a clue of its location. Probably the hilltop village's refurbishment was done, in part, to allow greater ease of delivering elf slaves to the place, along with supplies. And what supplies? Where the tiny cliffside horror show was merely adequately stocked, able to receive regular shipments by boat, the nameless fort was lavish. Grains, dried meats, dried fruits, processed flour, sugar, salt, and more were in the storehouses along the backside of the place, adjacent to the gate that led down the floating road. Every man, woman, and yes, sadly child of the Orlethrem, freed slaves carried whatever they could. 3 more days where they stalled in caring for the wounds that could be treated, and giving Taipan's cousins time to begin healing the other wounds, before they travelled. Ulrich spent most of that time worrying and packing the 6 wagons that had been left behind. Not enough wagons to actually transport all the wounded and crippled, so, not being a Wainwright, he settled for making sleds. These were piled high and rope harnesses tied so that teams of a score of elves could pull each sled easily, even in their weakened condition. It was necessary, else many would starve by the time that they arrived at Kistalfa. Judging by the distance, they were able to travel with a smaller group, which would be lessened by this increase in number, as the horror town had contained many who had been captive longer. Taipan reckoned that they had at least a week of coastal travel to reach the city-state that would provide them with boats. Hopefully. Before they left, there was just one more thing that Ulrich needed to tend to: the Bane Corps. All of the refugees were evacuated and moved a not-so-small distance uphill. Uphill was also upwind. With the coastal air masses pushing northeast to southwest along the Vatin, they should be safe in case his experiment generated magical fallout. Now to get to it. The concept was relatively simple. Ulrich was just going to make a big arcanite diamond, one the size of a basketball. Then he was going to hit it with lighting until the crystalline matrix saturated with Siron. When that happened, it should catalyze the Deathstone transformation and destroy itself, emitting its anti-magic burst. That burst would tear apart whatever sensitive magical arrangements it touched, and that ought to include the Bane core. Simplicity itself. Also hilariously dangerous, and Ulrich didn't think anything with a core would survive being in close proximity to the detonation. Which was why he was going to be way, way far away when he did it. All of the Orlethrum on the hill and Taipan with them were watching as Ulrich searched the town for the remnants of a ruined Issa soul. He found it, inside a building that looked like some sort of command post. There were correspondences inside, and he cursed again his inability to read. It wasn't worth the risk to take anything out of this place, not and maybe contaminate one of the elves with the Bane core. It was a wild thing now, in its unprocessed form, and would lash out randomly at anything that mirrored itself. Ulrich, as a Valin, was completely safe. So when he opened a locked chest and found 3 of the cores, he was glad no one was around to see him vomit. Fuck. 3. How many lives? Doesn't matter, Einar. Done is done. Destroy this fucking place and let's get the hell out of here. Steadily, Ulrich set about concentrating on building the crystal lattice for his Arcanite diamond. Slowly he envisioned the matrix linking to new layers, the repeating system of units locking into place. The task was demanding mentally. This kind of finesse required total focus and absolute precision. As he had demonstrated earlier, a flaw in the process made the result unstable. He wouldn't necessarily mind that, since it meant he didn't have to convert the crystal himself and tap his own strength any more than was required to make the thing. Problem was, if it wasn't perfect, it would probably go critical while he stood next to it. Therefore Ulrich took his time and built the solid white magic diamond correctly. Eventually the process of adding units and layers of lattice became sort of zen. His mind emptied of everything except this one single task, over and over and over, and finally. He looked down at the radiant white orb with facets shimmering. No flares of prismatic fire, no odd pulses of magic, nothing. It was a marvel of magic coupled to science. This gem should remain stable, functionally, indefinitely, until enough mana passed through it to saturate it, which by his estimates of the ambient mana density would take a couple of million years. Now it was time to turn this wonderful piece of Philosopher's Stone into a mana-rending bomb. Ulrich reached out through his core, taking hold of the electromagnetic force and building a negative charge on the Arcanite diamond, forcing the 2 halves of Siron into separation, and thus a motive force arose to try to restore balance. Ulrich was holding that motive force still with his will, maintaining the isolation. He was holding a throwing knife from his leg bandolier, a sacrifice to the cause, as he wasn't going to be coming back for this and didn't want to be anywhere nearby and driving the electrons off of it to feed to the white gem, and thus was the link made between them. Now, wherever the knife went, the mana on the diamond would seek it out, and vice versa. Carefully Ulrich established a loop and let Siron run it, chasing its own tail to find completion. A violet arc coalesced between the alabaster sphere which he had placed into the chest, containing the cores and the knife, which he drove into the wall. With an effort, Ulrich amplified the cycle and poured more mana into the loop working, causing the arc to thicken and its buzzing to intensify. Then he ran. Hard. Out from the walls of Horrorville, Ulrich Einar beat feet up the slope, maintaining his concentration on the Siron feed. It wasn't as hard as he'd thought it would be, keeping his hold on a spell so far from himself. In a way that made sense. The electromagnetic force was infinite, expansive. His core, refashioned to collect and wield that force with particular ease, was more or less made to do this. Ulrich realized then, as he climbed the hill as fast as his legs could carry him, that there were implications for doing more with Siron than he had done so far. There was very little reason why he could not simply reach out into the clouds and tap the electrical potential held between them, or between the clouds and the ground. The trouble with these Philosopher's Stones is that nobody knew how long they lasted precisely. They were so rare that nobody had done the destructive testing required to engineer such a spell. Mostly, the things ended up used as a spell anchor for something very minimalistic, but that required a stable catalyst. You couldn't have them just exploding all willy-nilly. So it was that Ulrich wasn't sure how much time he had to whoomp. A black hole pulled the magic from his core in an instant, triggering mana exhaustion. He felt pressure inside as the wave passed over and through him, and then fantastically tired, like he'd donated blood and gone running. The wavefront hit the gathered Orlithrum and most of them fell down, instantly drained as well. Staggering forwards, Ulrich was then hit by the physical shockwave, which sent him ass over elbow up the hill a good 6 meters. What few elves had remained standing were similarly knocked flat, even though they weren't tossed like leaves in the wind as he was. Lying there, bruised from being thrown against several large rocks, he recovered the breath that had been knocked out of him and turned grey eyes on the origin of the blast. Horrorville is fucking gone, man, he thought. No smoke, no fire, no debris or chunks of wood, nothing. Just a great big godsdamned hole with its geometric centre where that chest had been sitting. Water was pouring from the surrounding swamp, slowly filling it. Even as it did, though, weird shit like pale ghost lights rose up from the edges of the hole. A few times, jagged sparks of almost shimmering black lightning jumped out at random. Anything that lightning hit burst into the negative image of flame, and that included rocks, water, dust, and the air itself. Those more obvious ripples of badness faded over the next minute or so. Yikes. Ulrich put making another one of those on his never-again list. Holy fuck. At least the Bane cores were gone, deleted from reality along with the place of their making. Getting up was a multi-step process. The depletion effect was insane, it reached into your whole body. He was completely mundane for the first time since his reforging. That wouldn't last, of course. His core was already beginning to pull latent mana and refine it into lightning. But it would take time and leave him weak while it did. Same for everybody else gathered above. Taipan was glaring at him. What? He'd told her it was just a hypothesis. Chapter 1, 165, Law of Unintended Consequences. Thanks to Ulrich inflicting the entire hillside with mana exhaustion, nobody was going anywhere soon. Varda's wilds were dangerous enough without good walls to keep out the nasties, escorting the refugees, most of them wounded if not actively bleeding, unready to repel attacks with their core's resources was folly. I said it was going to need some testing to confirm if it would work, Ulrich said for the third time that day. Replied his shadow. She wasn't taking the Deathstone explosion very well, and he wasn't sure why. In a way, this was an opportunity. The elves had this idiosyncrasy about their cores, in that they were far, far more efficient at replenishing themselves, but only when they were within a region in which they had synchronized themselves to the local mana flows and natural currents of mana in the environment. It required a period of meditation and contemplation to feel and harmonize with the dragon pulse of the planet. Taipan had been moving too quickly to be able to do such a thing, and the Orlithrum had been too busy being tortured to reflect on much at all that wasn't a way to somehow commit suicide. Now the elves all had the chance, and it would serve them well. The scowl levelled his way when he reasoned this way towards the tall huntress was just more evidence that she wasn't ready to be rational, even when she immediately sat down to attune her core's energies to the local Vardan currents of coastal Prespang. For Ulrich's part, confusion was just something he was going to have to live with. Elves. Women elves. Some combination of those was responsible for this situation. He was sure of it. Gah! Whatever. She'd figure it out, he decided. Maybe she'd even let him know someday. Ulrich huddled over a fire and relaxed, his armour laying by his feet. He was glad to be out of it. Not because it was uncomfortable. Gald Alden's work made the stuff feel like a second skin, but because it was growing warm and Ulrich hated being hot. Even with the mild sea breeze, he found himself sweating under the noonday heat of the dancing stars above. Unless he was badly mistaken, this was the perfect opportunity for a siesta. Most of the Orlithrum were meditating or just sacked out. Enough were milling around that it should be safe to sleep away the more acute effects of mana exhaustion, namely the eye-watering headache. He lay on his back using his pack for a pillow and watched the low flame that had cooked lunch burn down to coals. He was asleep not long after. When he woke to a booted foot prodded his ribs to wake him, he was feeling much better. The sight that greeted him was the frown of his wife, and he wondered if this was how Baldurt got to start most of his days. No wonder the elf liked fucking with people. He had to take it out on somebody. It was an ungenerous thought, but he could not unthink it. Taipan, if you don't stop frowning, your face is going to stick that way, Ulrich advised, as he sat up and took in the boulder-strewn hillside with its impromptu refugee camp. His sylvan wife crouched down in a squat that looked as stable and easy as sitting in a chair. She levelled those piercing, beautiful green eyes at him and said, "You are worms in the head." It was not the first, nor perhaps even the 100th time she had accused him of such. She sounded serious this time, though. "I am serious this time," Taipan told him resolutely. Before he could say anything, his shadow began to pace, that half stalking back and forth, graceful strides taking here, then yon, then back again to a beat only she knew. Her pace was not normally a good thing, as it meant her agitation required physical outlet. He wondered what brought this on. Surely not the test run for his sundering, which was how he'd come to think of the Deathstone bombs set up from earlier. Well, time to stay quiet. Anything he said could and would be used against him. With her doing all that back and forth, there was no way she'd outlast him. After a minute of aggressive waiting, she came to rest and attempted to bait him, saying, "Well, are you not going to ask why?" "Nope, I'm sure you have your reasons, and I trust you," Ulrich said, artfully disarming that particular trap with honesty. Her mouth worked soundlessly for a moment as she attempted to incorporate that statement into her reality and failed for a moment. Eventually he saw her repeat his statement to herself silently, as if to taste the words for poison. A toss of her hair saw her on the offensive again. "Ulrich, this is not a matter for your endless joking. Something is wrong with you," Taipan declared. "I mean," he thought to himself, "where to start?" "Lass, you're clearly angling in a certain direction. You'll save us both a lot of time if you just say what you're thinking," he told her earnestly. Normally she wouldn't be beating around the bush. He wasn't sure what was different this time around, but he was confident she'd get there soon. He received a flat look, as if he'd been attempting to trick her somehow. Ah! The hands went on the wide hips, a sure sign that he was in trouble, if only he knew why. "Now I am concerned, Glade Chief," the elven paragon of her clan told him in a suspicious whisper. "You are making this too easy. You're up to something, and I will find out what it is." Thus accused, Ulrich wasn't entirely sure what was going on here, but he was now certain it would be amusing. He raised his hands with his wrists crossed, as if beckoning for the rope. "Mea culpa, noble wife, you've caught me," he said without inflection. "Now, I'm pretty sure there are some chains somewhere around here. Maybe when I've been properly arrested, you'll decide to tell me what is going on between those luscious ears." Her blush and the quick look around to see if anyone had overheard were worth the slap of his offered hands and her hurried hushing, hand clamped over his mouth aggressively. "Hush, you shameless! It is bad enough you keep staring at my breasts where all can see. We are not even in the baths." "They properly heard everything last night," he mumbled through her hand. Her aforementioned lovely ears twitched, and she probably considered stabbing him just a little, as she glared into his eyes while her own narrowed dangerously. Her hand came away from his mouth and took him by the hair firmly. He briefly considered kicking her legs out from under her, but decided that he was enjoying the game too much in its current phase. "Ulrich Einar, you will stop playing games with me right this second," he was ordered. "I'm sorry, Taipan, please go on. I submit to your judgment." He surrendered without effort. Late afternoon light cast long shadows on the hillside. The combined shade thrown from the pair of them made for an interesting shape on the moss-covered stones. When Ulrich noticed two Orlethrum holding conversation, Pointed looked directed their way, and Wind Carried voiced that sounded suggestively like they were taking odds of some sort. He was certain about his course. All of this was going in the Reforged man's toolkit for wrangling deadly snakes. Normally he would have been offering resistance, denials, defences, reasoned arguments, all of which would have only served to give his strikingly beautiful mate something against which she might push back against. His passivity now was turning her attempts to provoke a fight into a display remarkably like someone trying to combat water, and every bit as amusing to watch. Against Taipan right now, he might as well have been Idris in a sword fight, simply never being where a sword's blow was going to be. The major source of his enjoyment of this byplay was how little he was involved in it. Honestly, his lovely lass was doing all the work here. The elf huntress, mistress of her environment and deadly fierce, regarded him carefully, still hanging onto his hair like he might make a break for it at any moment. Normally, Ulrich wouldn't tolerate anybody laying hands on him. In fact, if anyone on this entire planet ever tried it, they'd get to find out if they could hold a live wire. But for her, he was willing to make an exception, especially on account of he could really glomp a nice survey of her tits from here. They were amazing tits, and, with her bent over and looming, he thought he might just be able to see their tips, even beneath the sturdy wool of the hunter's coat she wore. No, just a trick of the light, he decided. Did my father teach you this? Taipan demanded, releasing him to step back. This? Ulrich gave her nothing, sitting there with the innocence of a babe newborn. She started fondling her belt knife's hilt, the way her mother did when she was deciding how out of line Baldert was for one of his endless prodding statements, made just ambiguously enough to avoid being taken as an antagonism. By a gnat's whiskers was the difference, and Baldert Iriel lived entirely on that line. Ulrich couldn't help some degree of pride in being compared to that great man. Still, they had places to be, eventually, and he'd rather be doing something other than getting grilled for something, he was sure. Wife, in these past 5 minutes, joy though it does give me to have your eyes so intent on my person, I have not yet arrived at the foggiest notion of what you might be talking about, he duly informed her. Yet more of the Orlithrim appeared to be taking notice of their byplay. Some weren't even being so very quiet about their betting pools. Most appeared to be accepting credit on future favours, since none of them had much more than the clothes on their backs at the moment. With the solemnity of clergymen taking the sins of the parishioner, Ulrich said, If you plan to keep me under inquisition much longer, however, I feel I need to remind you that you will need to meet the obligations due a prisoner of war who has surrendered honourably. That broke her. Arielen, do not take prisoners of war, you accursed man, you! Taipan screamed at him, her melodious shriek echoing across the hill and turning heads towards them. Oh yeah, that's right, they didn't, did they? He laid back down then, on his back. If she killed him, at least he'd not have to worry any more about whatever the hell had her so riled up. Mete out my fate then, Taipan. I would have an end to this, Ulrich demanded from the ground, for the first time indicating that he was growing weary with this farce. The Iriel paragon looked around desperately and was awash in the amused observance of her cousins, who dearly needed something in which to take some solace from recent trials. Many smirks met her unhidden. It was unseemly to have their business on display amongst 100 strangers, and none of them even from the same clan, let alone household. Her partner was still there on the ground, making of himself a rotted stump for all the resistance to her cuts. Why didn't he fight back? What game was this? Taipan was sure she'd have pushed him into some kind of defensive position, from which she could secure an oath, which he would keep, to never again do whatever he'd done to destroy those wicked cores. A few tens of meters closer, a handful of seconds earlier, and that negation would have torn her mate's core apart in its hungering greed to consume mana. And here the idiot was with that calm, relaxed stare, as if none of this was important, and why wasn't he falling into her trap? Thus foiled, the woman found she had no outlet for her agitation, a remedy for this iniquity she was going to partake of post-haste. Reaching down, Taipan pulled Ulrich up by the black silken undershirt on his chest and hissed menacingly in monosyllables, her furious, cute button nose pressed to his. I will bed you now, and when I am done, if I am still angry, I am going to hurt you. Thus threatened, Ulrich saw no other option but to accept her challenge. It's what Baldert would do. Do your worst. I will not negotiate with terrorists, he challenged, enjoying the smell of her from this close and the downwards, angry turn of her thin, dark eyebrows. Unamused by her mate's antics, the huntress dragged him to their rocky nook, and with quiet intensity tried to slay him through coitus. When she had failed gloriously, and exhausted both of them in the attempt, they lay together soaking in the heavy after-action calm. It was probably the best hate sex of all time, in either of the two worlds he'd lived. He still didn't know what brought it on, but figuring it out, and how to reproduce it, was priority one. Ulrich Einar would never tell his mate of the abandoned thought experiments he indulged to provoke the hotter than a forge-fire Irillan woman into a wanton rage fuck. 10 minutes of cuddling later, he didn't have an answer, either to the initial question or the reproducibility program, but he wasn't being injured, so he supposed that she'd worked whatever it was out of her system. Perhaps she was ready to negotiate. You ready to tell me what's going on? Ulrich asked cautiously. I have. You're worms in the head, Ulrich. There is an absence in you, of even the most remote fear of dying, or perhaps just no conception of its possibility when you do things that are not to be done. Came her muffled response from her position sprawled across his body, using him as a pillow against the hard ground beneath. She raised her head to stare down from his chest at him, and told him plainly, at last, what was on her mind. What circumstance would prompt a normal person to turn back is treated by you as, at most, a cause to take extra precaution as you commit to some fresh insanity. It had not necessarily escaped his notice that he didn't respond to incredible danger with terror, a healthy dose of quiet fear, but not pants-shitting terror. He'd mostly just chalked it up to being in acceptance of his own life's choices and their consequences. Only when the elf woman stated it as she had did he reflect that she had a good point. Maybe he really was crazy. "I think you're right," Ulrich told his partner and gently ran his fingers through her hair, enjoying its silken softness. Her surprise at his admission was duly noted. Was he really so clueless all the time? Best not to ask that particular question. "Let's try a different one," Ulrich decided. "Is that a bad thing, though?" he asked, plying his lover with a scalp massage of which she was enamoured. Bad is not how I would say it," came the slightly glazed-over response. Odd that he had a harder time wrapping his head around enjoying being fully subdued into Taipan's mate than being some kind of fearless geomantic guardian for a primeval forest memorial to a dead race. She might be exaggerating, though. He still felt fear. Something crawling out of the weeds and eating him was more or less background noise to his existence, ever since the Forest Lord tried to do it. She must be interpreting his fatalism for lack of comprehension. Ulrich was willing to admit that he didn't respond to threats or frankly horrifying situations with much in the way of panic or terror. He was completely willing to grant the woman that absence of that kind of reflex might be indicative of some kind of mental illness. But so what? His cogitation was ended when his shadow recovered enough from her massage tranquility to follow up on her previous statement. Worry tinged her voice as Taipan followed the thread of her own concerns. "Dangerous is how I would describe it, Ulrich. You do and think things without the limit that normally restrains mortal beings. Paths untrodden because they lead into the dark. This Deathstone explosion is just the most definitive example. Ulrich, what would drive you to make an unravelling flare like that?" Her point was a good one. How many awful things done, unleashed on his old world because men with more intellect than sense did things that they could before they considered whether or not they should? Was he retreading the path that led his own world to its crippled half-life? Maybe. Probably even. Ulrich had decided early on that he wasn't going to introduce Earth's technologies willy-nilly into Varda. He'd more or less kept that personal oath so far, having avoided any real detailing of things like bombs, guns, biological agents, or chemical weapons. Given that there had already been invented species curse poison in the Bane, he really didn't want to add to that potential for mass harm. Crawling around in Ulrich's head were all the ingredients for baking a fresh hellscape pie. In his head was where they were going to stay too, most of them. The C4 didn't count, not really. Firstly, the alchemists of this world already had working knowledge for creating similar substances, just not the ability to scale it up or mass-produce it, and Ulrich hadn't so much as whispered in his dreams how to industrialize the methods he'd employed in Batala. Secondly, if one of those alchemists got curious and started mucking around with the combinations of substances and apparatus setups he'd been using to produce the high explosives, they might figure out a working recipe. Far more probably, however, the town guard would be scraping the bits of them off of the walls of their destroyed lab. Ulrich couldn't discount the slim chance, but he wasn't overly concerned on that score. The secret of primary explosives and remote blasting caps was basically safe. Anyhow, that had nothing to do with this conversation, and Taipan was antsy enough without his wool gathering making her more upset. "Okay, Taipan. Okay, I will not say that you are wrong," Ulrich conceded softly, hating the uncertainty. "Only that I was not otherwise sure how to prevent those warped cores from being a threat down the road. Shaw came up with a way to invert the Bane's mana signature to destroy it, but I'm not going to lie to you. That's well beyond me right now. It's probably going to be beyond me for a good few years too. Considering the colossal loss of life that could accompany those nuggets of awful, and the consequences of leaving them behind," he whispered meaningfully, wanting to know if there was a better way. "What would you have had me do, wife?" Taipan's expression dimmed as she too let her thoughts drift over the potential for tragedy, represented by the Bane cause. "I do not know, Ulrich. Truthfully, I do not. They could have been buried. They could have been thrown into the sea, but none of that would have destroyed them, and in this world they would have remained to cause grief later. I do not know what else you might have done, husband," the elf woman admitted reluctantly. She sharpened and headed him off before he could say anything. But you put yourself at terrible risk to do what you saw as right, and did it, seemingly without pause. It is not what course you chose, but that you have so little regard for yourself that you do not even attempt less dangerous roads when you find one that accomplishes your intent," his shadow said, some of her aggravation returning. Easy for her to say, he thought somewhat harshly. They were on the clock over here, and he was the only one who even had a remote shot at keeping Prosper's hired bastards from sniffing around here and taking their monstrous work home to finish it. Ulrich had the power to kill their ambition right here and now. Didn't that also mean he had the responsibility to do it, even if it might hurt him? He was a single man. He'd be here and gone in, at most, a few centuries if Bathe's word body magic did what it was supposed to for extending his lifespan. A single vial of the Bane could sit around ready to unleash a genocide for all time. It wasn't right to turn away from his duty just because it was dangerous. Weapons like this thing had no place in the world. "I refuse to apologize for that, Taipan," Ulrich told his partner severely. "I made a choice when I woke up here on this world to do what my conscience tells me is the right thing. No more compromises. No more deferring to another to let it be their responsibility. Good men permitting evil to exist, granting it freedom to go on blighting the world for fear or because it was far away, was a cowardice that nearly killed my old world. It will not have this one, not while I have some say on it," he declared angrily, meaning every last word of it. Ulrich Einar was no bystander, not any more. If he'd chosen differently, he wouldn't have bothered saving an elf child and putting himself on this collision course in the first place. Taipan punched his thigh viciously, glaring, and hissed at him. "I know this, you insane, valiant man. That does me no comfort when you end up dead for it." "Oh," Ulrich calmed, his budding anger gone completely. She was afraid for him. He'd almost forgotten that his dying had impacts beyond himself now. Taipan had suffered losses enough already. Of course she'd worry about him. She was hiding her face from him now, tucked against his side so he wouldn't see her weakness. Still an arsehole, Ulrich, he chided himself. He took a few breaths and pet his Taipan comfortingly. He did owe her more than to be a widow because he didn't have enough regard for himself not to do something stupid. Or to put himself, maybe themselves, into a situation because he didn't stop to find a better way. "I'm not used to caring about other people's hearts, lass. I'm sorry. For making you worry. For being too far up mine own arse to consider you. It's a habit from a past that needs to be broken." Ulrich apologised quietly to the top of her silken tresses. "I'll do better," he promised her. She bit him, lightly. Just hard enough to break the skin. "See that you do, Glade Chief," his shadow wife threatened him, "or I will drag you back to that hovel you carved into a godtree trunk and see that you never leave it again. Varda has survived before you arrived, and it will survive without you. So have the Issa. You are mine, Ulrich, and you should not forget it." He wasn't sure he'd ever been told he was cherished and credibly threatened all at once. It could be tough being close to Taipan's. He didn't complain about the bleeding, though. He'd deserved it. That didn't stop him from throwing the elf onto her back and biting her back, though. Granted, he wasn't biting her anywhere near as hard, and her breasts would surely survive the experience. After some brief resistance and playful shrieks they made up. He really had missed her all those days, and he was going to be better in his duties towards her, or else. Later, when they'd returned to clothed status and he'd slathered his hand and side with a coagulant plant extract to stem the bleeding, they attempted to come to something approximating a productive plan of action. "We're going to need a big-ass boat, lass," Ulrich summarised succinctly. From her cross-legged perch on a smooth stone, using her coat for a cushion, his shadow reviewed the troops. 100 and change, beaten, bruised, and thoroughly traumatised Orlathrem that wouldn't be fit to do much more than walk for days or even weeks. Some of them would never run under their own power again unless there were healers that could reverse spinal injuries. His lady love chirped her begrudging agreement. Their having debated the matter for several minutes past. "Very well, Glade Chief. I will admit that separate vessels will only introduce chances that our wards are separated and recaptured, but there may not be a choice. We simply cannot eliminate all risks." "Besides," the ever-realistic elf challenged, "you still have not told me how you plan to achieve the task of obtaining this big-arsed boat, as you call it, or a crew." Now Ulrich reached down into his coin purse and provided her answer summarily. A single Tun servant, its untarnished sheen catching the setting suns brilliantly, the emphasis to his calm assertion, "Easy, we buy one." Between the fat dowry Baldert had gifted his daughter when she went through with her marriage plot against him, and the bounty on a mindworm they'd collected early in their trip through the lowlands forests. They had the cash on hand. Minus the coin he'd spent on alchemical supplies, buying silence, and making a donation to the brothel's denizens, they still had plenty of coin to handle a few boats, surely. Hell, Ulrich realised, unless he was missing his guess, he could buy a fleet of ships if he had a mind to. It wouldn't even be a bad investment. Such a thing would almost inevitably be one of the ways he eventually established his territory's sufficiency, creating a stable trade route from the northern edge of the plateau of Enchant through the narrow band of Celestin woodlands and across the Legrenel's Great Plains. A few ships to run the riverways connecting the Zealous from Iriel to the rest of Orlithrum wouldn't go awry. The bigger waterways would support even a deep-keeled galleon. One of those, coupled to a small fleet of schooners or longships, would more or less be sufficient to keep his domain financially solvent. Ulrich Einar would, if he managed to survive, establish a comfortable living for his budding household. Taipan would be happy camped out under the stars, tracking and killing various nasties that climbed down from the canopy of the god trees, but Ulrich's long-term plans for her involved maids, an efficient staff to run the Glade's affairs, and travelling the world. They just had to both survive. One thing at a time, old man, he cautioned. Taipan's shrewd gaze locked onto the coin he displayed, and she immediately announced, "I will do the bargaining, Ulrich." That went without saying. He had little idea about the fair cost of things, and Taipan was a cutthroat negotiator. The girl had haggled her own godfather relentlessly into accepting the price for an artifact blade to be the cost of materials, and the opportunity to learn a foreign world's armouring and metallurgy techniques. Speaking of which, Ulrich still owed Gald a sit-down talk on grain structure, and some of the intricacies regarding massaging metallic properties, with alloying, heating, powder sintering, and some vapour deposition tricks that might let the master craftsman generate the sorts of tailor-made alloys and ceramics that drove Ulrich's old species to technological supremacy. Just nothing related to atomics, engines, or the energetics that might make mass-produced artillery. To demonstrate his concession, Ulrich placed the Tun servant, with the intentional motion of a ritual, into his wife's own belt pouch, wisely intoning, "My fortunes are yours to administer, dearest Taipan." "It is good that I found you so quickly, husband," his Aerialan partner informed him dutifully, her softened expression denoting her pleasure that she'd reined him in appropriately. "Who knows what trouble you would have found if I let you go on rampaging around Press Spang. Rumours about a maniac in bestial umber armour razing the coast with impunity had me concerned. I confess I am surprised by the thoroughness of your campaign." "They killed my friend," Ulrich responded simply, still angry about it somewhere down in his bones. She patted his head gently, nodding her agreement. "I know, husband. I am not faulting you. In fact, it is good to find that you have this ferocity in you. I sometimes worried that the softness that you carried around would stay your hand when it was time to show your enemies the sharp side of your blade. No more. My lord of the ancient glade bears his fangs with satisfying result," Taipan told him smugly. Another reminder that elves weren't pointy-eared humans. Where he tripped himself up thinking in circles, she tended to cut across to the most direct route. Not inconsiderate of subtlety or nuance, just more willing to put the small things to the side and focus on the problem at hand without letting her focus be diverted. Yrsa lacked the desire to expand and dominate their surroundings, but they held to a chosen purpose with a single-minded devotion that was alien in its longevity. Which was why getting one of them riled up enough to carry out a vendetta against you was poor planning in the long term. Just make sure that you consider whether the path you see first is not beset by avoidable sorrow. Boldness and foolhardiness are separated by a fine degree, his shadow cautioned a moment later. The point was well taken. Last thing Ulrich needed to do was sit down and become the next Oppenheimer. Now that Taipan had sort of highlighted the problem, he decided then and there not to make another Arcanite diamond until he'd solved the spontaneous saturation problem. There had to be a way to flush the residues of mana from the matrix of the crystal, or a way to conduct those remnants of mana, like a heat sink drawing excess thermal energy. And hadn't he, in the course of working out a way to generate a more universal mana shielding effect than his Cinder Shield spell, already worked out a concept for using water mana to carry energy? That line of thought was the one which had resulted in the solid white magic spell in the first place. Perhaps a solution lay in that direction, or maybe it was one of a physical sink, some kind of material that would shed the mana from the Philosopher's Stone, or isolate it from the residues of power that accompanied spell work. A Faraday cage of sorts to shield it, made of... oh damn, you could do it with Helite, the mana-disrupting metal from which his old trident had been made. Ulrich couldn't keep from stroking the bristles on his chin as he vanished into his own mind. Woven wires of gleaming blue metal wrapping the pure mana jewel to preserve its purity danced before his thoughts. A rude elbow interrupted him. "You are doing it again," Taipan chastised flatly from her rock. She sighed her resignation, planting her chin into her hand to rest a head weary of her husband's tangled roads before she asked, "Well, out with it then. What fresh madness leaks through the worm-eaten holes of your brain now?" Shaking himself from his tinkering fugue, Ulrich patted her shoulder consolingly. "Nothing crazy this time," he told her, putting her at ease. "More like an answer to crazy." He explained, outlining his safety precaution. "Your warning got me thinking about how to prevent the white magic stone from saturating to produce those spooky Deathstone explosions." Sea eagles called loudly overhead, as if commenting on the future prospects of people who dick with things they don't understand. "I got an idea, but it requires Helite, or something similarly able to disrupt and shed mana. If the Arcanite diamond is shielded, it might not contaminate. If it is also enmeshed in a substance which draws mana, like a vacuum from the crystal's interior, I think you can also purge the crystal, venting off the saturating mana and preventing the transformation. So long as the application doesn't pull too much magic through it and saturate more rapidly than the purge can disperse. My kingdom for some numerical metrics on mana energy units. This is a straightforward related rates application." He stopped when he realized he'd been roaming through his brain aloud again. Sylvan eyes, their slight tilt and almond shape lending exotic casts to her Aerialan features, glazed lightly before she refocused. Too much magical theory did that to her. Taipan had almost no interest in the metaphysics of the arcane. Not interested did not mean not able, however. His lass was fast on the uptake and caught on to his meaning quickly, once he stopped bombarding her with his stream of consciousness babble. "Perhaps, Ulrich, what you speak of has precedent in the stable artifacts and catalysts of which I know. Staffs of verdant growth and rain calling rings must also be worked by their makers to prevent mana corrosion and instabilities. You should speak to Mother Shaw and my Uncle Alden before you go playing around with this. Their experience may find shortcomings that are easily avoided." Truth. Her next musing thought he could do without. "By the roots and skies, Ulrich, I leave you alone for a couple of moons' time, and you work out the alchemist's methods for manufacturing Blasclay. Only more destructive, make an unravelling flare, and now artificing. If I do not put apron strings on you or children under your feet, you will think us into untold troubles." He hadn't really considered children. He'd never wanted them in his previous life, but then he'd never really known anyone he wanted to have them with either. Little Ulrichs running around. Taipan had indicated that interbreeding was possible, though he couldn't see how, given that they were clearly different species. Gametic exchange of genes seemed unlikely between such divergent creatures, but then again, spooky magical bullshit, and he was pretty sure he'd seen a half-breed at least once already. That her motive to have them was to keep him busy and out of trouble was the part that he found disturbing. Sounded like something her own mother would do to keep Baldit out of her hair. Dryly he told his partner, "Thank you for your confidence in me, wife. It warms the cockles of my heart to know you hold me in such high regard." He didn't mention his last suspicion. Honestly, he didn't want to know. Her steady regard said she meant business. "Do not worry, Ulrich, we're not yet ready for children. But when our enemies are feeding the roots and my season comes again, I think that I wish to try. If only to ensure your line before you start another war, you silly man," the Amazon snarked playfully. He feigned outrage, knowing her to be in jest. "Now hear this. I didn't start any damned wars around here. You folk were doing just fine on that score without my help. All I did was maybe nudge things forwards a little by deep sixing some child harmers and maybe upsetting a continent's ecosystem of fantastical eldritch nightmares by killing their king beast," Ulrich proclaimed. Raising his voice loud enough to be heard by their nearest neighbours, he announced, "And don't think you can threaten me with a good time. If you are so foolish as to permit it, I'll put children at your hips to follow you like ducklings for a century. Just see if I don't. And you're going to like it too, while there'll not be enough juice in my body left to fill in a cup." Raising up in alarm, she hurried over to shush him, mashing her hands over his mouth and stop him from adding any more details to his monologue. Ear tips reddened, anxious glances around to see how many had heard, more reddening when the knowing glances of the Orlithrum nearby met her gaze. All of it was greatly amusing. She would learn not to challenge his authority, not where others of her kin were around to be used against her. She glared down at him and spat, "Shameless!" and he grinned because he was. He wasn't sure about the particulars of when and how much one could speak publicly about their bordello, but Taipan had confused him before with her openness. Apparently ears were off the table, and probably any mention of fluids. He was also starting to wonder if she was going to realize that he would need to breathe, eventually. A distant call came across the hill. No wonder the tree sleepers practice stealth, they have to learn to hide from their wives. Taipan jerked away from him and spun while she scanned the hill for the source of the sally but came up dry, her stance promising bad times for whoever had heckled them. Ulrich chewed a knuckle to hold a belly laugh down, shaking with the effort of it. He needed a laugh. Things had gotten awfully grim around these parts as of late. Their bramble, his new term for a group of elves, of thin, wan, convalescent souls, was improving. Poking fun at the odd couple carrying on like newlyweds, which is what they were, he reminded himself, was good for them. Easy now, Taipan. It was a good joke. Ulrich calmed, patting the stone where she'd been sitting earlier. Besides, he continued mirthfully, I would like to imagine a sort of societal arms race of Iriellan wives learning to hunt and track the deep wood for their spouses, while said mates grew ever more desperate in their practice of avoidance and traceless movement through the forest, the culmination of which is the peerless forest folk I have come to know, and the pinnacle of which I am come to love. He was uncomfortable with straight admissions. It was a vulnerability he avoided mostly unconsciously. Sometimes, though, it was best to be uncomfortable and honest, especially with regards to the lady who'd been teaching and guiding him all these months. There were some very good odds that Ulrich would have died, either in the forests on their way through the wilds, or in the various circumstances that had presented themselves between, without her. Besides, the mollified warmth of her beholding was worth being bad at intimacy. Reclaiming her throne on the coat-padded stone, his shadow wife was finally back to her usual even, if barbed kilter. Fine, Ulrich, Taipan allowed. They may have their jests at our expense. I suppose it harms nothing, and they have earned from this world some ease to their pains. She straightened slightly, indicating that they were back to business. Then we're agreed. We enter Kistalfa, discreetly, and procure a ship large enough to carry my cousins back to their homes, with a crew hired on that contract that will not turn aside from their duty. Ulrich gave her the elvish hand sign for yes/continue. Then we part from the ship past the iron walls of Prosper, it and its cargo of my kin to continue up the Zealous, we to infiltrate the stronghold of our enemy. From inside we then find means to choke to death the merchant lords with their gold chains of office, Taipan summarized. Yep, Ulrich confirmed. And when it goes badly, because things seem to have ways of turning on their ends when you're around, Ulrich, we die bathed in the blood of our enemies, and leave their burning city a shambles as precursor to my father's inevitable return to remove Prosper from living memory. Taipan smiled, even as she said it. There would be Hermit returned her smile. Exactly, he agreed. Chapter 1, 166. Restless Night. Soon enough, the worst of the manor exhaustion faded from the Orlethrim and the Bramble of Elves got their more mobility. Challenged counterparts settled into sleds or packed as densely onto the few carts that had been strewn about Horrortown as possible, and off the travellers went. They would not be making it far, not with the boulder-strewn crest and trough topology of these coastal highlands, but any progress was forward momentum. Ulrich took point for the travellers, picking the easiest course possible, while Taipan did Taipan things, disappearing into the scraggly thickets and sparsely wooded copses that hung around halfway between the boggy downs and the rising rocky outcrops. Her ability to simply vanish into the wild was a thing to marvel. He was glad to know his own solid senses wouldn't be the only early warning they got if trouble came a-calling. Tense alertness remained the order of the day. Varda punished mistakes. Vigilance was rewarded with boredom. Nothing happened. For the 6 hours of ponderous travel, the only source of discontent was in the aggravation of the injuries of the elves and the occasional hazard of a loose rocks from under weary feet. That and the aggressively obnoxious tendency for the hard, smooth substrate here to blend with the grey-green plant, cover to make a deceivingly chancy stride. More clouds were cresting the rise, low, rolling and canvassing the horizon. Reddened by the descending twins, the sea promised another gift of rain this night. Ulrich had heard of places where it rained 3 out of every 7 days, but he'd never experienced it, and had sort of discounted the impact such frequent soaking would have on morale. He was learning now, through experience. Nearly daily rain was oppressive when you had to be out in it. It also made travel a right bastard. The freshly wetted granite and basalt of these highlands was slick as glass, and falls were frequent. As if called from the abyss, a high, rich voice, as if from an angel, called clarion across the highlands. "Curse these bastard hills, and all who give us reason to travel them." It would seem his lovely lass had slid to the stony ground again as she patrolled ahead. Between the loose mossy ground cover and the lichen that blurred where grass and bared earth bones came together, it was essentially impossible to avoid all of the slick spots. The various patches of wet on his pants, elbows, back and chest attested to this reality. Some comfort he drew from his sylvan partner's shared suffering. If it were only him falling, she would razz him endlessly around the campfire for his clumsiness, and, this way, he could raise counterpoint. Less amusing was keeping the carts from toppling over, a task that had put many of their wounded allies to pulling escort duty. The frequent 10 and 15-metre bluffs, places where the stone had sheared away from a hillside to roll into the peat bog below, were no laughing matter at all when traction was not guaranteed. Fresh water, at least, was plentiful in these parts. They had not the ability to transport large volumes of potable water, and the swamps were swiftly discovered to be richly sulphurous and metallic to the taste. Not a source to be utilised without a light filtration, and, preferably, a distilling to purify. Time for such things was a luxury, and luxuries were sadly missing from this journey. Twilight gloom was all that stopped the travellers from pushing onwards. Objectively, Ulrich knew it was an abbreviated day of trekking. Emotionally, it was made long by its strenuous nature, oppressive atmosphere, and the weary bodies of those who traversed. That gloom he and his ragtag band of refugee elves now saw departing. Salt-tinged air was soon given the flavour of wood smoke, as small campfires sprung up across the dale, through which they'd decided to call camp. From here, even the smoke would be dispersed before clearing the low-rises around them, and the group would be relatively safe from observation, unless an enemy scout tripped into exactly this small valley, or happened to be roaming the switchbacking fjord cliffs. They would remain buried within the terrain. Ulrich rubbed the tightness out of his feet, his boots tossed aside in disgust. Even the fittest, most highly trained bodies would struggle through Pressbang's Vatin coasts. Poor footing, damp, springy mosses, and an ungodly amount of elevation changes put strain on muscles unaccustomed to the region. If he were put to the question, he wouldn't be able to claim that they'd made better than 26 or so kilometres in all that afternoon. No chance at all of having hit 40, which was what he had hoped for when they set out. Even now his ears picked up the sounds of pain that accompanied the worst of the injured, in spite of their grit to withhold evidence of suffering. Cruelly broken bones and mangled bodies could only endure so much of this kind of punishment. In a way, it was good news. The barren, craggy fjords made landfall from the sea virtually impossible, except in very specific locations, around which the settlements along the Vatin were already built. The well-nigh impassable bogs made inland travel untenable, but for the most desperate of circumstances, which only left these highlands, their vales more specifically, as the likely places where even the most foolhardy would settle. That was to say, they didn't have much to fear from stumbling into villages as they crossed this swathe of Pressbang. It was also unlikely that any forces searching for the escaped elves, if even anyone knew they were gone missing, would think to search the desolation between Kistelfa and Port Edinshire. Only a madman would go overland rather than by ship. Hu Hue Hui, crazy like a fox, Ulrich chuckled to himself. Mist rolled in from atop the fjords and descended into their tucked-away valley, and the fires nestled therein became softly glowing points along the creek that meandered through the watershed. Ulrich rubbed his hands together against the damp chill that served as a counterpoint to the ever-warming days. He'd guess it was topping some 28-ish centigrade under the mid-evening suns, probably scooting something closer to 14 or 15 now, and that damp air was making it feel far cooler. He was glad to get his own fire laid in and crackling cheerfully, the piney scent of the local trees spicing the smoke. It wasn't a few minutes after he'd gone round the other fires helping the Orlathrem who needed assistance, and generally making himself useful to get everybody bedded down and fed that the rain came on in a steady drizzle. He cooked his own meal in the shelter of his and Taipan's shared shelter, having donated his canvas Legranel rig to about a score of more needful pilgrims, those too hurt to be able to raise their own tents. Scents wafted out from the steelwood pot, his old friend in this world, and he was dashing with salt to complete the flavour profile when Taipan entered, soaking wet and slightly bedraggled from her time scouting about. Without a word, she stripped down to her skin, taut muscle covered in the appropriate places by generous curves, and layered by a satin-smooth hide just darker than cinnamon. Needless to say, Ulrich was a fan of the view, especially when she went to removing the thigh-high leather boots. Unfortunately, it didn't last long as she immediately set to putting on a simple robe from her pack. He sort of missed the whole Far Eastern shrine maiden get-up from back in the more peaceful days of Irielhos, but that stuff took up quite a bit of space. Besides, that many layers and a lady would roast making the pace his shadow had held these last few hours. Once she had her garments arranged for drying, she held out her hand in a wordless demand for sustenance. Ulrich gladly ladled full a bowl and handed it off to her. His reward came from a deep sniff of the contents and a gluttonous inhalation of the stew. The bowl was offered to him again without speech, and he, again, filled it. The bottom of that bowl was found with determination, but the Iriolan woman at least sat down by the fire this time. Meals amongst the Deepwoods elves were taken in silence, a custom that Ulrich had found peaceful and adopted himself these days. His own bowl he ate from with gusto, and refilled immediately before scraping the bottom of the pot to give Taipan her third helping, this time with chunks of the crusty camp bread to slop out the broth. Both occupants of the tent then spent a quiet few minutes bustling around the big teepee, arranging their gear and readying their equipment for rapid deployment. Caution in dangerous territory was one of his wife's tenets, to the odd warrior religion she cultivated in herself. None better, he knew, for navigating the wilderness than his Taipan, except, perhaps, for her mother, himself an avid camper and hiker in a time long before, and a man who had scratched subsistence from the Vardan forests when he was dropped naked amongst the vast arbours of the Plateau of Enchant for months. Ulrich knew he had perhaps a tenth of the skill for surviving out in the bush as his lady love. If she did it, it was a good idea to do in turn, except when she assumed that one could see in the dark as well as she did, a habit that he found profoundly annoying. Speaking of annoying habits, Taipan had curled up into the blankets to form an elf burrito, which precluded him from the use of 70% of the bedding without so much as a word. This, he was almost certain, was a power play by her, to force him to ask to be let into bed. Dozens of ways did Taipan have to attempt to subjugate him, and this one he wasn't going to allow. Irielan lived life as a competition amongst themselves. Contests were found in every aspect of life, and they enjoyed challenging and being challenged. To be excluded from this was to be seen as unworthy of even being considered as an opponent, even were it not the case that it was one of his wife's myriad ways of fucking with him, and rather that this behaviour was merely a product of about 70 years of solo adventuring. He wasn't going to try to big spoon his way to warmth while his back cooled with the dying fire, so he did what any rational person does in that situation. Carefully, gently, so as not to disturb the dozing form within, the former engineer lifted the burrito containing his beloved up and tossed it out of the shelter to land in an outraged heap outside. He was not ignorant of the fact that it was still raining as he did. "Einar, you twice-born bastard, you will pay with your heart's blood," screamed the rudely roused elf, tearing her way out of the confining bedding. Poking his head out of the shelter door, he rejoined, "Well worth the price to enjoy the warmth of mine own blankets." Blurring with the speed of her leap, he was hit in the hips by a shoulder tackle, and a crafty hand that hooked his knee sent him to the floor. Ulrich knew better than to let her have the initiative, though, and immediately locked his legs around the squirming form that was trying to achieve a knee bar. He locked his ankles and gave an intentional squeeze, tensing his thighs against her sides, and he felt her abdominal muscles lock to prevent him from rendering her unable to draw a breath. A reaching claw attempted to rake his eye, and he had to burn a precious moment fending her off, mostly successful because the pressure he applied to her body with his legs was preventing her from breathing more than a shallow gasp at a time. He wrangled the arm and hooked it behind her back, overpowering her with difficulty. The other arm he similarly secured after a fairly intense struggle. That one he secured as well with the hand holding the first restrained arm. Growling issued forth, and he knew what was coming. Just before the teeth could latch onto his thigh, he snagged her silken locks and slowly, deliberately pulled the biting maw away from his tender flesh. Baleful emeralds took him in, their bronze flecks shimmering in the firelight, and he saw in them that the fight was not yet out of her. Grunting, Ulrich clenched tighter and levered his knees into position, one at her navel and the other in the vicinity of a kidney. Taipan was as fine a specimen of elvendom as could be found, but Ulrich was, in their words, a freak, with might that was very nearly unnatural for a human. That strength he used now, in a mismatched opposition of his lower body against her core, a battle which she could not win. Slowly, timing to each begrudging release of breath, he cinched the noose of his grip tighter, until the elf could no longer take breaths of any significance in the way of an anaconda strangling a boar. Ulrich was rigid with the effort of holding the wrists in one hand and the gentle but firm hold of the hair with the other. "Your bedroll is in the rain, lass, and unless I miss my guess, you're going to pass out from anoxia in about 30 seconds, Ulrich reminded his partner, holding the jerking and squirming elf in place. Taipan chose unconsciousness, fighting until the end, and after she was out he put her into his bedroll and retrieved hers from the rain. He got the blankets and bedding drying by the fire, not badly soaked but certainly damp under the misting precipitation, and was stripping down for bed when his mate bolted upright. "Hominum!" declared her gasping cry as she tangled herself in the bedroll and spare blanket. This was immediately followed by a few light coughs and something in Elvish that he wasn't completely certain of, other than it involved his being grilled alive and served to some kind of animal. Soon enough, though, she relaxed and laid herself back down, resting in an easy, relaxed sprawl, as if he had not just had to body choke her to senselessness. "You're improving, Ulrich," announced the melodic voice of his mate approvingly. "You would not have thought of a compression submission when began our journey." Checking the blanket with his hands to make sure it wouldn't hotspot and catch fire, he observed, "Before our journey, I would not have imagined that I would find need to render my wife unconscious on occasion to secure my rights to a bed." The husky chuckle that said Taipan wasn't angry about the contest results graced his back with its sweet music before she reminded him, as she did every so often when this game was played, "It is good to know that you have not gone soft in my absence. I simply cannot abide a weakling, Glade Chief." Taipan was gracious in victory. While the furs dried out, he only had to deliver a full-body massage and prepare her a bath using stone walls, river water, or snow, and heated stones from the fire before he would be allowed the privilege of his quartering with her. Pissing rain as it was, he was glad that he had not been forced to make the tiger in Irialan skin a bath, although he wouldn't mind that massage. Now that he'd earned his place in the bed, the pair of them assumed their regular status of his becoming her body pillow, and they lay listening to the sound of the other's breath until sleep claimed them. As he drifted off, Ulrich's thoughts went over the nights past and the times that he'd lost this little play of theirs. Squeezing moans from the woman's muscles was as much fun for him as for her. "It's not so bad," he told himself, losing his grip on waking life, being bound to a Taipan, screaming. Ulrich shot awake, climbing out from the blankets even as the loosely robed woman next to him darted to her bow and threw the quiver over her shoulder, not even taking time to belt it on. She was outside in a flash, leaving him behind while he pulled on his own robe, having been asleep in the buff. Taipan's wisdom again bore fruit. She was already finding the source of the panicked shouts, while he was grabbing his sword from its place next to the bed. Gleaming deep blue metal caught dying coals, and a background part of his brain catalogued that the fireplace indicated Moon's Peak, as he tore through the teepee flap into the night beyond. A heavy thump drew more cries, and Ulrich felt the ground shiver through his bare feet, even as he ran, eyes scanning the dark for the source of the fearsome impact. There, something huge, silhouetted against the coven, their vibrant crescents of witchlight illuminating a hulking form. This monstrosity was easily as big as a tank, and as armoured. The beast looked like an armadillo chimeraed to an ankylosaur, the stubby ridged plates of armour on its tail giving way to a mace-like clubbed end. That tail was buried almost entirely through the thin turf and into the craggy bones of the valley floor beneath. Mangled forms that had been people were scattered around it, and pulped remains fell away from the beast's weapon when it extracted itself from the stones. Senses came alive as his core interfaced fully with his body, mana rippling through his body. It was like being born in some ways. A world blurry and dim, suddenly thrown into crystal clarity, and he felt himself lit like a beacon. The Lord instinct, ever waiting, sang in his thoughts, a melody of rage and violence. Here was a challenger, an interloper that threatened his sovereignty over all that he had taken under wing. Psionic core humming, Ulrich gathered his power while the beast turned its ugly head, a long toothy tongue flicking out to taste the air and locate prey. It had no obvious eyes, its forehead smoothly armoured plates. It had plenty of teeth though, half-metre needles and recurved, to send hapless creatures inevitably down the wide gullet. Some taste must have caught the monster's attention, and Ulrich wasn't long finding out what. A hobbling, desperately shambling trio of refugees were a bare handful of metres away, and aggressing as fast as their battered forms would allow. They wouldn't make it. He saw that immediately when heavy, bristled fur-bearing legs lifted and it started into pursuit. It wasn't fast, but it had plenty of ungainly gallop to close on the near cripples. Chock! A fleeting blue dart bored into the monster's flesh mid-stride, through a gap between forelimb and body no bigger than his hand, taipan at work. The behemoth released a shrill, piercing roar, halting its charge immediately, and jerked itself to curl around the wound just as two more arrows flew in from the dark to skip off the bony carapace. Ulrich decided his course of action now to support the strategy of his more experienced wife. Beating against that ridiculous hide was wasted effort against this behemoth. They needed a way to circumvent the armour, and Ulrich had something in mind. White interference. The circulating lightning in his core neutralised, and he immediately attuned the turbulence hidden by serenity that was the harmony of a quell. Water from the air and ground compressed at his call, like drawn to like at his core's insistence, pulled easily from such plenty around him. The sheer exhilaration of willing the world to change and seeing it do so soared through his being in spite of the circumstance, and Ulrich channeled a beam of hydraulic power towards the monster wedging itself around one of its only vulnerabilities. Water jet. Mastery of this spell had turned a linear flow into a spiral, and the finger-width lance of water ripped into the ridged plates on the back of the monster's thick neck, hungrily drilling. The monster barely flinched at the pressure, didn't understand the danger of the insistent press on its body until the layers of bone failed and white-hot pain tore into its neck. The monster armadillo shrieked and broke off its attack on his wife. Turning away, the focused beam Ulrich held upon it, drawing a carving along its armoured hide, the beast whipped its tail and Ulrich cut off his channel with a curse, throwing himself into the dirt as the damn tail elongated, plates separating connected by a dense cord of what looked like braided steel cable as thick as his thigh. The momentum of the beast, coupled to the lengthening of the tail, sent its maul of an appendage hurtling through the air above him with audible fury. Ulrich watched as the arc of the bony appendage sent it into a complete turn, riding the force of its strike to reposition facing him. The tail itself contracted and arched over its back, ready to swing again, like a cannon in battery. And goddamn, that was dangerous. There was no blocking that, and Ulrich had glimpses of the little Svartalfinn's giant hammer. Same story. He absolutely could not be touched by that fucker, or his ticket was punched. He got to his feet quickly, holding Zeftocht with a little uncertainty. Could the blade get through that armour? Probably, if he put enough oomph behind his stroke. Would it rip him apart if the blow didn't destroy its central nervous system immediately? Also, probably. A throaty chuff from the beast and a pawing of earth that tore stone like mud preceded the monster's charge. Ulrich fled immediately in the opposite direction, not daring the risk in the low light. Mama Einar raised no fool, and he wasn't going to even think of taking that thing head on. His bare feet flew over the ground, and a glance over his shoulder confirmed that the monster was still coming, albeit not as quickly as he was going. Again he cursed the darkness and activated chronoperception to keep track of the beast behind him. Hurried options skittered across the surface of increasingly distracting ones, and Ulrich focused to shut out the noise. Warrior's instinct. Better. Smoother thinking now, his legs pumped, feet slapped against stone and moss, and Ulrich Einar ran for his second life while hashing out his options. Water worked well enough on that carapace, but that working was absolutely his best shot at defeating armour, and it was still too slow without some way to pin the tank beast down. Unless distant memories of broken ceramics and shrapnel flashed through his adrenaline-fueled brain while he ran. Heat shock? Fuck that, Ulrich cursed with disgust at the horrible idea, and at the minor skid across a loose patch of moss that only barely didn't end in tragedy. Absolute zero needed him to be in touch range, and he wasn't getting that close to it. Think, Einar. He yelled at himself while his feet navigated the slick stones as he ran. Just don't fall down is all Warning Whisper sounded. Taipan was not idle. He saw a flicker of motion off to his right, just to the side of the monster, and a pained shriek from the beast rose up as a second arrow joined the first in the oh-so-small gap in its protection. Brutal claws stabbed into the stone, stopping the greater beast without grace, and it didn't even completely stop before attacking the source of its pain. The creature did that tail whip again, its bulk possessed of incredible agility for such size, and the rough spikes of the tail whistled. Where Ulrich had gone low, the beast had shifted its strategy alarmingly quickly, bringing the tail parallel to the ground. A small outcrop was obliterated in its passage, flinging shards into the dark that brought a pained yelp from one of the elves that had not gained enough distance. It would have turned his partner to ease a mist if she dove to the ground. However, Taipan had not gone low. Spectacular agility on full display, a vertical leap took her up, and a blue flare, shadow fire rippling across her bow, threw her into a surreal contrast with the moonlit night as his shadow let loose a 3-arrow volley at the neck of the monster, projectiles having been held in a grip that Ulrich wasn't sure he could make, and still draw that wickedly powerful recurved composite stave. One arrow skipped wide off the armour, a second hit at an angle and entered the flesh, but stopped halfway up the arrow's shaft. The third was money and fletches disappeared into the monster's flesh. A keening wail rose up from the creature and its eyeless head focused on the falling elf's form, even as her feet touched the earth from her jump. Shit. Queasy anticipation seized him. This was where the bastard thing showed its trump card. One thing he'd learned in his time upon Varda was that there was always a kicker with these monsters. Cynical expectation of the worst is frequently rewarded with the satisfaction of being correct, and also the consequence of it. Thrumming pulses of mana raked the earth beneath the monster's claws. The dome-plated face shimmered brassy, and before his very eyes their foe's smooth carapace took on the luster of metal, blue-silver. Moonlight reflected as if from a mirror from the beast's mana-reinforced armour, and Ulrich knew cutting that creature was now strictly impossible, even for Zeph Doct. The posture of the beast shifted towards aggression. Oh. The barbed tongue flickered twice in an instant and it launched itself towards Taipan, who had gained distance following her triple shot. Lessons of the shrieking ravager were well learned. Taipan was in flight as soon as she landed, not waiting to see what the retaliation of the beast would be. She'd cut like a world-class soccer player and juked sideways before vanishing beneath her cloak of Iskios mana. The creature made to charge before her abrupt visual camouflage took hold and it aborted, a sign that it possessed some kind of optical sight from an organ Ulrich hadn't been able to see in the night. Their enemy's great toothy maw tilted in puzzlement. That confused pause lasted a breath, which was all the head start his partner got before another few flicks of its tongue found the taste of her passage, and it took off to Ulrich's 9 o'clock, assuredly on her trail. Ulrich heard his shadow's throaty yell as she ran, updating him. Ulrich, it sees by smell, movement, and the vibrations of the ground below. The monster is poisoned, but there is no telling how long it can continue to attack before it succumbs. When the beast deflected to turn on Taipan, Ulrich had halted his own flight and was plotting, especially when it became clear that invisibility was no camouflage against the monster's senses. God's blood he'd have killed to have Reaper's basil on him. That bastard would taste hell if he threw that powdered magma into its face. Irrelevant Einar, focus. It sees by smell. Can it still be taste-blinded? Burned? Shocked? All of the above? Maybe. Maybe not with that ironclad natural armour. Ice slid down his spine when he saw his shadow's graceful form slide sideways, betrayed by the wet stones. Her hand caught her fall and sent her rolling just a breath before the treacherous valley floor was pulverized by a meteoric strike from above. Flying fragments of rock as big as a medicine ball pelted the elf and knocked the wind from her lungs as she sprawled on the ground. Even dazed, his mate was aware of the danger and fought to her feet. He watched her form evaporate into shadow, and the kneeling elven form reappeared a dozen meters away just before the place she'd been got cratered again. Ulrich could see the effort that cost her. She'd been pulling hard on her mana, using layered skills to penetrate the monster's defences and inflict maximum harm to it with every opportunity. By the sound earlier, it was wounded, maybe even mortally so, but on it came anyway, berserk with fury to kill the insects that had bitten it. Mana coursed inside and Ulrich drew a throwing knife, linking it to his magic with a pulse of effort. Lightning Javelin. Unleashing the energy of his spell form, a jagged violet lightning bolt took the beast in the head. Head snapping aside, the beast staggered to a halt and nearly buckled to the earth. Only nearly, though, and Ulrich could just barely make out that the smooth, almost polished grey-brown carapace was now smudged and charred, sparking residues of his magic zipping across the shimmering mana of the beast's armour-hardening mana, and also, to his dismay, intact. It was, as he'd feared at the onset, nearly unfazed by lightning. So he tried again and again. 2 more bolts of lightning split the dark, thundering loud. They were followed by a gale of wind bound by arcing light that crashed over the Goliath form, throwing a massive font of sparks against the shimmering mana shield. A shrill bestial scream rose up from the monster as it endured the assault, but it withstood the best he could throw at it, scarred, but alive, mobile, and pissed. The armour is harder than steel and the shield resists my offensive magic taipan. I don't think arrows are going to do the trick anymore either. We need a plan, Ulrich shouted, taking off immediately. His attack had brought the beast's attention back towards him, as he had expected, and he was running again, slipping and sliding across uneven highland, while the wicked talons of the behemoth simply gouged into the earth below to give it traction. His bare feet slapped loudly on the rocks, and his lungs were filling as he shifted into high gear, racing at top speed to stay ahead of the chasing predator. While he ran, his partner, like a wolf, was angling for the greater's flank. She put his heart into his throat with an almost casual sidestep of the downward stroke of that pulverizer of a tail, and he saw her leap onto the monster's plated back. Her knife glittered in the darkness before being consumed in black flame, and she struck hard. A hammer-fisted stab driving the blade into the adamant hide of her foe. Sparks flew like a magnesium flint, showering from the blow. And again. Again. Taipan was lashing out like a lunatic, her hand gripping a plated ridge, and her preternatural balance keeping her in place as the beast broke not its stride as it continued to try to close on his heels. All this he knew from a brief glance over his shoulder, and, while his heart pounded and his legs churned as hard as he'd ever run in his life, he realized that he couldn't do this for much longer. Ulrich scrabbled into his belt pouch, and he drew out the Tifrus-infused catalyst gifted him by Warona. Whatever juice was left to it, he needed something to turn the tables. A flare of brassy light and a sound like a bell, pealed too hard, precluded an exultant shout behind him. From elven throat, "I have broken the shield!" Abruptly sliding to a reverse pivot, Ulrich was suddenly charging towards the creature's massive jaws, which had opened wide in anticipation of feasting on its prey. Ulrich shouted, even as he damned himself for a suicidal mook for this idiot gambit, "You gotta bail, it's getting hot!" A gout of pyroclastic ash hot enough to melt bronze materialized as the man channeled magic into the instrument gripped in his hand. Magic flowed and his guts clenched when jet-black cracks snapped across the surface of the catalyst. Unable to halt its bulk so rapidly, monstrous form ploughed headlong into the massive plume of cinder and brutal heat. Ulrich saw his partner throw herself to the land below, rolling gracefully to her feet, as if she practiced egress from rampaging monsters on the regular. That ash filled the gaping, biting mouth and throat, and Ulrich concentrated the mana in his core to fill his body with potency, praying that the gem powering the ash mage's working didn't explode as he tossed it aside in his sudden sprint toward the boiling cloud-covered beast. Surge. Empowered muscles threw the former engineer into a full-steam baseball slide, passing under the rampaging monster and his cloud of ash. Braced against his forearm and shoulder, his artifact blade's keen reverse edge hungering, Ulrich dragged the weapon along its entire length across the super predator's underbelly as he went. The glade's vengeance bit hard, its imbued edge parting the softer hide of the armadillo greater's stomach. Screaming its shrill cry, it tried to throw its bulk down on him reflexively, but sheer magically enhanced momentum carried him through its rear legs. Knowing the tail awaited him now, he drove his hand hard to the earth, and his flesh pained him as it was abraded by stone, and tore up moss and soil, and he threw his legs out to the side. The action redirected his painful slide, pushing him sideways, drifting on his thigh and hip, shredding his robe along that side. The bone mace smashed down where he would have been, and the monster howled again at its newest wounds, burns to the throat and a sheeting of blood from its surgically opened guts. Unbelievably, their enemy was still raring to go. Bleeding, its organs exposed glistening in the moonlight, poisoned, burned, and draining its core's vitality to imbue its hide with titanium strength. The thing gained its clawed feet again and came on any way, furious rage consuming it. Ulrich's own blood trailed down his scraped thigh and hip, and he'd lost 2 fingernails on his left hand, while altering his trajectory enough to not get pulped. Core howling, Lord Instinct howling. He was channeling all the mana he had left, ready to lay a killing blow of riotous lightning. He didn't get the chance. Lithe, graceful, elegant savagery blurred towards the beast, shadow made into weapons like great claws covering her hands. Taipan assaulted the monster, slashing at its legs and undercarriage, her seemingly mindless aggression putting the creature on the defensive again as it tried to curl around its exposed abdomen. That club-like tail flailed, trying to drive the ferocious elf away, keeping her at bay even as she continued to relentlessly drive against its defences, sending sparks high into the night air with her blows, razored slices carved from the bone plates. Ulrich was almost transfixed by the sight. This 2 meters and 70-ish kilograms of vicious Iriellen that had been his wife showing the cunning violence of an elf hunter. He couldn't risk a magical attack, not and catch her up in it. He couldn't join her, or he'd get in the way. Acid anxiety gripped the man as he watched, hating his inability to complement his wife's desperate attack. A single mistake. That was all it would take for his mate to be completely destroyed by the colossal strength of the Greater. Taipan made none, dancing her midnight sword's dance under the moons, Iskios her arms. Death found the monster in a single moment of overextension, a too strong blow that lodged its appendage in its extended form into the stones, locked temporarily in place. Lancing towards the Greater, fast as her namesake, Taipan drove in and deftly drew a poison vial and punched it into the stomach wound, arm covered to the elbow in a claw of darkness. Deep into the cut Ulrich's had made went the elven huntress's arm, crushing the vial in her shadow-covered talon, and she leapt away, too rapidly for the creature to even flinch away. Glimmering green and bronze-flecked eyes pitilessly beheld the slain monster that did not know it was dead. Taipan, certain now of her victory and pushing herself to her limits, landed with her boots at a slightly unfavourable angle. Her footing was not sure when she came to rest, the betraying rocks below almost toppling the elf woman. Pained and furious, guts burning with toxin, the beast's final act was to whip that tail again, slamming an outcrop with its momentum in a shotgun of stone shards that battered the woman's form, drawing a pained yelp to go with the thudding impacts that sent her prone to the ground. Ulrich threw himself forward, ignoring the now sagging creature to go to his partner, a swell of concern rising. Beyond that ultimate strike, the beast made no more attempts at offence, could not continue its reckless predation. No mere smudge on an arrow's head, within its vitals was a near to full vial of toxins so potent the smallest drop would shut off a smaller animal's nervous system within a few minutes. The big old horror over there began frothing blood within a few seconds, and its spasming limbs failed it, sending it crashing to the ground despite its incredible constitution. Sweating, bleeding, adrenaline screaming, half naked in the drizzling rain, Ulrich was as alive as he'd ever been. His budding fears at Taipan being badly injured were allayed as she levered herself up. By the set of his Isekai partner's shoulders squared, even though she'd been slow to rise, so was she. To quote young Bright Eyes from a time long ago, they were glory, and they had come so very close to being the opposite of glory. There is no joy like living when death has its cold, clammy phalanges around your neck. He closed in on the elf girl, still basking in her triumph, without her notice, and pounced. "Ack! Ulrich! Not here, in front of the heavens and all who stand beneath them, you savage!" cried out a surprised Sylvan warrior princess as he picked her up in a hug from behind and squeezed gently but firmly. "You maniac! What made you think dirking that monster was a good idea?" The Reforged man growled into her hair. Relief unlike anything he'd ever known flooded through him, and Ulrich felt momentarily drained, like dread had been the only thing keeping him moving. Dread. Fear. He could have laughed. After her accusations of being unthoughtful about his own mortality, he found plenty of concern about hers. Looks like Ulrich Einar was certainly afraid of something after all. It just wasn't related to himself. Oh, irony. A shaky breath left him, and the once recluse took up the elf woman in an embrace, and he refused to let her go for at least 3 minutes, ignoring her protests. "If you are not going to pin my ears to my shoulders for further embarrassment, will you at least help tend my wounds?" came a final, somewhat breathless complaint. "Ah, thank whatever resident gods great and small," he silently whispered. "She's not too hurt to bitch. It was a good sign." Ulrich let her go then and set to inspecting the wounded lass. Some contusions, pretty bad, in spite of how smoothly she'd been moving, some real grit in the veteran huntress to ignore the pain. Her yelp when he prodded her side probably indicated some pretty significant injuries to the rib cage, maybe more than bruises. His gentle probing at the nasty-looking bruising and torn skin on her thigh drew a hiss of pain and narrowed eyes. "It is likely broken, if in a minor fashion, Glade Chief." Taipan assessed, with more calm about the injury than he could summon himself. Mashed ribs and a busted leg. Both were drastically limiting to mobility, and, as his lady wife had demonstrated with gusto, mobility was essential to her ability to fight and survive against men and beasts. For the time being, Taipan was out of action. She took the verdict with more aplomb than he did by a great margin, having been wounded in combats and hunts many times before. Never out in the wilds of a hostile nation, far, far from the aid of her cousins amongst the elven tribes, however. Certainly never with 100 and change of her kinfolk, wounded and drawing predators like meat drew flies. With her own wounds tended, Taipan took obvious glee in returning the favour, cleaning his scrapes with ointment and wrapping them in tight bandages. His fingers she carefully tied together to prevent him from causing her bandaging from coming loose. The robes he'd been wearing were a total loss, shredded along one side and covered in blood, his own and the greater beast's. Between the massacre at the wedding back in Bartala and now this, he was just straight up out of clothes that weren't dyed in somebody's remains. Problems for future Ulrich. Presently they had to see about the refugees, those that survived. News was, not great, but not as bad as he'd initially suspected. 6 were dead, 3 eaten and 3 pulped by the creature's tail. About 3 times that were wounded in one way or another by the initial attack, but then they'd already mostly been hurt, and so the calculus regarding events wasn't much changed. The greater beast, because that is no doubt what it was, especially once Taipan fished its awakened core, glittering facets of brassy orange declaring magical potency from its chest. At least they had not failed through incaution. The monster had come at them from an almost impossible to expect angle, straight up from underneath. The creature had burrowed up from the underground right dead in the middle of the sleeping elves. Most managed to get away, as the monster had started by eating those first 3 victims alive. It killed the next group in a single slap of its massive tail. Bitterness spiked in him as he surveyed the carnage. Imagine living through all that they had, finding hope to live again, to see home, just to be slaughtered by some fucking jumped-up armadillo. It wasn't fair. Life wasn't fair. Fair was what you got when you had a gun on all parties involved, as near as Ulrich could reckon these days. For an hour, Ulrich helped the Orlithrum bury the remains of their kin in a single grave. The hole needn't be large. Most of the corpses had been rendered into paste. Still, digging through the thin highland topsoil and the rocky ground was a task and a half. At least it was easy to find the stone to raise cairns. Ulrich didn't know what to say to these long-suffering folk that wouldn't sound patronising, so he didn't say anything except for a simple, "We live still, and the twins rise early tomorrow, so get what rest you may." Cold it may have been, but at least it was real, a solid thing to hang on to. There would be a tomorrow for those that lived, and that tomorrow would have to be dealt with. Best to do it well rested. Taipan had long since finished carving apart the monster, while he conducted funeral services and loading the spare room in wagons with the more valuable bits, especially those biosteel cables in its tail. The meat was, of course, a no-go. Not after she'd loaded it up with a whole vial of toxins most insidious. Well past the witching hour was it by the time a knackered glade chief returned to the dry of his shelter. He'd gone and found Warona Autumnclaw's ash magic catalyst. Too tired to be anything but grateful it had lasted as long as it had. Curiosity over why it hadn't completely broken down and detonated could wait for later. He was for his blankets. His loving wife was already abed, wrapped again in her elf burrito from both their bedrolls. Cursing quietly, he retreated back through the pissing rain and dropped down to restoke the fire. Not for the warmth, not really, although the damp chill was leaving him somewhat puckered. No, it was for the comfort that crackling flame and radiant heat gave to the heart. Morale was likely to be in the shitter. His, Taipan's, everybody's. Who would have thought such a thing lived out here in the middle of the crags digging burrows under the dale waiting for things to come to water? Anybody with sense, Ulrich, he chided. Where else would life congregate but around fresh running water? It was a mistake to have been so relaxed. Wait, no. Fuck that, he told himself. That's fucking wrong, Ulrich remonstrated. They had done well, had set watch, had travelled with care and had responded as aptly as anyone could have. Varda was simply a lethally dangerous place, that was all. There was a reason all the towns had walls. There was a reason for the vast swathes of wild country between the pockets of civilization. Things went bump in the night out here, and they bumped real good like. All a man could do was be vigilant. Absolute safety was a pipe dream, and he had to accept that about this life. It was a habit of the before, to dwell on what couldn't be controlled, probably due to stress. The twice-born Valin shook off that useless negativity and chose to focus on the good. Taipan, alive and well. In a couple of weeks she'd be right as right rainwater, an analogy no doubt conjured by the persistent damned bullshit that seemed determined to fall from the sky constantly around here. He'd be fit as a fiddle in a few days, and fingernails regrew just fine. Without care for the grumbles of a lightly tenderized serpent, Ulrich broke into her haven of furs and went to sleep spooning the soft form. The strong grip that squeezed his mitt was as much as he needed to know for most of the world to be all right at the moment. Chapter 1, 167. It Never Rains. Adventure across Varda's landscape was no minor feat, as was proven again on the morrow. When the stiffness of the injuries set in, and the depth of the bruising became obvious, his shadow declared herself a liability in combat. No wonder she'd gone completely apeshit on the monster with a ribcage that was almost a flailed chest. Slightly less agility, less able to shift her frame from the direct path of those rocks, and there wouldn't have been any almost about it. To think on it nearly made him break out in cold sweats. The mildly broken leg was more than an inconvenience. Bones mended, though. They'd both come out luckier than the few elves under where the beast had clawed free of the ground. Taipan, by virtue of being somewhat crippled for a few days, as she'd announced loudly, and with some unconventional profanity that morning, was reclined on a wagon with her similarly incapacitated kin. She was ill-pleased about it, but at least not injecting her venom into everyone around her. Ulrich was walking next to the wagon containing his wife, eyes roaming the immediate vicinity. He was still pathfinding the refugees, only now he lacked the foresight provided by Taipan's scouting. To rectify that incredibly hazardous situation, he was running ahead every hour or so to trailblaze a path. This pathfinding swiftly taught him the value of his wife's efforts on their behalf, as it was a brutal pace to maintain throughout the day even in his condition. The raw scrapes did him no favours, even treated as they were. Sweat burned under his bandaging within an hour of his exertions. Mid-sun's rise was just past, and they had made their way from the camp valley into a higher ground, skirting massive boulders and cliffs that dropped to what looked to a now quite large canyon housing a river. Ulrich's thighs and calves were going slightly rubbery at the unceasing effort of 5 hours of sprinting, hill climbing and hill descending through the rough landscape of these highlands. Pre-Spang was some gnarly hiking around these parts. At the moment they were keeping to the high ground, away from the tangled canyon lands that had replaced the swamps of days prior. The elevation generally was lifting, and Ulrich was fairly certain they were working out onto a small plateau. Even the fjords were evening out, becoming a more monolithic cliff face along the coast, some 200 or 300 metres proud of the white caps of the Vatin. It was good news, the terrain here being more even despite the hummocks of thick moss and increasingly tall grasses, was far more forgiving of the carts and those who walked alongside them. Wispy tufts of seeding grass stalks marked the wind's passage, whispering softly as it blustered off the sea. Running into their faces as it did, Ulrich was glad they were travelling effectively downwind. It was most of the warning they got before another piece of Varda's more virulent ecosystem found them. It began with the rich, cloying scent of pollen. What with the spring being in full bloom, this was not unusual. What rang alarm bells in Ulrich's hindbrain was that there was the ever-so-faint note of the volatile organic compounds that were associated with rotting meat. Esterdiols, sickly sweet, the sharply nail-polish remover scent of ketones, and the fouled egg odour of sulfides put his instincts on edge. Taipan was the first to give words to the growing unease that was, until she spoke, merely a bad vibe on an otherwise wonderful day for a walk. "Ulrich, do you scent that?" said the artisan navigator of Varda's wilds, alarm clear in her tone. For the first time, he intentionally sniffed, and the breeze obliged with a heavy dose of the odour that had provoked his wife's question. It was floral glory mixed with decaying foulness. Features scrunched against the offensive bouquet, Ulrich responded in the affirmative, "Aye, flowers and death, wife." "Any idea what it might be up there? We can't be far from the source," he noted. Painfully slow, the tall, dark beauty climbed down from the wagon seat to stand beside him, her ears twitching anxiously. She closed her eyes and made a series of careful sniffs, drawing deep on the air. Ulrich saw her expression fall even as she made an olfactory survey of the wind. Uh-oh. A long-suffering sigh from her roost made him nervous. Taipan wasn't afraid of the things out here, not generally. That meant that whatever was ahead was a real treat. "It is gilded Queen's Rose, Ulrich, in full flower," she said, keeping her voice down to prevent panic amongst her kin. Another few wafts of the breeze and her features took on an edge of concern. Waving him over, his partner walked him through how bad becomes worse on Varda. "By the thickness of the scent, I think that we are coming to a nursery. The gilded Queen's Rose has flowered and brought bulbs to fruition. They are now themselves grown and form a cluster of conjoined organisms. Such is why it is imperative to destroy them before they can flower, or as soon as can possibly be managed," explained the forest-wise huntress. She shook her head sharply and signed apprehension, even as her warning whisper conveyed to him what they were up against. Voice low, Taipan said nervously, "Even a triad would not try going through this glade, chief. We would run wide as necessary of it to avoid catching the monster's attention. They share senses through their roots, passing information from flower to flower and sharing the nutrition of the kills that are digested. Fuck." Taipan had told him of the herbaceous monster once a while back. It was a greater beast for one, its core housed in the giant fang-petalled flower stem, the flower which could process a cow, like branches down a wood chipper. It was also possessed of a sinister toxin, potent hallucinogens, and liked to use spores to cause its victims to lay down and bask in the sun's warmth, even while they were eaten. If they resisted, the thorns adorning the numerous vines that shrouded its base, vines that acted as a half-dozen cat-o'-nine-tails lashes, emitted acid that sounded like a piranha solution, eating through pretty much any organic material in seconds. Overall, not a good time. "You're saying there's an entire field of them somewhere up ahead? This thing that you described as a hideously dangerous greater beast? As in, more than one, which would have been bad enough?" Ulrich checked. She flashed him the elf sign for yup. Ulrich thought it over for a minute. Detours of any kind were costly, given how slowly they already moved with the victims of Prosper's Bane production facilities. Things would be even harder now, without Taipan scouting and providing fresh meat to supplement their supplies. Ulrich could hunt, but he couldn't do that and also lead the group. Would they have enough food to make Kistelfa? Starving in the wild wasn't exactly how he had envisioned separating from the Issa rescued from death by torture. There was also the consideration that the wounded were going to draw in scavengers and apex predators alike. More samples of the heavy hitters of Varda's ecosystems would investigate all this lovely food being dragged around with them. The longer they stayed out here away from civilization, the more likely it was that something even worse than whatever in the hell that Nasty from yesterday was would find their trail. Could they afford to go around? Could they risk the monsters ahead? "Taipan, does fire hurt these rose beasts?" he asked, reaching for clues to find an angle on this problem. Her chin dipped in answer, but her words added new layers to the chaos onion he was eating. Incendiary is highly effective against the flesh of the gilded Queen's Rose, but even the slightest ember causes them to enter their mobile state. Voice dipping, as if at an extremely unpleasant memory, she continued. They withdraw their roots from the soil and crawl at somewhat impressive speed across the ground to avoid the source of the flame. They also become incredibly hostile and fill their surroundings with toxic spores. For a single rose, I would say that this is a good idea. For a nursery... Her ears bounced once violently and she immediately waved a hand to reject that notion. The fearless Amazon aggressively opposed his suggestion, continuing her dire warning. If a nursery detects even a single cinder of fire, they will go mobile, and the wind will carry their poison in a cloud to overwhelm us, unless we can come at them from upwind. rendered his budding idea moot. She said what they both were thinking then. If we achieved that, then they would smell us and begin hunting us. There would be no point to combating the creatures. We are best served fleeing. Damn. So no Stormfire bombardment then. The consuming plasma ball could get incredibly powerful as it travelled, encompassing a pretty wide area, but probably not enough to wipe out an entire field of the little nasties. On to the next thing then. Can we go around then, get upwind and just go, without provoking an attack as we do? He asked, slightly hopeful. The sign for unwise spelled doom for plan B. With so many, and moving so slowly, we woods must go far, far to escape their attention. A league, maybe 2, to keep our scent from them. The beasts prefer to remain still, it costs them less energy, but there are always extremely aggressive variants in a nursery, and those would come for us at first notice. The others would follow when blood was spilled, in either direction. Double damn. No to fire, no to flight, unless by a huge margin. A margin that could very well prove fatal to all those who followed him. If not to the lack of supplies, then by incurring the attention of the monstrous natives of Prespang's coastal wilds. The scent of blood and wounded was as a lit beacon, calling whatever thought it could feast on them. Such was Taipan's assessment that morning. Ulrich lifted his hand to signal a stop for the convoy, and sat on a hump of grass to have a think, totally lost. After a few minutes of fruitless meandering on the situation, he turned for help. No sense having a guide if you weren't going to ask for their professional opinion. Options? Ulrich asked of his shadow. We are, Glade Chief, to borrow your odd uses of speech. Completely boned, said the shadow. With that assessment, Ulrich rolled backward off the hump of tall grass and lay on his back, the deep blue of Varda's skies and majestic clouds rolling fluffy and white overhead, uncaring of the trials below. The twins were dancing their rounds, ascending through their course with equal dispassion to events on the terrestrial plane. Why was adventuring so goddamned hard? Why does this adventuring have to be so goddamned hard? He bitched aloud. Rich laughter, followed by a moan of pain from disturbing her abused ribs, met his observance. Welcome to Varda, my love. It is with good cause that few know the peace of a death in sleep, said his wife, enjoying his suffering as an offset to her own. The pause was taken advantage of by the refugees, the Orlethrum having unloaded their burdens with almost fatalistic relaxation. Tight groups, sort of impromptu support groups, what Taipan referred to as social rings, had spontaneously formed once the Issa were freed, and they were very strongly maintained throughout the trip. It appeared that these types of clusters of a couple of dozen or so individuals was a natural tendency for elves. Taipan's lack was atypical. According to her own admission, she had less than a quarter of the normal close relations as most of her kind. It figured that he'd have attracted the Ariellen equivalent of a misanthrope. Sunscrest came. Sunscrest went. The sea breeze continued to bring with it hints of the calamity ahead, and Ulrich found no revelation from his sightless stare into the heavens. What about Newspell? The intensity of their adventure since leaving Iriel had pushed him hard, had fed him a host of combat experiences and honed the lessons of his trainers against the whetstone of bitter to the death battles. As a result, his classes were becoming refined, his capabilities evolving to meet his potential. The Elementalist class in particular was facilitating a rapid growth in sorcery, especially since he'd regained his full range of elemental magics. There had been those odd, almost instinctive metamorphoses of spells he had long since mastered to consider as well. Twice his magic had twitched to turn an already potent flame crash into the volcanic stormfire, and the humble windblade into the devastating galvanic mistral. He had a feeling that his title of Seer Untouched had some part to play in that as well, some nebulous guide towards the impulse to extend his magic outwards. Ulrich forgot just how divergent reality here was compared to his old life. Will could become reality on Varda. Magic could bridge the gap between heart's desire and what was. Possibility itself was mutable through the core of an evolved creature. Did that mean he could do anything? Not really, the limits were certainly out there. Dig too greedily and too deep and the Balrog awaited. The law of unintended consequence would devour the unwise mage whole. Ulrich was starting to get the sense that the Akashic classes were a buffer, a built-in safety mechanism, probably installed by the Watcher as a sort of evolutionary guide to prevent the reality hack that was a core from causing its owners to delete themselves unintentionally. Mages sort of broke that relationship by externalizing their magics in a less limited way. they also incurred the proportional risk of leaving the calm shores of class skills, precisely guided and directed manner, and entering the deep waters of true magic. Or, as Taipan tended to think of it, straying away from the lit paths to wander into the dark. Only literal decades of alien knowledge had permitted Ulrich to wield this biocrystalline reality warper, without the aid of Varda's established magus training. He was creating his own path through the endless depths. An answer to this current problem was out there. He had only to find his way to it, without unmaking himself along the way. Question was, would a new spell do more harm than good? Ulrich just didn't know how to assess the risk. Firstly, thanks to the teaching of Ariel's dragons and Archmage Gothus Inurit, he'd come a long way in weaving mana to create more precise spell forms with better control over the latent forces of Varda. Secondly, he'd been getting more familiar with wielding his powers, flexing this awakened core to its fullest. Thirdly, learning from the School of Magic Adept Warona Autumnclaw hailed from had expanded his understanding of what could be done with mana and how it could be manipulated. Counterpoint: magic isn't done by half measures. Once you bring a weave into being, empowered through your core, done is done and you had to live with the consequences. If he created a construct that set off those lush flowers of doom, then they were asses in the wind, and there was no guarantee Ulrich could whomp up something off the cuff that would do the trick. Taipan, I'm coming up blank, Ulrich conceded. Would you mind going over everything you know about these nasties again? After that, I'm going to go up ahead, just to the edge of that little valley, and get a look at this nursery, as you call it. If nothing else, it sounds like something a man might not get to see too often. He needed to see it for himself, and he needed to do so with the details of the greater beast fresh in his thoughts. Maybe something would come to him. While the injured Orlithrum lounged around in an illusion of carefree relaxation, Taipan reiterated all that she knew of the Gilded Queen's Rose. When she finished instructing him, with warning to make as little noise as possible, step softly and go no closer than thrice a stone's throw, Ulrich went ahead to see what all the fuss was about firsthand. He went slowly. He made as little noise as he was capable of making, and he lived in mortal terror for every second of his passage that the wind would change direction, an errant current reversing and bringing the smell of wounded elves to the super-predators that hid behind the rise. The only saving grace was that, if the winds did shift, they'd carry the smell of their wounded comrades, and it wouldn't be him fucking everybody over. Seeing was still not quite believing. It's one thing to hear about a 5-meter-tall monster plant, like something out of Little Shop of Horrors, except religiously cycling steroids and hitting the gym for a living, and it was another thing to witness it. Great viney roots bigger than his legs spread out from the base of the monster, waving as if wind-blown to hide the deliberate searching pattern for those woody, gnarled, thorned tentacles, barbs gleaming black and big as his hand as they canvassed the surroundings thoroughly, if slowly. The central stalk was smooth, a dark forest green, thornless, and had a very slight taper from his entire wingspan to merely larger around than his linked hands could encircle. Atop the stalk was the reason for its name, a great set of rose petals, each large as a beach towel, pearly white, and each one lined with a brilliant metallic gold that sent rays of light scattering across the nursery as if from a dragon's hoard. It was beautiful. Add to that, about 20 more smaller versions of the same monster turned the centre of the dell ahead of him into one of Varda's wonders. The kind you only need to see once before wishing that you never do so again, and which you were glad to have witnessed from far, far the hell away. Ulrich resisted the urge to whistle softly, or run screaming. Neither were exactly sound decisions, even if they were understandable. Now that is just one hell of a thing, Ulrich whispered ever so softly to himself. Chapter 1, 168. But it paused. He watched for a few minutes longer, observing, soaking in the sight of a greater beast spawning more of itself to go forth one day, and feast on the unprepared or unwary that travelled Varda's wild places. No good idea came to him other than the first one, kill it with fire. But how? Lightning was great for a very localised fuck this guy in particular kind of magic, but that down there was going to require a broader stroke to do the job. Now that he'd seen what awaited, he was going to go ahead and veto the whole new spell idea, unless it was an absolute humdinger. Whatever he did here had to work the first time, there would be no second chances. Similarly, there was no way he'd even consider trying to fight those monsters heads up. They'd probably eat him alive and everybody else on this little plateau. The only reason they hadn't already was that the floral graters hadn't detected them. Yet. Looking like they were going to have to add nearly a week to their trip and maybe run out of food before they reached Kistalfa, and with the wind at their faces carrying their scent, they might draw the monsters down on themselves regardless. Rare was the Vatin not shedding a brisk breeze from its surface onto the coastal highlands. Taipan had told him that these trade winds were a godsend, bringing rapid transport by sail across the inland sea that bisected the continent. Currently, those same winds of good fortune were creating a catch-22. Back with his now resting wife, who was meditating and lamenting her unwillingness to learn her Mother Bathes techniques for mana circulation that might facilitate her own pinnacle body's natural healing, they again came to a meeting of minds. As Ulrich lowered himself to sit by his shadow, he confided with a despairing chuckle, "We're completely boned, lass." Taipan, veteran of the tricks that was roving out into the deep wild, smiled and nodded her agreement, having said that very thing not so long ago this day. "If it were just me and you, it'd be fine. I could carry you fast enough to outpace those things, for long enough to make Kistalfa, according to your judgment about our position." The Glade Chief summarized, "And, if needs be, I could spread flames across that whole valley, and we could just hide in an improvised cave made from stone walls until the toxic spores got carried off in the wind." A dip of her delicate chin preceded her completion of his thoughts, in voice pitched low so that their refugees didn't hear. "But the wounded or Lethram," she said. He signed "Yep" with resignation. There was just no way to keep them all safe from a cloud of poison, or to flee with so many injured folk, and even the ones who were relatively mobile were just beat to shit and still recovering from the starvation. Abandoning his wards was not an option. If Ulrich could do that, he wouldn't be in this mess to begin with. He'd have ignored a bunch of thugs hauling an elf child through his forest and gone back to scratching a living out of the glade before being eventually eaten by something nastier than he was then. That fairly well brings us to something I'd considered earlier, and because you got mad at me for doing dangerous stuff earlier, did not mention. Ulrich intoned steadily. There was a door number 3. If attacking the things was a bad idea, because they couldn't possibly defend all the elves, and going around was basically the same as feeding them to the monsters themselves with extra steps, then the third option was to get the monsters to leave on their own. Fire wasn't going to work, since it berserked the bastards into releasing a toxic plume. But what about food? A little hint of something to eat might draw the creatures off, pull them out of the way, like a cork from a bottle so that the convoy could slip through. I'll let the creatures become aware of my scent and draw them into following me, leading them away and allowing the rest of you to make your way across this valley and to the safety of Kistalfa. Emerald gimlets narrowed to slits and strong hands clenched around the hilt of her belt knife at his words. Clearly she was about as happy at his suggestion as he was, which was funny in a way, because she'd once considered disposing of him by a similar ploy back when she wanted him murdered to free herself of her bond. How times be a-changing. "You cannot do this, Ulrich. I will not let you," declared the elf to the human. "Now, all you got to do to stop me is just give me a better idea, Taipan. Anything at all," he responded firmly. The thing about responsibility is that it stays with you even when it sucks. Especially when it sucks. A man who drops his burdens just because the hill starts to get steep shouldn't have picked them up to begin with, because now people are counting on him to get to the finish line. Realistically, the elf woman was the better choice of the two for the sort of maneuver he had in mind, and before her injuries, Ulrich wouldn't even have been that concerned that she could pull it off. But not with a rack of busted ribs, a mild hairline fracture of femur, and some fairly substantial bruising along her leg, the deep kind that made muscles not work right, on account of the tissue fibres were all mashed up, and the blood vessels feeding them had leaked under blunt force trauma, swelling her thigh to nearly twice its normal thickness. Or was it thickness? Stop it, Einar. You're being serious now. No solution was forthcoming. They both knew it was the best option. Had she been firing on all cylinders, Ulrich had little doubt that she would already have volunteered this plan and argued staunchly as he did, and he would have rejected it for similar reason until being, eventually, won over by it being the only real choice that they had. Just like she was. Eventually. The twins had fallen low before he managed to convince her. "Damn it, lady! I didn't do all this to get those sorry bastards over there eaten," Ulrich growled at his wit's end. Scowling, his mate snapped back, said something that was both everything he wanted to hear and terribly cold for its truth. "And I would not trade all of their lives for yours. Not if I had to cut their throats my own self." A man would starve trying to subsist on nice from Taipan, just as it wasn't much in himself either. Not that he was laying any kind of judgment on her for that position, though. If that were the choice, he'd do the same on her account. Saving these elves was a priority, from sheer decency and also from the pragmatic need to keep them from being turned into weapons of mass destruction. But they did not even slightly tip the balance compared to Taipan in his heart, and, a bastard he might be, but he was also an honest one and would admit it. Ulrich knew that they were not at an impasse. Her own injuries put her in the camp with those unable to flee at speed, and there was only one way manifest to solve this particular problem. Somebody had to lure those monsters away, and the only somebody around here that could do it was the guy wearing the bones of an ancient beast. And he cheated and went over to where the ruffled Ariellen sat, and he took her in a firm embrace, breathing in the smell of her. She only resisted a bit before relaxing into him, and he felt her arms circle him to return his comfort. They stayed like that for a few minutes before the grip tightened on his ribs, and he received his marching orders in the form of an intense whisper into his ears. You will lead the monsters south and east for exactly 1 hour. Then you will place flame between yourself and the chasing beasts, driving them away. Then you will circle back north and east to meet us on the other side of the valley, where we can make fires to delay the advancing nursery if it tries to follow. You will not die, or do anything stupid, and I will have your oath on it, Ulrich Einar, Lord of the Ancient Glade. Define stupid. Ulrich lawyered, rubbing his forehead against hers and trying to memorize the feel of her against him, just in case. She bit him on the neck, gently though, so her heart wasn't in it. Thusly warned, Ulrich gave his oath. Did you have to fondle my chest while you swore, Ulrich? Taipan asked of him. No, dear shadow, he nonchalantly said, still not having released the idols of his worship. Just giving myself some motivation to not get caught and eaten. She rolled those lovely eyes at him and let him have his fun. And what fun! They couldn't lay together, not with her side all banged up and the heavily bruised thigh, but tomorrow was going to be a fucking nightmare and they both could use the skinship. Besides, if you can't cop a feel of your willing, hotter than the hinges on the gates of hell wife, then what was even the point of living? Fires burned low in rock-lined pits across the barren highland plateau, cut from scraggly wind-tortured trees. The Orlethram pilgrims journeying back towards sanctuary huddled in their groups, mourning the most recent losses and comforting their peers. The only sound was the ever-gusting Vatine sea breeze. An evening meal was taken, heartier than usual in recognizance that this gambit would require everyone to have as much strength as possible. Tomorrow a great deed would be done, a flight that would test them. Ulrich spent the night with his mate reclined against his chest, and they spoke little. Words weren't so necessary between them in times like this. Just being there was enough to satisfy two peoples that had once embraced near total solitude. Oddly enough, he slept like a baby. There was a time when the off-the-cuff words of a co-worker or supervisor had cost him precious shut-eye. It was enough to draw a chuckle from him when he considered how little any of that shit had ever mattered to anyone but him. In any case, there was no hurry to rise, to dress and armour himself, and to prepare their breakfast. Taipan would lead the caravan of her cousins through the dell, once he'd cleared it of the nursery of fell flowers. The plan, such as it was simplicity itself. Ulrich would circle south, approaching the valley from the plateau's high ground. From there he would draw the monsters in and kill a few of them, thus provoking the entire mass of botanical death into giving chase. Then would come the fun part, where he fled as rapidly as possible, pulling the monsters like a stopper from a bottle. The trick was, once the floral beasts had his scent, they would not give up their prey, so he had to come up with a plan to shed them and rejoin his wife and her kin on the other side of the valley. No big deal, right? Ulrich asked himself ironically. Right, sure thing, buddy, he replied to his own snark. Things were fairly well set in stone, so the pair of them decided to fill in the refugees and let them know which way the wind blew, an appropriate phrasing. On account of that was more or less the problem. They spent a few minutes getting the Orlethram situated into a loose gaggle, ready to move, before presenting themselves before their wards. Once, Ulrich had taken under his wing a single injured child. Now he had well over 150 individuals from adolescent up to middle age. There were no young children or older adults because they'd succumbed fastest to the torturer's attentions, which made Ulrich's blood boil just thinking about as he looked over the massed peoples. For a moment he surveyed the assembly and without preamble told them what was up. We have a problem ahead. which could well spell the end of every single one of us, Ulrich began, his baritone sounding loud over the mostly flat shelf of grass, scrub and rock. There lies only a kilometre or so away a nursery of gilded Queen's Rose, and it is nearly completely mature, or so I have been informed by my partner here, who is among the few that have faced such creatures and lived. He indicated Taipan, who took over for him with her characteristic brisk intensity. My Glade Chief speaks truth. It is a mature colony with a fully flowered adult, and we cannot go around it for fear of your ailments, wounds, and general smell of vulnerability drawing more beasts down on us. So far a detour would we needs make to avoid the trade winds carrying our scents to the nursery and spelling all of your dooms, announced the former princess of the Deep Wood. The crowd shared worried looks but remained silent, resigned to their lot as dependents. Elves were nothing if not realists. They knew the score here better than anyone. Carrying on, Ulrich's doting wife revealed their plans with her usual compassion. Because he is unwilling to abandon you all to your fates here or to bring the knife to bear himself, my idiot mate has decided that he will draw the monsters into pursuit, leading them away as may be the chosen course of a madman or a drooling fool, spoke his adoring Taipan, anger seeping into her words. A few smiles broke out as her scathing opinion of his plan made itself known. A few of the young women near the front, because elves are arseholes, mustered the energy to heckle the pair of them, the first speaking loudly enough to be heard by the crowd, observing, "Let us hope the Valin runs better than he washes. His stink will have them chasing for weeks," while the next crudely declared, "Perhaps we will be allowed a night's sleep free from our cousin's love songs. Her voice is sweet but so very loud," which was unfair. Ulrich only smelled as badly as the rest of them, and at least he didn't need somebody to clean his wounds for him or haul him around on a wagon. And besides, as many of them as were able, and some that probably ought not be, were also guilty of bumping the uglies, and they weren't exactly quiet about it. Jerk-ass pointy-eared dicks. Clearing his throat loudly, Ulrich took over the announcements before his shadow could further make her displeasure with him public record and to get this over with. If he let her go on, this would devolve into a fiasco, which it sort of already was. Yes, thank you, wife. Your generous spirit warms my bones, and your kin are simply drowning in gratitude, he commented sidelong at his partner, before gathering himself to address the Orlithrum. There are no good options, and so I have chosen the one that has the highest chance to succeed, as any reasonable person would do. Once I have the attention of the monsters, I will draw them away from the dell where they reside, and you lot will, with my dearest heart at the helm, push through with as great a haste as can be made, towards the city Kistalfa, which lies ahead not so many leagues. I will rejoin you when I have either dispatched the monsters or broken from their hunt, hopefully well before we exit these highlands, let alone make sight of Kistalfa's walls. Ulrich called to the gathering. For this perilous and selfless act of courage, Ulrich received the following benediction from one of his graceful pilgrims. "We will remember your bravery over our cups and wish that your spirit find its deserving rest." A young male inquired, "How long is Valin mourning custom before one may court the widow?" Before they were immediately challenged by another, "Not that it matters for you, Dagred. You would sooner flap your ears and take flight before she would spend on you her favour." Taipan scowled when a reclined form shouted, "Have I gone worms in the head? This is the best they could come up with. The tree sleeper's audacity has infected her mate." Her hands landed on her hips and she leaned forward, ignoring the flare from her ribs as she called out, "Silence, you bark weasels. This is our course and you will like it. Give thanks to my gentle Valin. My vote was to cut your throats while you slept and raise a monument later." Loud raspberries greeted her from the peanut gallery. Ulrich was now completely certain that the Esser couldn't find a fuck to give with all the king's horses and all king's men. He had to respect that kind of chutzpah. All right, Ulrich interjected before his shadow started a riot. "She wasn't really going to cut your throats, and neither will I, or I'd have just set you all on fire a week ago." Running a hand over his face to regain some semblance of poise, the human tried to finish his elf wrangling and go do something more fun, like bait heinous plant monsters into following him across the wilderness. "Look, this is what it is, and I don't care if any of you like it. If I thought I could feed one of you to the fucking flowers and get the rest of you across the valley, I'd do it. Since that isn't an option, and everybody else is too goddamn slow or crippled or fucking whatever, then it falls to me, and the lot of you can kiss mine hairy sculpted arse." Clearly he'd failed to maintain decorum, the razzing of the crowd and his own wife proving too distracting. "Hair aside, it is a rather fine rump, is it not?" questioned one elf thoughtfully, and an agreeing murmur sounded throughout the crowd. Ulrich sighed, before turning to his mate and saying simply, "Welp, I'm going to go fight monsters, you deal with these assholes now." With that he fled the field, heading south to pull the nursery of photosynthetic predators out of their nesting ground. His boots clicked audibly against the stones, but there was no avoiding that at his rate of speed, and in any case the point of this was to draw attention. The retied shoulder pauldron wasn't exactly a perfect fit, but it'd do, and the rest of his armour was as impressive as ever, its Forest Lord bone plates secured to the underarmour and chainmail filling gaps in the plates to keep sharp claws, arrows, or whatever else from slipping between the plates. Zeftocht was secured in its sheath, and Ulrich was very much hoping he never got close enough to the beasties to need to use it. He had no doubt the weapon would cleave through the tough vines and resist well the bite of their acid, but the rest of him would not be so fortunate. Uldin's armour was probably as good a barrier as he'd get, but any liquid that got to flesh was going to fuck him up proper. A piranha solution was the next thing to lava so far as its effects on organic matter. Ulrich had some slight poison immunity, thanks to the sheer robustness of his body, that constitution stat coming into play, but he had no illusions about the limitations of such things. No, sir, the objective here was to stay the fuck away from these creatures and get them to follow him just long enough to let the caravan pass through this little valley. Shouldn't be too hard, Typhon said he could outpace the creatures by a fair margin with a decent head start. But Varda had surprised him before, which was why he'd be keeping Warona's catalyst gift handy for sure. His own flame magics were fairly good, packed plenty of punch, but there was a difference between what a generalist manages to womp up compared to a specialist. Adept Autumn Claw was a savant with creating ash plumes of devastating thermal potency. Her instructions on heat distribution, isolation, and the manipulation of incendiary were invaluable to him, and had impressed upon him the dedication to her craft that she'd possessed. She was as close to a thermodynamics doctorate as he'd met in this world. Which fact reminded him, Ulrich hadn't completely abandoned the idea of experimenting with a new spell form to deal with his current problem. A wide area of effect spell to complement his rather penetrating repertoire was an oversight that he'd been long overdue. "Whatever you do, go big. Don't short-dick this," the Reforged warned himself. It was a gamble, a game of bones that was life upon the surface of wood. Wonderful Varda. Hopefully it did what he wanted it to. If not, fuck it, he'd run like a horde of carnivorous plants as big as a damn palm tree were hot on his tail. Gods, what a grand old time was adventuring. Chapter 169. To Wield the Sky. Ignoring the rub of his armour against the soiled robes that pressed against raw skin and scrapes, Ulrich Einar took about 20 minutes to circle the narrow valley, like a small cleft in the otherwise gently rolling plateau they'd been crossing. An hour, no more. That's how long he needed to hold the attention of the Gilded Queen's Rose nursery. Carefully, not being incredibly careful about going quiet, but not necessarily trying to make noise either, Ulrich moved to the lip of the valley, watching as it dipped away at a relatively steep incline, about 1.5 kilometers across and perhaps 5 long. "All right, mister, Lord of the Ancient Glade, time to earn your title." Summoning his magics, Ulrich reached into that reservoir of power that was his core, bringing the Coronic engine to life. Carefully, Ulrich wove Calum laced with Saron, preparing the spell that was most likely to inflict maximum damage from this range without triggering a death spore cloud. He felt the little knots of hardened wind elongate at his command, thinning, sharpening, and forming curved scythes of almost metallic density. The faintly cyan blades of air were wrapped and bound by snapping arcs of electrical current, like chains securing them to the larger central blade that would guide his weapon. Ulrich pushed the limit of his control, 8 blades around their central leader, feeling the mental strain of keeping so many constructs moving in sync to his will. The pressure on his mind was immense, and he almost groaned with relief when he loosed the spell. Galvanic Mistral. Whirling Calum and Turan howled across the slope of the valley, gaining speed as it did. A loud crack announced that the central blade broke the sound barrier as the spell ripped into the middle of the nursery, scattering shredded petals, roots, and stalks into the air. 6 of the rose beasts died instantly, ripped to pieces, and they threw deeply indigo sap/blood to splash the earth like a modern art painting. Arcs of plasma holding the blades set flame to several of the creatures as the spell impacted. Instant was the response. Roots tore free of the loamy valley soil and the mother plant, which Ulrich had been trying to target. But you keep a magical blender the size of a Mack truck on track at the speed of sound, released a cloud of spores. The others, as Taipan had said they would, did not, but instead scattered and began to move back along the trail of his spell, winding backwards and forwards, searching. It was as predicted. The creatures didn't see, not directly. Instead they smelled, homed in on vibrations through the ground and sound, and had some kind of thermal sense. Attacking from range was the way. Ulrich pulled his magic together again and gave the terrible mass of writhing thorns and snapping-toothed petals another taste of the good stuff. Galvanic Mistral. Another pocket of 5, Gilded Queen's Rose, were rendered bite-sized, and another huge clod of churned-up grass and soil scattered into the air to join the flying chunks of greater beast and their almost fluorescent blood. This time the search pattern became far tighter, and they formed a wedge, its point directed straight at him, answering the question in his mind. Twice. That's how many times they needed to pinpoint an attack vector. From the valley floor there rose a low moaning sound, like a French horn but several octaves lower. He could feel it in his bones more than his ears. Oh, Watcher, that was the roses screaming a near-silent war cry as they berserked. As one, the nursery went mobile and came up the valley's steep rise as if it were level ground, about as fast as a dog ran in the before. A cloud came into being, birthed by a violent lashing of thorned vines, and Ulrich stared, uncomprehending for a few seconds, until he realized that what he was seeing was a cloud of dart-like thorns flung at great speed in his general direction, that was so thick it obscured the twins as the storm of acid-laden thorns peaked in their flight. "Job's done," Ulrich announced, convinced that he now had the monstrous attention of his new, though hopefully temporary, travelling companions. Boots scraped against the rocks below as he launched himself into a hard sprint, long legs putting him at a ground-eating pace to the south of the plateau. He trusted the plan and focused on running for a few minutes. A quick look over his shoulder saw the last of the horde cresting the dell, and he slightly increased his stride. It also revealed the steaming soil as vegetative matter, stone, and whatever else was eaten into by the vicious acidic fluid of the half-metre-long thorns now rising from the plateau like a heavy black grass. Ulrich was a man who liked to think on the move. The exertion of muscle helped get his brain to concentrate on a problem. Normally he didn't have toothy company that made failures to come to conclusion quite so mortal a proposition, but here he was, inspired by the distant hiss of chemical abomination on the landscape, and the dull rustling whistle of roots bearing herbivorous death. Ulrich Einar ran like hell for a good 5 minutes before slowing into a steady jog. Heart beat steadily within his chest, and he took deep, even breaths as he ran, his armour rustling little for the perfection of its fit. He reckoned he could keep this 25-kilometre-an-hour pace going for about a half an hour. That should be a plenty to keep any sign of the Orlathrim's passage from discovery. Meanwhile, Ulrich was going to work out the theory for how to create an inverse to the spell he'd accidentally created, absolute zero. In his attempts, early on and very much in foolhardy innocence, he'd created a perfect vacuum which had also reduced the temperature of the air to kinetic zero, almost killing him with the supercooled air. It was a spell that he still didn't use willy-nilly. Now, though, he was more or less certain that he could do the inverse. Instead of drawing air away, Ulrich was going to drag it in and pressurize it, rapidly. There was a fire-starting tool for hikers called a fire piston. The little device was just a cylinder with a pocket for tinder in the bottom of it. You strike the piston, hard, and the compression lifts the temperature of the usual atmospheric gases inside the little metal tube to the flash point of dry grasses or cotton or whatever. Now, he'd never be able to do that with just Calum. The air magic simply didn't work like that. Mana expenditure rose roughly linearly to the volume of air you tried to move. To fire piston, a large volume of air would take more mana than even his impressive core could muster. No, sir, he was going to cheat a little. Unlike a diesel engine, which uses sheer pressure to bring fuel to combustion, he was going to use the admittedly less efficient but far less demanding hot bulb method of ignition. The main difference was you needed a red-hot contact surface to trigger the ignition in a hot bulb. He would use a cinder pearl to accomplish that. The pressure he was going to get from taking an air mass from way up and driving it down a sky shield cylinder beneath another sky shield acting as the piston. The mass of air would serve as both piston and combustion gas. Ulrich was coming to terms with the fact that magic was cheating. It was impossibility. The classes were ridiculous nonsense that operated according to rules he had not yet figured out. However, the king of all bullshit was the feats of the pure mage, the possibilities of a core turning thought into reality. There was some aspect of his old world's galactic wizards of the classic cinema. Chief was that you had to believe what you were doing was real. If you didn't put your back into it, your doubts would cripple the working. No, magic demanded conviction. Ulrich's revelations, while in the grips of the prime elemental of lightning, Xeron itself, had opened his mind to the possibilities of true magic. One of those involved dispelling the illusion of distance. There was no difference in action on mana before him, or kilometres away, only the image of what he was intending, the knowledge of the forces he was bringing to bear, and the precision of his weave. A lifetime and change of learning provided the knowledge, the teachings of the elves' master sorcerers the precision, and the heartfelt desire to watch his enemies perish inflamed the image. Ulrich was not a nice person. Ribbons of air magic reached into the skies as he ran, his core exerting its strength, twisting what could be into what was. Calum, amongst all the mana forms he knew, was the most akin to the playing of music. It was nebulous, whimsical, and required harmony to bring Varda's atmosphere to bear. As his will extended upwards, threads of power forming a net to catch and direct the winds high above, he mused that he'd never learned to play an instrument properly. Did playing the songs of mana count? For half an hour Ulrich held streamers of Calum herding the winds high above to form his piston, rounding up the masses of cool air so prevalent, clouds tearing as they were pulled into the working. The trick to this was patience and focus. He was no Calum chord adept, nor did he have the subtle skills of a master weaver. What Ulrich had was the elementalist class to help him handle fine strands of elemental force and a working knowledge of fluid dynamics. He was weaving rings of laminar spirals as fast as he could, each layer of rotating air adding to the one before, the mass of wind magic growing with each iteration. By using his strength to create the flows slowly, he was doing with painful increments what another might do in moments. However, he was also not burning through his reserves of mana, was conserving his might for the coming heavy lifting. Well, more like the opposite of lifting. His working was sort of impressive from a visual perspective, majestic even. Anyone looking up would have noticed the spiralling clouds, white wisps mixed with faint cyan as he formed a spinning mass of deceptively violent air that was positively girthy in its accumulated atmospheres. Wind speeds in his working would be tornadic, but, unlike a normal weather pattern in which the faster air was at the centre of the spiral, his flows were in lockstep, forcing the outermost streams to move faster than the smaller rings within. It was important to what he had in mind, and the difficulty of forcing his core to tie the layers together would be worth the effort. The improvisation he'd come up with, creating layers of laminar flow which would keep the wind streams moving without interfering with one another, like an onion whose rings spun independently of one another, made the need for sky shield barriers obsolete. Ulrich wasn't going to use the thin air between his piston and the ground as the combustion gas. The piston itself, crushed by its own mass against the ground, would burn. If he could drop the mass hard enough, which was why his working was so high above the ground, he needed to give it plenty of space for gravity to assist the fall. Boots scraped against the stones as Ulrich skidded to a halt. He was sweating, his legs burned, and his mind knew none of it, because his singular obsession was the rotating mass of Calum held high above, the white and cyan tie-dye of ordered fury whirling some half-kilometre above. It was nearly the size of a soccer stadium, and the strain of holding it in place was pushing his limits hard. Even using the properties of air currents to his advantage, Calum wanted to be free, wanted to burst from the confines of his weave and follow the Vatin's currents, those sky roads established by the great patterns of temperature and pressure and the migration of the planet's very atmosphere. Ulrich's little pocket of energy was nothing before those masses, and it was all he could do to prevent them from tearing the piston apart. But he was done. He'd come far enough, some 15 kilometres, and the time was now. Before his hold slipped. Imagine turning a stiff doorknob that had been greased. One can do it. Friction will exist. But only if you squeeze god-awfully hard. That is the equivalent of the effort of his core to coerce his spell to form at this magnitude. Panting from the magical and physical toil, he watched the hunting monsters roll over the terrain like a gnarled tide. They had his scent. He didn't understand why they behaved as they did, why they came on with such single-minded hunger. The calories from his measly corpse would not feed so many creatures. did not warrant the energy expended to claim it. And yet, they had come on without hesitation. Was it vengeance for the monsters he'd killed? Probably not. Taipan had painted this creature as one whose sole motivation was to feed, on sunlight, on unwary prey. It didn't matter. It fed and it grew, and that was what it would continue to do until it died. Like kudzu from a horrorscape. Well, they were in for a rude awakening. Ulrich stood with his arms overhead, hands clawed like he was hanging from the edge of an abyss, into which he would vanish. Which he would, if his will failed. One last surge of the arcane, one final culmination of will, and Ulrich drove his hands down, hurling with back and shoulders as if he held a sledge, and with them pulled threads of wind magic with all his might, turning those laminar flows of circular air currents into a downward spiral. Like a stampede of bison, dragging the leader to the side caused the entire herd to turn, and when they did, nothing stood before the weight of their charge. The vortex plummeted slowly at first and faster, and then faster still. The timing was a little off. The nursery wasn't going to be directly under his working, but he didn't have the concentration to spare on that. What was done now was utterly done. Besides, the last little iota of his will was now spent on a humble cinder pearl, bringing that tiny little jewel of flame to life, its incandescence brilliant even under the light of mid-sunrise. With a flick of his hand, Ulrich sent the gem hissing through the air and dove for cover behind a tiny divot of earth, bordered by a few knee-high stones, which were the reason he'd stopped in the first place. Peeking over the barrier, Ulrich watched a calamity unfold. His mass of air hurtled into the earth like a giant's fist, smashing dust up into the air, flattening the horde, even as the rotating winds pulled their vines and petals into its vicious flow, like a concert hall raising their hands to the song. That tiny jewel of incender sitting under the centre of the air piston was crushed, releasing the pent-up heat inside, and the faster-moving winds at the outer edges of the working dragged the thermal bloom outwards, flames rolling away from the centre along the grounds instead of up, even as the Kalem piston crushed itself, its density skyrocketing. All according to... The world turned to flame and the ground bucked. Ulrich's barrier came apart and was thrown, and he behind it 20 metres across the ground, in a kaleidoscope of grass, sky, clouds, earth, sky, grass again, spinning like he'd been tossed into a tumble dryer. And a dryer it was. Air like a blast furnace around him would have injured him had it not passed so rapidly over his form, rising as it went, carrying its wicked furnace with it skyward. He was probably yelling, but he couldn't hear past the roar of the explosion. Ping. Cloudhammer. Override. Vortex flare. Ping. Face down in the dirt and gasping for breath, the former engineer knew for certain that he would never speak of this to Taipan. She'd never let him live it down. Lifting his head to stare at ground zero, he groaned aloud, not even close. Scorched earth terminated about 5 metres shy of where his little blast shield had been. Fat lot of good that had done him. It would appear that ignition had sort of saved his life a little. The rapidly heating central mass, the densest point of his working, had burned fiercely and created a negative pressure, drawing the incandescent heat upwards, forming a nice little roiling fireball upwards as it did. Without that, the reverse vortex he'd made would have rolled over him in its full glory, baking him. The scary part was that he hadn't exhausted himself in the doing. He'd taken so long to put the spell together that the crystalline construct inside him was able to harvest Varda's field and sustain his reserves. As insane as it seemed, Ulrich could have done worse, and died for it. He had to stop doing it this way. What was this, like the 3rd or 4th time he'd nearly blasted himself to smithereens? Ulrich now knew what a rocket oxidization chemist felt like. Your entire life is spent making things that you knew would destroy you, the room in which you stood, and likely the entire building, if you made even a tiny miscalculation or mishandled so much as a drop of your life's work. But what the fuck were the safety protocols for making spells to wipe out hordes of monsters? Don't. The answer to that question was nope, because there, in that little charred field of blackened grass and falling ash, was exactly zero sign that the nursery of Gilded Queen's Rose had ever existed. Very likely what was left of them was up in that rising pillar of fire, vacuumed up in the reverse shockwave. Can't argue with results like that, old man. Ulrich spoke aloud, gravely rough with fading adrenaline and the euphoria of the skydiver, whose parachute successfully opened. He couldn't use this on people, Ulrich realised, not at that level. Vortex Flare was a war crime waiting to happen. Nothing he'd ever managed to do before could enact damage on this scale. Not even his full bore, core-capacitored Stormfire, had this kind of potential. Such was the power of working with what is, in harnessing the power of the elements of this world, instead of generating the force from one's own core. It took a little time and a lot of finesse, but the energies present in a humble, low-pressure front was colossal. Ye gods! A Calum Archmage was an entity of vast power, Ulrich realised. To wield the atmosphere as a weapon, with all of its weight, mass and latent force, they'd likely be able to snuff out Ulrich's little working like a candle. How exactly the fuck had Idra managed to kill that Infrig Archmage? Ulrich asked himself, realising anew the incredible feat that must have been. Stiff from being ragdolled across the plateau and whispering praises yet again to Uldern for the majesty that was his armour, Ulrich rose and collected his sword, whose sheath strap had broken in the tumble, and which he retied as he walked. There had been 2 distinct pings in the middle of all that nonsense. The first one he had been prepared for, there was always a little notice of a new spell. The second one, though, he hadn't been expecting, which meant it was time to bring up that spooky little widget that defied reality to access his own link to Varda's mana web, his very own page of the Akashic record of the world. Status. What caught Ulrich's eye immediately was the title, Weaver of the Heavens. Varda had acknowledged his growth in creating workings of the elements using his awakened core. No longer was he merely counted amongst the mages who had survived their core's awakening to an elemental tuning, but he was also firmly in the ranks of those who went beyond. Ulrich's diligence and training had been recognised. He didn't feel different. That wasn't normally how the Akashic thing worked, except for that one time with the Lord of the Ancient Glade. But that was a story all on its own. He'd been sort of adopted as guardian by a fey land of incredible magical potency and steeped in the legacy of the ancient people of Varda, a proto-civilization that had its origins in Magitech, and whose descendants had become all the races of the present world of which he knew. Normally, the titles were recognitions of specific achievements of renown. For anybody who scanned him now, they'd see that Ulrich was considered a master of his core and its powers, nifty and creepy, but he was long since resigned to the Akashic shenanigans being bizarre. The rest of the status was mostly the same, traits unchanged, check, classes. Oh damn, there must have been a notification in all that mess earlier. His elementalist class had changed a bit. Multi-threading. Interesting. Why did so much of spellwork remind him of programming? Making his way to the north and east, circling to intercept the caravan of refugees, Ulrich wondered what his dearest Taipan would have to say. He'd cleared a whole entire nursery of the rampaging flower demons by himself, and had generated not 1, but 2 new spells that could deal some extremely hefty punishment. Careful not to be too absorbed by the blue boxes of Akashic nonsense, Ulrich inspected the spells next, knowing that there would be some new information there. Cloudhammer was no joke. The sledgehammer of air had bashed a rather imposing monster into the dirt, if not killing it, then at least causing it no little distress. If he worked at it a little, Ulrich had a feeling he could get the shape of the working to be refined to a point, like the pick side of a warhammer, and that, falling like a ton of bricks from directly overhead, would leave whatever it hit at the bottom of a nice crater. At his best guess, he figured his cloud hammer, as he'd just used it, to be around 5 ton moving around 500 kilometers an hour. The delay was the problem. It took a long time, 20 minutes for him to create the working, and there was a significant, say 10 or 12 seconds, for it to reach the ground from its origin. Now, Ulrich could do it faster in the future, given that the mental algorithm was in place, but it still took a lot more time than his normal spells. As he strolled, eyes scanning the surrounding grass for more troublemakers that Varda spawned like a dog-shed fleas, Ulrich figured he could cut the time to make a half-ton hammer to about 2 minutes. A long time, but he only had to hit something once with it. Pure kinetic force was a different kind of power than his fancier lightnings and fire spells. Of vortex flare he needed no consideration. Even if he scaled it down as he was planning to do with his cloud hammer, it'd still be massively destructive over a wide area. He couldn't use it with anything that might be collateral damage around. Damn thing might as well be a firebomb of the variety used to kill cities during the turn of the century wars in the bad old days. All that, and he was just moving air around. What was the limit? Could he move gases selectively, separate the air solution into distinct phases and remove, say, only the oxygen from an area? Surely there had to be a way. Maybe through ionization. Apply surround to the air to charge it. Some gases would charge easily, some less so he could charge the reactive oxygen and extract it, like an ion filter. He'd know if he was successful if the resulting contained calum-caged gas was flammable. He'd also know by the colour it ionized in response to his Siron arc. Oxygen carried a distinct blue-violet, while nitrogen was a pronounced red. Other gases would each carry their own signatures, but, at least on old Earth, these two elements were the most abundant fraction by far. Alright, yeah, that was a pretty easy way to test his results. He'd need more mana to ionize the nitrogen component, it being the more stable molecule by far with its triple bonds. Many of the trace gases, such as carbon dioxide and the noble gases, were also stable, at least compared to diatomic oxygen. Okay there, Ulrich, you're onto something here, he told himself cheerfully. Hey, since he'd been playing around with moving heat into an area, what about out of it? The ground was a thermal sink. Could he use Infrig to draw the latent heat from the air into the ground below, generating a cold field? On impulse, Ulrich refined unexpected mana, and then, with difficulty, as his Saronic core still made generating Infrig touchy, he used the ice magic as a siphon, connecting the air 30 meters away in a space the size of a minivan to the ground beneath it. There was a distinct temperature difference between the hot air and the cold stone beneath the ground, and he found it was rather easy to use Infrig to amplify the gradient exponentially. A moment later there came a loud hiss, and a fog cloud billowed away from the area affected by his spell. It wasn't even that hard to widen the mouth of his siphon and increase the radius of the spell form. Huh, grunted the former engineer, neat. Fingers of frost slithered relatively quickly into the surrounding turf, covering the sparse grasses in dense white crystals of condensate, frozen to sparkling crystals even as he watched. Whoa, Ulrich commented. He walked over slowly to the chilling field and put his hand close to the encroaching frost line. As soon as his fingers broke the plane of those icy feathers of grass, he felt bitter cold, the kind that hurts as your exposed tissue is damaged by the frigid effects of frostbite. Jerking his hand out of the area of effect, he noticed that his mana was being depleted at an alarming rate, and realized that the outside air was feeding its heat into his working. He needed a closed system to do this properly and shoved a dome-shaped sky shield around the area reflexively, cutting it off from the outside atmosphere. Instantly, the ground fogged and crystals of ice precipitated from the air, a diamond dust glittering in the light of the twins behind the Calum barrier. Ping. Well, I'll be damned, remarked Ulrich, considering that he'd maybe not been using his talents to their utmost. There were all kinds of nifty things you could do if you just isolated a volume of atmosphere and played with it. He'd almost drained his mana reserves with the experiment, a dangerous thing to do in Varda's wilds, but inspiration was difficult to come by, and he was probably all right, given that the nursery would have eaten just about everything it detected for kilometers around. Anything with a sense of smell that had any survival instinct would have fled the horde of spawning greater beasts. That fact made his and Taipan's little plot here telling for its ludicrous risk, as the jibes of the Orlithrum had made them well aware. For the next 2 hours, Ulrich walked, keeping his eyes on the environment while his thoughts strayed to some of the dirtier tricks involving the things a man could do with thermal gradients and intense cold. He also lamented briefly that he could not give to his wife the gift of the matriarch beast's core, a thing suggested by her father so very long ago as a joke. It would have been amusing. All things considered, this little hike with the flowers had proven most expedient. He'd gotten in his exercise for the day. He got to do some pretty bitching magic. Doing that bitching magic had given him some new ideas for even more bullshit reality hacks. His class abilities expanded and he got a fancy title. Hell, even his level, whatever the fuck that thing was supposed to mean, had almost increased, courtesy of the score and some of ravening plant monsters. What a day. Chapter 1. 170. Keep an eye out for pests. He ended up having to wait a little while before rejoining the party. Turns out he'd sort of drifted east a little farther than anticipated while running from the monsters, on account of he was more worried about not getting caught, and dying, or fumbling the threads of power overwhelming and dying, or running headlong into some other wilderness horror, and dying, to keep track of the position of the twins. So sue him. Ulrich hated navigating across these goddamned boulder and moss-strewn highlands. There were so few useful landmarks to triangulate with, and the dancing suns above only gave you a general bearing. So it was that his orienteering snafu led to him having come all the way to a set of fjords along the coast, without crossing the paths of his wife's group. After a minute of angrily staring at the Vatten's white caps and endless horizons, he determined that, having completely fucking missed them, he would need to sit tight and signal with a big smoky fire, the way the Legrenel did. "Fuck!" Ulrich shouted across the plateau. It wasn't reasonable to feel betrayed by having reached the coastline without meeting anyone, but then, his day so far hadn't been exactly the most reasonable experience. God's damned adventure. God's damned huge-ass plateau. God's damned fucking monsters roaming around like voracious locusts. Someday he'd learn to watch his great big mouth, both internal and external, because a burst of motion from over his left shoulder was all the warning he got before a sand-coloured scorpion the size of a Doberman tried to harpoon his face when he turned towards the commotion. Crack. Ulrich went over backwards as the barbed stinger punched him in the forehead like a juiced-up Barry Bonds. His helmet mashed his face, but he would never complain about it saving his thought slug from certain doom. Oof! His breath escaped him as his back slammed into the sod and he rolled away and kept rolling, with the pincered terror following with snaps or claws and spearing tail. He rolled to his feet, the monster ruthlessly closing on him, and accessed his core's strength, a brief explosion of power and speed gaining him distance from his arachnoid assailant, and taking a measurable portion of his stamina with it. Surge. One great leaping backstep took him out of the creature's reach, and he got his sword loose from the clever half-sheath in time to block a wad of oily venom shot at him from the arched tail. The acrid magenta sludge made him think of battery acid mixed with fruit juice, and hoped it wasn't a contact poison because there was definitely a glob on his neck, which he quickly scrubbed off with his gauntleted hand. Mostly. Fuck, that stuff was like pine sap, or quickcrete, as he learned when he took hold of his sword's hilt and his gauntleted hand stuck, its joints locking in place around the base of the hilt. Life sure never got old around here. That was about all he had time for idle bullshit before he shifted gears. Warrior's instinct. Battle rhythm. Calm focus settled over him, and a feeling like a metronome keeping time to the furious pace of combat, combined with the adrenaline racing through his veins. Its attempt to blind and smother its prey foiled. The scorpion came on faster than he liked for something with 8 dagger-tipped legs, serrated razors that snapped like bear traps, and a tail that would simply love to pour acrylic glue spiced with hypervenom into his chest cavity. The chittering cries from its mouth parts put the finishing touch on this little slice of not okay rushing him down. The soothing, analytical distance of his combat skills were vital to keep his head above the Lord Instinct waters of rage. Together they synchronized to ready him for this knife-edge struggle, as they always did. That was useful when a nightmare bastard of a scorpion was barreling down with your death on its skittering mouth pincers. Best part was, Ulrich had only recovered about 15% of his mana pool, not having had the opportunity to sit down and rest. He'd have to deal with this CQC and try to avoid using Surge unless absolutely necessary. That proved a worse proposition than he would have liked, as the creature massed far more than its size would indicate, and he found its mad assault nearly bowled him over, in spite of his own strength. A claw reached for his leg, and he withdrew the shin just out of the snapping reach with a branching backstep, bringing his sword from its high guard down and across to hack the offending thing off. Streaming sparks declared that strategy to be a failure. The armoured carapace managed to endure Zeftocht's cutting enchant. The runed sharpness aura from his enchanted weapon had scored a deep gash into the chitinous armour, but hadn't gone through. The scorpion thing was harder than whatever steel pressbang soldiers used. A skill he hadn't properly employed in active combat from his class blossomed into his mind, and Ulrich's core extended his limited magic into the metal of his sword, establishing some kind of circuit throughout the metal. He intercepted the swipe of a claw, batting it aside, and felt the surprisingly stiff force behind it fall off sharply, and his blade's edge took on a mild heat shimmer. Impulsor soak. At the cost of a small chunk of his mana, the scrabbling monster's attack was dulled, and his weapon put off a noticeable warmth. Oh dear. This was more useful than he'd given it credit. Ulrich pulled back and deflected another overhead stab of the venomed barb. The penetrating strike caught with the flat of his sword, and another draw from his psionic core stole the impulse from the attack. Even while the jabbing tail slowed, his blade's enchanted edge turned from its usual cyan to a dull red that faded to merely shimmering heat mirage, as the scorpion retracted its barb to ready for another attempt to spear him. The creature must have sensed some measure of risk in further delay, because it advanced with heightened aggression, lashing out with pincers and tail and even its legs when he tried to circle it to put those natural weapons at a disadvantage. The 8 legs kept it incredibly mobile, turning in place like a tank on treads just as quickly as he could sidestep, presenting its offensive firepower at all times. Time and again, Ulrich found himself on the defensive, having to make sweeping parries and rapid blocks, switching from multiple angles as his multi-limbed attacker could make simultaneous attempts to rip into him. 3 times a claw almost hooked an arm or leg to drag him off balance before he was able to retreat or deflect it, nearly to the end of his rope under the maddened assault. All the while, the circuit of psionic magic from his core stole energy from the clash of weapons, and added a portion of it to his own, as heat that began to draw blackened lines where the blade met chitinous exoskeleton. Definitely he'd been sleeping on this psionic knight ability's usefulness. A magenta-dripping barb lanced in towards his leg and he sidestepped, his balance sure in the dancing steps of the elves, and Ulrich put his back into the first real opening for a counterstroke. Zeftocht's unreal cutting power, heightened by the visibly radiant heat held now by its edge, parted the armor-clad tail just behind its bulbous venom gland, sending the scorpion's most dangerous threat spinning high into the air. A spurt of vitreous green ichor coating his armoured skirt as it did. Scree! Ear-splitting screech, like nails dragged across a chalkboard through a loudspeaker, made him flinch. The enemy wasn't advancing, though. It retreated out of his reach, claws withdrawn defensively. Ulrich wasn't about to let the bastard off that easy, not and let the gathered energy within his sword dissipate, until he could no longer defeat the fantastically hard exoskeleton. Yelling fiercely, he burned his strength to finish the creature before it could flee or regroup from the loss of its potent stinger. Surge. A diagonal dash to the left took him to an angle, and Ulrich's upstroke removed the frontmost leg at ankle height, before continuing through the leg behind it close to its body, its shift away from his blow preventing the arachnoid creature from being bisected. Ulrich backstepped from the dual-pincered attempt to grab his arm and face, even as he twisted his wrist to bring the weapon in a circular motion, catching those claws from below. Feeling the flow of the monster's movements, knowing this was his chance, he poured the last of his psionic energy into a combination electromagnetic force gathered into the cutting reverse edge of his sword. Maxwell's parry. The burst of charged repulsion pushed the murderous pincers high above the creature's ground-hugging thorax, and Ulrich pulled his sword's hilt back to his shoulder, lining Zeftocht parallel to the ground, tip-aligned with the gnashing mouthparts. Surge. The combination finished as he lunged into a stab, driving his enchanted blade through the creature's snapping chelicerae to the sword's leaf-shaped guard, and the heavy monster's limbs flailed as its brains fried inside its armor. Ulrich ignored the aimless battering of carapace to wrench the blade back and forth, tearing apart the innards and guaranteeing the beast was killed for good. Dead weight threatened to drag him down as the scorpion thudded to the ground, heavy corpse suddenly inert. Reeling from the sudden expense of his reserves, Ulrich fell back a step and went down when his rearmost leg went jelly on him. He hit on his scraped hip and cursed viciously for a few minutes, in between panting breaths. A whole group of notorious greater beasts felled without a scratch, and here he was, damned near killed to death by a bug. He'd have laughed if he wasn't too busy being relieved. Close, Ulrich, he told himself, watching the bright lime-coloured hemolymph of the scorpion drip from its tail and mutilated cephalothorax. Too close. It was a reminder of the innate danger of this land. Things came from ambush, far stronger, far faster than they had any right to be, with an instinct to kill that was close to insanity. There was no safety out in the wilderness of Varda. Nothing was guaranteed in this primal place. Bitterly, Ulrich mused for a moment. What if there were 2 of them? Guess I'll just die, he decided. If that monster had gotten a clever bone, it would have splashed his shoulders and legs with that incredibly fast-setting venom paste. His hand was still locked to the hilt of his sword. Just a little of that shit on his shoulders, and it would have prevented him from putting his weapon to use. A bit on his knee or ankle would have crippled his mobility. Either way, he'd have been pretty fucking toast. The sense of victory from earlier that day was gone, replaced by the awareness that Varda punished mistakes, especially the ones you hadn't known you'd made. Slowly, Ulrich pried his gauntleted fingers from around the hilt of his weapon and then went over and collected the head-sized venom gland and forearm-length stinger. What a gnarly critter. Gigantic bugs were now at the top of Ulrich's most hated monster type. Nothing with that many legs should ever come in a party-sized package. With care to avoid too much damage, Ulrich split the carapace with his sword. It was difficult, but less difficult now than when it was alive. Probably reinforced through some kind of magical shenanigans, as so many of these things seem to be. The core he beheld, pulled from deep inside the corpse, was a whirl of lime and magenta and big as his fist. A large core compared to the size of the creature. Maybe a greater. He'd have to ask Tai-Pan when he saw her. In any case, Ulrich had to start a fire, and all that running, survival juice-fueled battle rage and near-dying bullshit put him in a mood for roasted crab. Highland scrub grass wasn't bad as tinder goes. Some dead scrub branches were a little bit suspect, but he found one that was sound enough for a hand drill and spindle, and what's the good in having a young body if you weren't going to use it to make a friction fire? 5 minutes of spinning wood got him the ember, and a tuft of grass granted him that old friend of humanity. 5 minutes of adding fuel later, and Ulrich put the legs of his assailant over the coals of the fire, and then draped the whole thing in a piece of damp sod, careful to leave some gaps between coals and sod so as not to suffocate the flame. Billowing white smoke rolled up into Vatin's trade winds, and Ulrich sat back, sword across his lap in case anything else cropped up that needed deading, listening to the pop of steam escaping carapace, accompanied by the calming music of a fire while he waited. Wonder of wonders! The plainsfolk knew what they were doing, Ulrich noted, mildly observing a movement on the horizon. He'd been resting for a couple of hours, maintaining a high smoke volume from his now bigger rock pit, and there, just over a short hump in the terrain, Tai-Pan led her caravan of tramps, slowly, towards his stone-lined bonfire. They were a good few kilometres out, just specks on the landscape. Ulrich reckoned it was at least a couple of rounds of the suns above before they made landfall on his camp. Plateau scorpion, as it happened, was good eating. A little stringy, a little smoky, but not far off from a rich lobster flavour. His water bag was nearly empty, and he'd probably go ahead and find a little rock spring, of which there were not a few on this highland, the aquifers kept full by frequent rains. Thought was followed by deed with that regard, and he located a spring large enough to submerge his head, within a half a round of the twins' dance. In addition to the refill of his water bag, he'd take the chance to scrub scorpion guts off his armour and body. The venom glue was not a contact poison, fortunately, but it was somewhat volatile, and Ulrich felt some muscle tremors in his legs and forearms that promised a powerful neurological component to whatever suite of toxins in that secretion. Tai-Pan would be thrilled at having a new pharmaceutical toy to add to her collection. Munching thoughtfully on the delicious meat hidden inside those razored pedipalps, Ulrich couldn't help but lament the lack of butter in his life. It was a gross oversight. Just because he was roving out on a trek of revenge and war didn't mean he had to do it like a damned savage. A nice, vacuum-sealed tub. That's what he'd work on one of these evenings. Ears twitching slightly at the sight of him, those ever-impressive emerald and bronze-flecked eyes taking in the cleaned monster husk impassively. Tai-Pan guided her crew into camp. Stiff from the long ride, his partner climbed down from the seat of the wagon and stretched gingerly, while the few elves well enough went to help tend the draft animals. Ulrich rose and gave them a hand, filling feed bags with grain and securing them over snuffling muzzles of the dim, horsish creatures. They had the appearance of a Clydesdale, but with shorter muzzles and broader foreheads. A third eye in the centre of said forehead also set them apart. The thickly muscled haunches, fetlocks, and ankles of the animals, terminating in heavy hooves, were very similar to a horse. The beast had a thick coat of woolly fur, and each had that curious brown and white piebald blend of coloration. Fortunately, the enormous draft animals were less skittish than horses, probably because they could imbue themselves with a potent burst of chylum and run atop the air, escaping into the skies for a few minutes. They also turned invisible when threatened. That combination of evasiveness and stealth made corralling and rounding the fuckers up when they got spooked a near-total exercise in futility. You just had to put out food and wait for them to get hungry and come to you. Speaking of getting spooked, some of the wagons appeared to be in rough shape, and, at Ulrich's questioning glance, Tai-Pan favoured him with a terse. There was a burrowing variant of a steel eagle, hidden beneath the valley floor. It was nearly starved and came out ravenous when the nursery vacated the dell. He followed the baleful glance over her shoulder to see a carcass strapped atop one of the wagons, Seems he wasn't the only one ambushed. Glad to see that Varda knows how to share her bounty of nonsense with others. Were any harmed? Ulrich asked. The Amazon huntress signed, nope, and he nodded without further inquiry. It was handled. Nothing more needed be said on the matter. In a similar vein, the tall, dusky beauty indicated the body of the scorpion with a raise of her fine eyebrows, asking the question with her expression alone. Dinner, Ulrich responded simply. The rueful giggle as she looked over the remains of his kill made him smile as well. It sort of went without saying that their meal had tried very hard to make sure that Ita and Et were reversed. Taipan sniffed the smear of magenta tar along the tailspike and her nose scrunched against its acrid sweetness. Then she carefully examined the core of the beast, the swirls of latent mana within the facets of biocrystal faintly iridescent. A fine kill, Glade Chief, praised the seasoned veteran of Varden big game hunting. I have not seen this one before, but I have slain others of similar kind, and they are always a challenge. The barrage of attacks from multiple angles are difficult in melee, and the fiends normally do not engage unless they can ensure a close-range ambush. Good to know that his walking encyclopedia of virulent fauna had some working knowledge of the local critters. He decided to pick her brain a little, now that he'd gotten the horses taken care of. Taipan always had fun stories associated with her ecological surveys. The other Issa had pretty much taken care of themselves, their rings becoming more self-sufficient as they convalesced. It was about 2 weeks since he'd rescued the first group of Legranel from Port Edenshire. It was only a week and a half since the freeing of the victims of Horrorville, but they were coming along well. Gentle questions asked of the residents had revealed that the farthest back anyone could date, the places Prosper had created for the synthesis of their Issa Bane, was 2 years, in the case of the swamp-floated concentration camp, and about 8 months for Port Edenshire. It could have been longer for the bog-riding place, but no one had lived or spoken to any who had lived longer than 2 years past under the attentions of the inhuman fuckers that had been running the place. You say it shot the venom from a distance and that it hardens rapidly? Inquired his partner, who had noticed the magenta-encrusted gauntlet. Yep, confirmed Ulrich, showing her the smear on his neck as well. Dries like acrylic fastener and near as hard as glass, which is super impressive for a natural compound. That venom gland must be the bug equivalent of a chemical refinery, he noted. Amazingly enough, his Sylvan bride tasted a very small bit of the murdercrete and said with surety, mostly a paralytic, hints of brain fog, and perhaps hallucination. She hummed before taking a few extra sniffs. And a heart's rhythm interference component. It was a more potent cocktail than its southern cousins. Ulrich had learned long since not to underestimate his shadow, but she was stretching his incredulity now. Are you trying to tell me you can taste different types of chemical function in toxins? Ulrich demanded. Her head tilted in surprise and her lilting voice asked, You cannot? Ulrich crossed his hands in an X to reject that notion. No way. What? That's like something only a wolfhound can do or something, Ulrich told her. She was now visibly confused. But your glade, the herbs, roots, and other plant components you brought from there are all highly toxic. How did you know their effects when you gathered them? Which ones could be prepared safely as food when first you harvested the riches of the glade? His shadow asked. I mean, I did skin contact tests, microdosing tests, and gradual edibility tests. The ones that smelled or tasted toxic, or if I never saw an animal eating, I determined by grinding it up, mixing it with lard, and using it to poison arrows so I could see how the wounded prey responded, Ulrich told her. How else would he know? Many toxic compounds had distinct flavours, but that was just a general thing, like bitterness being associated with alkalinity, and acidity being associated with sourness. Being able to test a poison like a fine wine and come up with the individual toxins and their effects was outrageous. The deep-wood scout steeped in decades of wood lore covered her eyes with her hand, and her ears twitched hard once, a sign of pique. What? Ulrich asked. Chapter 1. 171. Playing dumb. Glittering eyes stared at him reproachfully. Ulrich, half of those plants are phenomenally potent lethals. I have 3 of them in vials on mine belt in case I need to slay graters, such as that Goliath Mesa from a few days ago, his partner said evenly. Tell me you did not try eating those, she demanded. I did not try eating those. Ulrich replied immediately, complying with her orders and so not truly lying. She continued to stare at him and he cracked. Okay, I definitely did try eating those, he admitted. Now she did shake her head at him. Absently thumbing her bow, he heard her grumbling to herself in her native tongue. In there he caught, "Should have gone with the dusk centipede" on him, which he was almost certain was a reference to their meeting in which she'd grazed his calf with an arrow coated in striped bark snake venom, which had made him ill rather quickly, but hadn't killed him outright as it was supposed to have. Her brother Bright Eyes, whom Ulrich was escorting home from his kidnapping, forced the reluctant sister to provide the antidote before Ulrich's heart stopped. Ah, yeah, come to think of it, that was sort of why he'd nicknamed her Taipan. Fast, beautiful, and deadly venomous. Turns out part of his reforging had given him a more or less peak human body, which had come with some measure of poison resistance. Nothing so grand as immunity. He just needed a comparatively larger dose than expected for his size. He'd probably managed to develop something of a tolerance for some compounds while he'd, very carefully, tested different plants for edibility back in the early days in the glade. Partly it was thanks to the genetic fuckery of the Watcher, guiding evolution in a sort of optimized path. Vardan creatures were all more resistant to biochemical attack than the creatures of his old world. Some monsters developed magically assisted toxins that were potent enough to slay even those things that had resistance to the less infused varieties of glandular warfare. Taipan had for sure inflicted some nasty bit of poison on that huge armadillo thing, the Goliath Mesa he guessed it was called, and it had continued fighting, albeit the creature would have succumbed to the toxins eventually. Problem was, they kept getting pinned between their protection of the Orlithrum and the monsters. That didn't give them the space and time to simply kite the bastards while the envenomation did its job, as Ulrich had long since gathered was one of his charming wife's favoured tactics. The eternal gaze truly works implacably. Taipan laughed lightly. Yeah, well, good thing too, because old Wonder Boobs the cosmic voyeur tossed me naked into what might be one of the most dangerous places on the entire continent, Ulrich reminded her. His wife patted his shoulder knowingly. And thereby saved you the time of learning Varda's rules slowly, or wasting all of its efforts by your dying to some weakling warrior, or a feral dog, or some such stupid thing years down the winding forest trails of life. Ulrich snorted at that assessment. Got that shit right. Slow learners didn't long survive the Forest of the Forgotten. Yeah, so anyway, you want a piece of this dude or what, lady? Ulrich asked, offering a leg of the scorpion thing to his wife. Taipan smiled gently and signed gratefulness as she took it, tearing into the meat with sharp teeth with gusto. So much better would the creature be had we butter, she said, licking her fingers after munching down on the pale pink flesh. Word, Ulrich agreed. Having fulfilled his husbandly duties of feeding his spouse, Ulrich saw to their shelter set up, not wanting the woman to aggravate her ribs and leg any more than possible. The sooner his partner was back to full battle readiness, and capable of resuming her scouting duties, the happier he'd be. Taipan roaming the wilderness nearby was like wearing a cosy weighted comforter on his mind. At the very least he knew they'd get some kind of early warning if skulking fiends came a-knocking. Following the shelter, he made a couple of rounds around the perimeter of the elven caravan, checking on the separate campfires to see if their denizens needed anything, or to simply offer a courtesy greeting. Ulrich was an arsehole, but he strove to avoid rudeness, and walking by a campfire in the fading light without so much as a wave of hello was sort of prickish in his book. Perhaps his monster hunting had earned him the heaven's blessings because there was no more disturbance along the course of his walk. Anything out there that might be outside his sight made sure it stayed that way, and that was just how he liked it. When he completed the rounds, Taipan had their bedroll ready, and patted it to indicate he should take rest with her. Her invitation was all the more welcoming for the absence of her clothes. When a lady that pretty tells you to take a seat, don't ask questions, brothers, sit the hell down. Ulrich followed his own wisdom and shed his armour, with a little help from dexterous elven fingers. Once liberated from the confines of plate, mail, skirt, greaves and gauntlets, his helmet long since retired to his belt that day, the weary man enjoyed the comforting warmth of his mate. A proper soporific was the cosy embrace of the elf and her deep, even breathes. All too soon he mumbled something unintelligible into her hair before drifting off to sleep. Twice Ulrich woke in the night, never gaining complete consciousness, and pulsed his core's magic to sweep the surroundings with electromagnetic perception, finding no sign of enemy, and twice returned to slumber without remembering waking. The sneaking things that had been skirting the camp felt the thrum of latent power, an awakened core humming like a high-voltage line, and fled into the night for easier prey. The twins rose ever earlier in the mid-spring season, though it was more gradual a process than his old Earth, thanks to the longer orbit of Varda around her binary suns. Once he'd untangled himself from being used as his regal partner's body pillow, wiping a thin streak of her drool from his chest once that delicate task was accomplished, Ulrich completed his morning workout of balance and stances, and then suited up for a fresh chance to see just what Varda could throw at them. He hadn't got much farther than stoking some coals for a breakfast fire before he was joined by a bleary-eyed Ishellan princess, who had left the teepee flat bare-assed and without evident concern about it. If she ain't worried about it, I guess I'm not, Ulrich told himself, still uncertain about elven standards for modesty. There had to be rules for it, but damned if he could ever figure them out. In any case, Ulrich Einar would not be the one complaining about this vision of female form, long legs displaying the shift of perfect musculature beneath soft skin, hips flaring with a fantastic bottom, and taut stomach leading up to equally well-sculpted arms and shoulders. He whistled softly in appreciation, the lasted birthday suit under the golden light of early morning like a champion. His approving gesture earned him a slow turn and a dancer's pose. 10 out of 10, Taipan, Ulrich informed her, receiving a gracious nod of acceptance of his praise in return. She smiled and tousled his short white-growing hair, rejoining, "You have come along, my glade chief. I find you now sit at a strong 8.5 out of 10. The hair was a gift of having been burned horrendously by a pyromancer nearly half a year gone now. He'd come real close to kicking the bucket then, and had lost all the hair on his body. What grew back in had grown in white, except for his beard, which retained its dark brown coloration. Those worst-burned places on his arms and legs never did grow hair properly. Bastard Captain Firecracker. Although, Taipan did seem to like his august appearance, so it wasn't all bad. Since she'd come within striking distance and so ill-defended, Ulrich took the opportunity to pinch her rump. Supple flesh mishandled thusly drew a startled yelp and a slap of hands to drive him away, which he reluctantly did. "Sorry, lass," Ulrich apologised without feeling. "Autonomic response. A reflex. Your cheeks bare to the wind draw my hands like magnets the iron filings." Taipan glanced around the campsite and surroundings to see if her cousins could see, and found no sign that any were awake and about. When none became apparent, she waggled her hips at her mate teasingly, knowing what it did to him. "Oi, you're about to start something you damned well know you can finish," objected Ulrich, stricken by the display. Having her stroll around nude was one thing. Having her doing a belly dance right next to him was a whole other ball of wax. She was killing him over there. And I'm just reminding my honour of what pleasures he will know when I'm recovered enough to mount him. Taipan taunted, continuing to rock and sway. "Damn you Baldock jeans." She knew damned well that was at least a week away. He groaned in misery. "You are a cruel wench, with deviltry in your heart," he complained, mesmerised by the motion. "Then perhaps you should not excite me with your grabby paws, yes?" she replied, ending her torment. Victory was hers this time. Ulrich held up 2 fingers in surrender. "Mea culpa. I, Taipan, you have won. I will refrain from reaching for paradise, even though the sight of it tempts my weak will." The smug elf strolled slowly into the tent to dress, having dominated her partner's will after he had instigated her rightful rebuttal, all according to her keikaku. Greatly relieved was he when the troublesome shadow returned from their mobile domicile clothed in her hunter's garb. The sensible, stout clothing was designed for function, not to abuse his sensibilities in her not-so-subtle attempts to rule him through flirting promises. All was fair in love and war, and the two did not divide so cleanly in his Taipan's mind, nor really in the minds of any of the Isa, only it was the Deepwoods elves that took it the farthest. Putting matters of the bedroom aside, Ulrich now had to contend with the chore that was moving this merry band of travellers along to safe havens. In as straight a line as could be managed out here in Prespang's rugged coastal highlands, the Orlathrem had made some 40 kilometres yesterday. Not bad, not great, but not bad. That put them probably a day or so out from Kistalfa and her ships. Ulrich wondered how badly this would go, this attempt to secure vessels to make the passage through the river gate, the arching fortification, controlled by Prosper, that permitted travel between the inland sea Vatin and the great river Zealous. He probed his scrape hip, scabbed and a bit less tender compared to the day before, healing more rapidly than any injury in the before while he thought the matters over. There was no way that they approached the city with this bedraggled lot strung out around him. How likely was it that news of the goings-on along the coast had reached the overlords of these scattered city-states? 3 weeks, or no, maybe closer to a month since Bartala. 2 weeks since the raids on those Bane sites. Delayed as communication likely was, thanks to his sorting out the ports and vessels carrying Prosper's agents, on his way from Bartala, it would not be wise to count on the ignorance of the enemy to dictate strategy overmuch. The problems now made his engineering work figuring out doping solutions for graphene film seem trivial. Microstructure physics and electrochemistry were tricky, but navigating the minds of humans plus one malicious overmind that may or may not be an old as shit elf was downright daunting. How do you take advantage of human nature when the other guy wasn't even human? The clouds portend rain, Ulrich interposed his partner, her study of the wispy cirrus high above and the red dawn of distant sea clouds that frequently preceded weather. Of course they did. If nothing else, he was now understanding of just where all the damned water came from to feed those Celestin and Iriellan forests. His plateau acted as a sort of rain reflector, the high walls redirecting these water-laden trade winds back south, to drop their moisture as they skirted around the kilometre's high shelf. Best be on with it then, Ulrich rejoined stolidly. By your memory, we've got another day through this rough country, and then we have to figure out how to get all these folk on arcs back to the promised land. It was going to be a long as shit day, and taxing. Ulrich was now on scout duty, and the scout's job was to cover twice the ground that the main party did, at a minimum. Leaving the wrangling of the Orlithrum to his shadow, Ulrich headed out to determine their path and to clear it of threats, making long zigzagging canvases of the territory. 2 more scorpions he found, this time with his Serrano perception, up and not facing limited battery in his core, and he blasted them with lightning javelins, the crackling violet lances of his magic ripping through the soft interiors, almost ignoring the chitinous armour. The creatures never even got the chance to rise from the shallow burrows that left their backs and tails exposed. He didn't bother harvest their cores. It was time he couldn't afford to spend, and he didn't want to be bogged down with extra weight for little purpose. The craggy plateau was changing. Slowly but surely, the terrain was falling more steeply away from the fjords and cliffs to a rolling series of hills and rocky beaches, visible from his position on the crest of a small rise. They'd have a long, winding descent ahead of them, but the next few leagues would be far easier to get across than was the highlands. By the looks of it, the low hills were pretty typical coastal forests and grassy meadows. He dearly hoped the gentler terrain wouldn't also welcome more wildlife to bother them. Satisfied with his bearings, Ulrich returned to his winding back and forth back towards the caravan. An hour later he was walking again by the wagon carting along his wife. Her lips pursed when he told her of the waiting landscape. "It is likely that we are come closer to Kistalfa than I had thought," she told him, before shooting a look back at the rest of the carts and their accompanying draft animals, the healthier refugees walking alongside to lead the placid beasts. "I do not believe we will be welcome within the walls of the city, not with so many of the Orlethrum. It is almost impossible that it would be believed that you owned so many Issa slaves. That kind of wealth is rare, especially from the barbarian tribes," she thought aloud. He nodded with that it was his opinion as well. "Such were my thoughts," Ulrich agreed before asking in a hushed tone. "But what to do about them all? Hide a few leagues shy of the city and have myself go alone to prevent questions?" A gentle pat on his shoulder and his shadow said without irony, "The last time I left you to enter a city's walls unattended, you started a riot, slaughtered a group of Prosper's thugs, and murdered a baron in broad daylight before rampaging across the open seas." Right. Well, he couldn't very well say she was wrong now, could he? "I think this time we will try the slave gambit. I will go with you, alone, with a false collar. We will take our harvested kills into the city with us, and play the trader game again. It works well if you're not allowed to lose your temper and kill anyone." His expert in counterintelligence gently reprimanded. "Trade season will be in full go, with many passing through. The beating my kin have given Pressbang's forces and the reinforcement of the blockade will provide uncertainty in the ports, as did your villainy on the high seas." Taipan smiled, recalling his story of raiding Prosper-flagged vessels and sending them, and the magisters with them, to the briny deeps. Many were the soldiers who deserted rather than face the wrath of the Isa. It would not be so out of the ordinary for a warrior who had collected a valuable trophy to have fled the field when their commanders were slain and their units scattered, as many were. These vagrant warriors will cover our approach nicely. The only real problem is explaining our wealth, although I think our possession of several lucrative cores, including a half-dozen Gilded Queen's Rose from your initial salvo on the nursery, will help with that," she continued. He hadn't figured that she'd take the time to procure those, but his shadow was, it seems, ever the hunter, and couldn't let those spoils go to waste. Ulrich scratched the beard that was filling in along his jaw, pondering the setup. It was good. Better yet, it was mostly similar to the ploy they had already been planning to run, and he was less likely to get confused and fuck it up somehow when under pressure. "All right, Taipan, your judgment seems sound. We will follow your lead then," Ulrich decided. Given that he was more or less complete dog water at a ruse or subtle con, it was best to let someone who could play the game correctly be in charge. "Is it possible that I can play dumb and let you do most of the talking?" Ulrich inquired. "It would probably be for the best that we do it that way, yes," confirmed the elf riding next to him without sarcasm. She knew he was terrible at misdirection as well as he did, just like he had a knack for how to connect seemingly unrelated pieces of datum and create a broader picture of cause and effect or correlation. The pair of them complemented one another's strengths well and filled gaps in the other's weaknesses. It was a similarly effective relationship in combat. One's talents covered the other's deficiencies. After all, as much as Taipan liked to vanish into the mist to come at her opponent's flanks, sometimes what you really needed to do was to grab them by the throat and punch their face until it looked like ground beef. Problems were not always nails requiring a hammer, but sometimes they were, and that was a fact. "Swell," chuckled Ulrich, gladly relieved of the burden of subterfuge. They ended their strategy meeting there. The caravan was approaching the set of planned switchbacks to climb down from the highlands into those coastal forests he'd spotted. Near as he could tell from this vantage, they had 10 kilometres of descending and another 30 or so of rolling meadows. These were, in contrast to the scraggly thickets of the highlands, well forested, those trees hidden behind the shelter of some large sand dunes that lie between the sea's winds and the soft hills. It was still up to him to ensure that no ill came to the group, and he would do this duty as well as he could. Constant pulses of Tserorn against his skin, Ulrich swept the descent carefully with his detection at the maximum range. He didn't have the best resolution, but he was mostly on the lookout for anything alive, not necessarily counting their fingers and toes if they had any. It was an interesting spell, was Tserorn perception, like an electric eel or shark's sensitivity, but dialed up to work in air. He was actually able to feel the increasing humidity as the storm system approached, the permittivity of the air shifting with the increase in water content. His senses were sharpening, along with his overall mental state. The almost constant readiness to face enemies and regular skirmishes against men and monsters and combinations thereof were shaving the weaknesses from his modern man's sensibilities. That little bit of reservation he'd had when they'd started this trip were mostly gone, replaced by the internalization of the awareness that threats are best destroyed before they manifest themselves, not after. Reforging had, rather swiftly, caused him to discard the prevailing notions of law and lack of aggression as positive emotions from his old world. Passivity was unacceptable out here. There had been, though, a lingering tendency to be defensive, to respond to provocations rather than to actively suppress them. It was a fine line to ride, asserting yourself amongst peoples as a being not to be trifled with, but not being hostile outright. The best analogy he could make to explain his attitudes now was it was a little like carrying a firearm. You didn't walk around with a finger on the trigger, that was too overtly threatening. However, you kept a slug in the chamber and the safety off, ready to rock should anyone or anything decide it wanted trouble. He found the seemingly universal expectations that individuals deal with problems, rivals and enemies openly and with extreme prejudice incredibly liberating. It was probably that side of him that had been strangled in the before, one of the sources of his anxiety being that he could not face his aggravations head-on. Speaking of which, there were some critters roaming down below, looked a bit like a mountain goat, long beards hanging from their chins, eyes with those horizontal pupils and great spiralling horns. Beefy-looking dudes too, Ulrich noted. They were closer to the size of a Brahma bull than to the typical mountain goat. Sharp hooves gripped the slope with surety, and their agility could not be denied, as they clambered weightlessly around the path through which the wagons would be travelling shortly. Ulrich paused, crouching low to observe these newest denizens of the wild. He had maybe a quarter of an hour before the caravan reached this position, long enough to see if the creatures would move along on their own and to evaluate them as threatening or not. It wasn't long before he had his answer. A bulky, heavily furred form that reminded Ulrich of a chimpanzee, but too big across the shoulders and too heavy in the head, clambered up a boulder and squatted on short legs, its long arms flexing impressively, even from his distant point of observation. The creature had big fangs, similar to a gorilla, and appeared herbivorous, chewing a stalk of some vegetable. No, wait, a tree sapling by the looks of it, and made no aggressive moves whatsoever. The goats froze at the sight of the creature's silhouette against the horizon. They then charged with abandon, and Ulrich got a look at another bit of Varden evolutionary horseshit. Clouds formed between the spiralling goat horns, and Ulrich's core could feel the gathering power there. The lead goat lowered its head, and the thickening dark thunderhead between its horns lined up with the back of the inattentive Sasquatch on its rock. Churning legs powered the goat up the boulder, and at the last moment the gorilla finally noticed the incoming danger. Too late. A thunderclap lifted dust, and the goat shot forwards, burying its head directly between the shoulder blades of its target. A flash of light simultaneously flaring brilliant, and the gorilla thing was blasted from its perch, smoking fur and patches of fire across its form as it fell to roll down the incline bonelessly. It was, without a doubt, dead as shit. The goat, now joined by 3 of its companions, bleated hoarsely across the landscape, declaring their victory. A lightning-wielding goat. Ulrich dubbed them Thunderhorn sheep for obvious reasons. They appeared uninterested in the ruined corpse below, instead turning to graze on sparse grasses and vegetation on the hillside. Ulrich was somewhat flabbergasted by the blatant hostility. Those monsters must be territorial as all hell, to have that kind of response to what appeared to Ulrich to be a more or less completely herbivorous and docile creature. Being nice paid off in the Varden wilds about as well as it did dealing with its peoples. He had to admit some amount of professional curiosity, from one wielder of Kyrian to another. The ram, or was it a doe, had used something similar to his surge ability, gaining a very intense burst of power and speed, and had also charged its horns with an actual storm cloud, which defied what he knew about meteorological workings. Right between those spiralling horns had been the life cycle of a cumulonimbus cloud, in miniature, with its little anvil top and the incus or wispy cirrus border of the flat top from wind shear. That shouldn't form like that for a whole mess of reasons. Ulrich had a feeling he was looking at a more complex manifestation of mana. Like a light bulb going off, he realised that was it precisely. The sheep monsters weren't pure Khorne, they had the Kylum and maybe even a Kwai combination that was particular to a different flavour of magic altogether, storm magic. He hadn't really ever tasted storm mana with his own core. Using his core pulse was one of the primary ways he had to diagnostically pass out the exact harmonics of a new type of mana, and it was how he developed his original suite of spells back in his time in the Glade. He'd never been close enough to the source to do it with Kataigi's storm mana, and this was a remarkable opportunity to do so. Once he had the mana form in its entirety to study in detail, he'd be able to synthesize it with his own mana, effectively unlocking a new branch of magic. The only reason he hadn't done so with Sano to learn healing magic was that shit was difficult. Sano mages amongst the elves were specialists that studied their craft for decades. Ulrich might be able to cheat a little with knowledge of biochemistry and anatomy, but he'd not had the time to apply himself in that way. Absent training, he'd just give himself super cancer or something similar if he tried to manipulate life magic. The same had been true of the other more complex interwoven mana forms. Subtle combinations of terror to specifically focus on metals or minerals, doing things to directly convert water to steam. There were almost infinite variations of mana, but each step away from the basic forms were an order of magnitude more complicated to handle. Ulrich wasn't there yet. He came closer all the time, but time was something that had been in short supply ever since leaving his burned-out and/or carved house in the bole of a dead god tree. This right here, this pre-packaged little bit of Kataigis, in the form of the core of the Thunderhorn sheep, it was perfect for his needs. "Sorry, little sheep, but you are now a sacrifice for science," whispered the Reforged engineer. Chapter 1, 172. 3 Goats Rough. Ulrich winced as his stolid shadow applied the antiseptic and mildly Sano-infused salve to the stitched cut over his eye, its stinging leagues out of proportion to the wound that it was supposedly going to assist healing. "Do not flinch so, Glade Chief, the others will mock you, even more than they have already," advised his partner sagely. Easy for her to say, she wasn't having her face smeared with wasps, after it had been bludgeoned with bone clubs. It was Midson's Fall with plenty of hours before darkness, but they were halted because the caravan scout had arrived back at camp beat like a drum, muscles still spasming randomly at times, and hauling 2 dead billy goats. Not the gruff kind, more like Thor's. It took no rocket scientist for the Iriellen woman, long marinated in her partner's ways, to decipher the most likely chain of events, but she wanted to hear it from her mate's own mouth. It would be far more hilarious that way. Already the Orlathrum were loudly coming up with their own theories, and none of them were flattering to Ulrich's person. Several of them were riding the line of demanding he challenge the one who offered it to an accounting, but it would have been petty to beat an injured person, and they knew it. It wouldn't stop an elf mind. They saw it such that if you had the energy to run your mouth, you had the energy for your ass to be beaten for it. He was unfortunately still too human for that. Much more of this, though, and he'd be coming around to their way of thinking. "Would you care to tell me again, Ulrich, how it comes to be that you are returned from a relatively straightforward look ahead in this condition?" prompted Taipan, who was not laughing until she pissed herself only by the most ironclad strength of will. Waiting would buy him nothing. What was he going to do anyway? Save his dignity? Ha! Ulrich took over, holding the compress his wife had pressed to his bruised face bones, the swelling already severe enough to close one eye, and began his sorry tale. 4 hours prior, steep descent. The first step of science is observation. It was one thing to witness the actions, traits and habits of his study from a perch 100 meters distant, mostly hidden behind a rock outcrop. It was more useful if he could get close enough to see them in detail, particularly that nifty bit of high-tier magic that sprung up from between the horns of the subjects. After having smoked the mountain gorilla or yeti from their territory, the herd of sheep had done nothing impressive. A lot of chewing, a little defecating and scattering of urine, some stamping against the loose turf on occasion. Just normal goat shit. Ulrich decided that there was little to be risked and much to be gained by getting a closer look. If he could use a pulse of magic from his core to resonate with the suspected Kataigis or storm mana of these animals, it would be a tremendous boon to his understanding of how fundamental elemental forces combined into the more sophisticated phenomenon of Varda's landscape. Thusly decided, the scientist slowly crept closer, moving carefully and quietly from cover to cover, stalking the sheep while they, oblivious to his presence, continued cavorting about the hill, showing no hesitation to jump small bluffs nor particular effort to climb the steep slope or hop down it for whatever moved their musky hearts. And musky they were, as a stiff breeze informed him. The ewes, which he now saw had smaller horns than the billies, were dogging a set of energetic kids that were almost cute. Those males, though, were shaggy, foul-smelling, ill-tempered, head-butting sons of bitches, not content unless they were chewing something or mating, which they did frequently with any ewe they could corner. Nothing he saw as he watched for the next hour indicated anything special about the mammalian Varden mountain goats. Had they not been substantially larger than the extinct big horn rams of the North American rocky chain of mountains, he'd have said these were one of the less intimidating instances of wilderness ecosystem. Damned good thing he'd witnessed them kill the shit out of another animal just minding its own business, or he'd have been unaware of their true nature. Ulrich had already tried a core pulse from hiding, but the signal was too faint, too complex to be deciphered from this far away. There was Calum and Aquay everywhere in the air around here, and Seron mixed in too from those approaching storm clouds, and the signal-to-noise ratio for his ability was nowhere near good enough to pass the signatures of this new mana form. He needed to wrap this up and get back to the caravan before the weather turned on him. Just a bit closer. A bit of loose gravel crunched under his foot as he approached the patently hostile Highlands monsters ahead. The sound, sharp in the early morning air, was a gross mistake. Varda. Well, you know the drill. Ears stood up and the beast went rigid. This close, about 30 meters away, Ulrich could see the chewing of their jaws on whatever they'd scrounged up from the hillside stop, and the dense pelts on their back raise in alarm. Shit, Ulrich remarked to himself. Looks like his plan of studying the creatures from closer up was a failure. He readied himself in case the goats showed any of the aggression they'd shown that primate-looking thing earlier. Just as well he had, things went from one to break the knob off and pitch it out the window. The herd of Thunderhorn sheep scattered across the steep decline that marked the Highland Plateau's transition towards rolling meadows below, graceful and powerful as they bounded with incredible agility across the treacherous terrain. All but 3 of the beasts, that is. the same 3 that had charged the ape thing, and these tore up the slope towards him with murder in their horizontally slitted, sickly yellow goat eyes. Evil eyes. "Oh shit," Ulrich announced unnecessarily. He drew from his core, remembering the treatment given to the last ape to disturb these monsters. Warrior's instinct. Battle rhythm. Between great spiralling horns forming a pair of battering rams almost a meter in diameter on either side of their skulls, miniature storm clouds formed, whirling little thunderheads that made no sense coming into being. Damn! Ulrich pulled upon his own core and drew several throwing knives from their place on his thigh bandolier, charging them with electromagnetic force to create the link to his lightning javelins. When the monsters were within 20 meters and closing fast, he threw the knives with impressive accuracy and cut loose the held spell. Lightning javelin, X3. 3 bolts at once lanced out to strike the sheep head-on, almost simultaneously ending the threat. "Oh, good god damn, that's fucking rude," Ulrich shouted, watching the violet arcs crackle around the spiraling horn and into the churning clouds where it pulsed once and was gone, absorbed by the monsters. Change of plans. Ulrich freed his sword and used his white interference to create a pool of unexpected magic, preparing a different approach, but the creatures had powered through his spells undeterred, and then they gave him a taste of his own medicine, blurring forwards with sudden incredible acceleration, reminiscent of his own surge. Ulrich's blade intercepted the first in a powerful diagonal slash, the strength of the blow and the vicious cutting power of Zeftocht shearing apart horn to cleave into the ridiculously thick skull below. Even with so much resistance, the power of the beast charge, coupled with Ulrich's own might, buried his blade in the monster's brains. That didn't stop the momentum of over 100 kilos of lightning-infused goat from lifting him bodily from the ground, his elbow wrenching as he refused to release his sword's hilt, and he was jerked through the air, attached to the dead monster while it hurtled to the rocky hillside. Rising from his inglorious fall, Ulrich tried to pull his weapon loose, scanning for the other foes. "Fucking Stulg!" Ulrich coughed as the second sheep butted him in the side, a mighty tackle slamming him with magically infused force, absorbed mostly by his armor's plates. Those plates did not so much good against the surge of electrical fury that rolled into him like a high surf, turning limbs rigid, and then launching him away from the offending horns far harder than the initial substantial impact warranted. Again, there were shades of his own abilities in that, a form of electromagnetic throw. He did not enjoy the experience, feeling the air whip by his face and his muscles spasm uncontrolled. Ulrich soared through the air, his sword still stuck in the corpse of his first kill, and he hit the stones of the slope roughly, world spinning crazily as he bounced to a stop. Adrenaline-fueled reflexes and long training got him rolling to his feet, even while his conscious thought was still coming to terms with being knocked arse over elbow, some 15 meters across the hill. He shook his head to pull the cobwebs free and tried to ready himself in the Unden, but a spasm in his thigh shattered the stance and he nearly toppled. The third goat had redirected after the second had pummeled him, and Ulrich couldn't do shit about getting out of the way, his thigh muscles cramping, a little arc of remnant electricity peeling across his armor, announcing that the initial hit wasn't the end of the goat's combined physical and magical assault. He'd lost his sword, but his core was still holding white mana, so Ulrich attuned terror and raised a chest high, stone wall, just in time to intercept the shaggy monster's goat version of his surge ability. The lunging charge smashed through his shield and clobbered him, horn cushioned by his own raised stone as it clubbed him across the head, his helmet making him see stars, thunder cracking again, even as he was launched a second time through the air. He landed in a stunned heap and rolled to lay spread-eagled flashes of light filling his vision. It took what felt like eternity to convince his limbs to get under him, and another to find his footing. This time, he was almost completely concussed, and even adrenaline had limits when you got your bell rang that hard. Which was why Billy Goat Gruff No. 3 was bringing its cloud-bearing hammer down on him, before he figured out that he was supposed to be doing something about it. Instincts whipped into him by Idra's elite training, and Taipan's never-ending tutoring on all things killing, got his knife ready from its belt sheath, and he pulled his mana hard, drawing on his Saronic Knight abilities to deflect the oncoming ram. Roaring desperately, Ulrich viciously backhanded the butting horn with his gauntlet, with all the strength he could manage. Maxwell's parry. Lightning mana met the storm-charged horns of the sheep, and a brief magical tug-of-war raged, as the creature's own mana tried to resist the impelling of his own magic. Life hung in the balance for an endless moment before his psionic core ripped the electric force into alignment, warping the magic within those horns to Ulrich's will, and the third and most devastating charge was hurled aside, the beast's mana turned against it. Which didn't stop the rest of the creature from hurtling into him, or the rebound from pushing him heavily backwards. Crack. Shaggy shoulders hit him in the chest and shoulders, and he was sent sprawling, the animal's weight on top of him. Ulrich pumped his knife, mostly out of reflex, driving it deep into flesh, clean punctures all the way to his fist, doing terrible damage to the beast's innards. Suddenly Ulrich realized through the rage and chaos of the battle that the monster wasn't moving and hadn't moved since hitting him. He turned his helmeted head slightly and saw the cloud-bearing horns were tilted at an extreme angle, its entire head sideways compared to the bulk of its neck, and Ulrich dully realized that the animal's thick neck was broken by the sudden force of the mana-laden collision. The recoil of the meeting of powers had moved him backwards, sort of cushioning the impact with the rest of the thing's body and reducing the hit to him significantly, even though he was now on his back for a fourth time in less than half that many minutes. Ulrich heard an angry bleat from the side and turned away from the dead goat's broken form to see the second goat that had hit him, pawing the hill for another turn, this time with a foul-smelling hairy bastard of a corpse on top of him pinning him down. Fury and magic combined, and with a brief surge he shoved the heap off him and got his feet under him, readying himself to face the last of his enemies, blood dripping from his knife. He was a wreck, arcs of remnant energy refusing to completely subside, and the thrashing impacts leaving him slow and vulnerable. He was in no shape for another direct meeting of powers. There was blood pouring down his face, he realized, and he couldn't see out of one side of his helmet's visor, from where it had been bashed into his own face, hard enough to cut him above the eye. Lightning was out, they had countermeasures. But what about Infrig? Ulrich knew that Soreon and Infrig didn't play well together, the impetus of movement within the lightning magic being incompatible with the stillness of ice magic. Cold magic, to be more precise, but he'd argue semantics later when these fucking goats were dead. Difficult or not, that didn't stop him from calling on his core's magic again, cleansing it of the lightning essence and harmonizing it to sheer, brutal cold, the crystalline clarity of Infrig, before weaving into that piercing lack of heat the whirling freedom of Calum. Ulrich was done playing around, and he knew exactly how he was going to use his core's ability to weave threads of power to kill with air and ice working in tandem. The usual difficulty of wielding ice magic bowed before the might of heat equations and thermodynamic formula. The calculus of removing energy from one body to shunt it into another, snapping his mana to his will. In this, Ulrich Einar's will and intent were meshed perfectly to bring a siphon of thermal energy, Calum and Infrig woven to tear the heat from the air and send it to the thermal sink that was the rocky earth beneath his feet, held in a tight grip to keep the system closed, the barrier of air snapping into place around the goat, isolating it. Winter's breath. As corded muscle tensed above the cloven hooves, and its long strands of fur rose from the power it gathered, Ulrich slammed the Thunderhorn sheep with a field of cold that would deep freeze a walrus. The burst of power that the billy used to propel itself now turned against it, and its hooves skipped across the surface of frozen rock instead of launching it forward. The animal laid itself horizontally out in the air in a manner that was faintly comical. In the heat of things, Ulrich could only find a grim satisfaction that the beast was still inside the clutches of his working. Incapable of anything but hate for all things four-legged and horned, the lord of the ancient glade was grimly overjoyed when the shaggy goat hit the flash-frozen slope on its stomach. Magic poured from his core, and Ulrich made a clawing motion with his hand as he ripped the heat out of the air and sent it into the ground below. Fog billowed out from the node of his frigid spell, the construct intensifying its bitter work. The goat, dead centre of the Infrig hybrid spell, climbed awkwardly on now ice-covered rocks set at a steep pitch, ice that refused to lend it grip to move with its usual ease. More. Ulrich gripped his working and channeled it as hard as the arcane nexus in his chest would allow, pouring mana through the weave to strengthen its bindings on the spell's radius. Frost grew in, as if in a time-lapse, blooming in a ring from the circle of his magic, climbing over stones and bringing feathered white to the grasses. Brittle sparkles captured the light of the suns, and the goat stopped its struggles, stilling without sound. Snarling, Ulrich didn't release his hold on the magic for another handful of breaths, until rational thought came back, and he realized the goat was almost certainly dead beneath that coat of icy fur. He released the working, and the barrier of Calum allowed the cold inside to radiate outwards. For a moment, in the dead of spring, snow fell again on the hillside. The sweat and blood on his face froze and remelted, as did the gore on his knife hand and wrist. Silence swelled loud across the descent, only broken by his heavy breaths and pounding heart. That silence broke when the statue of the beast fell over and shattered like porcelain. Fragments of shaggy bastards scattering across the hill in a pile, some of the pieces rolling down the slope. Body aching beneath a fresh set of bruises and limping slightly, occasional flashes of rampant electricity continuing to pulse as he struggled to tame the not quite familiar storm manner that was jolting his muscles. Ulrich realised with a curse that he now had to drag these two remaining fuckers back to the wagons. That had been the point of all this, gaining the chance to study the mana form that was, even now, making his back muscles vibrate painfully. The cramps didn't really end, they just paused while they migrated. It was extremely annoying and incredibly devious. A fighter could adjust to a consistent weakness, a cut, a bruise, a broken weapon. These could be accounted for and worked around. Having your trapezius clench mid-swing without warning was debilitating. Bastard goats! And he had a long way, uphill, to haul them. Ulrich Einar wouldn't so easily leave behind the fruits of his labour, not after so much pain to go along with it. He'd lived, gotten the shit kicked out of him from that headbutt and tackle, but he'd lived, and learned, and once he'd cut these arsehole sheep apart and figured out how they manufactured a storm cloud between their horns, he'd be a more powerful wielder of his own magics. Present refugee caravan. Taipan nodded to herself as he concluded his story. "And what did Varda teach you today, husband?" the huntress asked, sharp teeth showing in her smile. She enjoyed overseeing his growth, like any veteran craftsman watching a greenhorn earn their stripes. There was significant schadenfreude to be had in the trials of a rookie. For all that they'd experienced in the time since leaving Iriel, and even his time before he'd left the glade, Ulrich was still not seasoned. Today had shown him that well. Furthermore, he'd had time to mull that fact over, dragging the three billy goats gruff, sons of bitches that they were, up to the plateau's edge, aching the entire time, seeing double on the regular, and throwing up twice from the sheer ungodly migraine that had probably come from a concussion. Take nothing for granted, and kill your enemy as hard as you can before it does the same to you. Hunt like the shadow panther, that doesn't pounce twice, or give its prey even the slightest hope of escape before the bite that takes a life. And also, he concluded, remembering his lightning bolts being consumed by the horns of the beasts, when a creature wields the same forces you do, don't assume it doesn't have means to counter its own powers, Ulrich told her, and she was appeased, choosing not to scold or mock him when Varda had already done so fairly thoroughly. Good glade chief. Not a few are tried and found wanting, unable to survive the lessons that the wilds offer, his mate said, solemnity speaking to kin she'd known that had perished. There are a good fewer young hunters than older ones. That is because most who are returned to the forest to join Varda's dream do so within the first 3 years. The rest figure out how not to be stupid or slow or clumsy, she added meaningfully. Eyes closing to keep the double vision from making him sick again, he nodded gently. Heard and understood, Taipan, was his simple reply. Chapter 1, 173, A Day for Rest. It had not failed to occur to him, particularly when he was puking up his guts on the hillside, that he'd grown less cautious and too reliant on his skills. The him that had hunted game on the Plateau of Ancients would never have tried approaching those goats like that. He'd have shot them from afar, preferably just the one alone, and learned what he may from one dead beast at a time. Ulrich couldn't afford to get sloppy in his mindset. New powers, new abilities, these were useless if you put yourself into a dead-end situation. He had to be better. You know, Taipan, when I was crossing the plains for those weeks on end, I kept thinking I was just starting to get a handle on how the monsters here worked. I came across Sano-cord goblins that had, like, X-Factor healing. There were grass types, a bunch of other shit. I mean, I really got a good taste of the wonders of the Varden wild. But all that, it wasn't really close to how many scary as hell things are running around out there, was it? Ulrich asked, humbled. A supple, strong hand ruffled his hair and rested against his chin, the intense gaze of the Irialan woman's bronze-flecked green eyes staring into his soul as she smiled and said, It was barely the surface of what secrets Varda hides. Ulrich nodded, the throbbing behind his eyes making that a chore, and told her a little wearily, Yeah, I was starting to suspect as much. They lapsed into silence then, and his partner helped him gut and dress the Thunderhorn sheep. Ulrich retrieved the golf ball-sized core with its shimmering violet, sky blue and foreboding grey swirls. Consummate scientist that he was, Ulrich pinged the core and the other two like it repeatedly to feel out the tones and resonances of their subtle blend of storm mana. This was one of the most complex arrangements of notes that he'd felt to this point. It would be a tall task to reproduce the type of signature that was manifest in these cores. Not impossible, by any stretch of the imagination, just tedious and demanding of his attention. What a reward, though! Ulrich's lightning magic would open doors to this new synergistic mana form. In addition to their obscure, though patently fascinating mana type, the Thunderhorn sheep proved to be divine when cooked. Better roast mutton there would not be found anywhere. If he had the materials to whip up a good barbecue sauce, there would be pulled mutton sandwiches that would cement his status as a god amongst the chefs of these lands. Some onions, a little spicy mayo, and maybe some spinach. Maybe not, though. You didn't need to get too fancy with a good barbecue sandwich. Definitely some salty French fries, though. That was just a given. Served with the Legrenel's mead to cap it off. Yeah, that was it. Ulrich knew that his final destiny was to open an eatery on the plateau. Twice Spawn Bar and Grill, the best goddamn cafe food that this primal world ever knew. Or maybe that was just the concussion talking, who knows. His shame was somewhat mitigated by the fact that the Orlithrum, so recently experiencing a living nightmare, were coming along nicely in their recovery. That was thanks in no small part to his efforts, clearing the monsters, and now he'd even treated as many as possible to a portion of fresh mutton. Ulrich had to admit, as he canvassed the travellers' camps that sprung up from the ground around them, that things were much improved on the refugee front, that the Reforged man frequently cooked delicious meals for them, and between himself and Taipan, and the supplies they'd taken from the torturers, they had travelled well fed, and in as much safety as could be managed meant the pilgrims were growing stronger. Scars would fade if memory didn't, and bones would heal. For the missing limbs and digits there was nothing but for to learn to make do without, and the elves that had been unable to come to terms with their maiming had already gone to their end. Now he just had to get them on those boats, and get them past the fortress of Prosper, which sat on top of the mouth of the Zealous, like a great fat golden spider spinning its threads made of wealth and soft power to strangle the lands of Prekbang. That was going to be tricky. Blinding headaches and mountain climbing after having the crap kicked out of you made for an early bedtime. As much as he would have liked to hold a strategy meeting to confirm their plans for tomorrow, he just didn't have it in him. The twins were still in the sky when the sleep hammer fell, and Ulrich would not rise until shaken awake before dawn the next morning. "Abu?" he asked blearily. The hand on his shoulder withdrew, and a gentle voice from above, so sweet and melodic, spoke as if from the heaven he had no belief in. "Get up from your blankets, Ulrich. We have today a challenge before us." Flexing his torso, thankfully far less spongy and bruised than the previous day's tenderizing would have led him to believe, Ulrich sat up and wiped his eyes before yawning wide. The headache was blessedly gone. A naked Taipan stood before him, the elf having been bathing with a wet rag as travellers must. You don't want to be hiking around covered in sweat and grime. It led to chafing and health problems. Resistant as these Varden-forged bodies were to infection, there were limits. Without Sanomages on hand to heal any issues away, cleanliness was right up there with wearing boots for increasing your ability to travel long distances. The only light in their teepee was a small bowl of sheep fat with a twist of shaggy wool for a wick, the improvised candle made by his shadow wife the day before, and which Ulrich considered a neat trick that he wished he'd have thought of. It was in the many small comforts she managed to produce in their journey together that her experience roaming this world's savage lands tended to shine. Gods knew Ulrich had missed many of them in his time lost in the endless prairies. He'd also missed the sight before him, soft curves on top of chiselled muscle, moving in perfect harmony as she bathed. Never did the sight get old to him, but enough ogling. Ulrich joined his partner in the ablutions, scrubbing methodically to remove grime from his own hardened musculature. Varden life did the old body fat index wonders. He was rabbit lean. The Watcher's gift of a reforged body had honed nicely against the stone of brutal training and rigorous adventure. Actually, now that he was up and moving, he felt pretty good, in spite of his attempts to get himself beat to death by the storm cloud bearing billy goats. It helped that whatever palsy inflicted by the storm mana in their horns had dissipated. He'd have to remember that one. Against something tough enough that he couldn't deliver a killing blow with his magics, a prolonged debuff was not a bad way to shift the odds in his favour. Set up the hook with the jab, Ulrich, and then the old dick twist. 70% of the time it would work every time. Chuckling at the Holonet forum slang of a world long gone, he continued his cleaning. Now that the bodies were scrubbed, it was time to do the same for the clothes, at least the ones that touched the skin. For the same reason, a rag bath was a good idea. Making sure your base layers and socks were fresh was paramount, which was how it came to be that Ulrich sat next to a rock pool in the dim blue lighting of pre-dawn washing Taipan's underwear, while she hummed quietly beside him, running his socks over a smooth stone, back and forth, which motion did wonderful things to her chest. Ah, the simple life. Following the rougher treatment to break up the dirt and remove the worst of the nastiness, they tossed their underclothes into his steelwood cookpot to soak in soapy water over the coals of a low campfire. They'd bring that to a boil and let it cool, and then they'd be ready for dress. Similar events were unfolding throughout the caravan's many fireplaces as the travellers prepared themselves for the day. Many forms, most of them sporting scars, stumps and bandages, dotted the gently rolling plateau, and were the more beautiful in his eyes for their tenacity. There wasn't much quit to be found in the Orlathrem that had survived the Bane manufacture facilities. Ulrich was squatted down next to the cookpot stirring their laundry gently, when a passing female whistled and asked aloud, "What has a girl got to do to get one of those in her bedding?" To which his grinning wife replied, "You've got to try to kill them. Thins out the weak ones, and a good strong buck like this one took 3 or 4 attempts at murder to get settled. Too settled, I had to catch him half dead and drug him to get him in the mood to bed me." It no longer bothered him to be spoken of like this. The elves were all rather open about things, and it was nice to get a compliment so early in the day. Besides, he had seen himself in the water, and he had the best man-ass around, so they could look all they wanted to. "Bask in the glory, says I," Ulrich crowed inside while keeping a bored expression. Bask! He also knew better than to disagree with her somewhat badly generalised recollection of their courting, lest she be provoked to provide more details to defend her claims. It was true she'd tried to kill him a couple of times, and that he'd tried to kill her and ended up electrocuting her pretty thoroughly. Afterwards it was mostly just snarking and backbiting until they'd come to terms. She wasn't exactly exaggerating about that drug thing, though. They'd been high as kites on some kind of mushroom harvested from his glade when they first smashed. He was definitely going to want to produce that stuff at industrial scale and export it. It was bomber shit. No more could be had until he returned to his home on the plateau, though, sadly. Just because he didn't see the need to egg his shadow on didn't mean he didn't have a counterpunch ready, though, as was the norm for their regular sparring. "Be careful following my Taipan's advice. She leaves out a few steps. When first we met, I killed her beau, told her off like she's never heard before, and ran Seron through her until she was pacified. If not for offending her brother's innocent eyes, I'd have probably worked her over real good-like." Ulrich informed the female's shapely retreating rear. To her credit, the passing elf gave the best response from over her shoulder. "Don't threaten me with a good time, you rogue." Ah, elves. They were fun sometimes. His partner did not take umbrage to his retort either. He'd said nothing that wasn't so. "If you like, I think I can catch that one and hide her in our bed for a few days," offered Taipan, whose eyes had also followed the quite spectacular rump as it sauntered off. Ulrich laughed at that. His wife had an inclination for hunting partners to spice up the bedroom. Not that he was one to complain. However, such games were best saved for when they had time to be enjoyed. For right now, he was just happy to have his mate back, and that they were both in one piece after the trials of this past little bit. A little dinged up, the both of them, but in one piece. "It is appreciated, Taipan, but leave the poor thing be. She's only just recovering and you'll wear her out," Ulrich predicted. The smile on her lips said that was indeed the plan. Deciding against ruminating on the hunting habits of Taipans, Ulrich chose to continue stirring the laundry. Judging that it had received proper sterilization, he dumped the pot of steaming clothes and soon had them drying, hung from the hooks that were arranged to permit the tie-off extra baggage or cargo covers on the sides of the wagon. It was just as well they were coming to another port city. The intervening weeks had been sort of rough on his clothes. The reason he was sitting here in his skin now was thanks to the lack of options. He'd set out with 3 sets of travel robes and underclothes. Events had transpired to reduce him to just the one sitting here on the side of the wagon. Taipan had packed light, the better to make her absurd run to locate him, after weeks of fighting in against the attempted blitzkrieg on the Irielen sanctuaries, and was in a similarly dishevelled state. Most of the Orlethrem refugees were wearing little better than rags, and the situation would have been outright dire had not the late spring season been comfortable at all hours, aside from the chilling influence of the constant trade winds coming off the ocean and the frequent rains. Speaking of, a peal of thunder rolled from the clouds that were approaching, and he and the rest of the caravan steeled their hearts against another blow-through. Already the looming storm, carried on the vast versions of what those stupid goats had held between their spiralling horns, threatened aggressive weather. The entire camp began to batten down the hatches in anticipation, knowing now that this system wasn't going to miss them. They had long since learned that attempting to travel through these short, but frequently intense patterns was just an exercise in masochism. The pitiful speed of travel was not, in any way, adequately rewarding for the suffering endured. 10 minutes later, Ulrich sat inside the tepee, his clothes now hung from the support poles to dry, and the little stone fire pit hosting a lively fire. Outside, rain came on in sheets, driven by pulses of Vatin's winds. Thunder punctuated the storm ferociously, and Ulrich's core felt the faintest whispers of Khorne, high above in the clouds. An almost subconscious call from the mana out there to his own. Awareness of storms was one of the newer oddities to his life, one that had mostly only revealed itself in the last month or so. He supposed it was related to an increasing comfort with the workings of his awakened core. Tseran was a mana form that longed to connect things, positive to negative, as the electromagnetic force always sought itself, and that magic was part of his being in ways he didn't fully understand. The increased connection to his powers was reflected in his conflict of wills with the Stormhorn sheep. It used a mana form that was heavily laden with his own, and they had clashed, its magically enhanced horn ram against his electromagnetic parry, and he had managed to sort of magically tug of war with the monster's instinctive casting. He'd pulled its magic apart and redirected the Seron aspect of it, amplifying his counterattack. It was similar to performing one of Gotha's magical parries, but slightly different. Ulrich very much doubted he could do such a thing to any other elemental form than something closely akin to lightning. It required too great an intuitive understanding of the mana, relied too heavily on the core's innate control over its attuned magic. Still, good to know, his partner was reclined on their bedding, resting still. Her ribs and thigh would recover faster the less she moved. Ulrich was the only one who received a passive healing boost from his core being in a saturated state, another gift of the Watcher's otherworldly crafting of his physical form. She was, nevertheless, coming on rapidly, by virtue of being incredibly healthy and in the prime of elf life. "How you doing, lass? Feeling any better?" Ulrich inquired of her. She lifted a supple arm from over her face and looked at him appreciatively before returning to her resting position. "Improving, Ulrich. It no longer agonizes with each deep breath, and I think I might even manage a brief run, though I would pay for such effort dearly later," answered the Irielen paragon. "And yourself, Glade Chief? Your injuries and lingering debilitation are mending?" returned the lilting voice from beneath her arm's cover. He thought it over a second. Yeah, he realized. More or less he was all right. The long sleep had done wonders. "All good, mostly. I think I'm starting to figure out that part of that Kataigis mana's difference to Khorne is that it sort of sticks to a living creature a bit, digging into its body. It's less aggressively energetic, but the additional resonances of Calum and Aquay and whatever else give it much more robust staying power. An interesting mana form to be sure," Ulrich replied, voicing aloud some of his contemplations. He hadn't managed to reproduce the Kataigis yet, but he was puzzling out some of its nature. A grunt came from the wounded shadow, and she sardonically asked him if he'd like to go get another to play with. "Not on your life. I'll kill any and all goats from a long damned ways away from now on, thanks," was his retort. And he would damn it. But clearly not with lightning magic, seeing as how the assholes had absorbed his bolts with little trouble. That was the kind of shit that concerned him greatly. A sword was the weapon it was because it was sharp, otherwise it was just a bad club. His lightning magic was a weapon because it struck fast and hard and put down a target right fucking now. To fail in that was understandable when the target was big. The larger creatures took more energy to put down, had more robust bodies. But twice he'd had his magic do, essentially, fuck all. once against that assassin wearing the artifact armor that had some enchantment that grounded his lightning, like a big-ass Faraday cage. This time, the Stormhorn sheep had slurped his spell up like a big old magic smoothie. He wasn't sure what countermeasures he had against such a thing, but there was a hint in the brief back and forth of wills he'd had against the beast when their attacks had met. In that case, it was Ulrich who had come out on top, wresting control of the magic and turning it back against the sheep. Looks like his training was not complete. Gotha probably could have warned him about this, and so could Bathe. She could do similar things, manipulating the mana inside another's body with her own. They hadn't had enough time, though. It was enough that he'd progressed as far as he had in such short span. He couldn't be upset, his life in Varda had started slow enough, but since leaving the glade the pace of events had ramped considerably. Ulrich Einar was caught in the rapids now, just doing his damnedest to keep his head above water. A sudden thought occurred to him then. He'd fought with the sentient peoples of this continent on several occasions and done well enough, taking, mostly, only a few wounds. In contrast, many of the creatures had come real close to fucking him up proper. Was there really so great a gap between the monsters and the men of the land? Taipan, a quick question for you, the confused glade chief announced suddenly against the backdrop of rain. Are the people I've been fighting mostly weak bastards, or are the monsters out in the wilds just, like, crazy strong? A light titter from his reclining mate left him without immediate answer. Ah, sorry, Ulrich Glade Chief Husband. It's just refreshing to hear such odd questions, the elf lass replied, suppressing more giggles. She lifted her arm from her face, raised herself up gingerly, and held his grey eyes with her own emerald and bronze ones as she expanded on her answer. Categorically, the monsters of Varda's wilds are not trifling creatures. There is good reason why few settlements are without tall walls, and why almost none live in isolated steadholds. It is only with great effort that the denizens of the open are kept at bay, and why the tribes that live in the outer reaches are renowned for their hardiness and ferocity. Begun his partner, instructing him in the common sense of Varda's people, from her splayed-legged seat supported on her arms, his shadow told him what he should have realized sooner. The fighters we have faced are not necessarily weaklings, although they have, mostly, not been of high level or deep in their classes enough to be of the caliber of warrior that would hold long against a seasoned Irelan hunter, or still less against one of the royal guards, with whom you have had protracted experience. Tossing her head at his ignorance, the Amazon grinned at him, and told him with some degree of pride in her chosen mate, Ulrich, you stood with the best soldiers and mages that Orlathrem has to offer, and drank their arts like an elf lost in the deserts. Between your magics and your unnatural physical ability, it is little wonder that the enemies you have faced have been unable to withstand you. My glade chief comes into his strength well, and there is yet to come, if I can keep you alive long enough to grow into your potential. The possessive note to her explanation was not unsurprising. For all her odd way of going about it, Taipan had always tried to teach him how to live in this savage world. Weakness was not long tolerated beyond civilization's walls, and his partner made it clear that she would not accept it from him. Not where she could correct his habits carried over from a tamed, peaceful, devastated world. No, his shadow wife truly was looking out for his best interests. It was just that Iriellen did not babysit. They parented like leopards, dragging a wounded prey to be released so that the cub had to learn to kill on its own, the scavengers held away by the parent's presence. Very much a sink or swim approach. He realized then that this was the way of the elves' warrior castes in particular. All were expected to be able to defend themselves, but the greater houses, who carried the burden of leadership amongst their people, cultivated a far more aggressively competent mindset. Which was why, when it looked like things were going to get dicey, they hid their citizens away in the sanctuaries. Orlathrem warriors viewed themselves as the porcupine's spines, hard and sharp to guard the soft underbelly that was their non-combat classes. Other cultures would also mirror this worldview. He just hadn't so much met many of them. The barbarians hunting the criminals of their tribe were ones. Varric was another. The old wolf had fought soldiers in their primes unarmed, and had looked to have the upper hand until that magister had used his catalyst-based magic. Even Warona Autumnclaw, as close to a scholar as anyone Ulrich had ever met had, when the fighting broke out, showed a savage fighting instinct. So, it's not such an uncommon thing to get beat up by a bunch of random goats in the countryside, Ulrich asked. Taipan laughed, then groaned at the pain from doing so, and glibly took his legs out from under him. Oh no, I did not say that, Ulrich. You put your nose in a wasp nest like a cub and were surprised to be stung. Even those bottom feeders we reaped in Trachnia would not have thought to walk down a group of beasts outnumbered. Fair enough. Yeah, okay. Laugh it up, Taipan. I deserve it. I can't deny that I did a stupid. Ulrich allowed, seeing no sense in denying the obvious. His mate took some of the sting out of his failure, commiserating with him by a gentle reminder. We hunters must all of us be reminded at times not to become unwary or overconfident. It was you that taught me humility at the side of my brother, that even the least of your enemies is still a foe and nothing can be taken at face value. She fell silent and he reflected on that lesson again, really let it soak into the old noodle. Varda punished mistakes. Frequently that punishment was for keeps. Would that I were well enough for it, Ulrich. I would lift your spirits with the making of whoopee, as you call it, his shadow said with a sly tone. She laid back slowly and rolled over onto her stomach, kicking her fine legs lightly, the subtle flecks of muscle beneath supple flesh alluring. Ulrich decided that two could play this game. Alas, my love, it is a shame. But I shan't mope, Ulrich returned, rising to his feet with deliberate motions. No, I think I could go for a touch of exercise to loosen up these stiff joints. Then Ulrich ran through his balance and strengthening exercises still in the buff, which he knew got his partner nicely riled up, her eyes following him hungrily as he went through the stances, holds, presses and routines that showed off nicely his physique in the firelight. When he finished, the elf woman hoisted on her own petard accused him petulantly, "Tease!" Pretending innocence, looking around briefly for the accused, the reforged man then smiled and squatted down next this leopardess wrapped in elf skin, waggling his eyebrows. Then don't start what you can't finish, Taipan. Pouting lips, full and moist, parted to release a regretful sigh from the woman. Ha! It is what I deserve, Glade Chief. But know this, when I am well again, I am going to husband you most thoroughly. Nah. Ulrich thought back to the sally from the elf girl earlier, grinning. Don't threaten me with a good time. Chapter 1. 174. Down from the Highlands. Alas, the peace was not to last long. The storm was a blow through, and, while intense, did not linger, carried aloft on the Vatin's strong trade winds. That meant that the caravan was ready to pack up and descend the gnarled switchbacks along the route Ulrich had been scouting before his ill-fated encounter with the wildlife. It was a half-round of the twins' dance before the train of wagons, carts and walking refugee elves reached the descent. Looking down at it, Ulrich was certainly not going to second-guess the decision to only attempt that in the daylight and without rain. The trail was narrow, the falls precipitous, and their cargo soft and squishy. A rollover would kill all hands aboard. That said, they were willing to take their time and make their way down from the highlands into the verdant coastal forest and meadows that awaited below. Taipan informed him from her seat upon a wagon that, in clearer atmosphere, one might be able to just see the impression of the city to which they were headed from atop that plateau. Ulrich didn't doubt her, but then she had better eyes than he. Painstaking would be the way he described the climb down. The draft beasts employed by the minions of Prosper's little House of Horrors camps were not like the deer-horn oxen he'd been forced to deal with on his little adventure. They were far more docile and less skittish. Thankfully, without the goats around to cause trouble, there was no obstacle that presented itself other than the terrain, and the party thusly made a safe, if slow, passage. That was not to say it was without incident, however. Ulrich, a hand to his forehead to shield his eyes from the mid-morning sunlight, had observed smoke about 30 kilometres out. The group was about a third of the way from the bottom of their journey towards that approaching tree line, and the gentle roll of small humps of hill upon which that forest rode. Turning to address his mate, he looked for a second opinion to verify his suspicions. Lass, that smoke is from people, and those people probably shouldn't be out this far from the city, Ulrich stated, his question implied. They didn't stop the caravan's movement. The worst possible thing that could happen was to be caught in the open on this steep descent. Going back up was not an option. It'd take all damn day to climb those switchbacks. From her position, he watched the elegant features of his shadow screw up in concentration as she considered the situation. Trouble, Ulrich Glade Chief, assessed the former huntress, chewing her cheek. It is an encampment of some kind. I can make out no fewer than 6 different tributary fires contributing to that pillar. Shit. This was basically exactly what they were worried about, running into some kind of armed force before they could evacuate the refugee elves. especially now with Taipan all gimped up. Okay, well, this is a patch of bad luck and no doubt about it, Ulrich stated the obvious in a low voice next to his partner's thigh as he walked close to her wagon. But it doesn't truly change what we need to do just right now. First priority is getting off this goat path and getting into the cover of that forest. Taipan's nod affirmed the strategy, and she made the hand sign for agreed to emphasize the point. Tactically, there was absolutely nothing they could do about much of anything if they were spotted on this open ground. Not much, but lichen, moss and arsehole goats called the Cliffside's home, especially since the Thunderhorn sheep were committed to headbutting any intruders off the side of it. Ulrich hadn't spotted any more of the things at close range, but small herds of the sons of bitches were easy to see clambering around in the distance. The little ones might even be sort of cute, appearing to gallivant around as kids do, little flashes of light accompanying their juvenile thumps of horns as they played. But Ulrich knew what they would grow into and wanted no part of the damned things. Given the lack of anything else on their rocky traversal, the wagons would stand out like a sore thumb. Blessed be the season, the thick leafy treetops hiding them from those below their boughs. Word was passed back down the length of the caravan about the obstacle ahead, but no other sign did the travellers make that they'd observed the newest trouble to come. They had problems enough not falling off the narrow trail. Perhaps the Orlathrem had earned a patch of luck, a sign of favour from the heavens for their sufferings and plight, because nothing untoward happened, and the refugees made the safety of the trees below in good order. Everyone allowed themselves some relief, once they'd passed into the shade of the leaves. "Whew," Ulrich commented, letting go a breath felt like it had been held for hours. "I did not need that anxiety in mine life." He got a scrub of strong fingers through his lengthening hair for his troubles, a gesture of comfort from her ladyship Taipan. "It was a pathfinding well done, Ulrich," the Aurelian woman praised. "The slope was difficult, but you got us down cleanly. Perhaps in no small part thanks to your clearing the path of our horned troublemakers aforehand." She said that last with a smirking grin, though, so he knew he'd not be hearing the last of his close encounters of the goat kind from her. It was too easy a ribbing. Still, accolades from the Master Scout were rare, and he'd take what he could get. Taking the petting hand in his own and kissing the back of it once to acknowledge her, he took his leave of the wagons to do a survey of the immediate vicinity. Just because nothing had bothered them on the climb didn't mean it wouldn't down here in the forest. Varda sprinkled ravenous beasts about her landscape like paprika in a chili. A healthy dose, for flavour. Hand on his sword's hilt, the up-and-coming, Lord of the Ancient Glade, canvassed these rather dainty trees. For once, this area almost paralleled what he knew of the forests on old Earth. The mix of evergreen, rough-barked, pine-like trunks in stands of a dozen or so, interspersed with low-leafed, smooth-barked arbours that reminded him greatly of the venerable oak. Other species dappled the gentle hills, filling out a thriving environment that provided a thick detritus of leaves over top of a sandy soil, blessedly free of rocks. Ulrich had just about had enough of trotting about exposed stone for a little while. The soft ground beneath his thinning boots felt wonderful in comparison. Idly, he noticed that he was going to be in need of a fresh set of boots soon. The kilometres had not been gentle to his feet. A twig broke not far away, and he froze instantly, eyes scanning ahead towards the source of the sound. Adrenaline spiked immediately, and he was in full predator focus to find the creature, or person, that had not so far away disturbed the peace of the wood. He remained stock still. Anything out there would have an easier time spotting movement, and, while his dark armour wasn't exactly camouflage, it wasn't particularly attention-grabbing either. Hell, with his bestial helmet, it wasn't impossible something might, from a distance and through thick undergrowth, mistake him for part of the local fauna. No further sound issued forth, but Ulrich didn't move. It was a thing Taipan had instructed. Trust your instincts, but do not allow them to overrule reason, especially not when an enemy may be present. Prey flushes, but the predator remains calm. Her wisdom proved correct. 5 minutes of patient waiting were rewarded by the jostle of low limbs and big fern leaves that declared the presence of whatever had spooked him. Whoever, or whatever it was, had resumed its movement, stalking quietly enough to signal to Ulrich that it was up to no good. The thing about many herbivores was that they weren't trying to sneak up on anybody, given that their food didn't run away. At least on Varda, not very often. Which means they typically don't care about making a little noise, especially in a herd. No, Ulrich was fairly certain by the stop-and-go pattern of disturbance he saw ahead that its source was, in fact, hunting something. Carefully, very carefully, the elf-trained one-time woodsman of Earth slipped into the shadow of the unknown hunter and began to trail it. He'd come a long way in this game since his abrupt arrival, honing himself against young Bright Eyes first, and then his far more proficient sister later. The difference between hunter and hunted was a fine thing, dancing on a razor's edge at times. One mistake was all it took to hand your target the information it needed to turn the tables, and Ulrich was determined not to give anything away. In the spirit of this, he had not employed his serono-perception to pierce the veil of undergrowth ahead. It was a subtle thing, but Taipan said she could feel the pulses as a slight prickle on her skin at close range, and he didn't want to give even that much away. Besides, now that he was directly behind the target, he could follow it easily enough, even if he hadn't laid eyes on it directly. Soon enough, that situation rectified itself. A small clearing ahead, at the bottom of one of the small hills, there was a small pool of crystalline clear water, away from which burbled a tiny creek. Into that clearing stepped a red-haired human man wearing knee-high leather boots, hard-soled and uncommon for any who frequented the wilds. It was likely those hard-soled boots that gave him away, despite his obvious attempts at being stealthy. The boots weren't what had Ulrich's attention, though, no, it was at his coat. A long, heavy black trench coat with which Ulrich was intimately familiar. That coat marked the adept mages of Prosper, their personal wizards and officers of the Gilded Empire, mages who took coin to do murder as a bonus to their wages. At the sight of the mage, Ulrich's core spun up, cycling lightning in a deathly chase, readying power to obliterate his enemy. Positive separated from negative, two poles forming at his will, separated yet yearning to become one again. The capacitance grew as Ulrich channeled the magic, preparing to funnel his strength into a set of lightning bolts that would turn the mage and his general vicinity into a fulminating heap of ash and glassed earth. Stumbling out from the thick brush behind Prosper's agent came a barefoot catkin in a tattered tunic, bearing a slave collar made of silver metal, golden scrollwork tracing its control runes. Ulrich hovered on the brink. A moment sooner and he'd have killed the both of them. Damned close call for the girl, that was. He'd have to wait for her to clear the blast radius before he could deal with the mage. Therefore he'd stay under cover and keep track of. "Please, lover, I cannot go farther," cried the catkin woman in a husky, breathless gasp. She was clearly exhausted by the sound of her. The mage turned around and, to Ulrich's amazement, picked the beastkin girl up in a princess carry and buried his face in her neck-length hair, muttering something too muffled and soft for Ulrich to make out while the girl giggled quietly. What the fuck was going on here? Raising his face, the mage, young looking now that Ulrich saw him clearly, told her in muted excitement, "I'm sorry, darling, only I cannot believe we've done it. 2 years, but you're free now. I have the unlocking spell, you will not be found, and never again will you serve those pigs." Okay. Ulrich had not been prepared to fall into a romance novel from the pre-collapse. Varda was more like a murder mystery with a dash of horror comedy. The jarring sweetness pouring off of the pair did not jive with that coat he was wearing. Prosper's mage corps was, to his knowledge, a set of indoctrinated, hate-filled fanatics bent on dominating the other races and establishing Prosper as a dynasty in Prespang, and all the continent if they could manage it. So how the hell had the ginger kid over there ended up clearly head over heels for the cat-eared beastkin slave girl? Running her slightly clawed fingers gently over the youth's face and chest, the Leor girl with her tawny orange fur and burnished orange irises whispered something before hugging the mage tightly. Was this what it was like when Ulrich and Taipan were flirting in public? Gross. They were rarely so flagrant in company, though, and these two were idiots, the hidden man had decided. Did they have no idea what kind of hilariously dangerous bullshit liked to run around the woodlands? It was a wonder nothing had crept up behind them ready to slay them viciously. You know, sort of like he had been doing just a minute ago, now that he thought about it. Things had just become complicated. Ulrich had a buck and change of Orlothrem refugees, whose presence could not and would not, if he had any say on the matter, be known by Prespang's countrymen, and most, especially not by any agent of Prosper, including most especially their magisters, mages, and /or armed forces. However, he now had an innocent civilian involved and some kind of unsanctioned dalliance, if he was reading this situation correctly. Sure as shit, no self-respecting instrument of the Valen supremacists would be all cuddly with the beast folk. But here they were. All right, think man, Ulrich urged himself. He didn't have all God's damn day. He needed to know what was in this forest, and he needed to know what was going on with that encampment. Sitting here in the bushes spying on these lovebirds was doing neither one. His ponderings were cut off suddenly. Crashes through the brush preceded by a half-a-second a horse-sized bird monster that had a jaggedly toothed beak, 4 legs bearing talons like short swords, and a glittering blue feathers tipped by golden yellow. "Seer!" screeched the beast as it launched itself at the pair whose cooing had made them appear vulnerable to ambush. Ulrich was certain he was about to watch the pair mauled while he looked on in shock, until one of the oak trees reached out and clubbed the bird from the air with a heavy whack. One hand of the red-haired mage was free and his fingers were weaving eerily as his green eyes stared at the beast. The mage was chanting something that sounded like it might be Latin mixed with Greek, and the 4-legged eagle was trying to rise when a set of roots from the oak that had smacked it from the air tore up from the ground and wrapped the creature until it looked like a bark-flavoured mummy, and dragged it, screeching loudly and struggling the entire time to be interred beneath the trunk of the oak tree. "Holy fuck," Ulrich exclaimed to himself. Yeti then. Mage was some kind of tree-bender. Good to know. The reason he hadn't scanned the mage was the same reason he hadn't used chrono-perception earlier. When someone used that spell to look up your Akashic life story, you felt that shit for sure. It was a dead giveaway and almost never happened unexpectedly for any good reason. The Leo girl was now on her own feet, though she remained clutching the mage boy's coat. "Rodin, a beast. You slew it so bravely, you hero," cried the girl with sickening sweetness. Ulrich was going to have to get the fuck out of here or subscribe to insulin. Maybe his notions of the dynamic between men and women was somewhat skewed by extensive interaction with the elves. Or maybe it was just his relationship with Taipan, which was distinctly alien from anything he'd known in the before. Who knows? What he did know was that it was time to shit or get off the pot. This pair might be the best lead he could have hoped for to determine what goings-on were ahead of him before he went and stuck his stupid face into them. Readying himself to kill everything generally just in case, Ulrich rose from his hidden crouch and shouted, "Oh there, strangers! I mean no harm. I'm just a man from the outer reaches passing through new lands and finding many troubles. Have I come, at last, from the wilderness to civilization?" The pair swung violently towards him, and Ulrich could feel through his core the vegetation around sort of come to order, awaiting the will of the plant-manipulating mage. But no fireworks, just yet. The girl's features had drawn back into a feral snarl of fear, which mostly confirmed the pair were not exactly in any danger of running to the authorities. Hands raised placatingly, Ulrich set out to soothe the pair. "Easy goings now. I have no business with Prosper's agents, nor any that hold their ear." He started, smooth and even, hoping nobody did anything stupid. When nothing stupid occurred, he took a few steps nice and slow towards them, very pointedly not reaching for his sword and raising his visor to show his face as he continued to ease them down from their scare. In point of fact, I was staying hidden because I recognized the youngster's coat and did not wish to draw attention, not until it seemed that I was mistaken about his alliance. Ulrich explained, watching for any sign that those trees and vines meant to make things rough for him. They didn't, and the pair relaxed a mite, which was great, especially when the trees went back to being just regular old trees. Pointedly glancing at the most recently weaponized arbors, Ulrich addressed the mage directly. "I can't help noticing that you are a mage sanctioned by Prosper, or, at least, you bear the uniform of such. I had not known any of those kind to not be towing the party line with regards to otherkin, but clearly you are not of the common ilk." Hoping that he was right and that there would be no need for violence here, Ulrich continued gently, "Please, there are others with whom I travel that I will not allow to fall under sway of the Magisters or the aegis of the Golden Thrones. Being that we both have ones who we do not wish to leave exposed to those fat spiders' authority, perhaps we can assist one another." Beastkin Girl and Ginger Mage traded looks and bent to whisper at each other. Chapter 1, 175, Cascading Failures. Ulrich let out the breath he'd been holding when they did. If they were talking it over, it meant that there was probably not going to be any killing on this occasion, which suited him just fine. He'd already had his fill of slaughter, and there was, not so regrettably, more to come, but that was best saved for the fuckers who had it coming, not random peoples caught up in a system of indoctrinated cruelty. Ulrich still recalled those discussions wherein he'd been told of places in this little empire where people were defaulted to slavery and had to earn their rights to freedom and citizenship. What kind of twisting of a person would that inflict? To have naked ambition and cutthroat competition be the only way towards a life of any worth? He couldn't imagine growing up immersed in ruthless exploitation like that. These two might give him the kind of knowledge that only locals would have, that he could find the best way towards securing those ships for the elves under his care, and to make their way finally to prosper. It had been almost 6 months since he and Taipan had left Irihos, far longer than they had planned, but then not much had gone according to that optimistic plan all that time gone. Finally, the syrup-sweet couple turned from their mutterings to address him, the Leo girl taking the lead in human tongue. "First, I would have your name, warrior. Who are you wearing such uncommon armour and bearing a mastercraft sword while roaming the Kistalfin wood?" "A fair question." "A fair question, paramours," Ulrich replied, and deciding to bet it all on a pair of hopelessly besotted youngsters. "I am Ulrich Einar, Lord of the Ancient Glade, friend of the Deepwoods Elves. I've come into protection for a group of Orlithrum held by Prosper's agents, for the purpose of twisting them into Airsa Bane. I destroyed those who did this evil, and I wish to find passage for those poor sods back to Orlithrum territory. Can you be of help in this?" That earned him some widened eyes for certain. Now more whispering, with much gesticulation on the part of the lovebirds. He hitched his patience. No good would come of rushing them. Best case scenario, this pair could help him figure out what exactly the hell was going on with that encampment, and maybe even how best to go about booking passage for a couple of smaller schooners, or, better, maybe a big carrack for the whole bunch. Splitting the group between ships was not optimal, but he'd do it if that meant getting them seaborne. Worst case scenario, these two would be of no help, and Ulrich would maybe have to kill them both to keep them silent. Gods that thought made him a little sick, but he knew he'd do it to save 100 and something other lives plus his wife's. Just wish real fucking hard they don't make that necessary, Ulrich told himself. For once, it would appear that things were going his way, though. When the two arose from their hushed discussion, it was with a consensus. "Fate has dealt a strange hand this day," the young mage announced with certainty. "I am once war mage Adept Brodin Ivy, in company with my Krissa. Varda enjoys her small ironies. I wield the mana of plant life, once for Prosper, and now for myself, and my dearest. We are ourselves in need of passage from these lands, Lord Einar," began the mage earnestly, taking a deep, relieved breath. "The cause I had to flee Kistalfa with my love is that I was being mobilized away thanks to the sudden upheaval along the western Prespang fronts and along the Vatin coast. Wild rumours were circulating regarding some force descending upon the small port towns, and even Bartala herself like an angry dragon, and there was some disturbance that had the magisters standing hard upon the necks of the barony to raise men. As if they had not already sent most of the trained men to the border to prosecute their aggression against the elves," the freckled carrot-top mage narrated. Ulrich harumphed lightly at that information, though he was, in fact, not a little pleased with himself. It checked out. Ulrich had raised Cain, a bit of an extended loss of temper following the murder of the old wolf, and a culmination of his animosities for grievances general, really. Sometimes you just get tired of putting up with the bullshit and have to go on the offensive. That had included burning like 5 small ports and sinking some half-dozen ships at sea. No wonder the guys at the top of the ladder were starting to feel the heat. Like a chisel placed just so upon the stone and struck, the fault lines in the Empire were propagating, a set of cascading failures degrading the system's integrity. Fandamtastic, Ulrich told himself with some measure of gratification. It'd only be better if he could see to it that it was their own feet held to the fire next time. They'd better send better than the arseholes guarding the Baron of Bartala, or I'm going to start feeling like I'm bullying these poor sods, Ulrich remarked sarcastically. With a gesture towards him, the Leo girl asked a bit timidly, "Surely you were not the cause of the Magister's ire?" To which he shrugged, saying dryly, "Might be, unless somebody else was dropping Magisters into the Vatin's deep, and I doubt 2 people burned Bartala's docks inside a month." They shared another look between them then and thawed noticeably. "But this is incredible fortune," the tawny-furred girl exclaimed, followed immediately by her lad, who took her hand and shook it excitedly. "We have the god's own blessing on our union, Chrysa. With the debacle in Orlethrim, the Lupid tribe's secession, and the ravaging of the Vatin, there will be none to stop us crossing the sea to the eastern reaches, just across the Heaven's Reach North Pass, and we will be free of this cursed, rotting empire." Secession? Ulrich needed no more. This was the first news he'd had of the Wolfkin since leaving the crew of the tribesman's boat behind. "Ho there! What did you say about the Lupid tribes? I saw off some kin of a dear friend slain by Prosper's thugs, who had decided to pick up and leave Bartala a wed clan Horabitsnes. Are they in trouble?" Ulrich asked emphatically. Whatever happened in Bartala, it raised up waves like a seaquake. Clan Horabitsnes declared themselves at war with Prosper, and any who would stand with her, and every single Lupid tribe rallied to their side. They are, according to rumour, holding a moot to raise a Lupid king, something that has not existed for at least 500 years of Prespang's history. "The girl," Chrysa said wonderingly. Shaking his head and patting his emancipated lover's shoulder calmingly, the mage continued the story. A cascade of beastkin tribes suddenly withdrew from the Empire's protection. 3 cities had their baron declare the agents of Prosper, especially magisters, under pain of death to set foot within the city walls. "If what you have said regarding the Bane is true and others know it, then it is no wonder." Ginger spoke with disbelief. "The Orlathrem are going to cleanse Prespang now. They will not stop until they have burned the taint of those who would wield the forbidden from the continent. Prosper finds its gold of little worth now that the elves are preparing to come north. Whoever can cut themselves free of the gilded thrones will do so now, rather than face the vengeance of the Isa," predicted the youthful German adept grimly. "They'd better," remarked Ulrich with heat in his voice. "I spent time amongst the Iriolan, and their crown has it in his mind to see Prosper erased from history. So do I, for that matter. Which brings me to my next point. What brings one of Prosper's pet mages out here in the wilderness with a runaway slave?" The lovers glued themselves together, as if he had said he was planning to separate them. "For love! Of course!" cried the Leor. "Of course," Ulrich snarked to himself, trying not to roll his eyes at the two of them. "That's why they were stomping around in the savage wilds like a couple of poachers. It is true, Lord Einar of this ancient glade. Once I embraced the doctrines of the gilded thrones, as taught to me since I was a boy. But I met this woman, and she showed me the lies that beastkin were less than people. She taught me what honour and dignity truly are, and I could not marry what I had been told by my superiors and lectors against the reality that she was," the tree-wielding mage declared. "I threw my orders, accolades and badges away, defected, and took my love with me away from the nearby city where I was garrisoned, and she was slaved. It was a hard thing to wake one morning and find that all your world was a lie, a fiction told to make free men and women into slaves and other free men and women into their captors. All the while, only the merchant lords and their chosen tools knew real freedom." The young man said sadly, the realization fresh on him. Ulrich could sympathize with that. It was a damned hard thing to do to admit you were wrong, harder still to admit that you had done wrongly to others, had become part of a cruelty. Before the youngster could dwell on it too deeply, the Leor girl wrapped herself around his arm and said with conviction, "It was hard, but you did wake from that nightmare, and you did come for me, leaving all else to the side. That is what matters." A small smile lit the young adept's face at that reminder, and he gave Ulrich his attention once more. Orders came to all of the war magi that we were to report to Prosper herself, at triple the duty pay, I might add. I could not leave my Chrysa, and her owner would not sell her. He had plans to open a soldier's brothel somewhere near the front lines. Seeing no other way, I stole the seal-breaking spell for the slave collars from Kistalfa's chief magister and deserted, fleeing with my dearest. There was, according to the closely guarded rumours amongst slaves, a free person's camp somewhere in the Kistalfa wood. We are bound there and from there, somewhere beyond the reach of the gilded thrones, explained Ginger. Well, okay. Ulrich supposed that made sense, in a kind of naively stupid kind of way. The both of them would have been brutally executed had they been caught. Prosper was coming apart at the seams. It was better news than any he could have hoped for. Taipan had told him of the battle for the Havens, of the blooding that the Orlathrem had given the strike force that had tried to launch a blitzkrieg to wipe out Iriel's citizens. Great news, but he wasn't here to worry about the price of silk in China. He needed to know what was going on right in front of his nose. Look, as I've said already, I'm afield to find the way for my wards. Anything or anyone gets in my way gets moved aside, and I won't be worrying if it breaks in the doing. Ulrich informed the couple, getting their attention as they'd started falling into each other's eyes again. I and my partner spied smoke coming from this woodland, as if from a sizable encampment. Would this be the Free People's Camp you spoke of? Ulrich inquired. It is, the couple echoed, before the ginger adept begged without shame. Please, friend of the otherkin, enemy of the merchant lords, guide us there. I do not have much, but I will gladly give what I can if it will get us free of the reach of Kistelfa's garrison. Even now they will be mustering. Not for myself particularly, but to mobilize at Prosper's behest. I overheard the Praetorians' orders to destroy this free people's camp before turning to join the reforming legions at the gateway to the Zealous. Ulrich wanted to groan. Of course. Those idiots in that gathering had attracted enough attention to pull troops directly on top of his elves. If they were commanded even halfway competently, they'd have scouts out, and it was a hopeless cause to think that they'd miss a caravan of Asa while looking for any stragglers from the breakaway group. Fuck. Alright, that put him on the clock for real. First things first, he had to get back to Taipan and let the refugees know what was coming. There was a non-zero chance that they might have to lift weapons in their own defence. Not that they'd hold out for very long against trained troops. The victims of the Bane towns were recovering, but many still couldn't walk unaided, and most were still weak from their injuries. A month or so from now and Ulrich would bet they'd give as good as they got, but they didn't have a damned month. All right then, Ulrich said, command in his voice. You two are coming with me. I have to give these tidings to my mate and regroup. It would seem that our causes are joined from necessity. I no more need these soldiers from Kistelfa finding the ones under my aegis, as do either of you need them tripping across the breakaway group we saw from the heights. We rejoin my comrades, and then we see what must be done about the garrison's troops. There must have been something in his tone or in the set of his face, but neither of the lovebirds raised so much as a twitch of objection. Gesturing to follow, Ulrich turned to guide the once slave and the once slaver back through the forest to the caravan of refugees. So it was that Ulrich returned to find his rescued Issa lounging in semi-comfort. They'd learned to find whatever rest they could during the trip. Taipan was re-wrapping her ribs in bandaging, sitting by a small banked fire bare-chested. All of this Ulrich took in stride as he presented himself to the former eldest princess of Iriel, an undeniably most enchanting lass in either of 2 lifetimes he'd ever laid eyes on. He must have gained some measure of tolerance towards her because he didn't even blink. The lovebirds, though, were starstruck. They might start drooling if they didn't close their mouths. Ulrich cleared his throat loudly. Taipan, love, we have good news and we have bad news. Stoically tightening the knot on her bandaged ribs, his shadow wife asked him lightly, her melodic tone beautiful despite its sarcasm. And when has that not been the case in our time together? Actually, a fair question. Ulrich wasn't sure when the last time was that he'd not had his nuts roasting over a fire. Arguably, the nearest time had been back in Irielhos, but even then, there'd been the looming threat of conflict goading him into desperate action to learn to fight and control his magic. He was due a fucking vacation at some point. Your observation is noted, but we haven't the time to philosophize about it, love. The camp ahead is not hostile. They are peoples that had decided to break away from the control of the merchant lords, choosing the wilds to the safe cage of Kistelfa. However, there is a detachment of soldiers recruited to go to the army that is reforming at Prosper, that is headed their way to slaughter them and put down any hints of insurgency or threat to the merchant lord's power in this area. They will be here. When was it again? Ulrich turned to address that last towards the blushing mage and his enthralled partner. As if poked, they pair broke from Taipan's spell and turned to give him their attention, very carefully not glancing at his still nude from the waist-up partner. Elves were fucking gorgeous on the regular. It took some getting used to, did their casual nakedness and raw appeal, he could sympathise. These two hadn't had months in the public baths at Irielhos to adjust. Forgiveness, my lord, but this is the partner of which you spoke? The mage asked, slightly doubting. Aye, Ulrich said simply, raising his eyebrow to imply the question, You got something to say about it? The mage coughed lightly to hide an exclaimed nice, to which even his catkin lover nodded agreement. Ulrich would permit himself some small smugness on that account. It was only fair given the trouble he'd had out of the elf before things had come to that point. To answer your question, the garrison would take a matter of perhaps another day or so to finish the muster of its men and equipment, and another, perhaps even 2, to make its way to the forest. They will be cautious. Reports have greater beasts moving in unpredictable patterns since last autumn, and some of them are drawn to large gatherings on the move. They mistake it for a herd migrating and like to pick off stragglers, reported the young tree-bending mage. Taipan chimed in then, confirming that opinion. It was one of the reasons that they had limited their party to just the 2 of them. She had by that point replaced her undershirt and spared the younglings the impressive and distracting sight of her bosoms bare to the wind. 2 days then, as many as 4. It wasn't a lot of time, but perhaps enough to find a way out of this mess. At least it wasn't another nursery of sons-a-bitching monster flowers. Chapter 1, 176. Back to the war. Ulrich chewed the situation over, a bit longer before he had his priorities sorted. His main concern wasn't men wearing swords or pushing pikes. It wasn't arrogance to say that he had little to fear from mundane weapons, not when he knew they were coming and could leverage his core's powers against them from afar. It was the battle mages and the high-level warriors that were steeped in their Akashic arts that were a serious concern. Ulrich had to admit that it wasn't likely that he'd be so lucky as to find the soldiers composed entirely of half-trained grunts or hand-selected thugs chosen more for their lack of inclination to ask questions than for their ability. Granted, the cream of the crop had probably gone first to the border with Orlithrum, almost certainly the best of the best, had been amongst those slaughtered at the feet of the Havens. So, at least he wasn't now facing 100 of Pressbang's finest, if the whiskerless boy mage here was any indication of things. Still, 3 or 4 battle mages at once could prove problematic if he was forced to take them head-on. Come to think of it, he realised cowards always held something back to cover their own asses. Ulrich would have bet a high-quality radiation filter from the before that the pricks in charge over there in Kistalfa had kept a small reserve of crack troops devoted to the cause just in case, something to ask about later. Very well then, Ulrich concluded. We now know what we're up against, and we have some idea of when they will come, and even what direction, since they hail from Kistalfa. All there is now is to arrange a strategy to deal with them. The somewhat awestruck pre-Spangers hadn't yet stopped gawping at the caravan of scarred and battered elves who were simply going about their regular business. Those elves had rather swiftly adopted a fatalistic sort of trust that Ulrich would see things taken care of, so long as they followed closely and kept themselves in good order. That kind of trust made Ulrich's teeth itch. He'd never been in charge of any group of people larger than a 5-person research team. It was laughable, a hermit now leading a troop of people across hostile territory to find them a way back to their promised land. A veritable Moses was the nascent lord of the ancient glade. Ironic for an atheist. Or was he even really able to call himself such? He'd met maybe 2 creatures that could qualify for godhood and even communed with them. What do you call someone who knew gods existed and yet did not worship any of them? Ulrich cut off that train of thought, refocusing on the situation before him. He had these 2 young folk in a camp full of those who'd been their traditional enemies, although nobody quite knew why that was the case. Ulrich had his suspicions regarding those manufactured animosities, but he'd confirm that shit later. He noticed the eyes of the pair drawn to a grassy dip in the forest, where a huddle of Isa were following instructions from a self-appointed lieutenant that Ulrich and Taipan relied on to delegate to the Orlithrum rings that formed tight-knit travel groups. Right now, they'd stuffed something Taipan had killed with Horiskios magic into a couple of big cauldrons for stewing. Something pretty damn tasty by the smell of it, teaching his shadow to recognise herbs for flavouring, not just the ones that were hilariously toxic, had proven a godsend. Between the 2 of them, they normally managed to forage a belt pouch full of goodies that greatly amplified the taste and nutritional content of whatever wild game they managed to bag. Such was the only reason their preserved food stocks had carried them even this far. Seeing the obvious hunger in the features of the 2 native citizens, Ulrich sighed. Seems he would be playing the part of host again. All right, we've got the gist of things. Let's go see what's cooking before the both of you start drooling, Ulrich said, startling the pair. Taipan looked at him somewhat smugly, noting, You should avoid developing a habit of taking in strays, my glade chief. For a self-avowed hermit, you seem to have a softness towards younglings lost in the woods. Helping out strangers in the woods was what had gotten him neck-deep in all this shit in the first place, when he'd saved an Irilan prince, young Bright Eyes, only son of Baldurt Iriel, and one day heir to the seat of power in Orlithrum. Only, since being near fatally poisoned, Baldurt had yielded that throne somewhat earlier than planned, and Bright Eyes was currently acting crown and warlord of the Orlithrum Confederation. Odd world. Maybe Taipan had a point. Still, he couldn't deny that his restraint had been rewarded, first by earning himself the friendship of the elves, and just now by gaining the intelligence he'd much needed to lead this rabble towards safety. Not my fault you people keep tripping over yourselves in front of me! Besides, my parents were sticklers for being good hosts, so you can blame them for the habit, he retorted. With that, they made their way to the steaming cast-iron cook-pots, great things big enough to stuff a man full-grown into, or a deer, which was probably what he was smelling now. Damn, now he was craving venison. He'd have to give his wife a foot massage for this gift of meat. The elf woman in charge of the cook pots only had one leg, the other missing from the knee down. She'd lost the leg to infection soon after leaving Horrortown in the swamps. Resistant most Cord beings were to infection, but everything had limits, and being starved and tortured in heinous filth for weeks was certainly past those limits. She'd borne the amputation easily, which spoke volumes about what had come before. Right now, the peg-legged she-elf was ladling stew into each bowl as it was presented to her. Tubers, spices, meat chunks, and other vegetables made for a hearty helping of culinary goodness. Offering his thanks when he received his portion, he had to commend the resiliency of these Orlithrum once again. They pushed through the darkness and were on their way back to the light now. Smiles could be seen throughout the camps and laughter heard. It was a little inspiring. Seated now on a log, Ulrich refrained from speech while he ate, a habit adopted from his time amongst the Irielen, who did not speak during a meal. As such, the bowl of thick broth and edibles disappeared rapidly. A light belch concluded the meal, and Ulrich sighed satisfaction before he addressed the wayward lovebirds. "So, what now are your plans, the both of you?" he asked, setting aside the bowl and large wooden soup spoon. They shared a look between them, and the redhead answered without hesitation. "You spoke earlier of the Bane, then these were once held by my countrymen for the purpose?" The Floromancer, German mage, or something close, asked, indicating the surrounding people. Ulrich only nodded, waiting to see where this was going. The young former agent of Prosper looked around the camp at the handiwork of his superiors and shook his head sadly. "I had thought I knew the worst of the crimes I had participated in. It seems that there is yet more I must answer for," the mage said with the kind of tired resignation that comes with carrying a heavy weight voluntarily. Fortunately for him, his companion wasn't willing to let him shoulder that burden alone, and she took his head in her hands, staring him down deliberately. "You are not a part of this. The sins of others cannot be your own, or we all may as well be given death for the crimes of evil men the world over," spoke the Leor woman in low tones. "Besides," she continued, "now we know our course with even greater certainty. We will help those who have rejected Prosper's chains, and then we will go to lands that have never known them, and begin our lives anew." The catkin released her companion and nodded firmly when he bobbed his chin in acknowledgement. Was it wrong to judge them for mirroring each other's gestures? "So, you were just going to pop in, tell them there were some soldiers headed their way, and then—" "What, vamoose?" Ulrich asked. Both nodded again, emphatically. "Ha! Well, he couldn't exactly blame them for that. It was already a pretty decent thing to stop by and do that much instead of hightailing it the opposite direction and using that dissenters' camp for distraction." "Well, okay, I guess that makes sense," Ulrich admitted with a measure of reluctance. "But why are you deciding to hang in there and slug it out now?" The Leor girl raised a clenched little fist up and shook it against the oppressors, declaring boldly, "Because we now have the help of Esser freedom fighters and their lord." Silence fell heavy across the forest as 147 pairs of almond-shaped, metallic flecked elven eyes locked onto the beastkin girl, its combined weight like added gravity. Spontaneously, the entire group starting laughing. Laughing heartily from the belly, some of them abandoning dignity to roll on the ground, most with tears from their eyes. "What fighting am I doing with no legs, you daft wench?" cried one from her place on the ground. "Oh, indeed, we'd just stroll up to an army with our rags, scars, stumps, and a chipper attitude and spook them right off, aren't we?" sassed another. "I reckon I could bite a couple of them pretty badly if they got close enough," offered a third from the raucous laughter. Ulrich and Taipan, having been exposed to the heckling of their wards during their travels, were immune. The two youngsters wilted somewhat under the barrage of merriment and sarcastic suggestions. Ulrich almost allowed his stoic expression to slip when one of them offered themselves up to be swung by the elf's one remaining arm as a weapon by Ulrich in place of his sword. Taipan patted the Leor girl's shoulder consolingly, advising her, "Do not take them seriously. They have suffered much, and it has caused them to enjoy being assholes towards whomever they meet. And also, you should refrain from speaking before you have thought about what you're about to say." The Reforged man found himself agreeing with her before he could catch himself. Gods, what would Tolkien have, though, if he'd known that the noble and dignified elves about which he wrote were real, and were absolute dicks when they wanted to be? Probably he'd have shipped their pointy-eared asses off west a little sooner in the tails. Okay, calm down, you bastards, she didn't mean anything by it. Ulrich scolded the peanut gallery, without any hope they'd discover shame, before he turned back to the pair of Castalfa natives. More like you meant I'd be able to do something to help out, which thanks for the vote of confidence, but what makes you two think I can be of any help against a garrison of the Baron's troops? Ulrich asked them. The ginger mage raised a hand bearing a set of rings, each with a different gem set. Ulrich hadn't paid them any mind before, other than to note that it was unlikely the mage ever fought with a blade in hand. Wearing multiple rings could make your grip less sure and were not to be worn unless you were already going to be wearing gauntlets. This third one, the one set in garnet, is an artifact, a gift from my wealthy uncle, inscribed with a rune circuit that causes it to change colour depending on the strength of a nearby core's mana, revealed the rebel adept showing the shimmering blood-red jewel. An artifact. Neato. Like having a little scan that didn't give itself away. Oh yeah? Ulrich responded, unable to hide his interest in Magitech. And what's that dark red mean? The mage frowned at him a little before answering. So something bad? It means that your lordship is a monstrous power that could likely snuff me and everyone in this clearing easily. Your mate is not inconsequential at all either. The most likely candidate to be sent leading this force, though. She is rumoured to have been hand-selected by the Golden Thrones to join their personal guard in no short time. She is deadly by all accounts, and my artifact went solidly orange in her presence, the one brief time our cadres interacted. Right. Well. Ulrich had not been expecting that kind of reply. Of course, Gotha had always said his core and mana reserve were abnormal, especially considering his age. His musings on the nature of the commander of the group were interrupted by the widening smile on Taipan's face. Sheepishly, Ulrich ignored his wife's smug grin. She somewhat regularly called him unnatural. Not that he could take credit. The Watcher's reforging was not something done by half measure. Fine, so I might be able to make them regret leaving their walls. Whether I do or not depends on what we're up against, Ulrich told them, not hesitating to hedge his willingness to commit to anything. Under his protection were these elves, and he wasn't going to risk them getting them caught. They were so close to those damned ships. Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I don't really give a rat's ass about this encampment of free peoples. I got my plate full, keeping these Orlathrim out of Prosper's clutches so they can't make any more bane, and I have business with the merchant lords themselves. I'm not at liberty to run around playing hero to everyone I meet, especially not if I want to catch those fuckers napping. As it is, my intentions were made clear to any who bore word to the Golden Thrones, and I intend to not be stopped long enough for their cat's paws and assassins to get a solid bead on me before I'm down their throats, he told the pair gruffly. He'd already made too much noise when he'd lost his temper in Batala and the ensuing hijinks upon the high seas. These human scum, no offence to you, my husband, stand between us and our access to the boats of Castalfa. It would be better to meet them in the field where they do not yet know we exist, rather than to do so after discovery, from behind their walls, advised Taipan. Good point. Avoiding battle would cost them more time and mean more risk later. The fewer soldiers whatever thug Prosper kept, collared to run the city, the easier a time he would have. Aye, Taipan, you are right in this. I'm not against wiping more of Prosper's pieces from the board, but I wouldn't risk you being less than 100%, not when the injuries limit your mobility, which, I might remind you, is your greatest strength, retorted the Reforged man with chagrin. Damn. Fucking damn, was there really any choice? Fuck, Ulrich snarled, hating feeling like his back was constantly to a wall. Fine, I'll do something about these soldiers. Just you tell me everything you know about their number, disposition, and anything you can regarding whether there are mages or high-level developed classes amongst them. That second bit was directed at the conscientious objector, who spilled the beans without hesitation. About 40 men-at-arms, low-level reserves, mixed pikes, swords, and archers, the usual fare in this not-quite-feudal society. Not a big deal, all things considered. 5 of them were from Prosper's favourite mercenary group, the one led by the infamous Vars who turned murder of elves into a hobby. Those would be trouble. They were rumoured to be substantially stronger than any of the grunts. Then the commander, a zealot by description but a competent leader and fighter. The real kicker was that there was a detachment of mages. That news came with a bit of a shock for Ulrich. What the hell do you mean it's a choir led by a composer? Ulrich demanded, upon being informed of the presence of a dangerous mage component to the garrison. None of these terms were familiar to Ulrich as they were being used. Taipan was the one who answered, a calming hand on his arm. He settled down and buried the frustration and lurking Lord instinct that was becoming more active with so many threats looming about. Fewer capable of becoming adept magi. Fewer still since Prosper expended so many in their attempt to slay my father, interjected Taipan, before continuing to explain the issue. Somewhat contemptuously, the Sylvan Huntress continued. Novice mages do not possess the learning or disciplined control of their powers to be potent spellcasters. That does not mean that they do not have the ability to channel their limited energies, though, and being unawakened, their magic is somewhat easily joined to the control of another through use of a peculiar method of concentration. It leaves the tributary mages completely defenseless, is inefficient as only a single will may weave the magics, and is only done for desperation amongst the Issa. Now that there was a wrinkle, so you take a half-dozen untrained mages and funnel their strength into an adept, sort of batterying the real mage. And this doesn't lead to problems with getting too much unexpected mana in one place and causing resonances, Ulrich asked, being all too familiar with the problems associated with wild magic reactivity. It was Carrot Top who answered, "It does, which is why the choir cannot act to protect themselves. They must focus completely on regulating the flow of mana from their core into the score, the magical siphon that feeds their power into the active workings of the composer mage." Alright, there was some good news at least. Wait, this was an idiotic strategy, wasn't it? You didn't even need to attack this so-called composer, just target his choir, and he's got to protect them all himself, wasting the extra energy they're feeding him. Or that was how he imagined it would have to go against another mage of any combat sense, or against the elves, who knew how to fight against mages. That's dumb, Ulrich said and outlined his reasoning. It is folly to put children who cannot even manage to cast for themselves on a battlefield, but Pressbang was ever eager to spend its blood to water the roots. They no longer bring composers against the Irielen, because our scouts easily dispatch the entire choir and thus free us of potential mages in the future. We used to leave the composers alive on purpose, simply to watch another group of novices be led forwards to be slaughtered by our hunters, commented his shadow with disgust at the wasteful expenditure of lives. The Leor girl kicked a foot against the detritus of the forest floor, grimacing. Esser can be arrogant, but your mate is not wrong to look down on the practice. Nor are you, who must be familiar with the arts. Against an enemy who faces them upon even terms, the choir is more or less a sacrifice of many young mages to preserve the life of a single adept. But such practice is seen as acceptable loss to the beasts in their high seats. What are a few lives to keep their precious magisters and battle mages firmly in place? Besides, interjected the German mage bitterly, we are trained to deploy in such formations behind a wall of expendable troops. The conscripts will march forth into the teeth of the enemy's defences and draw fire while the composer leads their choir from safety. It is standard doctrine. Watcher's tits. Whoever was calling the shots really did have no regard for life whatsoever. None. It was a cold dead heart that pulled the strings of Prispang. Their powwow died down after that, and the pair of slightly worn-down, bedraggled Prispangers took rest in the camp of those fey folk that they had been raised to believe were wild, unpredictable savages who sacrificed virgins to trees and kept otherkin for pets and servants. The reality of the elves was that, while pretty, they were mostly just people. A little weird, with customs that didn't make sense unless you might hang around for a couple of centuries, but people nevertheless. These Orlethrum in particular were a bit earthy, and given their trials, slightly saltier than the average elf. The weak and the frail had been pruned from their number long since. Only the harder of the captives had long survived their torture, their inner strength a curse. Given that their adoptive lord had given his hospitality toward the pair, the elves took them in as guests. Ulrich went to bed without worry that the refugees and the couple would find friction between them, but heavy with worries about the punitive force that was somewhere out there, maybe headed this way. Tomorrow would hold more of the violence that punctuated his life since waking in the Elder Forest, and which had made itself particularly frequent since setting out from Irielhos on this mission. Ulrich lay awake an hour brooding on the revelations of the day, churning over his options. Taipan, with her understated understanding about how his crangled brain worked, snuggled his head on her chest to put an end to his self-gnawing, and the comforting heat and smell of her acted like a narcotic, parting him from the waking world gently. Chapter 177, All's Fair in Love and War. Now that he knew the score, it was Ulrich's task to figure out a way to handle the problem of some 40-ish soldiers, amongst whom were some half-dozen of the same high-level mercenaries that had conducted the murder of an elven tribal chief in his home with his family, dead in the middle of Le Grenelle territory. That wasn't the sort of thing a bunch of weaklings could pull off. The cherry on top was a small cadre of mages feeding their mana to a single Magus. Ulrich didn't like the sound of that, not one little bit. For all that Taipan scoffed at such methods, it did mean that the enemy battle mage might have substantially more firepower than was the norm. The norm was not exactly great news. Twice he'd found himself fighting for his life against one of those battle mages. Twice he'd come out the other side and his enemy hadn't. But even so, it wasn't great news. Facing all of that straight up was probably a pretty bad idea. Worse, Taipan was still healing from getting whacked by that huge beast on the highlands. The leg was healing rapidly thanks to spending most of her time riding the wagons, but running was straight out. She claimed that a slow march was probably fine. So far as fighting was concerned, the ex-princess of Iriel could use her mana and most of her abilities, but drawing her bow was not a great idea. That thing took an incredible amount of strength to draw, and would be sheer agony on a rack of cracked ribs. Absent injury, Ulrich would have had no hesitation to sick her on this supposed composer, without whom the mage detachment was effectively crippled. As it was, no shot. Sitting around the fire, the Reforged man stared into its flames and plotted. Ignored were the goings-on of the elven refugees. Fortunately, he didn't have to endure any more of the Leor girl and her freckled rebel mage lover flirting all over the camp as they had gone at first light to inflict their fawning on the denizens of the Free People's encampment some 5 kilometers through the forest towards Kistalfa. Problems, Glade Chief, he told himself while his fingers snapped idly at his thigh. You got problems. But what you're needing right now is solutions. Sending Taipan to eliminate key targets isn't an option, not without having them tied up and distracted completely, so she could get close enough to breathe down their necks before striking. In close, Ulrich was pretty certain that his Iriel shadow was more than a match for most fighters, even a bit lame. Gods, what he wouldn't give for 5 of the royal guards. With that and his own magical capabilities, they'd mop the fucking floor with these jackboots. Not helping Ulrich, he reminded himself. It did no good to wish for what could not be. He was probably almost 2,000 kilometers from the Iriel, and most of the Orlethram forces were purging the shores of the Zealous, raising Pressbang's fortifications from its banks and locking down the borders. Soon, those forces would turn their attention to enacting Bright Eye's campaign to demilitarize the border with Pressbang. Demilitarize being, of course, a euphemism for burning every settlement to the ground within 100 kilometers, destroying the crops and supply caches prepared at Prosper's behest, and eliminating anybody not packing pointy ears as they did. Word was supposed to have been passed that the Bane had been employed, and in no quarter were the elves going to offer any they came across. Clearly, judging by the ignorance on that matter that Ulrich had found in Bartala and from the Mage-Cat couple, Prosper was doing its best to suppress and spin that information. All of which led back to the situation where he was, effectively, in the position of having to solo an entire garrison before it could slaughter a whole bunch of folk who just wanted to live free, before those troops could then turn their attention on his own elven wards. Fuck. His first instinct was to go scorched earth. Literally just burn the forest down around the soldiers, trapping them inside a wildfire. It was the kind of large-scale destruction that he hated his people for in the before. But there were reasons they had turned to such methods, namely being, it fucking worked. Ulrich checked a maybe next to that idea and examined his other options. If he left in the next day or so, he could catch the garrison on the relatively open ground between the Kistalfa forest and the lowlands that dominated the landscape right up to the very walls of the city itself. Without cover, Ulrich could deploy some pretty heinous workings, namely maximum range, stormfire, and even that ridiculously powerful vortex flare. It took time to get it rolling, but he knew his foe was coming, and they didn't know he was waiting for them, which made it a solid choice. A bit of an all-or-nothing thing, though, that working was. He'd only get one chance to set it up, and then he'd have to make it stick. Ulrich couldn't drag that spell around with him. It had to be prepared on sight and triggered. The air current he could establish on the move, but only up to a point. Then it was too much to keep the damned construct together. A hit-and-run style of picking the soldiers off he discounted immediately. Ulrich could move quickly, astonishingly so, but he wasn't so sure he could disengage from a whole detachment. On the other hand, the garrison troops had a nice long walk, and they were almost certain to sleep at least once on their march. If he caught them sleeping, he might very well be able to make a surprise attack at night. With Corona perception, he didn't need daylight to see, while the warriors coming for them very likely did. Beasts hunted by senses other than sight as often as not, but men did rely an awful lot on their vision. It was a weakness he could thoroughly exploit. The more he turned it over in his head, the better the idea seemed. For one thing, he might be able to combine a night assault with his magical bombardment plan. Unaware of the almost savage grin on his face, Ulrich ran through the plan. First, wait until nightfall to penetrate the security of the troops, maybe have Taipan help him clear the sentries. She could probably manage that all right. Then, dispatch the composer and his little squad of batteries. If he remained undetected, find out where the densest section of tents was and maybe poison their water or cookpots or some shit. Then, he could exfiltrate and from a half-kilometre away put a vortex flare down on top of the camp. Whatever was left of them would be seriously questioning their course of action. Ulrich didn't need to kill the entire garrison. All he needed was to convince them to fuck off to somewhere else so he could get inside the town and buy a damned boat. So it was, over the course of an hour or so, that the Lord of the Ancient Glade had the vague outlines of a strategy to deal with the 200 warriors and their mage cohort. When he shared it with his doting wife, she laughed at him. Then, seeing that it was not an attempt at humour, laughed even harder. The other Orlethrim, seeing an opportunity to take the piss out of him, joined in, mostly because they didn't have anything better to do than remember experiences that would break any but the strongest of wills. Ulrich couldn't resent them for that. It didn't stop him from threatening to start a garland of pointy ears to hang as a wreath on his doorstep back in the ancient glade, though. "I am sorry, husband," Taipan said, being no such thing, "but you truly are worms in the head. You have come far in the ways of stalking, but you are not ready to infiltrate an enemy camp undetected, and also find the mage cadre no doubt lying at its heart, under the greatest guard." The doubt did sting a bit, even if it was probably merited. Defending himself, he reminded her that he'd managed to do pretty well breaking into Port Edenshire. He'd gone pretty much undetected for a good damned bit. Without venom, his Ariel and Amazon told him plainly, "If the fortifications and settlements I passed by are any indication, alongside the facility I helped you with, that place counted on its intense isolation for its security more than was reasonable. Even as incompetent as Prespang's forces tend to be, they will be cautious when they take the field. Elven scouts and Irilan hunters have taught them to fear the night, and so have Varda's monsters. Without a wall for protection, you could expect fully a third of those soldiers to be on rotating guard." Damn, she was right. Ulrich had forgotten the implicit threat that Varda posed to any who roamed far from the fortified walls and warriors of settlements. Savage beasts awaited any who were unwary, with reminder that caution was as good as gold in the wilderness. "Okay, well, I am all ears over here. Somebody, please give me a good idea," Ulrich implored his seasoned partner. Seasoned, he would say, because she still appeared as a young lass of her early 20s, despite being well over a century of age, and also because she was a salty hard-ass on her best of days. Her lips turned up into a smile that only highlighted that sense she sometimes gave off, of being some kind of alpha predator skinwalker, pretending to be a person. "Why not simply put one of your Calum barriers around their camp and fill it with poison, as we did to the blood-starved broodmother?" she asked pointedly. Ulrich raised a finger to start counting off the reasons why that would never work, only to let it fall limply when he couldn't. Actually, it was a pretty great idea. His spell would be invisible in the dark and the poison would be silent and potent, provided they had enough to suitably dose the no doubt robust bodies of the warriors. Vitality increased the ability of the body to resist envenomation, and trained warriors would have a comparatively greater resistance than most people. Taipan carried around substances that would turn the better part of a healthy yak to liquid shit in a few moments, though. She hunted greater beasts and greater beasts hunted back. Hard. "You wouldn't happen to have more of those poison bombs handy, would you?" Ulrich asked. She put her hands on her wide hips and laid that look on him that said, "What do you think?" "Okay, yeah, that was a little dumb. She was Taipan. My bad. I should have known better than to ask by this point." Ulrich admitted and rubbed his hands together, thinking it over. It wasn't a bad play, not at all. Even if the poison didn't outright kill the encamped soldiers, they'd be in no condition to force march and fight at the end of it. Battles were a thing of centimetres and seconds. Every advantage was a good one. He ran into a speed bump when he tried to get the Amazon woman to hand him the gas emitters, and she promptly refused, wanting to join him. Now, who isn't being realistic, Ulrich challenged, slightly incredulous that he was even having to have this argument. The frowning bundle of Issa Huntress had her ears set like a mule's. She wasn't taking being left behind lightly. How certain are you that you may even locate these soldiers without my guidance, Ulrich? The elf woman struck, hitting below the belt. He rarely got cut any slack for getting lost within the plains. This isn't like that at all, Ulrich countered. Grumbling angrily, Ulrich pushed back. An entire detachment is going to make sound. They'll be hauling around supply wagons, beasts of burden, all that kind of shit. They'll make enough racket to find them from a league away, along the best terrain. Hell, there's a good chance they'll follow the same path the settlers used and I'll be backtracking the damned road to intercept them. Without giving his fang companion a chance to get a word in, he also brought up what he felt to be the most relevant point. And besides, you're all crippled up, and will be for a while yet. You'd only slow me down if it came to a running fight or if something changed and I had to cross rough country. Arms crossed beneath her impressive bosoms, the shadow wife that held his loyalty was none too pleased. Between the two of us, I am, by far the better tracker and the more able navigator of the wilds. I can read this terrain better than you ever could. Find the fastest route even if I were crawling on my belly. You will not leave me behind again to conduct more of your sestuersk. My leg barely even hurts for all your nesting and circling. Taipan retaliated, also loosening her temper as she'd lapsed into Elvish, with a word Ulrich didn't know. Uh-huh, Ulrich deadpanned sarcastically. Sure thing. Magical elf bones just good as new in less than a week, are they? You hiding a Sano mage in one of those belt pouches then, Taipan? Maybe got yourself an artifact that cures mashed elf muscle up your coat sleeves? We go together or not, Ulrich Glade Chief, Taipan spat, refusing to acknowledge his critique of her present condition. I am your shadow, and more, your wife, and my place is by your side, not sitting here taking my ease while you go to face our enemies alone. Too reckless by half for you when you are left to your own devices. That is my final word on it. The both of them exchanged glares, neither willing to budge. After a minute of intense staring, Ulrich broke off, getting more furious at the silliness of it. The reforged man scrubbed a hand over a few days' growth of beard and cursed in 3 languages, none of them spoken on this planet. Engineering seminars could get pretty salty when the beer was flowing, and he gave vent to his opinions on stubborn women who refused to see common sense if you hung neon lights on it. Eventually he was ready to admit that he might be wrong, that maybe his far more experienced huntress and general badass of a wife might know what she was talking about. He wasn't completely convinced, but he had to extend trust that Taipan knew her business and wouldn't do anything rash. Probably. Ha! Fuck it! Gods damn it, fine. Have it your way, Taipan. But mark my words, you get a little in over your head yourself sometimes, and this could end up with me having to pack you through the forest if we end up having to make a run for it. Ulrich yielded with heavy begrudgery, and please, enlighten me as to what in the Watcher's perky tits a sestuersk might be. He finished. Smugness on the elf-woman's lips faded somewhat when she remembered her lapse. Her lover had an incredible knack for getting under her skin when he wanted to. It is the Iriellan equivalent to that thing you described to me once as tomfoolery, but coarser. The language is vulgar, more so than I usually would use, but you are a splinter in the thumb when you wish to be, Taipan answered. They traded looks, both sharing mirrored thoughts about the other. You are a pain in the arse, but I'm stuck with you now. Ulrich sighed in defeat before he relented. All right then. I say we do it as soon as possible, tonight even, Ulrich suggested. Me and you, we can get in position to catch them when they make camp. Then we'll just give them a little taste of whatever the hell you put in those bombs. While we're at it, I've got some pretty nasty tricks I've worked out recently, and I can probably thin their ranks if needs be, Ulrich said, a touch more eagerly than he would have liked admitting not many months earlier. The beauty part of using that hybrid in Frigg's spell was that it wasn't flashy, not at all. There would be no fire, no light, no thunder, just the deep freeze. It was no absolute zero, but it was orders of magnitude less demanding on his mana, and he didn't have to be virtually touching anybody to use it. He had already tested the combat power of the magic and its range on those sons of a bitching goats, so there wouldn't be any uncertainty with regards to ensuring he gave the spell enough mana to pretty much guarantee anything dead centre of the working was dead. Those on the fringes would probably not perish, but then the poison should bat clean up nicely. Deed soon followed theory, and the pair were off with only a light field kit. They moved as fast as Taipan's injuries allowed, which was a fair clip, Far greater speed than they'd been able to manage leading the caravan, if not as ludicrous as they'd done while crossing Orlithrum. Promisingly swift kilometres passed them by, and Ulrich kept as close an eye on his mate as he did the surroundings, looking for signs that she might flag. None made themselves readily available. He was doing most of the advanced scouting though, with Taipan judging the most advantageous pacing through the foreign forest. Her experience was, he was completely willing to admit, a boon for making excellent time through the wild, untamed coastal woodland. Despite that, she hadn't had these gently rolling hills and dales as her regular stomping ground. His shadow read the lay of the forest like a book. Together they made sure progress and were careful not to invite the attentions of the forest's denizens. Purposefully, they bypassed the budding village of separatists, marked by streamers of smoke and distant sounds of hammers and the labours of raising a settlement. A couple of hours later, and the pair broke free from the stifling confines of the low forest, so much reduced compared to those vast tracts of arboreal majesty that comprised Celestin and Iriellen territory, to say nothing of the towering colossi of the plateau of Anchon. Grassy dales and soggy wetlands told the tale of being close upon the shores of Vatten, but at sea level, instead of up in the highlands. Now, just after Midson's Fall, the objective of their mission revealed itself. There, just over a hill, he and his sylvan partner spotted the banners flying from pikes, about 4 kilometres distant. Idiots. Who the hell marks themselves out like that, Ulrich wondered, searching his memory of history. Heavily armed men going to ride down a bunch of defenceless peasants with impunity, that's who? These men were coming all this way out of their intended direction to send a message that said dissent would not be permitted from those who they had decided to rule. Well, not today, motherfuckers. Lying flat on their bellies, warm spring turf soft beneath them, Ulrich whispered to his shadow, "You think they'll stop to entrench and maybe get some palisades set?" She would be more familiar with the tactics of her kin's generational enemy than he. A shake of her short midnight locks preceded her answer, low and spiteful towards these her enemies. "They will not. The fools think themselves out to harry those who cannot resist them. They believe their numbers and their arms and armour sufficient protection. We will teach them this night that Varda punishes mistakes." Ulrich patted her back gently, smiling at his spirited mate. "Always," he agreed quietly. There wasn't much to do now that they'd found their target. Moving out of line of the marching enforcers of Prosper's will, they just stayed out of sight behind a low hill, saying nothing. Taipan made a game of pinching his rump at random intervals to see if he would make a noise. After an hour of this, Ulrich retaliated by playing with her ears, watching her wriggle and writhe for a minute until she crawled away in defeat, scowling at him and making a rude gesture. Served her right. Elf ears, for those who are needing to know, are quite sensitive and very much are included in the erogenous zones. Now that he had asserted his dominance on this occasion, the odd couple watched their enemy from afar. Leaning in close to whisper, in spite of the distance between them and the column, Taipan asserted somewhat in disbelief, "They have not put out pickets, Glade Chief. They are expecting to find no resistance. They offer no defence against the bloodseekers of the untamed places. I am almost insulted." Ulrich's reply, in equally hushed tone, was, "Why are these people so bad at war?" It was an honest question. Their enemy had employed incredibly sophisticated strategy at a macro scale. What with the creation of Bane production facilities far in advance of the war, gradual consolidation of the Prespang city-states, fortification of the northern coast of the Zealous, and the preemptive attacks that had left the Legranel without leadership and Iriel with a much reduced military capacity, alongside the subversion of the Greater House of Morion. It was all very skillfully done, with purpose, prudence, and understanding of how to attack the Orlethrum and co-opt the otherkin independent tribes, so as to use, or at least marginalise them to prevent them from contesting Prosper's dominance. In startling contrast, there was the baffling incompetence displayed at a tactical level. It still blew Ulrich's mind that the men who had captured Bright Eyes had allowed themselves to be sidetracked trying for those greater beast cores, when they should have been making for Prosper with all speed. The attack on Boldart had vastly underestimated the power of, if not the man himself, then most certainly his lieutenants, because the fact that only one assassin had been tasked with Idra was comically ignorant. If even 2 or 3 more had been deployed, he might not have been able to go to his lord's side so quickly, and that would have proven a tragic delay. Then there were the thugs hired to manage and execute the Slaver's Ring. Granted, the Ogren in charge of that had obtained the resource to secure a pretty firm position within the city and somewhat deftly managed the organisation of said slavers, but the men themselves were little more than thugs. He and Taipan had managed to fight their way through them without taking any serious harm, even if that had gotten dicey from time to time. Those assassins had been pretty tough, but they'd botched their hit, clearly lacking in reconnaissance regarding Ulrich and Taipan's abilities, and with poor coordination, to be blamed by their obviously insane counterpart. Which begged the question as to what leader would ever let their clandestine fixers roll with such a loose cannon. It all added up. These were unforced errors, all of them. Why? When the top-level decision-making was so efficient, why were there so many flaws in the execution? Ulrich revealed his uncertainty to his partner. They had little else to do while the soldiers made an unhurried march along the wide Roman-style road that led out from the city to some small outlying village or waypoint between the city and the forest. "I have wondered as much myself, Ulrich," the dusky elf told him, from her prone sprawl in the tall grass, "and I honestly say that I am uncertain. Perhaps it is, in part, that they have, by sending many of their best and strongest warriors and generals against Orlethrum with relative frequency, deprived themselves of their greatest talents reaching fruition or passing their skills to the future. That wasn't out of the question. If, once every 1 or 2 generations you send the high end of your respective militaries to their deaths, there was an inevitable decay in subsequent generations, as they do not have the benefit of learning from the cream of the crop. Pre-collapse Western civilization learned this when they, for reasons that baffled Ulrich's imagination, decided to dismiss education as a priority institution and methodically drove out the gifted and motivated instructors, many of whom were formerly excellent in their chosen fields and had decided to retire to pass on their knowledge, which swiftly led to the decay of the institution generally. It took a mere 40 years for the results to manifest in near societal collapse, when the younger generations could not properly take up the mantle of performing the tasks that the retiring engineers, healthcare providers, technical staff and others left empty. Total collapse came but a short century later. Interesting hypothesis. It all reeks of some kind of pervasive lack of regard for life or value in individual achievement, Ulrich told his wife. So concentrated are the efforts to undermine independence of the city-states and to establish control over the lives of the populace of Pressbang that I think they are crippling their own people's potential for fear of them becoming too hard to dominate. This feels intentional. It's too complete, too pervasive to be otherwise, he finished. Emerald eyes stared back into his own unblinking for a few intense seconds. The focused gaze eventually broke to scan the surroundings with his shadow's usual caution. When those glittering orbs returned to behold him, the expert in preying on otherkin for her people told him only, "I had never thought of it that way. That the otherkin were weaker than the Orlethrum I took to be in some ways a matter of course a consequence of their shorter lives. But perhaps you're onto something, Ulrich. Mayhap it is not accidental, or natural at all that they be lesser, but by design. A sick design, if so, to corrode your civilization's future that it may never be strong enough to stand on its own. Like choosing to make of your culture people of clay, soft and malleable, rather than of steel, strong and resilient." They fell silent, Ulrich to brood on the implications of the now more probable Aesir influence that was leading Prosper's campaign across generations. It all made sense that they would care not for the futures of their kin if none of these people truly were kin at all. They were tools to be wielded, broken, and then replaced as needed. They didn't need to be excellent, not when they were replaceable, a cold calculus, but it fit with his paradigm for explaining how events could have unfolded the way that they had. Similar events in history had occurred in the before. Empires built upon slavery, conquest of less technologically sophisticated civilizations, and overt suppression of the populace always decayed. Their policy of treating those who were ruled as lesser humans, while those who held true power were the only real persons, inevitably doomed them to regression and eventual destruction. It was damned near a natural law. Funny how his passion for history gave him perspective into a strange world's current events, while his training in the natural sciences gave him insight into the mechanics of its magic. Almost like he had been made specifically for this world, to enter it with maximum impact. Fucking Watcher shenanigans, man. Chapter 1, 178. Glade Chief to the front. The twins fell slowly, but steadily. and when the golden hour had come to Varda, the marching troops ceased their leisurely procession and made camp. From a kilometre away, hidden in tall grass and having tied bundles of grass, shrub branches and leaves it to their persons to break up their outlines, a classical technique of the Irialan hunters to camouflage themselves in places without trees, Ulrich and Taipan watched with a predator's eye. The men were somewhat competent at raising their tents, but there was a lack of the kind of precision and speed that rigorous training would have instilled. The display down below was one that was the result of merely occasional repetition over a few years' time, instead of intentional drill. Similarly, the arrangement of tents lacked a well-defined order. Roman encampments were arranged in identical patterns, every camp down to the positions of latrines, officers' quarters, and supply depots. A legionnaire in the Celtic lands could rotate to the North African campaign and find his bunk exactly where it should be. Not so for these. Tents went up almost randomly, and some were clearly furnished by the men themselves, instead of from a central supply, judging by the variance of fabric, style, and coloration. Holy fucking shit, Ulrich whispered to himself in disbelief. The mages had a huge silk longhouse. Red silk! They stood out like a bonfire against the night. He turned to lay incredulous eyes on his mate and found her sharing his astonished gaze. The two looked at each other for a moment and said, in the same breath, "Assholes!" They very nearly broke into giggles at the demonstration of sheer ignorance of sound military doctrine. "My mother would be through their camp collecting the officers' scalps inside of an hour," she said without audible exaggeration. Were her ribs and thigh not still banged up, he didn't doubt that she'd tie an impressive number to her belt herself. They had proven that the injuries weren't well enough for her to be truly combat-ready, though. Not long after bypassing the Free People's little village, her normally ample strength failed, and Ulrich carried her the rest of the way. She wasn't a whole lot heavier than his pack was most days, so he didn't much mind. Even though it was kind of a heavy pack, and he very tactfully did not mention the necessity. There had been more than one occasion in which his shadow had been forced to haul his big ass around. It was just the way the pendulum swung on Varda. Told-you-sos could wait until their nuts were well and truly away from the fire. Ulrich was a little more reluctant to engage in any sort of drawn-out fighting with his partner vulnerable. It wasn't worth the risk. Her dissatisfied little squint and the odd flick of her ears made her displeasure with herself clear. He didn't need to tell her that her coming had been a mistake, a misjudgment, on account of they both knew it. Just like they both knew, the only real reason she'd insisted was that she was worried about him, given the state he'd come back the previous day. His own bruises hadn't yet faded, though most of the swelling had receded. Now he just had some real interesting patterns of blue-black contusions and snored louder when he slept from getting his beak mashed real good like. So being that they both knew the score and neither was willing to get all sappy and talk about it, they just accepted the situation and adjusted, deciding to play things safe. Tonight, they'd simply put down a nice little poison bubble, and then they'd scoot. Nothing fancy, no fireworks, minimum risks. Damned if he wasn't glad to be on the giving side of an unsuspecting ambush. He was getting a little fed up with shit sneaking up on him. Not that the goats had done much sneaking, he'd had that one coming. Bastards. "I don't think any of your parents would have much trouble cleaning up this rabble, in all truth, lass," Ulrich replied to her, after having watched a little more. The sloppy camp, the disorganisation of kit and haphazard placement of armour and weapons, some of the soldiers even shedding all of their armour to sleep comfortably, and posh tents marking out the majors and officers were a little bit tragic. This was going to be straight up unfair, just like any good war should be, when conducted by professionals. Evening wore on, the soldiers drank, gambled, and made merry. Some men laughed and bitched at one another with an almost carefree mien. Others sullenly chewed on their rations and turned in early. More than didn't. Tents shared by occupants had lamps shuttered as the night wore on and full dark fell. The camp slowly wound down to sleep, the men of the garrison resting from their march. But not all of them. Taipan's prediction held true. A full third of the force remained at full readiness, and, in one of the few shows of discipline amongst them, held to a strict picket line with pairs of soldiers staying in sight of at least one other pair at all times. It was a precaution against archers shooting from the dark, and also of any particularly stealthy beasts that might also be capable of slaying two men too swiftly for them to raise alarm. Something like a shadow panther came to Ulrich's mind. Whatever the case, this watch arrangement had likely come into being as a result of terrible bloodshed. The coven rose high over the lands closer to their crescent phase, an impressive triad of silver scythes throwing eerie shadows across the land below. Those shadows were a godsend. They would make getting closer to the camp far easier, breaking up outlines and hiding motion. This next bit would be the tricky part. To maximise the chances of getting those mages out of the picture, they needed to get the poison bombs, of which his lovely lass had 3 prepared, as close to the mage's tent as possible. Ulrich had a good arm, but he figured he could still only lob the thing 100 metres, and come anywhere close to hitting where he threw. Good old rugby. The bombs were about the same weight as a game ball, if half the size. He could do it, especially with 3 tries. But they needed to get within spitting distance of the edges of the camp, and that wasn't going to happen with those patrols. All of this was to say that right now, he and his Gilead partner were currently very slowly creeping along the ground, on their bellies towards the south end of the camp, so that they could kill 2 sets of guards quietly and quickly enough for him to throw the bombs, set the sky shield barrier and vamoose, carrying his wife as they made their way back to the forest. Easy. Resisting the urge to spit out grass that was in his mouth, he lay still, watching the pair of patrolling soldiers about 20 metres away as they met their patrol partners, before turning to march the other way. The time to strike was when the pairs came together. It put all 4 in one place, and without the eyes of the others being able to see for just that narrow window of time. 4 armoured men simultaneously in total silence. That was not so easy. Not for him, anyway. This was work for a taipan, and the one he'd gotten himself into bed with was eager for the challenge, even if she was already gritting her teeth from the expected pain of pushing herself hard, shorter duration as that might be. It was time. Ulrich was positioned on the flanks of the left 2 guards, with Taipan closing stealthily on the right 2. His eyes hurt against the light of the torches the men bore, having adjusted to the dark and avoided looking directly at those bright flames to preserve his night vision. Those same flames had illuminated the immediate surroundings of the patrolling troops, but prevented them from seeing beyond, into the dark. Ulrich was able to get to within a mere 4 metres of his target's flanks. Taipan was even closer. Her brown skin, dull-coloured clothing and expertly deployed natural adornments blending perfectly into the ground cover, so that she was a mere 2 metres behind her soon-to-be victims. How Ulrich's pair didn't see her was beyond him. On the other hand, he hadn't seen her at all for the last 15 minutes of their gradual vector, onto the confluence of the patrolling soldiers, and he'd known exactly where to look. Truly, the mark of the master was to make something you cannot do appear not only doable, but easily so. Enough. The moment of truth. Exploding into motion, Zeftocht came free of its sheath with a twist, and bounding strides of powerful legs took Ulrich into the shadows of his targets, hiding his figure behind them while he came in low and fast like a lion from the darkness. The pair of soldiers facing him noticed movement and their eyes widened, as the armoured figure came into their vision, their mouths opening to sound alarm. A humming swing of his sword sent the blade through necks just starting to turn to see what brought their comrades to alert. The heads came free, lifted high into the air, spinning from the momentum of his stroke, and the 2 faces shocked at the sudden violence froze and twitched, Taipan resolving behind them as she twisted the stiletto she reserved for such tasks that she'd driven behind their ears, up into their skulls, killing them instantly. The dead men dropped in a heap, or would have, had his mate not caught them both with a pained grimace and bore them quietly to the ground. Ulrich was catching his 2 by the collar and hauling them to a soft fall. Decapitated heads hit the turf with a muted thump. Over and done, in a second, maybe 2. Already his shadow had the 3 poison-emitting smoke bombs free from their pouch, and Ulrich lit them with an incredibly fine pulse of magic from his core, a brief flash of Kiron's spark, the first magic he'd used. Well-trained adepts could feel the draw of magic from another working the ether, especially if they did so with a sloppy construct that, metaphysically speaking, sloshed excess mana from gaps in the spell form. Spells created from incomplete understanding of the way, the interplay of forces, objects and mana influencing them, were loud for those with a refined mana sense to detect them. Ulrich and Taipan had committed to not using any Akashic abilities or magic until right here at the end, to maximise their chance to go undetected by the composer and his choir. 1, 2, and then 3, Ulrich lofted the globes containing virulence into the camp, and then drew his power, mental algorithm forming Siron into white magic, and then attuning that to Tialum, as he snapped a wide, shallow dome of stilled air around the camp, thin enough to hold the gas that even now rose up in the camp's firelights, pooling against his sky shield, with its grey-green royal. Unceremoniously, the Reforged man lifted his mate over his shoulder, her thighs against his chest and her waist folded over his back. Then he took off, running hard, ignoring the sound of his boots against the soft earth. Speed was king here. Already shouts of confusion were starting to be replaced by coughing wretches. "Gonna pick up the pace now, lass. Hold on so my armour doesn't hurt you," Ulrich warned, before saturating his form with the crackling energy of lightning. Surge. It felt a bit like plugging yourself into a light socket, humming, vibrating energy, filling you with power. His gait didn't change, but his speed doubled, at least, and the night air piled against his face. Holding the amplification hurt tore at his muscles and joints that were not, even so robust as they are, ever meant to endure these kinds of strains. He kept it up for a whole 30 seconds, at the end of which he was half a kilometre away, having run like a goddamned thoroughbred. As he pulled up, panting hard, legs burning fiercely and every bruise feeling like somebody had just recently frogged it, he knew he'd pay for that sprint all the next day. But it was worth it to see them safely away from the garrison soldiers. He let down his not-so-featherweight elven partner, and they continued on into the night, gaining ground. Shouts were now rising up, calls to arms, screams of pain combined with dying wails, a cacophony that told them that their gambit was having effect. Soon enough someone would panic and flee through his barrier, likely shattering it, as sky shields over that large an area were not sturdy in the slightest. It should be enough. The broodmother they'd done this to had perished inside of a minute, with only 1 globe's worth of toxic gas. 3 should have done terrible, terrible damage to even those exposed for a mere few seconds. Ulrich very carefully compartmented the knowledge about what they'd done to those people into a little box and stuffed it somewhere to give him nightmares later. Right now, he needed to be a hard-ass. Travelling more slowly now to account for Taipan's reduced pace, and Ulrich's own strained limp, they did not make the forest tree line until dawn. "Taipan, I don't know about you, but I think we pushed ourselves a little hard on that one." The aching man stated the obvious. Signing "you think?" his partner was in sarcastic agreement. "Yeah, well, I think that was still better than trying to stage a raid with a bunch of cripples, or me going in guns blazing against the whole lot of them. This way, if any of them made it out of that, they aren't going to be happy about it. Ought to buy us time at the very minimum," he summarised. "Peace, Glade Chief." "You are right," conceded his partner, whose idea this had been in the first place. "I am just grumpy from pain and at my injuries lingering so. You were held back by my presence, and I do not care for the taste of that," apologised the proud woman, a rarity from her. More than once, Ulrich knew for fact that his shadow had gotten herself injured, because she'd been unable to utilise her hit-and-run talents to their fullest, forced into situations to keep his own person safe, as her now self-imposed duty commanded. "None of that now, love. You did as you felt was right, and I'll not judge you for it. We're not always perfect, and we've been pushing hard without respite for a good damned while now. Tell you what, let's get back to the caravan and both of us take a turn on the wagons today," he suggested. It should be fine. They'd scouted the area thoroughly by this point, and the few able Orlathrem in their party could scout in groups of 3, rotating frequently to avoid pushing themselves beyond their strength. Ulrich and his mate had been expending themselves instead, to give the elves a chance to recover. Whoever had survived their little trick were going to be doing what they were going to be doing regardless, so best thing they could do is get rested up to face it. A few hours past daybreak, they returned to the camp to find the Orlathrem refugees preparing breakfast and going about the usual morning routine. "So on come the heroes, looking like a rough patch of harrowing," greeted one. "Like 5 leagues of dragged arse, if you ask me," declared another. "Don't worry, friends, you can both find comfort in my bed if you like. I'll even throw myself into the bargain, both together or one at a oof. Why'd you hit me?" came another call. "Ah, yes. Good to be home," Ulrich remarked to himself. "Can any one of you bastards remind me why I bothered pulling your asses out of those torture camps?" Ulrich asked aloud, quite rhetorically, which didn't stop him from catching a broadside in retaliation. "You owe some Elflord money, inborn desire to serve your betters, and hero fetish were amongst some of the guesses provided. Snarky fuckers, he couldn't wait to be rid of them so he could travel in peace, with only the ravenous monsters trying to eat him for company. Fortunately, the ribbing was just a form of entertainment and they'd had their fill. That and the harassment had taken on the feel of ritual. These elves would be lost without someone to lead them, without someone to clear the way forward. Nobody said it aloud, but Ulrich and Taipan were most of the reason they hadn't chosen the cliff. He and his mate had given them hope that there could be a path home, out from foreign shores where they'd come so close to abandoning the will to live. He didn't know where they'd go once he got them back to Orlathram, but that was a problem for Bright Eyes and the other Aesir lords to figure out. Now that they'd gotten the welcome out of the way, he went to check what was being stewed. Taipan's deer thing was already gone, devoured by the camp yesterday. Ulrich's nose wrinkled at the bouquet of strong odours coming from the cook pot. Not bad per se, but definitely gamey. It would seem his little ducklings had figured out how to secure meat, whether by trapping or by some other method. Excellent. One less thing on his plate. Watching his partner's slow, careful movements as she went to lay on her bedroll, Ulrich resolved that it was probably for the best that he bench her for the foreseeable future. A few days wasn't enough to let those bones mend, and aggravating the injuries was just retarding the healing process. The twinge in his legs when he tried to get up from his meal served as ample warning that he was going to have to take some of his own medicine. Surge had extracted its cost from him, the punishment for feats greater than humans were meant to perform. So it was that he retired to join his companion, and they dozed through the rest of the morning. By the light that had him shading his eyes when he emerged from the teepee, it was just past the apex of the twins' romp through the sky. Ulrich only needed some 4 to 6 hours of sleep to feel refreshed, and his body had recovered much of its strength in that time. Just a slight ache, like that of a solid workout, remained of his pushing his body's limits. He was pretty certain that, as he grew more accustomed to using his Akashic abilities, his class was adapting him to itself, making him better suited to wield those powers, similar to how his core had had to adjust his body to its mana flow. Bathe's techniques for cycling and saturating himself with mana were aiding in this endeavour. Taipan he left behind, still dozing fitfully. Sleeping with broken ribs was a fitful process at best. He was doing the rounds through the refugee camp, checking in on the wounded, seeing what aid might be required of him, and just generally keeping his finger on the pulse of the elves in his custody, when the catkin girl from earlier came charging into the small clearing, her face aghast. Shit. Only one reason this Leor woman would be out of sorts. Her darling boy must be... The garrison soldiers took my Broden, she wailed, choking on a sob. Barely a score of them came upon the freemen's village, sickened and weak, but still stronger than farmers, artisans and their families. Broden fought them, slowed them down. He even took the life of his former commander, the composer. But they took him. The woman told them, in between sniffing, snot-trailing and generally ugly crying. Doing his best to stay calm, to project a confidence that he didn't really have, Ulrich tried to get the Leor calmed somewhat. He needed to know more if he was to do something about this situation. All right, it's a pickle and no denying, but I'll do what I can. First, I need to know what you saw in as much detail as you can give me. When I go after them, it's going to be to put them down for good, and the better you describe these men, the better the chances I manage to see it done. Ulrich spoke, evenly and smoothly. Could he save her lover? Probably not. Odds were better than even that they'd already executed the kid, which was kinda sad. He didn't say that though, let the tawny cat girl hope, for as long as that was reasonable. When he said he was going to her lad's aid, the feline features sharpened and she told him everything, including that many of them smelled like a latrine. That was an important detail. The poison had worked to some extent, including on the survivors. Less than half the soldiers present compared to the count when they'd started and the mage corps gone, given that the mage boy had managed to take the composer down with him. Ulrich would bet his boots that amongst the remaining troops were the hired mercenaries, the tough ones, but they weren't at their best by the Beastkin girl's account. If any time there was to push the attack, this was it. He wasn't taking Taipan with him though. Not again. Ulrich had a feeling this was going to get ugly, and he didn't want to have to worry that someone he cared about was in the area when he started slinging stormfire and calling lightning. Besides, he was going to have to move quickly if he was to take advantage of the lingering effects of the poison. Every second he waited was room for them to recover. I've got it now, Ulrich told one half of the lovebirds, calm and cold as a winter morning. Thank you for telling me what you could. I'm going. Stay here. Rest, if you can. She shook her head and her claws extended and she growled. I can fight too. I will go and save. Ulrich picked her up by her shirt so he could look her in the eyes directly, holding her easily with one arm. You are not coming. I will not have you under my feet, and you will die when I begin fighting in earnest. My powers do not discriminate between bystanders and enemies." He told her gently, but with iron in his tone. There wasn't going to be any fucking around with this one. Ulrich's core was saturated, and he was fully intending on hitting those men with everything he had, magical, Akashic, and otherwise. If only he could use Vortex Flare on the fly. It was too new, though, too clumsy. He might be able to use Cloud Hammer, if they weren't too spread out, but he'd have to wait and see. Too much was estimation, until he saw the battlefield for himself. Ulrich hated not having a plan, but he'd just have to play this one by ear. Softly he set the girl down, her eyes wide at being handled so casually, saying much, though she said nothing. "Great oaf!" scolded a random elf woman. "You didn't need to frighten her. Now come, girl, sit by the fire and wait with us. We will sing with you, and feed you from our pot while the Lord of the Ancient Glade sees to our enemies. Please don't mind him. The Glade Chief over there is terrible at people." A young Legranel woman with one arm gone at the elbow led the Leor away, sticking her tongue out at him as she did. Scowling at the retreating backs, he bit his tongue before he told the girl she was terrible at driving stick, which wouldn't have worked anyway because none of these people knew what a standard transmission was, or that he was laying a humdinger of an amputee joke on them. Terrible at people, phooey! Next group of elves were on their own. He wasn't even sure why he bothered saving people. His grumbling was cut short by the presence of Taipan at his shoulder. "So then, you're going to war today," she stated without preamble. He nodded. "Yeah, I guess I am. I said I'd try, and this shit isn't going to get any easier by waiting." He told her, though he was sure she already knew that. "And I will not be going with you, will I?" his shadow asked, frowning hard at him. Sighing, he turned to look at her, since she deserved to have him look into her eyes when he made her stay behind. "No, Taipan, you are not going with me. I would be glad to have you, would count myself blessed to know you held my back, but you can barely run, and you cannot pull your bow. I would not risk you being caught up in a spell that you could not avoid, and working around you would get us both killed," he said bluntly, saying aloud what they both knew. His mate was a veteran warrior, a hunter of men and beasts, and she knew a liability when she saw one. Right now she was a liability. Skilled warriors would see her movement and know they had wounded prey, and they would leverage that against him. Turning so that he wouldn't see her face as she wore pure misery on it, she commanded him with surprising calm. "Then take my bow with you, and my arrows. It will save you mana, and allow you to strike first from range, possibly from stealth, if you do not forget what I taught you about stalking woods blind Valen." Her hands held her bow, the one he'd made so long ago in the glade, a composite stave recurved bow, using steel wood, glass resin, and a core made from a rib of the Forest Lord. It was his bow, once upon a time, and it had served him well in saving Bright Eyes. He took it gently from her and shouldered it, the string over his chest plate. The quiver he looped into his belt so that it hung next to his belt knife, the way he'd worn his own quiver in the glade. It was kind of like reuniting with an old friend. Ulrich pulled his wife in close for a fast hug, and then turned and began his run. He didn't really need to say anything, and if he did, he'd probably just fuck it up. Best to get on with the business and let his hands do the talking when he got back. The forest flew by underneath his stride, limbs overhead bearing blurred foliage, while he ran towards the site of the Free People's Village. It wasn't far from the refugee camp, and that meant that he really only had one shot to handle this without risking the Orlithrum getting caught in the crossfire. Ulrich called on his battle skills, warrior's instinct with its calm, cool layering on his thoughts, battle rhythm, letting him fall into the flow of the fight as time went on, a potent sense of his place within the chaos, an intuition with regards to the next step in the dance. Beneath it all, the Lord Instinct raged and howled for blood. It lived for this, and therefore so too did he, since that primal thing was part of him now. Chapter 179, Blitzkrieg. It was almost sudden the way he came upon the site for the wildling settlement, his thoughts being focused on the battle ahead and running through the likely options for engaging with these unknown warriors. Any sturdy enough to have survived the poison would not be trifling, even if they were semi-impaired by the toxin's lingering effects. "This is fucking stupid," Ulrich reminded himself, coming to an even baker's dozen in recriminations for the shit show that he was walking himself into. Ulrich Einar wasn't some kind of goddamned hero. Last he'd checked, he'd never considered wearing a cape. But these motherfuckers up here were in his way, and he'd said he'd try to see about that Catkins bow, lost cause that he was certain that was, the ginger mage was probably dead as hell by now. Bitching about how he'd ended up saddled with a bunch of dependents and with a squad of soldiers crawling up his arse wasn't going to do anything to push the needle in a good direction. "Suck it up, Buttercup, just make sure when the dust settles it's only you that still has his legs under him," he whispered to the trees. Up ahead, some 50 metres, was the periphery of the encampment. Smoke no longer trailed upwards from just the cook fires. Shelters had been burned, and some half-dozen men and women were tied to posts in the clearing that made up some kind of village square. Probably some captured would be freemen to be executed, or some barbarism or another. Wonder of wonders, one of the figures tied to a post had red hair, so it would seem the young turncoat had survived his bout of good conscience, for now at least. The 40 or so other villagers sitting on the ground lashed together like fish on a stringer, hands of one to feet of another were just an added wrinkle. They were the lucky ones, though. Another score of roughly dressed men and women were thrown haphazardly into a pile, already slaughtered by callous hands. Of the survivors, many of them looked to have been subdued rather roughly, and the attendant warriors did not look well pleased at having had to run their rebellious countrymen down. The vengeful expressions on those garrison faces were no doubt further curdled by the line of 8 dead men in kit, matching some of those still standing, dead, in the assault on the village. All of the slain soldiers bore remnants of vines, roots and thorns on their persons, many still tangled in the evidence of their killer's workings. "Not too shabby there, Ed," Ulrich congratulated the rebel mage silently. He'd done a number on his former comrades. The powers of a mage in their element were not to be underestimated. Ulrich spent little additional time examining the prisoners. Given that they weren't going anywhere in a hurry, it was the soldiers that had his devoted attention now. 7 of them, each armed and armoured. Unlike many formal militaries that had standardised equipment, these were all of them attired and equipped to individual specification. The furthest to his left was a black-haired human man of middling height and a lanky build that carried a halberd that looked to be a great axe with a 2-metre handle. He was wearing light chain armour, dark orange leather jerkin, of some creature unknown, greenish metal gauntlets, greaves and breastplate. The next was a dirty blonde of impressive stature, easily a hand taller than Ulrich. The great square-chinned Swede bore a claymore almost as long as Ulrich was tall. The large warrior wore a simple dull bronze suit of full plate, its rough workmanship nevertheless providing formidable protection, and a slit-visored great helm was hung from his belt. Next to him were a pair of frontline fighters with sword and shield, wearing matching light-scale armour similar to those men who had been guarding the former Baron of Bartala. So, these were regulars from the Pressbang Common Defence Forces. Not so regular, now he thought on it. Probably stout lads, if they'd lived through the poison attack. A woman with bird hair carrying a long estoc with a rather fancy gold-gilt crossguard. Her armour was so light it was near to non-existent, being merely thick padded coat with leather braces and shin guards, small metal plates riveted at regular intervals to stud those pieces being the most robust part of her gear. She wore a half-cape thrown over her shoulder and stood as the obvious commander of the group. The last 2 were dark-skinned archers. Long bows slung over their shoulders, and leather armour with a steel breastplate was their gear, their hair hidden by a steel skull cap. Those arrows had broad heads like a small spear tip, easily 10 centimetres long and were thick as his thumb. Having approached with caution, Ulrich was fairly certain he was as of yet undiscovered. The motley assortment of troops made him nervous, something probably important putting his hackles up. That village square wasn't so much a trap as it was just a bad time waiting to happen. Ulrich was under no illusions, he could be real nasty in a dust-up. But this here was different, and his instincts were warning him not to take chances, especially not with the woman. Anybody wearing that little armour headed into a fight had ways to make sure the lack wasn't going to be a problem. "Mayat," Ulrich cursed in Elvish. "Fuck!" He repeated again in human a few seconds later, when nothing about the situation in that clearing looked any better for him. He wasn't sure if the villagers had been captured to be used as hostages, but he knew he wasn't going to let them be used that way, any more than he would have left those Orlathram behind from the Bane camps to be recaptured and shipped somewhere else. If those garrison troops from Castalfa thought to use the freemen against him, they'd find out real quick that he really wasn't a hero. If he had to use them all as meat shields to kill these pricks, that was exactly what he was going to do, and maybe don't get captured next life. A cold calculus, but if your rescuer gets killed because you need rescuing, then that sort of defeats the purpose then, doesn't it? He was hesitating. All this was just him trying to get his mind right before he threw himself into another scrap that might get him killed to death. Taipan wouldn't be here this time to get him out of trouble, so he was all on his lonesome. Hell with it, time to roll the dice, he quoted from a great man long dead. Ulrich unlimbered the bow, gave it a few test pulls from behind the tree he was using for cover, just to get the feel back for its draw, and nocked an arrow. His shadow favoured 25-centimetre long leaf blade style, bone broadheads these days, as they were more easily replaced from the wilds. This one had barbs carved into it, a new twist and evidence that her scrimshaw hobby was being applied to make her a more lethal archer. The oily black tar coating said broadhead meant that whoever it got into probably wouldn't be too worried about the barbs for long. He had to appreciate his wife's attention to the details. Go time, Sirono perception, warrior's instinct, battle rhythm. Armoured feet made less noise in the underbrush than they would have months ago, and while he wouldn't have called his rush silent, the forest did not yield sufficient alarm from his sprint through it to be heard over the moans of prisoners, the roar of burning huts, and the small leather and metal sounds of armour worn by tired warriors. These men had been suffering the effects of his mate's poisoned bomb while he was sleeping soundly in her arms, and then they had marched all the morning long and fought a battle only a few hours ago. He was going to hit them like a truck. There was a satisfying irony in that, given his circumstances. As he hit the wood line that marked the edge of the raised freeman's village, Ulrich pulled up and took a steady shot on one of the archers, his core singing its Kiron song in his chest as he did. It was barely 60 metres, child's play for the mighty bow. Thimp, the muffled bowstring slapped. The spear-tipped dart carved an almost invisible arc barely past its apex before it met its target. Chuck. Blinder claimed its first victim. The leftmost archer dropped, transfixed by the dart with its barbed tip jutting from between his shoulder blades. A second arrow was on the way as the soldier fell. Ulrich's lack of practice in these last few months showed. He'd rushed the second shot and it flew wide, skipping off the side of the second archer's armour in its passage, but doing no substantial harm as it passed just under his armpit. He took a second longer on his third arrow, sending it along as the men started, their slow reactions speaking volumes about the lingering damage of toxins inhaled. He was already gone from his firing position, having loosed before breaking into a sprint around the circumference of the village, putting himself behind a burning home. 3 shots taken in 5 seconds, even his Taipan would have been impressed, though she'd never seen him shoot. He'd play a game of shoot-off with her when he got back, the Reforged told himself, breathing slowly and smoothly from his place in cover. Focus, Einar. Gwah! Fuck. Knife ears shooting at us, screamed the second archer shrilly, making Ulrich happy, the elation muted by concentration as he readied another arrow. He hadn't waited to see where he hit the archer before running for cover, trusting a certain hostile lady's work with her grab bag of awfully toxic coatings to seal the deal. He had a dozen more where that came from. Of course, the warriors weren't taking his antics sitting down. They'd scattered as he'd taken off to break sight behind his burning cover, leaving their downed comrades where they lay. Saw the bastard go round that pyre. Not an elf unless he's shaved his ears, called a gravelly voice. Damn sharp eyes on that one, Ulrich had to concede. Well, not entirely unexpected for professionals. Ulrich fled back out of the clearing into the trees, before circling back the way he'd come in, eyes focused on the terrain while trusting his electromagnetic sense to pick up any armoured living forms that got in range. Somebody wasn't skipping cardio day. He felt the spearman enter his field, making rapid ingress. The Saron field around him, tracing the enemy's route along his trail while he ran. Possibly a rapid movement ability of some kind. Ulrich shouldered his bow and pulled his sword free, Zeftocht's Kayan edge almost hungering in its sharpness. He'd angled to keep a line of trees between him and the warrior coming with such celerity, making sure he stayed just barely sight, tantalizingly close, but offered nothing more concrete than a glimmer of movement amongst the foliage. He let the mercenary gain on him over the next minute, not a challenge given the impressive speed of his enemy, 50 metres, 20 metres, 10, 5. Abruptly, Ulrich juked behind a wide old hickory and a surge jump took him straight up nearly 6 metres into the lower limbs of the tree, one hand catching to throw himself up to the branch, using its trunk to hide his movement. For a moment he felt like he hovered. When he toe-touched a branch to stay up for just a moment before dropping back down, the floating step allowed a befuddled warrior to pass below the target that had simply vanished. It was a favoured move of the Irulan, and these elf-hunting warriors, had they had any right to the name, should have known that. Alas, the Deepwoods elves permitted few veterans of encounters with them to share stories. Ulrich fell like a cougar from the tree, long blade point down, his core rippling to life at his call. Voltaic riot. Buzzing, snapping arcs of electric violence flowed through his artifact sword just before his plunging strike hit. Zeftocht's point punched through the seam between pauldron and cuirass, running down into the spearman's chest and out from his groin. Along the blade's passage, the rampant spell form tore devastating wounds through the body in its passage. The man made barely a sound, cut off abruptly when Ulrich's weight and magic smashed him to the forest floor. He took a moment to extract the enhanced cutting edge from the armour, the sword torn roughly out of the slain warrior's form. Ulrich stopped for a moment and listened for pursuit, hearing none. Looks like his pals were smarter than he was. Only a complete moron chases elves and elf associates into the woods alone. A toe underneath the axe, bladed halberd, and a quick flick of his boot tossed the weapon up to his hands. Can't be littering like that, Krieger, Ulrich told the corpse roughly, launching himself back towards the clearing. Don't worry, though. I'll give this back to your friends. Now he took a straight run, tracing the spearman's path, adrenaline and the howling of the lord instinct loud in his thoughts. His core was humming, sending negative after positive in the eternal cycle of Chiron's chase through his magic, and he was never more alive. Once, not so long ago, he would have worried about that, but no longer. He hit the wood line at a sprint and slung the spear like a javelin. The two shielders immediately stepped forward in front of their comrades, raising the barriers to intercept the projectile, training taking over despite its poor odds of doing harm. While his projectile flew, Ulrich noted the twisted features of the second archer, who appeared to have died in quite a bit of pain. His arrow stood proudly from the man's chest. A lung shot. Odd the things you notice at times like these. The projectile sailed in, and their leader finally wised up. "Idiots! It's a trap dodge!" yelled their captain, her harsh yet collected voice aggravated by her men falling for an obvious ruse. They were too slow, as was usually the case when dealing with lightning. Ulrich clenched his fist and let Chiron do what it did, allowing the lightning bolt he'd charged into the halberd on his way back to the camp to seek its beacon. Lightning Javelin. Scintillating light ripped into the pair of mercenaries, blasting them to the clearing soil, and thunder pealed its glorious tone. Ulrich couldn't help the laughter that came, bubbling from some rampant joy inside. It only lasted a moment before he was back in control, pulling Zeftocht again and dropping Blinder at the edge of the clearing, its job done. The bow would only hinder his movements now. "Zap, don't spoil the surprise now, lass. How else will they learn?" he called to the woman who stared balefully at him, along with her two remaining warriors. "I'll crucify you, you blood traitor," she returned, coldly furious. He was about to tell her to blow him when he realized that there was some kind of glitch in the Akashic language embedded in his brains. The female captain had literally said, "I will nail you to an arbor," but his brain automatically retranslated that to crucify, since this world clearly had not had to endure the worship of the Christ cult. Neat, but not important. He got his shit together and responded to her threat with fire. 3 gems made of solid fire spiraled into existence before him and streaked towards the captain, little comets trailing flame. Her eyes widened with surprise, but she smoothly sidestepped his attack, the burning gems erupting behind her, setting that half-cape on fire as they passed to her displeasure. You're the one wanted by Prosper, the monster responsible for destroying Bartala and Pressbang's ports!" The big claymore-wielding guy lifted his visor and squinted before grinning. "It's a ton servant to the man what hauls his ass before a magister, dead or alive," he said, avarice naked in his voice, and he clamped the visor back down, hiding his features. A ton servant? That was a goddamned fortune. That kind of made him a little proud. Too bad nobody was going to collect. The claymore wielder and his leader were already working on separating to come at him from multiple angles. Too many bystanders for Stormfire, the blast would probably catch them. The angle was bad for Galvanic Mistral, it would pass through into the captured townsfolk. The captain was too quick for his cinder pearls, and he had a feeling she would be able to keep the big guy from taking hits should he target the man. He couldn't afford to waste his mana here. He needed something they wouldn't see coming. "Valen, never look up," came Taipan's admonishment, whispered to him as he lay on his back from an unexpected loss in one of their spars. "So they don't," he agreed, his next move decided. Ulrich's core sought the sky, spinning the winds above to his will to create a cloud hammer, bringing Calum into a concentrated mass high up above. If these assholes were going to give him time to work, then work he would. Damn, Ulrich cursed to himself. One of the shielders managed to climb to his feet, jerkin smoking, likely bearing hideously painful electrical burns across his body, but still holding his arms in a firm grip. The other one stayed where he was, stone dead. Chattering still from residual shock to his nerves, Shielder 1 stammered, "He's doing something again. Let's fucking kill him before he finishes." Not a moron, then. Ulrich nodded sagely, leaning on his sword a bit, addressing the 3 remaining warriors calmly, dragging this out for as much time as he could. "He's probably right, you know. I really am up to something and you're probably not going to like it. But the first person to move toward me is going to be the one I give it to, so you might want to draw straws or something." That was mostly a lie. He'd already figured that Captain over there was too quick on her feet to get hit by his little love tap, and he certainly wasn't going to waste it on the half-dead guy who could barely stand up, which meant that William Wallace over there was going to get to eat 3 tons of compressed air moving at about 40 meters per second. He was just saying that to make them think for another second or two, while his construct came together. To some extent it worked. The 3 remaining garrison soldiers traded looks before they started advancing on him in unison, at the leader's command. Cloud hammer. Ulrich's core heaved on the weaving, initiating the working's fall, and he surged forward to meet the great sword-wielding man head-on. No rookie was this man. In spite of Ulrich's speed, he got his weapon up and parried the rising cut, before also blocking the reversed overhead Ulrich had twisted his blade into fluidly from the parry. They held the clinch, straining against one another, armor plate grinding against armor plate while they worked their weapons to find an opening for a clean short stroke from the bind. Shielder 1 was shambling over towards Ulrich's left flank and Captain was circling to his right, only temporarily blocked by his angle of attack. "Strong bastard!" William Wallace grunted at him, before he shimmered red and a sudden burst of strength shoved Ulrich back, nearly lifting him from his feet. "Not stronger than me, though," boasted the powerful warrior. Ulrich regained his balance, returned to the Unden ready just in time to duck under a brutal cross slash at his neck. Another red flash and the great sword whipped overhead, forcing Ulrich to sidestep the vertical cut, unblockable in its fury. He circled left, putting the nearly crippled sword and shield garrison trooper to his back, but keeping the more dangerous Estoc wielder in front of him, continuing to evade the series of enhanced strikes from William Wallace's combat skill. His movement was also keeping Wallace standing in about the same place as he'd been when Ulrich engaged him. "Ha!" roared the man, the empowered shout carrying mana-laced potency. The shout hit Ulrich like a physical thing, blasting his ears and stunning him briefly, like that bastard Ravager but less concentrated. He was only staggered a moment, but the warrior was already leaning into a vicious diagonal slash that would either cleave his head and shoulders free or maul him through his armor. Ulrich pulled on his class and turned the flat of his blade to intercept the strike, barely turning his shoulders to try to shed some of the incoming blow. Maxwell's parry. Ulrich lifted his blade into the attack and braced himself, a tiny arc of lightning sparking to catch the warrior's blade and reject it with his own class's ability, rolling to the side the stroke. Vardan madness nearly undid him. More kinetic energy than should have been possible pounded his weapon, even while the claymore ripped easily through a meter of soil. Zeftocht bounced back into his breastplate from the strength of the attack and he was knocked flat to his back, rendered breathless for a moment from the impact. Unable to draw a breath momentarily, Ulrich rolled to his feet painfully and saw the claymore rise up high overhead, its wielder preparing the killing blow before he could ready his sword to try to block, the other 2 closing in to make certain he had nowhere to go, their shuffling having left him almost exactly where he'd initially met the giant man, all according to Keikaku. Fruits of the one-time engineer's calculated labours were rewarded with horrific effect. The warrior abruptly smashed into the ground, a sight akin to that of a giant that stomped a can of tomato paste, gore and gibbets flung wide under the impact of a multi-ton piston of solid air moving at half the speed of sound. A 2-meter-wide crater a meter deep held the crushed remnants of the warrior's armour in its bottom, along with his compacted armour. The almost unthinkable abruptness of the warrior's death froze the clearing, all except for the man who had put that awfulness into play. Ulrich turned and whipped his sword with deceptive speed and even more deceptive range, Zeftocht's cutting aura reaching out that extra centimetre, catching a shocked Shielder 1 across the eyes, who had thought himself out of reach. The man shrieked and dropped his arms, grabbing for his ruined face, and Ulrich swiftly pulled an arrow from his quiver in a hammer grip, and ended the man's suffering, stepping forward and driving the arrow down into the man's forehead before turning back to his last enemy. Confident that the poison-tipped projectile would prevent any Akashic horseshit from creeping up behind him. Captain had pulled up short in her attempt to charge him, while her vanguard had Ulrich on the ropes, leaping aside when she detected the incoming Kylum missile. She saw her last man dispatched almost casually and considered briefly fleeing. Then she eyed the bow at the edge of the clearing not so far away and discarded that option. Running would only get her an arrow, or fiendish magic, in the back. They were committed to this, both of them. So, this is why they sent a battle mage adept after a single man hiding in an elf fortress. The captain drawled, her stock waving menacingly in front of her as she approached cautiously. Ulrich scanned the clearing, looking for any signs that the ones he'd thought dead might show signs of getting up. Taipan insisted that a man wasn't dead until you opened his throat, or, cooked him with lightning or crushed him to paste. It looked like it was just the leader left. She was probably the most dangerous, but without her tools, she was less likely to be able to contest him than if he'd ignored her minions and let her drag this out by evading his attacks while they surrounded him. The dance of 1,000 steps dictated victory by advancing your position, not charging in to overwhelm without thought. If it makes you feel any better, that arsehole came really close before I rendered him to vapour. Ulrich offered mocking consolation. If you people had just left me alone, I probably wouldn't have come all this long way to find out who gave the orders. All you sons of bitches had to do was play your games with the S the regular old way and leave me out of it, but we're well past that now. The captain spit and levelled a disgusted glare at him. Filthy blood traitor! You raise weapon against your own people for those knife ears? That comment very nearly made him angry. Lady, you bastards used the Bane. You don't get to call yourselves my people. Besides, Ulrich added, glancing suggestively towards the captured freemen, the corpses of the slain villagers, and the ruins of their humble town, I don't think anyone that does this to their own folk for the crime of not wanting to be ruled by magisters on the payroll of a gang of oligarchs in some faraway fortress gets to tell me shit about raising weapons against their people. Her snarl and lack of answer to that accusation were proof enough to him that she was, in the nature of jackboots across history, just another cog in the machine, too busy enjoying the harvests of their cruel crop to worry about the pain they caused sowing its seeds. Just one more tool of a despot, using their orders to hide their lack of empathy and the secret joy they took in carrying out their enforcement of oppression. People like this were the ones that killed his world. Oh, there was always some fucker behind the scenes pulling the levers, but it was men and women like this one right here that went out and actually made it happen. Ulrich Einar could find no sympathy in him for this woman or her ilk, especially when he'd found hope that humankind were not beyond saving in this world, if one could but weed out the sons of bitches. The captain's eyes flashed white, and Ulrich felt the pressure of her attention as she scanned him. He might have repulsed her. The weight of her examination was intense, which wasn't a good sign, but his attention was on doing the same, concentrating on her essence, the feel and impression of her through the Akashic link to Varda. This was starting to take on the feel of some kind of Vardan ritual. Scan. Impressive. His enemy was strong, stronger than any sapient creature he'd been forced to fight that wasn't Taipan, but there was a glaring weakness in her abilities. Half her Akashic abilities were tied to her leadership and passive influences to those under her command, a type of magical fuckery with which he was entirely unprepared to try to comprehend, and she had no more minions. Looks like taking out the trash was the correct move. He was quite satisfied by the cheating of Scan and what it revealed about his foe. The woman herself did not look as pleased. "You're a monster," the captain accused, bringing a smile to his grim features, mostly obscured under his helmet. "Aye," Ulrich agreed readily, "but one that eats other monsters," he clarified, which didn't seem to go over too well on the last surviving member of the troop that massacred and imprisoned a group of civilians and burned their village. He reached deep on his remaining reserves, Karan screaming through mana channels, yearning to reach out and touch the world, to connect with something. Ulrich obliged it, bringing the energies into his artifact blade. Red gold light snapped into place and the captain lunged forward, her blade extended by hard light, the estoc now a lance, and her gloved hand bearing a shimmering shield of mana. Captain was fast, her lance flickered forward like an arrow. But Ulrich had dodged arrows, and he had handled faster thrusts than this one, as he did now, bringing his blade up from his low guard to shove the lance off course, whatever manner it was composed of ringing like crystal to his mana senses, immune to the arcing energy in his own weapon. The captain's form glittered and she stepped backward. Although that understates the rapidity of the thing, one moment she was in range of the counterstroke he'd aimed at her head, one moment not, his sword passing through the space without resistance, forcing him into an awkward break in his form to adjust to the sudden chance in position. More experienced, knowing her techniques disoriented and taking advantage, the lightly armoured woman then screamed forward without pause, the lancing leading the way with incredible speed. Undan settled, his form polished. The attack came, and not even from his ready he was able to pick off the stab cleanly, his blade pushing it up and away, where it caught his damaged pauldron. The repaired strap gave way with barely a hindrance, and the shoulder piece soared up into the sky, to land somewhere outside the clearing, while Ulrich retracted his parry just in time to catch an almost identical and similarly punishing stab. This one drew blood when it clipped the meat of his shoulder where the pauldron had been, but not without cost. At the third lunge, Ulrich twisted his wrists exactly as the ether lance contacted his blade. Using the sheer speed of the attack against the enemy, his reverse blade flashed forward, diving towards her face and the captain, her entire forward momentum being charged behind that sword tip, which had been pushed off centre but not stopped. The Glade Chief felt a shock of victory at the manoeuvre, simultaneous with pain, as the lance of solar energy burned him across a collarbone. His elation died swift death. A shimmering red-gold plate absorbed his counterstroke. Ulrich's blood flew into the air from the deep cut across his deltoid, and the captain's shield shattered, sounding like a brass gong before it broke, and she was launched to the turf roughly. Her forehead bled freely, but she was already on her knees, rolling away and coming to a crouching stance. Surge. Ulrich came forward, grimacing against the pain of the wound that only just now reached his awareness, discarded by adrenaline and battle skills. Lord instincts and combat training demanded he push the advantage, force his enemy to use their long weapon defensively. His weapon led, and the captain swiped her lance strongly. Despite from her weird posture, she had the agility and strength to knock Zeftocht's point high. Instead of trying to reposition his blade, Ulrich let her weapon ride his own up and stepped through. Without losing the violence of his motion, he soccer-kicked the downed warrior in the stomach, flinging her in a graceless arc to roll across the ground again. He'd heard ribs break and felt her light armour buckle under the power of the armoured kick, boosted to inhuman degrees by his lightning imbuement. Captain coughed blood up and levered herself to her feet, reforming her red and gold shield as she did. Tough cookie. Ulrich had killed a guy with a kick like that before, and that was without surge. They sized each other up for a moment, both now more fully aware of the scope of what they faced. Then again they came together exchanging blows. His blade rang on hard light mana, unable to find the flesh of the enemy. Surround sparked and flashed, carving rents into the constructs that healed themselves at each brief lull when they parted to find a gap in their respective defences. The speed of the captain's thrusts and slashing cuts made channeling his magic into an effective spell impossible, while he empowered his sword to defeat the hard light armour, so he concentrated on funneling his mana into his weapon, occasionally using surge to launch a single devastating stroke, from which he knew she was only by thinnest margins avoiding catastrophic wounds. Together they danced on the edge of disaster. Twice he unleashed a crackling draw that shattered the shield and lance, only to find them reformed from sunlight before he could find the killing strike, and once he only narrowly avoided a thrust to his throat from the hard light spear that materialized from her hands within a breath of being broken. The difference between offense and defense was found between eye blinks, but the woman was skilled, more skilled than he in terms of swordplay. Only his magic, and the tactics trained under watchful elven eyes kept him in the fight. All the while he was trying to crack her guard, the lancer's precise attacks and blinking step refused to permit him to disengage, striving to maintain the optimal reach of her weapon while he worked the dance to keep her from getting good angles but taking several glancing strikes that packed a hell of a wallop nevertheless. He was bruising beneath his armour, the thrusts like sledgehammers, pounding into him while he turned them away or armoured plates directed the forces away from his centre. His life was saved 12 times by Galad-Uldine's talent and the bones of the Forest Lord. Briefly they separated, and he was drawing ragged breaths now, his fitness flagging in the face of the blistering pace of the fight. What the hell kind of condition could this warrior be in to match him, especially after the poison and the battle to cull the village? He was glad he hadn't had to face her fresh. Short would have been his odds. This enemy he couldn't beat through sheer aggression, and the seasoned veteran refused to give him space to work his magic. A second's inattention to craft a working would leave him vulnerable. Too long against the etheric knight. It was disorienting fighting someone that could change their range with such alacrity. Something which he knew was one of his own favoured tactics, and he wasn't having a good time trying to deal with it, especially not with that damned hardlight lance diving in at him with lethal intent, while his own attacks battered against solar mana shields. Sparks flashed again as Ulrich batted aside yet another pair of strikes, and he knew his mana wouldn't last for much longer. He could only hope his skilled foe, who used that wickedly fast skill to reposition far too rapidly to predict, was likewise finding the bottom of her tank. Fortunately, as they met one another's attacks and defeated them, frustration mounted visibly on his opponent's features. The captain was similarly unable to extract a fatal blow, her lance caught repeatedly by deflecting strikes that seemed to steal her force, and she was now on guard against letting the armoured limbs of her opponent be used on her twice, unable to completely commit to a thrust and risk another trade of blows that would favour her more powerful adversary, especially when the once cyan edge began to glow dull red, and her close calls with it revealed intense heat radiating from the blade, increasing its destructive potency when she tried to block and parry, forcing her to evade more than receive the weapon. The vicious kick from earlier radiated brutal pain from ribs cracked through her etheric defence. Ulrich almost managed to force his enemy into a bind and put the impulsor-soaked weapon to her hands and face, but she realised the danger in time and became more measured in her spacing. For another half-dozen exchanges they sought to find vulnerability in the constant motion, the flow of battle taking on a ragged edge of exhaustion. Suddenly his enemy withdrew, her lance changed shape, dissolving and reforming into a winged spear. Her form glittered again, and that ridiculous frontal acceleration put her on the offensive, with Ulrich branch-side stepping to keep his blade free for a counter to her legs that she evaded with that rapid backstep and charge skill, only she vanished to the side instead of directly backwards. Ulrich had been suckered. The veteran fighter was training his reflexes, had him assuming instinctively that she could only move directly forward or backward, when she could evade to the side and attack his flank all along. The flicker step put the winged blade coming toward his face, with him unable to effect a counter or dodge, and he cursed when the weapon rang off the visor of his helmet, throwing brilliant sparks and rocking his head back. Only her prior injuries kept the attack from defeating his helm, from being able to make the micro-adjustment at the final moment to reach that blade through his visor. The captain's strength was flagging, the agony of her battered side and the aggressive movements of her combat style piercing the veil of her ethereal lancer class's body reinforcement abilities. A sweeping strike, the first truly committed attack in a dozen, meant to cripple him before her body gave out, sent the side blade hurtling for his exposed knee, and Ulrich took a chance, trusting Uldin's artifice. Instead of compromising his stance or losing time repositioning his blade all the way across his body, he reached down and caught the hard-light spear with his gauntleted hand, iridescent sparks flying. The gauntlet held, his fist gripping the wing blade protected by the overlapping bone plates shaped by a genius smith of a super beast's remains. Ulrich twisted, wrenching the lighter opponent to one side, then turning his body, he surged, slinging himself to the opposite way and flung the lancer into the burning remains of a hut some 4 meters distant. She'd been trying to back him into that hut to pin him for a solid minute, and he used her tactic against her now. Ulrich wasted no time, drawing most of the last of his reserves. Calum and Saraun wound together, 6 hardened scythes of air chained by arcs of violet, that he sent blasting into the inferno. The burning shack exploded, cinders and smouldering debris scattering widely across the village square, and the sound of a brass gong rang loudly, twice in succession. "Was this loss?" Ulrich shouted, knowing victory was his even while the Seron-bound Sealam ether screamed through the air. The figure of the captain flew backwards from the wreckage, trailing smoke and embers, her shield broken again, and this time it had not saved her completely from Ulrich's attack. She hit the clearing floor limply and ragdolled for a few meters before she came to rest, unmoving. Stalking in slowly, keeping his guard up, Ulrich saw that he'd removed the shield arm at the shoulder, Her lance was gone, along with half the hand that had held it, and the estoc that lay beneath her magic was nowhere to be seen. Several of the lacerations that streaked her body and legs through the light armour looked like she'd run into a boat's prop. Tough or not, nobody walks away from those kinds of injuries. What blew him away, though, was that she was actually still alive. So far, whatever he'd hit with the galvanic mistral had been pretty much turned into chum, yet here his enemy lay, alive and relatively unblended. Classes are some powerful bullshit, Ulrich realised again, trying to wrap his battle-juiced and exhausted mind around Varda's complex weave of magical and physical. The twining of Akashic experience that fused with those who had the core to wield its powers. Slowly Ulrich released a deeply held breath, his aching body relaxing, the additive damage of multiple surges having accrued, though not greatly enough to slow him down overmuch. Yet, it was coming though. Once the adrenaline faded, he would be mostly crippled from this day's work. The female war leader might be alive, but she wasn't going to be happy, not missing an arm, most of her other hand, and with a fair savaging of her once imposing figure. That light armour had done her not so much good against his hybrid spell, though the radiant solar mana shield had blunted its impact. Speaking of impacts, he realised his own armour had gotten fairly well abused, and he not a little in spite of its protection. Those lance strikes had been heavy, never mind that he'd kept them to only glancing hits for the most part. Looking down at himself, Ulrich saw the scorched impacts that had mottled once pristine matte black enamel, revealing the polished Forest Lord ivory beneath. His old design wouldn't have held up. The former engineer knew that immediately. Each of the blows was targeting a gap or edge of plates, hoping to force its way to vulnerable flesh below. Only a mastersmith's craft in shaping and contouring and layering the armour to defeat such attacks had kept the combat prowess of his enemy at bay. Close calls echoed behind his eyes. Desperate parries and last-moment turns of his body keep thrusts from finding purchase. Too fucking close, Ulrich realised suddenly. If he hadn't managed to peel off those others first, he'd have ended up skewered. Any distraction, any interference from total focus on the etheric rancer's unbridled offence would have killed him. He'd need to sit down with his shadow and reconsider any such future engagements, which made him think of the bow he'd dropped. Watcher's tits. If he hadn't had Taipan's bow and had been forced to use spellwork to take out the first two archers, he might not have had enough mana to outlast this strangely powerful garrison leader and her incredibly effective combination of movement and straightforward destructive assaults. Ulrich wasn't above admitting that this woman here was certainly a better warrior than he was, all things being equal. Which was why you damned well never let things be equal. His enemy was still suffering the effects of Taipan's little trick, the poison suppressed but not cured. They had force marched through the night to try to catch their attackers returning to their home at the encampment, and then they had been forced into battle against one of their very own mages who had taken his kilo of flesh before being captured. Needless to say, it was almost certain that she'd lost a step from being fresh. And Ulrich was a proficient spellcaster using wood arts that forced his opponent into an almost reckless aggression, because she could not let him have space to cast, limiting her room to manoeuvre to just outside the reach of his blade, where she could not truly maximise her weapon's reach or fight a gradual measured contest. Once her comrades were out of the picture, it was Ulrich who held the tactical high ground, and even then, he'd come just this fucking close to losing the use of one arm and getting impaled through his visor. If there were 3 or 4 like her and he had to take them simultaneously, it was going to be a bad time. Shuddering slightly, Ulrich dismissed such thoughts. Nothing was gained worrying about might-bees. Deal with what is, which right now is a bunch of captured villagers in a burned-out freeman's settlement, and you actually managed to take one of the big players from the enemy's forces alive for questioning. If she didn't bleed out, which, come to think of, he should probably start doing something about if he wanted to extract anything useful from her. Shaking himself out of his addled post-fight meanderings, the somewhat reluctant Glade Chief put his sword in one of the burning shacks and mercilessly applied it to the stump of the woman's right arm, before reheating it and cauterizing the crippled left hand, saving 2 fingers and the thumb, before he moved on to repeat the task on the deep lacerations across torso and legs. He hoped his enemy hadn't been vain, because those scars weren't going anywhere for a while, and he should know. There was no Doc Yessery here to work his miracles. Regardless of the wounds closed, Ulrich figured his fallen enemy maybe had an even chance of coming out of this. If not for those sort of crazy vitality bonuses in her status, creepy bullshit that was, He doubted she'd still be here now. Odds were good that the only ones who'd survived the poison were those with particularly hardy constitutions, similar to his own. Still, Ulrich wasn't taking chances with this one. Anybody that could summon hardlight armaments that rivaled his sword for toughness and challenged the integrity of Galadul Dean's armorwork was someone that you made sure of. Toward that end, Ulrich went and cut the villagers loose with a terse, "Get your folk ready to travel and salvage what little you may," and bound the woman's crippled arm behind her before he lashed her legs together and tied her to a pole, such that he could just plant her like a flag wherever he wanted her, without worrying about her running off somewhere or rolling towards a butter knife or something stupid. With that done, Ulrich went to go find his damned pauldron, which the former captain had launched into the woods. It took him half a round of the twins to find the thing, nestled in a tree branch. By the time he'd returned, the freemen had appeared to have sorted themselves out somewhat. The ginger mage had taken a thrashing, his face battered, an arm in a sling now, and one leg splintered at both the thigh and the shin. But he lived, which Ulrich hadn't even considered as an option when he set out this morning. "Hell of a day," he remarked to himself. Not done yet either. Sitting on a rickety chair that had somehow survived the ransacking of the village, Ulrich was watching the villagers finish gathering what remnants of their attempt at a peaceful life here that they could. He turned to Red, who was slouching uncomfortably, being unable to sit with his leg broken, and unable to get up by himself with the arm similarly disabled. He was forced to lean on an improvised crutch, formerly a shovel for cleaning oxen stalls by the smell of it. "So," Ulrich began, more light-hearted in tone than he felt, "now what?" The maid shook his head slowly, visibly dampened in mood compared to the sort of puppyish enthusiasm he'd had when last they'd spoken. "I do not know," slurred the rebel battle mage, eyes swollen almost shut from the beating he'd been given. "This place. We only wanted to be left in peace. We did not so much as bring arms with us. There were mostly just women and children and a few old gaffers who wanted to see their grandchildren live a life free of the Magister's litanies of laws, edicts, shalls, and the corruption of barons with their hired thugs," Red said sadly. "I was the only one among these that could field any resemblance of attempt to fight. Little good that it was. They took me and put the elderly to the sword, along with all the grown men, before they razed the settlement," the despondent mage told him. Ulrich hadn't paid the villagers all that much attention before, but now that he did, he saw that the young plant manipulator was correct. Only adolescent men and boys remained of the male portion of the would-be township, and none, man or woman, that could have been considered beyond their prime of life. The fucking butchers had slaughtered anybody that couldn't be brought to market, Ulrich realised. "You know, I once thought that I would be satisfied with the death of the man that ordered my friends hunted and who made the attempt on my life, using Pressbang's people as his tools," Ulrich began, voice husky with controlled rage. "But now, I think I will not be finished until I rip this rotted empire apart at its seams." His anger and the matter-of-fact declaration of his intent brought a short laugh from the injured mage. "Ha! I would have said that you were a loon, had I not just watched you decimate the elite warriors of Kistalfa, including the Sunlight Lance herself. Bethania Tourmaline was regarded as one of the finest soldiers in the region," the Germain adept confided, somewhat incredulous. "My superiors brag that she would be tapped to serve as one of the merchant lord's personal guards within the next few years, an honour granted to only the select of Prespang's forces. They were wrong. She was promoted this very season. How in the hells did you manage to take her, if you don't mind me asking?" the junior battle mage asked, wishing dearly he had not been blindfolded in addition to bound. Ulrich opened his mouth to answer when some measure of the youth's exuberance returned, and he chattered, "I mean, I watched as best I could through the cloth, but the two of you were moving so swiftly with sudden explosions of motion, counters and strikes. It was almost more than I could follow." The reforged man narrowed his eyes at the interrupting youth, waiting for a distinct few extra seconds to be sure the man was done talking. "Sorry," the young man offered, some of his more familiar sheepishness returning. Goofy kids, the man far older in his own mind than in actual fact bitched internally. "As I was saying," Ulrich responded, making sure to eyeball the mage just a bit longer for good measure, "my partner and I poisoned the lot of them day before yesterday, in the wee hours with gaseous toxin. They pushed on without rest to take this place, thinking it the source of the assault, for which I guess you have my apologies, even though they were coming regardless. So far as taking little Miss Sunshine here, she's only 5th or 6th scariest thing I've fought this year past. If I didn't have to worry about killing the whole lot of you, I'd have just cindered this entire clearing and been home in time to pinch my wife as she bent over a lunch stew kettle. He was definitely fibbing a little, but he didn't know this former Prosper mage that well, and it didn't due to let a maybe one day enemy know you were on your last friggin' legs. You wield a psionic core, do you not? Red asked with interest. It was Ulrich's turn to be surprised. Few of the people he interacted with made the connection, what with the somewhat wide variety of different elemental forms he typically employed. I do? How did you know? He asked, intensely curious to know more about the root of his adeptal powers. The young man scratched his nose, grinning lopsided as he answered, You threw the spear and it felt like it carried lightning with it all the while it flew, even before you unleashed the bolt. I have met only a scarce handful of practitioners or fully classed warriors that could bind lightning to their attacks. It is notoriously dangerous and challenging to master, few to manage it except for experienced mages. Only the psionic attuned classes really have the kind of control you demonstrated. Fascinating. So, there were other classes out there that shared some of his inclinations. Shouldn't have been too surprising. He'd met a fairly wide variety of different elementally awakened warriors and mages. None had possessed his particular mana form, though. The closest he'd come was those goddamned sheep. As much as I'd like to pick your brain about these others, daylights are burning, and I have people to see to. It seems that you have your own people to take charge of, lad. Ulrich addressed the youth, who returned to his sombre demeanour now that he looked at the survivors of the assault. I do not know where we will go, Ulrich, Lord of the Glade, the mage admitted to him. After a brief pause and a bewildered look around the burning village, the young man continued. The wilds are dangerous enough in normal times, and scouts are swearing that this year is one for the ages. They almost refuse to leave the established trails for fear of greater beasts. Where will we go that is safe? We are marked for traitors now. No city-state will take us in, nor will Prosper allow this challenge to their rule to go unanswered, not with the blood of their soldiers upon the ground, justified or no. Ulrich had to stop himself from sighing, having a feeling this was going to, somehow, end up being his problem to solve. There seemed to be a lot of that going around these days. His glade felt awfully far away right now. For now, lad, let's just go back to my caravan and see about getting these folks settled. At the very least, there's probably food in the cookpots. The Lord of the Ancient Glade offered, compelled by rules of hospitality to offer succour. The freckled mage managed a brief smile of thanks despite his beating, before he limped away to gather his charges and herd them towards the eastern edge of the village. Ulrich raised himself from his seat and picked up his prize, who had not yet expired, carrying her like an unusual flag as he left the destroyed village. He made his way to the head of the gathered freemen and began walking, to lead the way back towards the waiting Orlathrem and his no doubt worried wife. He looked forward to showing her the fruits of his labour. Chapter 1, 180. Such is life. "Honey, I'm home!" Ulrich shouted, announcing himself boldly with a piece of classical media to the antsy refugees and one somewhat less impressed elven beauty. Behind him, bedraggled, carrying pitifully little, and showing the marks of cruelty from their short time as prisoners, Ulrich had to concede that he wasn't exactly at the front of a victory parade. Nevertheless, victory was what he had managed. He presented himself at the front of the pre-Spanja would-be rebels, and he planted his standard, the defeated captain bound half dead, upon the long flagstaff pole, before the congregation of Aesir, who were represented by his nearly recovered wife. Taipan of the Ancient Glade, formerly Princess Gaiat Iriel, first daughter of the Blood Moon Baldurt Iriel, was tapping her foot and glaring at him from across the but recently established temporary settlement of elven shelters holding the Orlethrem refugees. Those glorious emerald eyes, almond-shaped, slightly tilted, and bearing glittering bronze flecks, hid well her worry for him behind their critical gaze as she beheld the eclectic mix of humans and beastkin who followed him. Ulrich's grin held strong against the tide of her disapproval, as a cliffside against the lapping ocean. One day it would be sand, but that day was not this one. "Ulrich Einar, why is it that every time I let you on your own you bring in strays?" His shadow, lover and legal wife asked him when he had approached to within a few metres. Her scepticism was not unwarranted, Ulrich realised. For a former hermit, bush wizard, then guest of the elves, the fledgling Lord of the Ancient Glade was now in the custody of some 120 to 50 elven refugees, up to a short time ago prisoners of heinous captivity, where they were being tortured to attempt the creation of the Issa Bane. He had just dragged in another 100 and change pre-Spanja freemen from their incinerated camp. Looking out over them and doing some rough maths, he realised that he was growing quite the list of mouths to feed. He was about to retort when a high-pitched cry rose up, and the fleeting form of the catkin girl darted across the forest floor to take up her Valin mate, the ginger Prespang mage being grabbed up in her embrace before he took her up, and they put on an almost embarrassing PDA. He was pretty sure the soft moans coming from the youth were pain, as he was not a well man, and the Leal woman wasn't going easy. There were times when, dignity be hanged, you just got to snog your lass, Ulrich observed from the side. Also, he wasn't positive, but the Leal girl seemed to be dragging the lad's hands down to cover a pert bottom, and things were progressing rapidly enough that any children present would need a few of the facts of life explained to them, if those two didn't find some privacy soon. Evidently, the couple reached that awareness without being told, and began a sort of awkward crab walk toward the nearest shelter. Its occupants saw the approaching pair and fled, rather than become voyeurs. Such is life. Turning his attention away from the pair and pretending that they weren't starting a rapid process of undressing each other while alternately dragging one another towards a tent, Ulrich resumed greeting his own mate. She was somewhat less obviously overjoyed at his return, but he knew better. The twitches of her ears were a dead giveaway. That and his Irialan partner was unaware that she had a tick wherein she fiddled with her belt pouches when she was worried, as if unconsciously checking for the presence of various poison vials, medicinal tinctures, and what have you. Currently her hands had ghosted over her belt 3 times since he'd come into view. The harmless meandering came to an end when he gave her a short bow and shook the pole holding his captive in her general direction, declaring with excitement, "Look what I caught! It's a big one!" carefully ignoring her previous question. Taking control of the pace of discourse was an important skill in parleying with elves. Her eyes drifted from his person, having given him a thorough examination and satisfied herself that her lunatic Valin was more or less unharmed. Free from that concern, she was permitted to engage in their usual exchange of pleasantries. "I cannot help but notice that the only enemy you took alive was female, and not altogether a poor specimen of Valin womanhood." Opened Taipan. Ulrich looked at the bound woman who was still unconscious and hanging from the bonds. She was all right, he guessed. Or had been before he'd downsized her sort of substantially. But he hadn't really paid any mind up until Taipan had mentioned it. He'd been mostly too busy keeping her from killing him to death to think about it. Besides, what were other women when he had his little shadow panther? Oh, hells, Ulrich thought. That's what her father called her. Gross. But the rascally old bastard wasn't exactly wrong to lay that label on her. Moving right the fuck along now, Ulrich, he coached himself. "Pure coincidence, I can assert," he began. "I did not know you enjoyed such games, Glade Chief." Taipan cut him off, inspecting the prize with some curiosity and growing interest, circling in an easy stalk around him, in spite of her healing bones. Uh-oh. His sylvan huntress was working herself up into a mood. He needed to get ahead of this before she built up steam. He wasn't sure where she was going yet, but he was aware of the signs that said a blow-up of some kind was coming. "Ah no, you see her class lets her summon hardened sunlight weapons, so it was necessary to make sure she—" he explained before his shadow cut him off again, running a finger appreciatively over the tightly bound curves of the captured warrior. "Know now that should you wish to play this one, I will be the one tying your own person to the pole," she advised, eyeing him thoughtfully as she stepped away to return to her easy stance. A slow grin began to lighten her expression at the clearly evil plans she was laying for him. Ulrich waved his free hand hurriedly to curtail those grand designs. "Ho now, easy there, Taipan," Ulrich calmed the Irialan woman nervously, recalling prior incidents. "You, get a little carried away when it comes to the whole tying up thing. I like a bit of spicing up as much as the next man, but whatever you're a-thinking now, go ahead and bury it." She'd have him staked to the ground naked if this went on, and while that wasn't necessarily as awful a fate as it might have been before she'd come around to liking him, he wasn't sure he was ready to subject himself to the attentions of his Isa bride in that manner. Elves could have some odd ideas about fun sometimes. Ulrich was pretty sure the only way to get out of this without being publicly disgraced was to focus on business. This one was the leader of the garrison troops and tougher than nails, else she'd be hamburger right about now. As it was, I more killed her than not. If you can hold off on jumping me, can we maybe take care of making sure our only real source of intelligence lives to give it and get these sorry bastards behind me sorted? Taipan tapped her lips contemplatively, scanning the milling crowd of otherkin, and noting the deep, even breaths of the captive soldier that indicated they were not in immediate distress. "No," his wife told him flatly, before she stepped close to him and took the pole in her hands, needing both hands to pass it to a nearby Celestin, who held the makeshift victory banner with a confused expression that plainly said, "What in the hells am I going to do with this?" Deft fingers loosened the catches holding her medical pouch to her belt, and she tossed it to the Legrenel man standing next to the one now holding the captured garrison leader, who clutched it to his chest with a roll of his eyes. His shadow commanded briefly, "See to her aid, kill her if she should attempt to escape," before turning her full attention back to him, and he was now certain that he was doomed. "I am afraid that you are going to be busy for some small time, Ulrich Glade Chief," Taipan told him, running an arm through his and ever so gently twisting it behind him to ensure that she would have him in a joint lock in short order if he made to resist, and he winced more than a little, given that was the arm with the sizable burnt slash across its shoulder. Sometimes you have to hunker down in the rapids and hope the rocks don't take the bottom from the boat. Now was such a time. Ulrich gave the crowd a parting shrug and said, "Just make yourselves comfortable wherever. I'll be back in an hour to—" "My Glade Chief will see to your dispositions in the morning," Taipan told the watching peoples in no uncertain tone. In the morning then," Ulrich called over his shoulder as he was bodily shuffled toward the pair's hide teepee. Once in the relative privacy of the shelter, the bedrolls already made out and some beast-lard candles burning with bright, if smoky, flame. His partner released him with a gentle shove and blocked the doorway, hands on her hips. "Am I in trouble?" Ulrich asked, because he sometimes wasn't sure with Taipan. Shaking her head in the negative, the elf beauty replied, "You are," in a smoky tone that said he was going to sleep little, and like it. "Okay," Ulrich answered, relieved. Gentle, efficient movements of his shadow's hands undid the various clasps and buckles that secured his armour, and she set them aside in an orderly fashion to the side. Ulrich made sure not to disrupt her, and took note of the scorch marks on the Forest Lord bone plates, the dark coating of enamel/lacquer burned through by the solar magic weapons. A puissant foe had been the captain. Zeftocht in its sheath soon joined the various bits of defensive kit, and Blinder alongside it with its quiver of arrows. Once the armour had been removed, the tall elf woman took his arms and raised them overhead, before pulling off the heavy woolen undershirt that served as gambeson. It peeled away easily enough, except at the shoulder, where congealed blood made it cling to the skin of his right arm. He grunted slightly when the fabric tugged at the wound, but made no move and let his partner lower his arms, whereupon she made careful inspection of his bared torso and head, cataloguing the collection of bruises from which even Galadulden's armour could not shield him. No surprise, he was aching, tired, and full body sore from the repeated exertion of using surge. Even in small bursts, the skill wore heavily on his physical integrity, straining joints and muscles. Absent Lady Betheriel's training in body magic and reinforcement through his core's energies, he would have torn himself to pieces using that ability more than a couple of times. Satisfied that he was not badly injured and would not be in danger of deepening any wounds, Taipan pointed to the bedroll and commanded, "Sit!" He did. Perhaps it was the subtle influence of Snake Charmer, but Ulrich was pretty sure that his partner needed him to shut up and do what he was told for a little while. The elf woman was basically the opposite of needy, and while affectionate in her own way, she wasn't what anyone could be considered clingy. When she demanded attention then, it was best to go with it. "Tell me, in as great a detail as you are able, the events that transpired in the defeat of our enemies and the liberation of these otherkin rebels," Taipan told him, unbuckling her knife belt and letting it drop to the floor. Ulrich did, the details coming a bit harder as his lithe partner's nut-brown skin became visible in ever greater surface. He needed to swallow when the bare breasts, freed from their shirt, presented themselves, tips hardened towards him. He managed to resume his report after a few seconds of blank staring, his hindbrain having reset his cognitive functions by way of large diversion of blood flow. A second pause accompanied the shimmy and sway of muscular legs and a lush bottom when she removed her pants. Some sights never get old, and, like a sunrise, each carries its own wonder no matter how many times it is observed. At last, Ulrich managed to force himself to finish his tale, to the satisfaction of Taipan, who stood in her glory, with her supple thigh boots still on because she loved him. "I fear that I am failing you, Ulrich." the nude woman told him seriously, wearing full her dignity. Ulrich nodded, as he knew that recent events were not to her liking. She took her duty seriously, and it rubbed her full raw to have been unable to come to his aid this last time most especially. He took a few moments to appreciate the dance of light over muscle, the artistry of shifting shadows across skin, following his shadow's breaths. Truly, she was a creature of unparalleled majesty. He became aware that her midnight hair was becoming longer, had almost gained the length to cover her brilliant eyes. His observation was assisted when his partner turned first to her left, presenting one long leg forward her back, arched provocatively, before she turned to the other side and raised her arms over her head, hands cupped between her shoulder blades to show off her back and hips. "You haven't failed anything, Taipan," Ulrich spoke after letting his mate bask in his attention a bit longer. She preened little for one of such magnificence. Most of her pride lay in her heritage and her deeds, not in her form, and now much of those were bound up in her role as his assassin, bodyguard and personal attendant as well as lifelong consort. What little vanity she did hold claim to did relish his obvious enjoyment of her, though. None of us have come through these battles unscathed, and they have not been trivial our foes nor our victories over them, he continued, consoling the huntress, who continued to shift from one picture of sensual feminine allure to another. The game now was for her to try to break his self-control, which she was doing in spite of his best efforts to resist. Powerful was the booty, but he tried to keep his higher functions operational for long enough to respond to his partner's emotional needs. These kinds of push and pull interactions defined their relationship. "If anything, we have come through remarkably well, a thing I have to attribute in large part to your doing," he reminded the very slowly dancing elf, shifting to make his pants stop pinching before he continued. "You have stood at the fore of everything that has come against us. I would not have you think that you do either of us a disservice by knowing when it is time to let me do as I must, without your guiding hand on my back. Not to mention, I'm sure there will be a time when it is Taipan who will go ahead to meet some enemy, and I will be wishing that I could follow. This is the way of our life now," he told her, that last thought bringing him down some. It would happen, eventually. He couldn't dodge every arrow, and sooner or later somebody or some monster would hit him with something he didn't see coming. Varda punished mistakes, and nobody was perfect. That was a problem for future Ulrich, though, and present Ulrich was at the end of his rope, the slow-motion hip shakes cracking his resolve to make her come to him. When he rose and took her up in his grasp, arms around her waist, and buried his face in her silken tresses, to breathe deeply of her, she fitted her rump to his body, and started rolling her hips. Sex was the most improbably sweet chaser to murderous violence that existed, and he wasn't sure why that was, only that it was experimentally proven. It also served to soothe frayed nerves between lovers who had parted, not knowing if either would be seen again. "Tonight I am going to have you biting at mine ears, Ulrich," Taipan told him, blushing deeply as she did. For an elf, saying such things was considered exceedingly lewd. All the nakedness and dancing weren't considered as intensely intimate as a few nips at her ears. Go figure. "I will try to avoid roughing you too greatly, but you have worn down what little remains of my reserve, dear wife." Ulrich growled into her hair, raising his hands to cup her. "All according to Keikaku." She purred back at him, holding her hands over his and firming up the pressure to her desired squeeze before they ceased speaking altogether. Chapter 1, 181, A Baron's Duty. Next morning, Kistalfa Baron's war room, Kistalfa Keep. A finely dressed man, dark of hair and beard, in well-cut long silk long coat, bronze with golden scrollwork depicting peasants bent over a field of wheat, with their little golden embroidered heads of fat kernels stood with arms crossed behind him, overlooking his township. He was perspiring lightly, more from anxiety than from exertion. His healthy build, powerful and solid, said that exertion was no stranger, and the scars and calluses on his hands attested to those muscles being hard-earned. A great axe over the mantelpiece of the room was notched, and its metal faintly stained, its ebony handle polished from the motions of generations of wielders, not a little of which was from the man's own action, to say nothing of the work done by his sire and grandsire. The Baron's stiff posture showed his dissatisfaction, and that dissatisfaction translated directly to nervous shuffling in those who attended him, by his polite request at first bells this morning. "It is full past time that the garrison troops returned," he said plainly to the gathered men and women of the room, his adjutants, lieutenants, and guard captains. A few of them wilted further under the patent displeasure implicit in the Baron's tone. Continuing without inflection or increase in volume, in a voice that nevertheless filled the room with its authority, the Baron spoke again the source of his most recent chagrin. "Take your choice of 2 of the Federated Defense Attachment from my garrison, scout for truth in the rumours of freed slaves, insubordinate battle mages, mutineers from the fleets, and rebellious elements from the nearby city-states that seek to claim my outskirts for their little hamlet independent from Prosper's authority, in defiance of my own. Determine the facts of the land. Do not engage or contact enemy forces absent my command. Return with my men as soon as you may." The Baron narrated verbatim his orders for the captain of the garrison before her departure. "Captain Triella is late, my soldiers are missing," he summarized, implicitly suggesting the failure of the absent captain to follow his orders. A sharp, narrow-featured man of middling age, dressed in the resplendent robes of a Magister of Prosper, announced arrogantly from his thick-cushioned chair, the only one not standing at attention in the room, "It is Praetorian Triella now, Your Grace. Her new position was ratified 2 weeks ago, and was only delivered into my hands this morning." The Baron did not shift, though his eyes narrowed as he stared out the window overlooking his city. He thought of his axe, though he said nothing. "The Praetorian then, Magister, is missing with my men," he granted, the temperature of the room dropping by a degree. A massive human woman, red hair tied in a long braid, attired comfortably in plate armour, spoke up without preamble, gauntleted fists clenched and pressing on the stone war-room table. "The Praetorian Triella has not known defeat in her entire career. Are we here to believe that she was defeated by rabble and one rebel battle mage, an untested one at that?" The nearly snarling tone of his subordinate did not bother the Baron, who kept his honour guard for her ability with plate and arms rather than her social graces. Besides, she was drawing the Magister's attention from her lord to herself, distracting the man from the Baron's obvious contempt, which he was having greater trouble hiding in recent weeks. 2 days ago, Triella departed, the Baron noted, intentionally omitting the Prosper-granted title, ascending her to the merchant lord's private lapdog. "She took with her the greater part of my strength to confirm the positions of reported malcontents abandoning duty and kin, spurred by rumour of the war's going ill and resentment towards our gracious lords in Prosper. That supposed settlement was a bare half-day's march from these walls by best estimate. 1 full day of marching and 1 full day to scout the surrounding forests," the Baron stated, the uninflected tone weighing heavily on the attendant crowd. "The Praetorian is simply a field out of thoroughness, I am sure. Besides, there can be another detachment of soldiers spared from rallying points at a stroke of my pen. There is no reason to be concerned by a day's delay," remonstrated the condescending voice of the Magister, a wizened man in once lavish, now thoroughly ratty robes, who seemed almost totally dependent on remaining upright by virtue of being propped up by a metal staff holding an enormous spherical amethyst carved in countless glimmering facets, hocked loudly. The man drew eyes when he spat on the floor and cursed. "Go touch Caicus. She took the entire mage cadre, the whole choir, and my best student at its lead. If they are lost, then so too is the only battle mage detachment inside of a fortnight. The Golden Thrones will require sufficient explanation for this, or someone will hang from the walls," the old man croaked, his roughened voice that of a lifelong smoker's cough. Murmurs spread throughout the room at that observation. It was, by now, well known that an attempt to assassinate the ancient enemy of Prosper, Baldurt Iriel, had been ordered and had expended an incredible number of veteran battle mages, thinning the Empire's ability to support its frontier cities, which now relied almost entirely on the presence of the Magisters for magical talent. It was far less well known that evidence, in the form of evaporated regiments of soldiers, suggested that the elf had survived the attempt. That he had not descended on them indicated that his potency was limited, but the very idea that the Golden Thrones had risked such a thing was unnerving. So too was the certainty that sooner or later the blood moon would rise over Priespang once again. The Baron was hopeful that he would be dead long ere that enemy moved north to seek his vengeance. That eventuality might not be a concern if some force had made its way through the wilds unhindered and undiscovered, with strength enough to obliterate the troops he'd sent, all the mages with it, and not a single man alive to report the happening. Reports were confused in recent weeks. Ships had been lost and there was chaos in the western city-states. something about a beastkin uprising and ports being subjected to wizard's fire. He had believed these rumours to be the result of ale-sodden traders eager to run up prices, or perhaps the tall tales of deserters fleeing the catastrophic raid into Iriel some weeks ago, hoping to escape the rope with their excuses. Now, it seemed, he must entertain a different perspective on those whispered tidings. A raised hand silenced the room immediately, and the Baron took satisfaction from that. Small satisfaction. To be obeyed at a gesture was his right and their duty. Less would pull his displeasure down upon the undisciplined soldier. His displeasure was accompanied by pain enough to remind the entire populace of the price he extracted for failure to come to order. On occasion, he simply ordered the insubordinate peasant dragged to the walls, where he threw them a sword to effect some effort at survival, and then killed them in front of the city. His word was law, and Baron Kistalfa was not one of those coddled pets who held their positions for the coin they generated his liege lords in Prosper. He was a warrior son of a warrior's son of a warrior's son, all steeped in the blood of Prispang's enemies. Enemies who knew that the men of his line did not use their voice in vain. Please, Geras, restrain your vulgarity in my presence. I value your advice, and it would be harder to come by were you being treated for fresh lashes across your back, the Baron reminded gently. The old man, High Mage of Kistalfa, chewed his cheek and briefly considered if he could turn the Baron to charcoal before the man crossed the room. That axe pulled from the wall. He gave it even odds. Those weren't the kind of probabilities that allowed him to grow old, so he bowed slightly and held his tongue. After another moment of contemplation, including whether or not Geras would choose to survive today, the Baron summarized the room's thoughts succinctly. He only wished he could find reason to send the Magister from this room so that he could speak openly his desires. Without worry, some objectionable detail would find its way to the ears of the powers that lorded over Prespang from afar. Powers that had displayed appalling incompetence and had wasted lives untold from Prespang's banners to launch a coward's trial against the Issa domestics. Among other horrors, if rumours were to be believed. We must needs expect the worst of our comrade's fate. What options do we have left to us? He calmly asked of the room, almost as an afterthought. Another man in light chain and scale mail with a silver-hued metallic breastplate volunteered. The city guard stands at full readiness. 70. The old man scoffed, which had the lightly armoured man starting to argue on personal terms with the elderly Magus's rude assessment. Enough, growled the plate-wearing woman, glaring alternately at the crude old man and the oblivious guard captain. They are 60 light infantry, worth perhaps a third of the combat potential of the force that was sent out of the city. Whatever slaughtered the Praetorian and her men would run through the city guard like a scythe through stalks of grain. Nods went around the room gloomily, even from the guard captain. He was not a complete fool, just overeager to be of use to his baron. The city guard has its part to play, commented the ruler of Kistalfa, not bothering to say that Roll was keeping peasants in line, not fielding against a real enemy combatant. We must turn elsewhere to see to our defence from outside the walls. To whom, Baron? Asked another man with scepticism laid bare and no little anger. The close-cropped hair, sprinkled with grey and trimmed beard, denoted a man of military background, as did his firm posture, despite the right leg missing from the knee down. What is left of the men we have given to Prosper's armies? Perhaps 1 in 10 that left their barracks to attempt the raid reported back to muster. And where now are those that had massed to march on the Legrenel and the Melondi once the deep woods had had their whelps killed like sheep? He asked of the Magister assigned to Kistalfa. The man's tone turned bitter as he waved a hand towards distant Prosper, answering his own question while the rest looked on, not entirely failing to hide their disdain for the reality being laid bare before them. I will tell you what you all know. Prosper serves Prosper, as always she does. The Golden Thrones use our men and women at arms to protect their own worthless hides, even while they send magisters to breath down our necks, jerking tight the chains to remind who is the master. The salty old dog of war snarled, directing his grimace towards the robed man still in his chair, intentionally disrespecting the lord of the city in so doing. The seated magister locked his eyes on the old salt of a soldier. Such words treaded very close to opposition to his masters. This would be reported. There would be no tolerance of those who spoke treason, or even hinted at it. The Baron knew that his veteran sergeant was speaking truth, but it was a truth that did not serve his immediate interests, nor did it slay his enemies. That meant it was irrelevant. Prosper was to be obeyed, not because he was a loyalist, but because the Baron was a realist. Even should the Orlathrem put pressure on the Empire, even if they somehow bent their forces upon the Gilded City and sacked it, the merchant lords would find a way to escape, would reassemble their power, and they would remember those who broke faith, who tested their hold upon Prispang. For almost 500 years, the economic might of the great trade companies had bought their supremacy. Those who did not bend the knee found themselves without grain come the winter, and an army on their doorstep the next spring. He would not be the one to end his line ruling Kistalfa, not even when the yoke grew heavy indeed to wear. "The Gilded Thrones are a mountain I will not climb," declared the Baron without hesitation, brooking no argument. "I would not have defied their will with all my forces at the ready, and I will not with a bare fraction of it remaining. As my father and his father before him, I and Kistalfa stand in allegiance with Prosper, and with the joined city-states of Prespang." The Baron's gloved hand clenched into a fist, warning his attendants that his patience was at an end. "Enough doom-saying. I do not stand here to listen to the frustration of my advisers. I stand waiting to hear what you assembled men and women will do in service to your lord and land." The room subsided at the not-so-veiled threat. He would be forced to deal with the Magister's attempts to have his man executed at a later date. Once again, in spite of the gnawing in his belly at the consequences, Baron Kistalfa considered putting his axe through the preening maggot in his resplendent robes. Kistalfa had once been a free city, its people hardy and adventurous, and its lands held by their strength alone. He yearned for those days more and more, but not yet. Not until he could be certain he didn't consign his people to the flames. Chastened, the old warrior bowed low, saying, "Forgiveness, my lord. It only rankles to have so little to offer in our cause. I can raise a levy from the township. They will not be fully armed or armoured, but I can empty the armoury and have them able to wield bows from the walls and spears at the gates. No matter what foe comes, the number will make up some little for their lack of skill." Others stepped forward then, and the real discussion got under way for the coming defence of Kistalfa. When the hour had gone, there was in place a plan of action to turn the great walled city into a thorny problem for whomever approached her with ill intent. The Baron found he could not be pleased at the results of this gathering, but he would settle for satisfied that it was the best that could be done. Come what may, Kistalfa Forest, mid-sunrise. "If I was a paranoid man, I'd think you tried to cripple me," Ulrich mumbled towards his consort, who had been in a chipper mood all the morning. She slapped his leg from her cross-legged seat on the blankets, enjoying how her slow-to-rise mate tried to hide from waking by huddling under the woolen covers. She'd wrung him dry, let him sleep for a few hours, then waked him to do it again. Then, when the twins had barely cleared the horizon, she'd roused him to battle once more, this time not to rise again. At least for a little while, he had claimed. She had plans to test his protestations, and he was hoping she didn't injure herself in the doing. "Many would take up the knife to have the chance to suffer such abuse, my husband," she reminded him, grinning at his worn-out form. She considered the rather impressively athletic doings of the last few hours with a glowing approval of her mate's attentions. Praise earned was due, she would not be thought uncharitable. "I do not think so very many would have taken so long to admit their defeat, Ulrich. We haven't gone so many times since that day in the deep cold outside of Traknir. If the glow in my belly isn't reward enough for you, you may also have the honour of washing the bedding today, because we have made a wreckage of it in the doing," Taipan joked. Ulrich smiled beneath the blankets, but he wouldn't let this man-eater see it. She might get ideas, and he was tapped out. He couldn't manage much more than a rather sedate big spoon at the moment. For a second he had to think about the odds that doing the laundry after boffing your wife senseless was actually some kind of elf mark of high praise. He dismissed that after a bit, however. The clue was that, if that were so, Baldert would have been a professional laundress, and Ulrich simply couldn't see the man standing out next to a wash line hanging sheets. No, much more likely that Taipan was just sassing him. He flopped the blanket back to see her leering at him, which confirmed that she was indeed teasing him. Sighing hard as if put upon, Ulrich climbed free of the blankets and joined his Easter wife for a lovely breakfast of yesterday's bread and some stew reheated on the small coal bed inside their teepee. He had to admit the bedding needed washed. It definitely smelled like sex funk in there. "I'm going to have to start killing folk more often," he mused out loud, earning a light whack with a wooden spoon on the back of his head. "Perish the thought, Glade Chief. I will not have you out risking yourself simply to have me waiting to devour you. If it be necessary, This shadow will simply have to see to it that you find yourself in present condition more frequently, Taipan threatened smugly. She started trailing a finger over his bare chest, tracing lightning scars. "Oh no you don't, you succubus! How can you even still be ready to go? Weren't you complaining about walking earlier this morning?" Ulrich challenged, catching her hand before she got too absorbed. "I can walk on my hands," the elf said, without any trace of shame. "And I can eat with my feet. That doesn't mean either of us need to go around and do it. Besides, I'm pretty sure we're already going to have to suffer the attentions of the peanut gallery out there." "You, got a little loud last night," Ulrich said, slightly proud and also a bit embarrassed. Taipan's fuck yodels were simultaneously incredibly arousing and, when she got good and revved up, not particularly quiet. It got especially bad when she forgot herself and started giving directions, in precise and anatomically correct terms. His commentary received a disdainful sniff and a wave of her hands gesturing "let them talk." "My cousins have taken solace in their own games. Besides, they have no room to complain when their lord finds respite from his responsibilities." "Fa! I'm not lord of these folk!" Ulrich denied, face scrunching up in disgust at the thought of having hundreds of people in his care forever, just giving them a hand until they can get back to their homes and back to their lives. Taipan leaned over and cupped his chin, pityingly rubbing her cheek against his before she took his hair and roughly gripped it, holding him so she could stare into his confused grey eyes, her own emerald irises burning into him with her intensity. "Ulrich Einar, Lord of the Ancient Glade, you are worms in the head. What did you think you were doing when you took the lives of these broken elves into your care? They gave their honour, their allegiance unto you, and joined their cause to yours. These people are yours now, forever. They will follow you, and their children will follow yours. You are their lord now, and they the first vassals of your house," Taipan instructed, deadly serious. "Oh fucking hell," Ulrich cursed. He'd tripped across more weird elf shit. Chapter 1, 182, More Weird Elf Shit. "This is more weird elf shit, isn't it?" he demanded. Taipan nodded her confirmation and gently stroked his head with delicate fingers. "I'm afraid so, Glade Chief. You should know by now that you cannot give elves gifts without incurring debts. These are the rules. It goes doubly so when you take an Esser life under your wings, as a mother owl covers her chicks. Our kind do not do such things lightly, and the gift of one's aegis, one's honour, is not accepted without demanding balance. These were not hunters accompanying you where you all shared the danger. You sought out danger for them, took their enemies for your own, without bargain or recompense," his mate reminded him. He really should have known. The Fey folk do not give gifts freely. A gift accepted demands a gift of equal value in turn, a life for a life. Ulrich lowered his chin to his chest and sighed again, sadly. His destiny, it seemed, was bound up in having to deal with these pointy-eared not-humans and their bizarre cultural nonsense. At least he wasn't going to have to keep up with all those Prespangfreem. "Fuck!" Ulrich shouted at the hide ceiling, coming to a realization. "Does this mean I'm on the hook for all these fucking wannabe Prespang rebels too?" he demanded of Taipan, desperate for her to set him free with a simple shake of the head. "I told you to stop picking up strays, Ulrich, but you would not listen," Taipan told him remorselessly. "Get over here," Ulrich demanded, grabbing up the elf woman and squeezing her bounty, revelling in the delighted squeal she released. "I thought you were out of juice," the Irillan woman snarked as he massaged her gently. "I just found out I have to play Duke Hermit to a bunch of friggin' elves. And now these damned Prespangers, your boobs are the only thing that are going to make me feel better now," Ulrich told her, allowing himself to pout just a little. "Just my bosom," she challenged, wiggling her hips. "Fucking fine." Ulrich groaned, realizing he was going to have to get in there and pitch one more game on short rest. "But just the once," Ulrich lied. "Okay." Taipan fibbed in return. Noon came and went. No jeers greeted him, his Iriellan wife alongside, when they exited the confines of the shelter. Instead, there was a boisterous clapping, the applause and whistling doing more bring blood to his cheeks than any amount of ribald commentary. It was far, far worse than the hazing ritual of the deep woods baths for being well earned. That went on for longer than was decent, but eventually trailed off, and the Orlathrem, now ancient Gladers, or whatever the fuck they wanted to call themselves while they were breathing his air, resumed whatever the fuck they did when they weren't harassing him. Probably feeding small animals to trees, the heartless monsters. Ulrich was, to put it mildly, not entirely all right with the current circumstances. He would tolerate it for now, because he was riding post-coital bliss. But there would be a reckoning. Probably. Or at least some ground rules. He'd have to sit down and write some ground rules. God's damned elves and their finicky fey horse shit. No good deed went unpunished. It was a minute before Ulrich was ready to entertain notions that didn't involve running away and leaving all these people behind. When he got around to it, he now considered the prisoner but recently freed from her duties as a banner. Dressed in a rough robe, one sleeve empty, with heavy bandaging around her limbs, legs, and one not so small one across her hard, yet once fine-featured face, the captain was a rough sight. She might keep the eye, but most of her cheek was gone and the bones had been cloven in a way that probably meant she'd always have a divot in her facial structure. Ulrich couldn't summon any sympathy. The only thing those warriors had to do to avoid any of this was to stay home. Crouching lazily in his loose wool robes and tough canvas pants next to the prisoner, his forearms resting across his knees, Ulrich drawled, "Howdy, miss. Got anything to say for yourself?" A silver-irised eye tried to bore through his head, and he couldn't help the malicious grin that widened his lips. There was a specific joy in the misfortune of those who had earned it. "I should have known a brownie was involved in all this," hissed the woman, turning her bandaged visage upon his shadow. "Curse your line, you blood traitor. Have you any idea how many fine men and women you gave horrible death to with your poison? 3 healers burned themselves from within, drawing the mana to try to save their friends and comrades," the defeated captain accused. Was he supposed to feel badly about that? Ulrich looked over to his partner and gave her a thumbs up, calling, "Nice brew, lass," as he did. Taipan winked at him and made a kissy face at his praise for her poisoning talents. That one had been a special little something whooped up to drive off the raiders attacking the havens that she hadn't gotten a chance to use. Addressing again the now even more menacingly staring Valin woman, Ulrich asked simply, "What would you tell those men and women over there whose kin you murdered for wanting simply to be free of Prosper's slavery by proxy?" "Traitors," she growled. "One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter," Ulrich remarked. It was an age-old paradox. Breaking free of bondage required destroying the systems used to enforce it. Collateral was always necessary, and war was messy, no matter the justifications. "I had hoped to find some degree of reasoning from a worthy enemy. If all you are is your master's dog, then I have no further use for you." Ulrich decided aloud. "Taipan, would you enjoy extracting what useful information might be had from this one?" he asked the elf behind him. "This Valin will howl to give me her soul before I release her." Taipan answered coldly. "Ah, yeah, that's right. Taipan's older brother had been murdered by the Order of Prosper some century ago. She'd nursed a hate boner for the men and women who carried out the Merchant Lord's will ever since." Something clicked in the thoughts of the captain as she beheld the form of her soon-to-be interrogator. "You, Bloodthorn, you are the Blood Moon's vicious little spawn," shouted the captain with open hatred. She tried to wriggle from her bonds, but the wounds and densely woven rope easily held. All the woman managed to do was fall over onto the recently sealed wound where Ulrich's magic had removed her right arm. Her agonized cry failed to stir him. Taipan put a hand on his shoulder, having quietly approached to stand next to him. "I am. Your people tried to take my father from me, and Voidborn, you used the Bane to do it. But the Blood Moon lives on, and his strength will return in full. Soon he will come for you, this time with the might of Orlithrum at his back. We will water Iriel's roots with every one of you," his mate gloated. Yikes! Taipan was going full Taipan. Ulrich noted that she'd used a particular epithet that he wasn't familiar with. He knew the words, but he'd never heard her call anyone Voidborn. Patting her thigh calmingly to settle her down before she got too excited, he posed the question now circling his thoughts. "What's a Voidborn lover? That's a new one." Sometimes, rarely, there are those who, unlimited in their cruelty and depravity, call out to the abyssals, the primordial demons that live between moments of time, explained his partner in her mother tongue, broaching a completely new realm of Aesir mythology, one with which he wasn't familiar. These demons cannot exert themselves within the river of time without being corroded, nor can they choose when they will manifest. Therefore, they wait until a mortal soul beckons to them, using that call as a lodestone to anchor them, preserving their essence to grant that soul a dark boon. The eternal gaze is ever watchful, and has its own means to destroy such entities, but they still slip through to work their evil upon Varda. Ones who call them are called Void-born, his partner narrated, never taking her predatory gaze from the injured captain of Prosper's warriors, her enemies. Now she did turn her attention to him, softening as she took him in, despite the severity of the topic. "The Bane is one of the Abyssal's workings, Ulrich. Long, long ago, a Voidborn asked for a weapon to destroy their enemies, and the gift granted was the knowledge for how to maul a soul and turn its magics into the fuel to kill any individual of a species. The alchemical process for rendering the Bane core into a liquid that would not decay was also provided. This evil is but one example of one of the demons trying to undo the Eternal Gaze's workings. Now that there was some properly scary shit. That was the kind of magic that made Ulrich's hackles rise. There was enough about mana and the Akashic that made him nervous, this ability to use will and a core to change reality. But the existence of some kind of quantum foam demons waiting for a chance to unmake the universe, piece by piece, that was another level. Disturbed, Ulrich had actually managed to forget the squirming captive soldier. He noticed flickers of red gold, and his core felt a draw of that distinct waveform that made up the solar mana the captain had wielded. Now, enough of that," Ulrich said warningly, and laid a hand on the captain's leg, drawing the Sauron of his own core lightly. Voltaic grip. Thin ribbons of violet arclight danced down the woman's thigh, and her back arched from the current now racing through her, muscles involuntarily rippling into contractions. Ulrich let his power flow for a few more moments, leaving the captain groaning into the dirt. "I won't have you causing trouble. Any more of that and I'll just have to take the other arm, don't think I won't. Far as I'm concerned, every time I kill one of you people I'm doing Varric's shade a boon, so too with all these you bastards have enslaved," Ulrich told the woman tonelessly, deadly serious. "So back to the topic of these demons. They are rare?" He inquired of his mate, still using the Isa tongue. She nodded, dispassionately watching her Honour's arcane scolding of the bound enemy. She'd tasted that particular use of his powers, the strange way he could join himself to lightning's flow and pull others into it as well, though he apparently suffered no ill effect in the doing. It was an incredibly painful experience, and one she'd not repeat again if she could manage. "They are," she confirmed, fingering her knife while she did in anticipation of having one of her people's enemies beneath it. Invariably the summoning of an abyssal destroys the Voidborn, sometimes sooner, sometimes later. Always the price demanded comes due, and the soul of the Voidborn is consumed on the death of the caller. The boon does not always vanish with the summoner, though, as was the case for the Bane. These corruptions persist and create ruin wherever they are found. Some of the dungeons, the more malevolent ones, are thought to have been created when a desperate ancient tried to preserve their dying race by creating a haven, only to have the bargain fulfilled in a manner they did not suspect. Taipan revealed. Bright Eyes had once spoken about dungeons, places of wild mana, guardian monsters, and hidden secrets of the fallen first race of peoples. They fairly reeked of Greek fairy tale, the trials of Hercules and Perseus and such. Ulrich had better things to do than go for a field trip into Tartarus looking for some golden fleece. "The demon, you say it is corroded by time. That sounds like they can't hang around then," Ulrich murmured, thinking aloud. "No, the anchoring only shields them for a short duration. Then time begins to eat away at the essence of the things. They do not possess a core with which to guard themselves from wild mana's influences. It tears at their being," his well-versed partner explained. Whew, at least there was that. Given that he'd actually met the Watcher, with its impossible form and the weight of its immortal nature, he'd hate to run into something that directly set itself in opposition to that entity. They might have a particular bone to pick with him, who'd been brought to this world by the Watcher's will specifically. Ulrich Einar might have been a bit of a pet project from the Immortal, for reasons beyond his understanding. His connection to Saran gave that supposition more weight than before his core's awakening. That kind of shit was outside his pay grade, though, and he refused to contemplate the doings of gods any more than he actually had to. Well then, nothing to worry about. Sorry about this tangent, Taipan. I just got a little sidetracked. You know how it is with me," he said sheepishly, knowing he tended to get distracted on new trains of thought. The she-elf ruffled his short hair lightly and smiled for a brief moment, before returning to her neutral business face. "It is fine, Ulrich. I am well aware that you are worms in the head. Thoughts are bound to find their way to fall into the holes. Just to be clear, I do not actually believe this one to be consorting with demons. It is merely the worst thing I could think of to label the murdering butcher," Taipan made sure to clarify for him. "Barbarian, you sold away your own kin's lives to be the pet of a brownie murderess," spat the captain, recovering from Ulrich's electrical disciplining. Once again, I cannot find the logic of such accusation. Ulrich complained in low tones. I have been in Prespang a bare few months and seen the way Prosper controls the lives of the peoples, abuses them, degrades them, makes of them less so that they are easier to dominate. And when they refuse to be held captive by the gilded chains of Prosper's laws and the Magisters, they are slain like animals. I have never killed a man that did not offer me violence or cause first. I was content to leave your people to their foolishness until you sent your mages for my life and killed the ones who offered their guest right to me. Why do you think me traitor for opposing those who were never my ally and who I never considered my liege? Ulrich asked, genuinely confused. Angered righteousness spilled from the captive woman. She railed at him. All the Valin and Jorman of Prespang owe fealty to the gilded thrones. They have protected us from the knife-ears for centuries. They united the tribes and clans to give us the power to control all the lands from the Vatin to the White Wastes. They brought prosperity and unity to our people. Which is why so many of the Beastkin are treated as second-class citizens, the barbarians of the Wastes, who refuse to bend knee are decried as savages to be warred upon and tamed, and the Orlethrum, who will not fall under Prosper's shadow, should have her people visited by violence every few decades to know sorrow time and again. Your merchant lords are parasites, and Prespang is a slave empire masquerading as some kind of fucked-up feudal system of independent baronies, Ulrich countered. He shook his head wonderingly. Zealotry was always based on insanity. No reasoned person could believe anything with such single-mindedness, such lack of doubt. I've walked through the gutters of your cities, seen how the powerless among you live. I have walked amongst the elves too. These do not know such poverty. They do not make of their kin less to rule them. Rather, they demand from the ones who would lead them that those rise to worthiness to rule by their own wisdom and virtues. It figures that a barbarian would consort with the elves, and think their wilding ways superior to civilization. Go on then. Do your worst, you knife-eared slut. I will give you nothing, challenged the injured captive. Ulrich rose from his crouch, raising an eyebrow as he looked to his partner, mouthing, "Wow!" at the sheer density of this woman's devotion to the pseudo-religion of Prosper. Well, you asked for it, Ulrich commented, lifting her by one leg and raising her up from the ground, her head a few inches above the clearing floor, supported by his left arm alone. He ignored the lack of dignity in the captive's current pose. She was about to have bigger worries. Where do you want her, Taipan? She's all yours. He condemned the prisoner. His Iriellen mate gestured to a stand of something approximating cottonwood trees some few meters distant from the encampment. Over there will do. She will make noise, and I would not have these peoples put off their suppers on her account, answered the huntress. Ulrich tossed the bound prisoner up and slung her over his shoulder like a sack of grain, hauling her to the place indicated. He left his shadow behind with the prisoner and made his rounds through the camp, seeing to the needs of the elves. Needs that fortunately they were increasingly seeing to themselves. Many still required help, but injuries were healing and strength was coming back to them. Now he had these new people to worry about, so he went to find their de facto leaders, the odd couple of Leo girl and the ginger mage. If he wasn't getting the same treatment, Ulrich had on his return. Chapter 1, 183. Shared Labours. The bustle of well over 200 men and women, Esser, Valen and Jorman, only the Ogren and Svartalfin being excluded from the hodgepodge, make for a lot of noise. Housekeeping tasks such as cooking, cleaning, firewood processing, stitching clothes, repairing wagons. It all added up, and Ulrich found himself a little stunned by how gradually it had snuck up on him that he was used to the myriad goings-on of civilization around him. Was he more tolerant of the racket because he was in charge of it? Technically, this was now his racket. That had been the case, effectively, for weeks now, ever since he'd told the Port Edinshire elves to shape up or he'd kill them himself. Not his finest moment, but he'd been a little emotionally raw from recent events. His steady strides took him around an improvised tannery where beast hides were being processed for use. The nasty smell coming from those hastily dug pits was appalling, but necessary. Ammonia was a useful if noxious compound in the preservation of animal hides. A whole industry was coming together from the hunting efforts to feed the small colony. Scraped fats from the hides were being rendered down in big kettles to produce lard for candles and soap. Some rather pleasing smells originating from a stall run by a Celestin alchemist, who'd had his legs removed by his torturers, and who now pounded herbs, flowers and fruits into floral pastes, cooking down the oils to produce scenting additives for the soaps. These and other bottles occupied hastily assembled shelves, stocked by the efforts of the half-dozen or LitRPG novices that the master craftsman had adopted. They were moving on, all of them, Ulrich noted gladly. The past wasn't gone, but it was firmly in the past. A hammer rang piercingly as a Legranel smith pounded recycled slave chains into shoes for the draft animals, nails, brackets, fittings, and the other minutiae of life. Charcoal kilns had sprung up like a little mud dome village, cooking scraggly Highlands deadwood into fuel for the smith's improvised furnace. It was more than a little impressive to Ulrich how quickly these people had managed to snatch normalcy from the chaos of their lives. Letting his grey-eyed gaze settle on the former Kistelfa rebels, the motley assortment of Prespangers who had decided that the time to shed their allegiance to masters who ruled from afar had come, only to have their former countrymen turn swords upon them, Ulrich wondered if these would prove so resilient. Currently the freemen still had the shell-shocked look of those who couldn't quite come to terms with what they saw. Elves were rare this far into Prespang, and the otherworldly grace and beauty of even abused Isa was startling for the uninitiated. Ulrich dearly hoped no conflicts arose between the newcomers and the old. He didn't want to have to kill anyone because they thought to bring vendettas of the past to the future he had planned. If Lord he had to be, he was going to make damned sure that everybody understood that treating someone as lesser because of the shape of their ears, the fur on their bodies, or the relative brevity of their lives was unacceptable. Old Earth had learned her lessons the hard way, and Ulrich was damned if he allowed those lessons to go unheeded where he had say about it. Something would be learned, gods damn it. That was part of the reason why he was strolling through the improvised encampment, looking for the young mage who had rebelled against his former comrades in defence of the Prespanger freeman, all for love of a Leor woman who was a slave and who he had freed. It was a sweet story, and even a cynical man like Ulrich wasn't too jaded to appreciate that they deserved a chance to make things work. Nobody spoke to him as he searched. His liberated elves used to the meandering inspections that their lord liked to make through camp. The slightly poleaxed expression on his face, a source for private mirth in their little rings, in private. It was the right of the lowest to laugh at the weight of responsibility upon the highest. Ulrich's quest was completed when he found a new lumber camp at the farthest outskirt of the camp. There, with a team of the most fit Orlithrum and a group of Prispang youths and women hearty enough for the work, under the gentle guidance of the red-haired Germany mage and his clinging mate, they laboured to thin trees for the needs of the camp. Well, he said clinging, but in reality the catkin girl was likely all that kept the mage on his feet. He had taken a thrashing at the hands of his captors. Ulrich watched a moment as the whiskerless boy, a grown man of at least 25, used his power to evidently draw the sap of a tree down to its roots, killing it and then holding it with the branches of its neighbours while the woodcutters chopped the tree down. Then the mage released the trunk, allowing it to fall towards the camp, instead of hanging dangerously in the nearby tree branches, and a team of draw-knife-wielding children went at the trunk like little termites, peeling bark from the dry timber. Quite the trick, that. While practised hands debarked the tree, tiny hatchets limbed the lesser branches, stacking them for use in the charcoal kilns or for making wattles, or if they were straight enough, for use by the bowyers, fletchers and smiths for spears. It was an encouraging sight. Many of the Isa did not speak the Valin tongue, though Ulrich was guessing that most of them did at least a little by this point. None of the Priespangers spoke the Isa language. They did this somewhat complex task through gesture and pidgin, managing to communicate effectively enough to keep the operation rolling smoothly, all under the leadership of the young mage and his partner, who had been granted de facto leadership status by the freemen. The elves took such things in stride because they didn't care who called the shots amongst the other kin, so long as everybody gave their lord his way. Not that Ulrich was aware of such disposition from the Isa, who carefully hid their regard behind precise and intentional mockery. Heartened by the demonstration of communal labour to shared purpose, Ulrich interrupted after the most recent log had been dropped to the ground. Only 1 tree in 5 were being harvested, the weakest and least healthy among a stand, as proper forestry practices for sustainability demanded. He was gladdened by the almost instinctual habits for cooperative use of Varda's riches. If only his homeland had learned to be as such before catastrophe forced the adoption of this consideration upon them. Greetings, Adept Broden. How do the twins find you this day? The traditional how do you do amongst the elves was Ulrich's default. Wiping the sweat from his face, both from the heat of a late spring afternoon and the effort of exerting his core's strength, The young mage managed to smile before his slightly winded retort of, "They find me better than they did yesterday, Lord Einar," followed by a short laugh from both he and his partner. "What brings your honour to our humble labours? You have need of my gifts?" the mage asked, suddenly bowing and taking on a more formal tone. Ulrich wasn't so used to that sort of behaviour. It felt unnatural. Even the duties of Erilhos, who were polite and subservient as a matter of their profession, still gave him the sense of it was they who were truly in charge, not he. He decided he'd pretend he was a project manager, like back in the before. They were all working for the sake of a successfully shipped product, but he held the final say in the research and development. It made him a little more comfortable to frame things that way. At least he was familiar with that environment. All this lord of this and that stuff was about 2,000 years gone before his birth, and nobody talked like that anymore. Waving a hand lightly in denial, Ulrich frowned. No, nothing like that. Just, seeing how all your folk are settling in and making sure that our two groups are playing nice, he told the couple. They passed a look between them. It is true that there has not been love lost between the kingdoms of Orlathrem and the city-states of Prespang, admitted the Leor woman, somewhat bashfully. "But," she cried quickly, her ears perking up along with the long tail that sprang to attention from her excitement. "That is a thing of Prosper, and we shed her grudges just as we deny her Majesty's edicts. We will be free people, not beholden to the will of the merchant lords, and these curious elves of your lordship have been nothing shy of welcoming." "Really?" Ulrich asked, a bit surprised. Granted, most of the Issa who were in his care were of the more egalitarian clans of Orlathrem, the ones that had far more dealings with otherkin through river trade and shared borders, especially compared to the insular Deepwoods elves. But he'd expected some degree of grudge holding from them over their treatment at the hands of their captors. Apparently they distinguished between these Prespangers and Prosper's agents directe. "Oh yes," Mage Broden agreed eagerly. "Once you and your Irilan consort are retired, our lot were at something of a loss as to how to come to terms with the loss of our settlement. My dearest Carissa and I somehow came to the centre of deciding how to adjust and what best we might do, but we were honestly lost for how to get so many wounded and now deprived to order. It was the Orlethrem who began seeing to our getting shelter, medical care, and campfires going. They were a bit abrupt about it. One of the rather more blunt suggested that any who could not accept their new lot could be found a cliff from which they might jump." The mage frowned a little and whispered under his breath, "I really don't think she was joking, no matter what Carissa says." That was a bit of an unanticipated gesture of charity from the Orlathrem, he had to admit. Nice job pain-in-the-ass elf dudes and dudettes. Ulrich noted that the pair stuck together like glue, the catkin woman refusing to let her recently captive bow out of arm's reach. The young mage didn't seem to mind, and the arm slung over the girl's shoulders familiarly indicated that he wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Ulrich was still uncertain why the garrison troops hadn't executed him, but it likely boiled down to wanting to make an example of him and the rest of the rebels by delivering their punishment in sight of the other citizens. That was how it was done in the histories, at least. Lucky for the youngster that the old playbook was being used. Someone less politically motivated would have ordered the villagers slaughtered just to have done with the situation. "Yeah, that just kind of be how they do," Ulrich said wryly, before feeling like he needed to explain further. They had a rough patch just a couple weeks ago. They were being tortured to death in one of Prosper's Bane camps, You'll have to forgive them their little jokes. It was one thing to know how the Bane was made, and not all that many did to begin with, given that it was more a horror tale whispered amongst dark stories of cold, creeping evils. It was quite another to see the result of those efforts laid out before you. That it would be sanctioned by the heads of state for the empire that was Prespang made it all the more vile. The pair dimmed the radiance of their illicit love affair just a moment in deference to the travails of the Aesir that had helped them so recently. Not for long, of course, and the pair were beaming at one another again, and Ulrich was starting to regret seeking them out. "Anyhow," Ulrich soldiered on, "what I need to know is, what are the plans for your people now?" he asked, before hopefully dispelling the hateful jest Taipan was laying upon him earlier about their being tied to himself. "Whatever service you would deem meet to hold a place in your lands, Lord Einar, you have proven to be a man who holds up the downtrodden and throws himself into the teeth of the oppressor, a true lord of the land. Your ancient glade cannot help but be a worthy place for those of us here who seek freedom to gather," answered the mage earnestly. "Now just a damned minute," Ulrich objected mentally, trying to be stoic about the whole thing. Wasn't the point of their little hoopla to be free of lords? He dragged a hand down over his face, hoping the pair would vanish and he'd wake up to 3 weeks ago, before he'd seen any refugee elves or would-be rebel Prespang civvies. No dice, the two were still there before him, their lopsided smiles bearing down on him hopefully, weighing him down under the responsibility of taking care of their needs. He didn't have enough food in the glade to feed himself. How in all the hells was he going to provide for over 200 goddamned people? Sighing heavily, Ulrich hoped nobody could tell when he sort of wanted to weep. "Have you eaten something that sits ill, Lord?" Adept Broden asked. "My lord is weary from his recent trials. May we help somehow?" echoed Cresa, leaning into her ginger mage in her enthusiasm, nudging him as if to spur him to action. "Tell you guys what, we'll talk things over later. You look awfully busy here and I was just snooping around a little." Ulrich fibbed slightly. He'd been hoping they'd tell him they planned to rebuild their settlement, preferably a couple thousand kilometers somewhere the hell else. Next time he saw a bunch of people getting tortured or massacred or whatever, he was sailing right the fuck on by. People on this continent were like cats. You feed them once, and they just hang around forever. The pair waved him goodbye, offering a few not-so-subtle suggestions about sleeping rather than busying himself in his marital chambers. Nice of them. One thing to be said about his recent shagathon with Taipan was that the old girl had been up to it. That meant her bones were well on the mend, and she was another week out from being ready to fight at most. Maybe not at full steam, but any of his shadow in the game was better odds by far for him than not. Ulrich grumped his way around camp, helped a few elves by hauling some water in the heavy iron kettles, used a few sky shields on some sled skids to help them move processed lumber, excavated clay from a nearby creek bed, sand and whatever else needed a hand laid to. Dark was falling by the time he was shooed off by the ungrateful bastard, recuperating Orlithrum. By the time he got back to the teepee he and Taipan shared, he was actually sort of tired. Maybe he had been running himself pretty ragged recently. Certainly Surge was a motherfucker on the meat, and repeatedly drawing deeply on his mana had prevented him from sustaining his core saturation state for very long. What he needed was a proper week of not much happening. No battles, no emergencies, no monsters, just a solid 72 hours minimum of some light manual labour, his stretching and balance routines and combat drills. That, and some nights of solid sleep would put him to rights. That damned chance, Ulrich told himself. Kistalfa awaited not a full day's march away. He wasn't sure what awaited him there, but he needed their boats if he was to move this scraggly lot of people anywhere without losing them to Prosper's patrols or the beasts. Now, he only needed twice as many for shit's sake. It might end up being fine, even at the massive expense. The ships would come in handy sooner or later. Ever since leaving the glade all that time ago, Ulrich had been angling to try to enact a plan towards using the resources of the glade and the vast wilderness that was the Plateau of Ancient as a way to generate sustainable income, alongside whatever knowledge he possessed from the before that didn't involve manufacturing explosives and weapons of war. The bows didn't count. That was more a tool for hunting food and defence. Compared to the things humanity had cooked up and which swam through Ulrich Einar's mind, bows and arrows didn't even rate as weapons. Things like guided rockets, directed microwave emitters that broiled man-sized living targets within moments, and a few nasty substances that made white phosphorus look like something you'd use as stocking stuffers. Even post-collapse, the knowledge to make these things wasn't gone, and Ulrich had always been curious as to the depth of depravity man was willing to go to, especially when the targets for his ire was his brother man. No, Ulrich wanted to make watches, he wanted to make solar arrays, light bulbs, mana batteries to power water circulation systems for cultivation, instrumentation to help treat injuries and the rare, if potent diseases that Varda had to offer, exotic uses for the Arcanite diamonds that might allow small catalysts for very localized convenient magics to become ubiquitous. In addition to that, Ulrich wanted to cook, to share the cuisine of 1,000 dead cultures with this world. Varda held a vast panoply of spices, oils, meats and vegetables, and he would enjoy bringing these things together through the chemistry of the kitchen. Maybe after a while he'd get Ulden to teach him proper smithing and he'd try to revolutionize metallurgy. Whatever he got himself into, it would require shipping to obtain materials and to distribute finished trade goods. The boats weren't a bad investment. It wasn't often that the twice-born man allowed himself to dwell on the future. He was mostly convinced that doing so would jinx him somehow. It was a tiny bit of irrational pessimism that he had trouble dismissing entirely. Being continually dragged into this fight or that emergency mostly prevented violating his contracts with the irony gods, being that they precluded frequent thoughts of the future. Moving on from the afternoon spent aiding the various works around the forest camp, one that held a surprising amount of sophistication for compared to the length of time they'd been there, like mushrooms growing in a fairy ring in the woods, Ulrich set out to find his wife. That didn't take long. She was sitting comfortably by the fireplace roasting some kind of squat, short-limbed beaver-looking thing. The animal's pelt, skinned out next to the fire pit, was dense and slicked back from water, an eye-blurring grey-brown green that would have vanished into the forest floor, or a creek bed, or almost anywhere really. It almost hurt to focus on the thick fur of the creature. The buck teeth jutting from the front of its vaguely rodent face were metallic, looking less like teeth than wood chisels. It lacked the paddle tail of a beaver, having a wide vertical tail fin more akin to a shark. Ulrich wasn't necessarily surprised to see his partner in crime eating some strange creature. It certainly wasn't the first time she'd brought something odd home to the cookpot. More, he was curious as to how she'd found the time. As usual, the best thing to do when you're confused is to ask. Chapter 1, 184. Whatever helps you sleep at night. "Hey, little lady, what you got there?" Ulrich drawled at the cinnamon-skinned huntress slowly. Looking up from her soon-to-be meal, she grinned widely at him. "Ulrich, I have caught a true prize. It is a fading lake maker. They are never found back home in Iriel. They prefer the longer, if milder winters close to the Vaten shores, but their fur is prized. The meat will not be anything to amaze, though your spices help." The rapid onslaught of cheerful exposition threw him for a bit. His partner took a few bites from the cooked thing and chewed thoughtfully, before adding a few more pinches of herbs from her belt pouch to season it. Her mood was surprisingly elevated, considering the task he'd left to her earlier. "You aren't high, are you?" he asked, making sure and receiving a roll of her brilliant green eyes for the trouble. That had only really been the one time, but it had left an impression on him. "Sit, Glade Chief, and no, I'm not high. Just look at this pelt, Ulrich," Taipan demanded, dropping her roasted marmot beaver wood chipper meal to the forest floor to wave the furred skin at him. "It almost crosses your eyes to stare at it. The beast's core imbues it with a subtle stealth aura, disrupting direct attention, blending it into the surroundings. I half believed I was being targeted by an enemy magework when a part of the creek nearby refused to resolve itself to my vision. Ah, okay. Now this made more sense. If there was anything that would put some soggy in his mate's bottoms, it was the idea of a waterproof cloak that also made you impossible to see, especially if it wasn't something that was available to her peers within Iriel. She'd fairly lord that one over her comrades. Ulrich could already imagine the exchange of mocking observations between Taipan and Hallett. Ulrich crouched down to rest his forearms across his thighs, balanced on the balls of his feet comfortably. The smoky odour of cooked flesh wasn't bad, definitely gamey, and with a strong nutty overtone mixed with the mild fishiness that accompanied beaver. It reminded him of wild boar and tilapia blended together. He had to admit he didn't find the coupling as enticing as many of the other things he'd eaten, but he wouldn't turn up his nose at a new experience, so he picked up the dropped meal and started taking bites from the backstraps of the roasted creature, while Taipan stroked the soft fur of her catch lovingly. All right. Ulrich was ready to admit that it was better than he was expecting. Taipan's charring done to perfection, just past rare with plenty of charcoal to mellow out the gamier flavours. Not too fatty, but then, it was only late spring, plenty of feeding season left to pack on the calories. He'd give this little animal a solid 6.5 out of 10. "So," Ulrich said around a mouthful of beaver thing, "how'd the interview with the captain go?" Taipan draped the hide across her knees and went pensive a moment. She resisted little once I threatened to remove her breasts. That one had no little vanity to her, for what little care she appeared to take of herself, shearing her hair like that, and the savaging you gave her, his mate said, frowning. It would have been better had she held on longer. It is unseemly to go on hurting them once they start the truth-speaking. She complained, irritated. He knew his partner held few qualms about extracting information from captives, based on their experiences together in Trachnia. What few reservations she might have had about putting her own kin to the question were completely erased when it was one of the instruments of Prosper. He found no blame in himself for his mate at that. Especially not now. When the Magister of Bartala had slain his newfound friend Varrock, Ulrich went on an alchemical spree cooking up plastic explosives to destroy the dockyards, killed the city's baron, his bodyguards, and then sank every single ship flying Prosper's flag he came across for 2 weeks' passage across the Vatin. He'd known Varrock for 2 days. That mattered little, he found. When the enemy took from you, the only response was to obliterate them, especially when you promised to keep that friend's kin from harm, and what better way than to erase those who would, eventually, seek to target them. "All right, that's fair," Ulrich told the Ariellan woman without judgment. "So, what did you learn?" He deliberately avoided asking for the whereabouts of the prisoner now. He didn't really like the idea of killing captives, even though he wasn't going to go out of his way to prevent it. Not with these people. They'd pretty much earned themselves the death penalty in any court of law that ever existed. Even so, he didn't need to dig too deeply just yet. Maybe literally he had plans for the captain, even if she was a corpse. Fingers tapped lightly at the full lips, their hue slightly lighter than the surrounding skin of her face. That the elf was thinking it over said she hadn't finished processing the information and was organising it for herself before she spoke. That was a thing Ulrich appreciated about the Issa. Maybe it was because of their lifespans, or maybe it was thanks to the diffuse way they instructed their children, but oftentimes elves were in no hurry when it came to discussing matters. When they needed a moment to consider, they took it. None tried to hurry a conversation along or chafed when a thought was mulled for even minutes at a time. To speak obvious ignorance or ill-conceived notions aloud, without thoughtfulness, was considered demeaning to your listeners. The intellectual rudeness was frequently grounds for being scolded by others involved in the conversation. Ulrich was down for that, even though it got him in trouble when he said things as they came to him, instead of pausing to chew on it a bit more. He was coming around to the elf way of thinking more and more. Taking an extra second to ponder was paying dividends on appearing less moronic. It was also improving his decision-making under pressure. A half-second to plan before acting could make the difference in outmanoeuvring the enemy, thereby seizing advantage or failing to spot an opponent's feint and conceding ground as a result. When you actually had the half-second, and weren't dancing on a razor's edge, that is. "I believe that we may have more trouble in Kistalfa than we initially suspected," Taipan told him at last. She glanced over her shoulder, probably in the direction of the captive leader of the garrison troops, before returning her emerald attention to him. "The man who leads the city-state is, according to our prisoner, a decorated veteran of a score of battles, mostly with various barbarian tribes. That on its own is not so concerning, but he was also, if this captain as you called her speaks true, a commander chosen to periodically cull the more dangerous beasts from Pressbang's holds. By her accounts, the Baron of Kistalfa is a war chief, nothing alike to the kind you encountered in Batala," the former hunter revealed with clear respect for one that had faced down Varda's monsters. She brushed her hand through her lengthening hair and pursed her mouth, as if biting into unripe plums. The other hand made the elf hand speech for foreboding. "I do not like it, Ulrich," she admitted. "It is one thing to eliminate the leader of a criminal enterprise who holds an office within the city. They must take pains to avoid drawing notice, which opens their defences. It is another thing entirely to challenge a seasoned warlord within their own hold." He had to agree with her on that. The monsters he'd encountered in the short span he'd been on this world were no laughing matter. Forest Lord notwithstanding, most of the species at large in the wilds were lethal hunters or tremendously able defenders from aggression. Many of the non-predatory creatures adhered to the principle of good offence is the best defence, and would go out of their way to destroy potential competitors or predators. Look no farther than to the Thunderhorn sheep for evidence of that. They'd blasted a hapless grazing ape from the side of a cliff with no exchange of warning, sign or call to make distance whatsoever. They'd approached while doing goat things, noticed the ape minding its own business a little too close to those goat things, and summarily executed it with prejudice. If this baron had been hand-selected for duty cleansing the countryside of such monsters, then he was likely personally mighty. Ulrich hadn't been put in the position of having to come toe-to-toe with any of the real movers and shakers of this world yet. Prosper's battle mages and that dwarf juggernaut were the closest thing to it, and they were, more or less, hired help. Mercenaries. The fop in charge of Batala was probably there because his family had a talent for making money and running the shipping business, which trumped his combat potential in the eyes of the merchant lords, who valued stability of their empire and smooth collection of coin over much else. This baron, though, was a fixer. A problem solver where the problems were armed barbarians raiding the caravans, or a slavering greater beast marking out a valued mine or trading hub as its territory. Grottenschlecht, Ulrich commented before trailing off into a few choice bits of profanity in his grandmother's tone. So, you don't think a direct approach will yield much chance for success? He checked. Her hands crossed in an X across her bosom in answer. Even should we find a way to prevail on the battlefield, the chances of obtaining a small fleet such as we now need is minimal, she added, looking past the immediate threat. No assault on the control room then. It's not like we really planned to do that to begin with, though, Ulrich reminded his mate. They'd never considered open warfare to be a viable path to prosper. That it had, more or less, come to that in recent weeks was a matter of bad luck, a bit of less than strategic vengeance warpathing on his part, and the moral necessity of liberating the Orlethrum from their concentration camps. The last 3 days had only added to the complications facing this expedition. Sie einen abbrechen, Ulrich noted, realizing they might be overthinking things a little. We don't have to fight absolutely everybody. There's no reason we ever need to come into direct conflict with this Baron or his men or Kistelfer in general. We're just here to buy some ships, Ulrich reiterated. Taipan dipped her chin in agreement but didn't drop the thread. Contingencies had to be considered. Our original plan was good. I think, had not we been forced into confrontation with the garrison troops, it would have worked without issue. The difficulty now lies in that the loss of these men will put Kistelfer on the defensive. No war leader takes so many troops vanishing lightly. He will suspect that, failing to report, his soldiers have met unexpected enemies of such strength as to be completely overwhelmed. Taipan rejoined. She smiled then, and her expression warmed substantially as she considered him. That my Glade Chief and I alone prove to be that overwhelming force is a thing I will enjoy the telling of when we return to Iriel Hoss, she informed him cheerfully. Ulrich nodded at that observation. It was going to be real big dick bragging rights, was this one. He'd be able to prick Baldurt more than a little about being out here doing all the hard work while the Elf King laid around in bed. He rubbed his hands together eagerly, constructing a pointed series of near insults to lay at the wily king's feet. This dog will have his day, Ulrich cackled silently to himself. Putting needles in Baldurti's eyes aside, they first needed to figure out how to deal with the little problem of surviving to tell the tale. You're saying, Ulrich announced, continuing where the fearsome lass left off, that we did ourselves no favours getting into the city unremarked, when now they suspect rightly that enemies are just outside their gates. Just so, Ulrich, confirmed the Ariellan woman. They took a minute then to brood upon the problem. I could go alone to infiltrate, Ulrich asked, already knowing her reply. Trees will grow without roots first, Taipan warned him. Worth a shot, he figured. Now they really needed to come up with something sharp. Rather than stew in stillness, he and his lovely bride began to perform the multitude of camp tasks that life in the field demanded. Processing wood to make kindling, readying a larger piece of lumber to create a slow-burning coal bank for the morning cook fire, hauling water to fill their kettle for brewing a stiff tea, shaking out the bedding, laying out the furs under open skies to air them out for a few hours and the like. The twins had fallen by the time all the doings were done, and the pair, alongside the rest of the camp, were approaching, ready to turn in for the night. Elves huddled around their cookpots, foraged berries stewing, lending the damp night air a sweet fragrance, in addition to the rich bouquet of the forest foliage. In rapidly assembled huts were now housed the malcontent priest-spangers. A hum of conversation huddled over the camp as the groups of individuals conversed around their fires. The entire thing held the feeling of unwavering determination, of men and women that refused to buckle beneath the weight of their sufferings. Beneath that more outstanding impression was that of suppressed hope. It came in the light chuckle of a joke told, the bemused outrage of a prank, the giggle of lovers in arms. For Ulrich Einar, the whole thing made him want to break out into hives. These were his people to care for now for some reason. As he lay back on his fur bedding, Ulrich felt his mind vibrating with the urgency to come up with a solution to the problem facing them. He hadn't experienced this since arriving on Varda's cosmological shores, a castaway washed up on distant shores, with a brand spanking new body, and no responsibility for anything but keeping his well-sculpted ass from becoming monster scat. His Iriellan partner had no such concerns. She was out like a pinched candle wick, lightly snoring. The occasional, incredibly cute, nom, mum burble of nonsense rose from her as she dreamed whatever elves dreamed of. Months ago, upon his shoulders had settled the weight of responsibility to this woman when she'd revealed her prank of taking him for her mate in official terms. They'd been playing night games for a couple of months by that point, and through various cultural oddities, he'd already had her effectively bound to his side for life. So on the face of it, nothing had much changed. In reality, of course, Ulrich had a wife, and that meant things regarding his providing a suitable life and doing what he expected of himself in such circumstances. Part of that was establishing his household and means of supporting them both. Today, he'd realised that he was now responsible for more than a semi-feral elf princess and an untamed primeval glade up on a mana-rich plateau in the vast wilderness of Varda. That weight made his breath come in short, and he had to run through the grounding exercises that suppressed anxiety attacks. At least the neurochemical makeup of his brain hadn't yet had such stress-fed feedback loops ingrained in it. General anxiety disorder was not fun times, even if it was treatable with dedicated effort. If you saw it coming, the sneaky bastard. Was it odd that he'd felt much safer about going out to do mortal combat with a bunch of Prosper's legionnaires than leading a group of ethnically diverse hobos? Probably. No helping it, though, feels gonna feel. Logic had nothing to do with this not vague at all unease. Would these people be able to detect exactly how little clue he had about anything? He'd essentially been flying by the seat of his pants for 2 full seasons of this world's solar cycles. He'd had a couple months of formal education with the Iriellan children, and then another couple months of direct exposure to the folk of the continent. He had precisely fuck all idea how to lead a bunch of strangers into anything but total disaster. Realising that he'd fallen into a variation on the same theme of what the fuck am I doing here, for the last 10 minutes, instead of sleeping, Ulrich started trying to get his shit together and treat this like an engineering problem. They always looked impossible from far away. The trick was to take the big, ugly situation and break it apart into small, easily disposed of bits. Once you did that, you could figure out what sequence would produce a solution path that had a high probability of success. Then you could start overcoming the inevitable obstacles that would arise. All right, immediate problems were already well on the way to being solved, Ulrich decided. They were not starving. It was late spring, so nobody was going to freeze to death anytime soon. Currently, nobody actually knew where all these rebels and runaway elves were located. Hell, there were good odds that Prosper wouldn't even tell anybody, that they were missing a few handfuls of slightly tortured Aesa. Not without having to own up to the seed of unrest Ulrich had planted, revealing the efforts to create the Bane, after having already used it once. That was as likely to cause mass revolts as anything else. Everybody knew that, when it came to species poison, all bets were off. The Isa would respond to that existential threat in ways that created holes in history books for a millennium. The city-states would be forced to rebel to avoid being caught up in the elven purge of their would-be genociders. It had happened before. Okay, so he'd bought himself a little wiggle room with that manoeuvre. Not that he'd really thought it out in such terms at the moment. He'd just been incredibly pissed off and awash with the righteous fury. Fuck it, results Ulrich. Just focus on results and how to get them. No chance he'd be able to take a city by himself. Ulrich was getting good at making with the magic now, but he was no Baldur Iriel, or Shor, or even Bathe and Veda. To say nothing of Gotha in the old man's prime. Even with Taipan fully recovered, and the Germana mage Kid Ulrich wasn't going to bank that they'd even get past the city walls. Ulrich could probably destroy the walls, but not and do anything beyond that. He took a second to process that he could literally rip down a stone wall 30 meters tall and 3 thick with his mind, more or less. Wild shit. Anyway, it wasn't good enough. Force wasn't viable here. Deception was also a low probability strategy, on that Taipan had been right. Ulrich would have bet his favourite testicle that Kistalfa was locked up tighter than a Janist's arsehole. No to aggression, no to chicanery. What about graft? Ulrich was loaded. Question was, did he have the kind of money that would convince a warlord to part with a few ships and not sick his troops on him? Probably not, the reborn engineer decided. Based on the sizes of the cargo holds in the ships he'd seen, and the prices of goods as he'd learned of them, the annual port income would dwarf Ulrich's meagre funds, impressive though they might be for an individual to have in possession. Was money the only thing he had to trade? The blackness of the shelter's interior was impenetrable, but Ulrich chased the ghost lights that impressed themselves on his eyes as he stared sightlessly at the sloped walls of the teepee. A trade of knowledge seemed a bad idea, especially given that it was unlikely he'd ever be able to enter into negotiations with the leadership of Kistalfa without drawing their aggression. Would the Baron be more willing to bargain if Ulrich used the wounded garrison commander as a pot sweetener? A trade of hostages, so to speak. The ships exchanged at fair price for the life of the captain, one of Prosper's leaders of arms. Damn, Ulrich grunted softly to himself. That just might be the ticket. Sudden cold poured down his back. He'd left the captain's fate in Taipan's hands, with no specific requirements that the woman be left alive at the end of the inquiry. "Shit!" he called aloud, turning to shake his shadow from her slumber. The elven beauty came awake under his onslaught, slapping him away and cursing him to a life of stinging nettles in his socks as she did. "Gah, Ulrich, you heckler monkey of a shaved Valin ape, what think you shaking me from my blankets like some rooting stone-plate boar?" his surly mate demanded in lilting accents tainted by grumpiness. "Taipan, enough of that," Ulrich said, fending off the beating hands before she damaged something important. "The captain, tell me that you did not terminate her after you were done with your questioning." The flailing subsided, and his partner sat up. She levelled a menacing squint at him, her arms coming to cross over her chest, making her displeasure clear before she answered him. "She hangs from a tree, where I left her to think on her crimes. This is why you have disturbed my rest," the Irillan woman said. Ulrich tore out from the blankets, thoughtless of his nudity, and scrambled out into the dark. If some little beastie was eating his bargaining chip, he was going to be cross, and he really had no one to blame but himself for it. Damn it! He activated his Sorona perception, the triplet moons being absent this night, or perhaps just covered by high-flying clouds. He still didn't have a real bead on the exotic patterns of the lunar cycles of this world yet, to make his way through the pitch dark. His shadow wife had been carrying out her inquisition somewhere just back of the main camp clearing, to keep her workings from the prying eyes of the camp, and to impose a sense of isolation upon the prisoner. Slapping branches from his path and navigating the word electroperception that imprinted the grayscale relief painting of the forest upon his flesh, Ulrich searched in vain for a few minutes. "Idiot! Go wide, just find the woman's signature and then focus it down to navigate through this thicket." He mocked himself before putting the plan into action. There, by amplifying the strength of the Seron pulses, he could detect the conductive body of the prisoner, hanging by her feet upside down about 50 meters away, by the feel. Pulses this strong were perceptible as a crawling feeling upon the skin of others nearby, his magic raising hairs, which he wanted to avoid, as letting an enemy know you knew where they might be despite their attempts to hide from sight, was relinquishing a terrible advantage. Now that his target was located, Ulrich dialed the strength down and raised the frequency of the pulses, vastly improving the resolution of his immediate surroundings as he made his way into the Stygian forest. Steps taken silently by months of habit evidently caught the captive woman by surprise. Her body jerked in their binds and she began writhing back and forth in anticipation of being consumed by some nocturnal hunter. When Ulrich's form resolved itself to her immediate vision, she tried to shout against the gag in her mouth, muffled profanity making clear her feelings on the situation. Unceremoniously, Ulrich reached out and used a whisper of his lightning mana to burn through the rope, dropping the prisoner, only to catch her mid-fall and sling her over his shoulder. He made his way back into the camp clearing, muttering his thanks to whichever deity, greater elemental or Faustian bargainer of souls, that listened for the woman not being dead. Back in the subdued light of fading coals from numerous campfires, Ulrich threw open the hide door to the tepee he shared with his wife, and tossed the bound captain to lie against the back wall of the shelter where she awkwardly lay propped up against his pack. Her grunt and litany of invective, garbled through the cloth gag, were obvious enough. Tough nuts, he noted to himself. Good things should only happen to good people. Whew, Ulrich sighed in relief. Disaster averted. Now he had 2 angry women in his tent. Taipan was waiting with her "I am now discontent" look, which meant she would be finding petty ways to make him unhappy for a few days. "I think I have a plan, Taipan, and it requires this one alive," explained the still-naked man to his sullen sylvan wife, using the elves' language to make sure the captain wouldn't know what he intended, and thereby try to subvert his plans. "And let me set a trap for barkweasels. It only comes to you while you brood through the long night instead of sleeping," challenged the dusky elf. He took a second to pass her idiom. What did trapping barkweasels have to do with anything? "Ah, you just assume the little bastards are out there and lay the traps preventatively in suspicion that you'll catch one. Irillan way of snarking, 'let me guess,' when you know something for certainty. Got it. One of us had to find a way out of this mess, and you were snoring so marvellously that I could not bear to disturb you to talk it over," Ulrich bitched. A graceful finger pointed in his direction, making small stabbing motions as the naked woman denied his accusations from her blankets. "I am not snoring, you great oaf, and to be always sleepless leads a hunter to make mistakes, to put their feet in the jaws of the beasts, as I have told you before." Ulrich didn't bother to reject her vehement denial, or to acknowledge the unfounded accusation. He slept great these days, thanks very much. The first was absolute fiction. The second was inconvenient truth of his past, but not so much these days. Neither held his attention currently. "Can't be helped, Lady of the Glade. We needed a way forward, and mine duty is to find our path. It cannot always be Taipan at the fore." Ulrich chanted lightly, using his term of endearment for her, the one that he saved for dire straits. It had the intended effect. The finger was withdrawn and she relaxed back, shedding some of her ire. It didn't stop her from giving a musical snort. Fine. It is as you say, Glade Chief. A lord's duty to their people demands sacrifice of comforts. That does not mean you need to toss me about like laundry," groused his wife, hanging on by a thin thread to her anger. He saw weakness. It was time to pounce. "I would have waited until morning, but yours is the only counsel I knew I could count on, and time pressed heavily to guarantee our prisoner's usefulness. I apologize for my ungentle rousing, wife. Let me give you a rub down to soothe the ruffled feathers. I will share my strategy while I do, and you can find its flaws." The combination of praise, need of her expertise, offer of a thorough massage, and the chance to critique him completed the mollification. His partner rolled over to present her backside, cradling her chin upon her arms, her slight wiggle anticipating having all the muscles work to deliciously boneless jelly. "Acceptable, Ulrich. You may begin. Lead me down whatever winding trail your spiderweb-strewn mind has concocted for us. I will make sure it does not take us all over a cliff." He resisted the urge to grin his victory, knowing she would be able to see it with her dark vision. Now all her plotting against him would be curtailed, ensuring the next few days would be peaceful, his enemies abroad aside. Not just that. He had free rein to sample the delicious flesh of his wife, to feel her under his hands to his heart's content. He'd won again. All according to Keikaku, they both thought simultaneously, restraining showing their partner their smugness at coming ahead in the great game. Chapter 1, 185, Play the Hand Dealt. In contrast to the recommendation regarding sleep of the experienced hunter, turned to noodly puddle of mewling womanhood beneath the powers of his hands, they did not return to their blankets that night. Instead, they passed the night discussing more the prospective plan Ulrich had for trying to get those ships by an exchange of prisoners. Or rather, a prisoner, given that between Taipan's poison bomb, Mage Broden's succor punching the mage cadre while they were still half dead from the lingering toxicity, and Ulrich finishing off the remaining men, only the captain still lived. When they weren't hashing out kinks to the scheme to coerce the ruling powers of Kistalfa to come to the table for negotiating in good faith, they were cuddling, flirting, and playing games of skill with knives. It was a fairly typical example of Iriel and pair bonding, and Ulrich appreciated the hand-eye coordination involved in it, along with the various competitive bragging rights earned. Not by him, of course, but one day he'd be able to, well, lose by less of a margin. Taipan must have been playing with knives in the womb or something. Anyhow, the captain in the corner they ignored, she might as well have been a rolled-up rug for all the attention she merited. Now that Ulrich didn't have to worry about some creeper sneaking up and drinking her blood through the night, leaving her alive to serve his purposes, he couldn't care less about her. By the captain's muffled curses, shouts, and complaints, she did not much find the carrying on through the night to her liking. So it was, when the twins rose, Ulrich had not slept but nevertheless felt invigorated. His reforged body took sleepless nights far better than in the before. Not to say he loved not sleeping, but he could do it and function perfectly well for a few days. He tended to either wax goofy or become a grouchy son of a bitch by the second or third day, though, so it wasn't something to make habit of. Last night had been somewhat stressful, but spending the witching hours rubbing down the velvet over steel that was his wife's body, minus those exceptionally squishy bits, did wonders for his attitudes. They had a plan. That alone made him feel far more confident in prospects for the future. Varda liked to kick his plans in the balls and make off with their purse, but it still helped to have some general guidelines to fly by. He hated that out-of-control feeling of simply responding to life, racing from fire to put them out before they became a conflagration, that would consume his hopes for the future. For a former control freak, Ulrich had come a long way in learning to go with the flow, to play along with the extemporaneous jazz session that was Vardan life. That didn't mean his engineer's training and OCD tendencies didn't stop trying to impose order on the chaos around him, just that he grew less aggravated when those efforts inevitably failed, either whole or in part. Ulrich stood in the morning light, twins scattering their dazzling light through the foliage of the coastal forest, in another one of those displays that made him grateful to have died, smelling the loamy, sandy soil dirt, the organic detritus, plant smells from all the undergrowth, and the distinct odours of the varieties of trees, eucalyptus oils, resiny pine smells, bitter tannins. It all combined to create an olfactory wonderland. Bared toes clenched, digging into the substrate, revelling in the post-dawn cool of the ground. Sea breeze gusted lightly, and the wispy cirrus, streaking white on infinite blue above, promised rain anon. Gods, he loved this fucking world. Ulrich Glade, Chief, you are still naked, reminded his shadow gently, from the entryway to their shelter. So he was. He'd forgotten to clothe himself in his eagerness to greet the day. Let them look, my love, for I'm glorious this fine day, Ulrich replied, unbothered by his bare skin. An amused chuckle behind him preceded his partner coming to stand by his side. Taipan, too, was wearing only her birthing attire. They made quite a pair, the reforged human with his lightning scars, rippling musculature and sturdy frame, accompanied by the lithe, athletic femininity of the Irialan huntress, that perfect combination of soft curve and toned, wiry limbs. They took in the rising light of the twins and enjoyed spring's idyllic splendour, standing hand in hand for an uncounted moment. "Are we supposed to be able to get anything done around camp with those two basking in their skins?" asked one of the elf men about to begin readying breakfast, the cooking knife held easily, and one eye covered by an eye patch, staring with the other at the lord and his lady unabashedly. "Shut up, idiot, you might spook them. I'm enjoying the view," cried another, being certain to pretend hushed tones at a volume easily heard from 30 metres away. A Celestin woman peeled off her shirt and flung her pants aside in show of solidarity with her benefactors. "Ah, now that's the stuff. A rousing wind across the cheeks and the twins' light for contrast. Our lord has a taste for the sweetness of life," the elf declared to her ring, and they joined her in a sky bath. Several more followed that example. Soon enough most of the camp was in varying states of undress, and Ulrich wasn't certain, but it would appear he had founded a nudist colony. About that time, the general bustle of camp chores and rising daylight roused the pre-spangers from their blankets, those who were used to waking past the rising of the suns for their tasks. They beheld a scene from some sort of barroom brag, hundreds of naked elves sunning themselves under the open sky. After a few shared glances and more than a few nonchalant shrugs, the beastkin shed their garments in solidarity with their comrades in nature, not being entirely keen on the idea of full-body clothing in the first place. The rest of the Prospangers awkwardly started going about their business, or some few joined the rest in observance of the strange traditions of their hosts. Ulrich enjoyed some more the golden rays of the twins and the refreshing air, alongside the comforting presence at his side. That is, until a naked Brodin and his Leor woman, also in the finely furred buff, marched up and presented themselves as supplicants to the whims of the DMV clerk, ready to receive what mercy they might. "Greetings, Lord Ulrich. I did not know the customs of your people included wind baths, but it is surprisingly pleasant, if a small bit disconcerting," the young man confessed before continuing on gamely, trying not to stare at either Ulrich or Taipan. "We would make ourselves available to be of service in whatever way we might." We were simply wondering if this place is to become a more permanent encampment or if it merely serves for the moment," ventured Chrysa, trying not to ogle openly as she soldiered on. "My Brodin wishes to weave the trees around this place into a green wall to better repel the beasts or any who should seek to bring trouble." She was completely besotted with her Brodin, but that didn't mean she had gone blind. As fine a rump as had ever graced a man was before her, and she wasn't certain if she'd ever recover totally her confidence after being witness to the full glory of her liege's mate. For a moment Ulrich had to think that one over. It wasn't a bad idea, not at all. Even better, the tree-weaving mage could do it without killing the flora, which appealed greatly to his sensibilities. Ulrich certainly acknowledged the need to acquire lumber and create more robust shelters, but he didn't like damaging the woodland any more than necessary. This was a fine alternative in his eyes. "Thank you, Chrysler Broden, for bringing this to my attention," Ulrich told them warmly, glad that somebody was thinking with their dipsticks, to employ an anachronism from the distant past of his world, referring to quick thinking. "This is as good a place as any to hold out, and your suggestion is a fine one. I am grateful to you, Adept Brodin, for your efforts to secure our defences and improve the lot for these peoples." He was being formal, partly because he wasn't entirely comfortable with being anybody's lord and didn't know how to behave under those circumstances, and partly because Taipan was dragging her hand down slowly from his lower back to cup his left butt cheek. Minx. The black-hearted savage herself offered a melodic and entirely decorous, "Your services are entirely accepted, with my lord's thanks. Please, break your fast in your own time and be not rushed to labour. The days lengthen, and we will meet our needs with hours to spare." Her slow spreading smile turned to a pout when he caught her hand and held it to his chest, out of harm's way. The pair of attendees had the grace to ignore their lady's pouting discomfort at being caught. No objection did Ulrich have for the enjoyment his mate found in his body, but being diddled in front of a live audience was altogether separate from being unconcerned about being seen. There were some things that were simply undignified. Now that the day was on in full and the camp was fully roused, Ulrich supposed it was about time to dress and start putting balls into the air. He'd taught himself to juggle in the glade, for fun, and to test his new reflexes. The mental juggling to balance events current was far more challenging. That made success in the doing proportionally more satisfying. If only he managed to make this thing come off properly. When he strode into the pair's teepee to don his gear, the rest of the colony followed suit, and collective sighs of gratitude rose from the more conservatively minded of the camp. What tortuous paths his life led him down. Thin woolen undergarments, akin to tights or hose, went on first, then the heavy, durable canvas pants. Ulrich pulled on the thinner of the robes he had, buckling his belt to hold pants and flaring waist of the robe tight, and Zeftoch's sheath he pulled over his shoulder, securing the great sword to his back. Then he pulled on the thick woolen socks and stomped his feet into his calf-height boots that were a touch on the ragged and floppy side, the leather thoroughly abused by thousands of kilometres having passed under them, through whatever terrain Varda had to offer between Iriel and the Vatin. Ulrich hadn't shaved in a few days, so he was starting to beard thickly, full on chin, cheeks and jawline. His white hair had grown out into a wild tangle that just barely didn't get into his eyes. He'd need to shear it off short again soon. Taipan reached readiness about the same time that he did, her tall boots terminating at mid-thigh, hugging closely to the athletic legs beneath, sturdy pants flaring out before being gathered narrowly to her waist by the complex arrangement of knife sheath, leather pouches and belt that made up her hunter's kit. The quiver for blinder hugged her back, high between the shoulders to make a quick over-the-shoulder grasp for arrows without interfering with her belted knife, poison vials or other oddities carried around her hips. Her bow was strung, and the new Direhorn Ox sinew string pinched the fabric of her grey-green coat, even that light draw creating significant tension from the powerful composite laminated recurve stave. Attired for the duties that awaited, Ulrich left the shelter, his shadow clinging as her position suggested. Almost as an afterthought, Ulrich turned back into the teepee, rummaging around a moment before coming back out with the bound captain, dragging her by her feet from the remnants of the woven rope by which Taipan had hung her from a tree branch. The gag must have gotten worked loose because a stream of invective suddenly pressed against his back. "You savage fuckers! You will all burn when Prosper sends her arms to cleanse this traitor's nest. That brownie wench will serve her betters for centuries. Then we shall see how gladly she wiggles her rump, and how eagerly she barks when her masters call. You will pay for laying hands to a Praetorian's body, you knife-eared bitch." Ulrich looked back to his wife, who made a hand sign that wryly said, "This one is dissatisfied," before crouching over the prisoner. He was a bit surprised that less of the tirade was directly towards him personally, given that he'd been directly responsible for removing her arm, crippling her hand, and the vicious wounds across her body. All of that paled, so far as he could see, to the pain and indignities visited on her by his Irielan partner. The race hate was strong in this one. Perhaps it was her pride that was wounded, at having been so easily broken by Taipan's questioning.